Upon entering this enigmatic realm, Jiang Xunzhou diligently embarked on the path of a villain, only to depart as the male protagonist began his ascent to glory. I had anticipated that our reunion would unfold as a dramatic confrontation between rivals. Yet on the very first night, we found ourselves entangled together. I regarded you as my nemesis, and yet you wished to share my bed? Chapter 1. The Malevolent Dark Moon of a Business Tycoon. 1. Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou. The low, husky voice brimmed with deep affection, whispering the name repeatedly. The dim light illuminated a corner of the room, casting the intertwined shadows of our forms upon the wall. Rough chains bound Jiang Xunzhou's wrist, his fair skin reddened by the friction, the clinking sound of metal resonating sharply within the confines of the chamber. The pain elicited a couple of tears from Jiang Xunzhou, yet his captor seemed oblivious, chuckling softly instead. Boom! Thoughts fragmented, reality severed. A thunderclap echoed outside, lightning illuminating the scene within the room, as Jiang Xunzhou's gaze momentarily lost focus, resting upon the face of the man before him. His hands were held high above his head, shackled. Duan Baiji, Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow. You've hurt me. Your lack of focus warrants punishment. Duan Baiji bit down hard on Jiang Xunzhou's collarbone, the droplets of blood swallowed greedily. Who were you thinking of just now, while looking through me? Never mind. Duan Baiji silenced him with a hand over his mouth, unwilling to hear any more cold words, fearful of the unspoken answers. At least he wished to preserve the warmth of the moment. The words that were about to escape became fragmented, and Jiang Xunzhou, disinterested in further explanation, retaliated by biting fiercely into Duan Baiji's shoulder, which only incited greater excitement in him. This is the mark left by Zhou. A narrow crack in the window allowed the cold wind to rush in, causing Jiang Xunzhou, who had just broken into a sweat, to shiver as damp strands of hair clung to his forehead. He sat in silence for a long while, exhaling a deep breath before switching on the bedside lamp. The rain outside pelted against the window, soaking a portion of the curtain into a darker hue. Casting a glance at the person beside him, Jiang Xunzhou mercilessly kicked him off the bed, the sound of his body hitting the floor resonating. Ah, Zhou. Duan Baiji looked up, fortuitously meeting Jiang Xunzhou's gaze. Jiang Xunzhou possessed striking beauty. His eyes were classic peach blossom shaped, the corners slightly upturned and tinted red from recent tears. They were undeniably expressive. Yet Duan Baiji perceived the icy chill lurking within those depths. The remainder of his reproach lodged in his throat. His heart chilled considerably. Jiang Xunzhou glanced at the clock. 3:15 a.m. You should understand why such an incident occurred tonight. He remarked. Duan Baiji, your skills are truly lacking. Feeling uncomfortably sticky, Jiang Xunzhou lost all sense of drowsiness. Having uttered this, he rose and headed to the bathroom for a proper bath. Once submerged in the warm water, he finally began to feel at ease. Ding! Duan Baiji's career value. 1. Current progress. 96. Jiang Xunzhou. Can my career value increase even while sleeping? System 070 speculated. Perhaps it signifies the male protagonist's complete maturation? Jiang Xunzhou chuckled. A single point. How generous of him. I must ascertain who caused my downfall and repay them with a grand gesture. Jiang Xunzhou remained in the water for a while, until the familiar ringtone of his phone echoed through the room. Rubbing his hair, he finally emerged from the bathtub, casually drying off with a towel and donning a bathrobe as he stepped outside. Glancing at the incoming call, he tossed the extra bathrobe onto Duan Baiji. Get in there and wash up. Duan Baiji looked at the vibrating phone, reluctantly responding with an O. Once he entered, Jiang Xunzhou answered the call. Hello, Song Rue, what's the matter? Interestingly, Song Rue bore an uncanny resemblance to someone Jiang Xunzhou had known in the past, both in appearance and personality, prompting him to occasionally suspect. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint anything amiss, merely considering him another NPC with a fixed visage in this world. Because of this, Jiang Xunzhou had once made an exception to employ Song Rue during his job search, only for Song Rue to abandon everything and forge his own path after Jiang Xunzhou went abroad. AS for the forces backing him. Jiang Xunzhou was well aware that during the time he kept Duan Baiji close, he and Song Rue had already become friends. In City A, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the Duan family wielded absolute power. I need you to help me out at my bar for a few days. A major client has come in, and I'm unable to leave. Song Rui's ventures had achieved moderate success in City A, establishing a solid reputation. And with the backing of an unknown tycoon, it had gradually transformed into a gathering place for certain influential figures. Host, why do I feel like he's setting a trap for you? System 070 chimed in, having been monitoring the developments surrounding Duan Baiji, aware of the private interactions between Song Rui and him, that he has likely informed Duan Baiji of your return. 070 scratched its head. Tisk, he's probably contemplating how to ensnare you. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, having deduced as much, and responded directly. All right, I'll come by tomorrow. Receiving a clear response, Song Rui ended the call. 070 queried. Why agree to this? Duan Baiji should harbor considerable resentment towards you. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Jiang Xunzhou swept his hair back, chuckling. Let him try to kill me. He murmured the name Duan Baiji to himself, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Jiang Xunzhou had arrived in this world to collect a fragment of Duan Baiji's soul. His mission was to assist the fortunate child of destiny in each realm to ascend to greatness. As the protagonist, originally, the narrative had progressed substantially, yet he was uncertain of the changes that had transpired within the Duan family during his absence. The power dynamics appeared to be shifting, with the authority over the Duan family subtly slipping from their grasp. The internal struggles within the Duan family were intricate, and Duan Baiji's father, a negligent figure, had relinquished control following the loss of his wife, leaving Duan Baiji to merely observe, regardless of his actions. Jiang Xunzhou, who had intended to enjoy a peaceful retirement while awaiting the male protagonist's rise to prominence, was compelled to heed the system's urgings and return to investigate Duan Baiji. Having spent several years in this world, he noted that Duan Baiji's career progression had surged dramatically during the years he abandoned him, yet it had grown increasingly stagnant in recent times. However, upon returning to the country, he was met with rumors of the young master of the Duan family squandering his time. Jiang Xunzhou found himself at a loss. He believed he had not led the protagonist astray, yet he could not discern whether Duan Baiji's current behavior stemmed from a genuine descent into debauchery with unsavory companions, or was a ruse to mislead those who were watching. Regardless, he had indeed been obscured from view. TSK, I really wish I could just quit. The rebellious antics of a young child presented too many uncontrollable variables. Does the host not wish to revive him? Jiang Xunzhou. He would much prefer to confront the more mature and composed facade. Note asterisk, the first world underwent considerable modifications due to uncontrollable reasons. I feel it did not turn out as well as initially envisioned. So, it is advisable to begin reading from the second world. The first world is purely focused on training the protagonist, while the second world introduces elements of intense emotional conflict. Point 1. In the realm of dual male protagonists, should you inadvertently stumble upon this, I implore you to flee at once. Should you fail to do so and dare to criticize my protagonist, I shall take drastic measures. Point 2. A matter of utmost importance must be reiterated thrice. Extreme dominance enthusiasts, proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. 3. The recipient may occasionally exhibit a rather abrasive demeanor towards the aggressor. However, prior to embarking on their rapid traversal tasks, both have harbored mutual affections for one another, characterized by a dual unrequited love. I beseech the esteemed reviewers for leniency. Chapter 2. The Malevolent Shadow of the Business Tycoon. 2. What did he say to you? Duan Baiji had just exited the bathroom, his hair still damp. As he leaned in close to Jiang Xunzhou, droplets of water cascading from the tips of his hair onto Jiang's collarbone, sending a chill through him. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xunzhou retreated slightly. Duan Baiji, seemingly accustomed to Jiang's demeanor, showed little reaction and tactfully distanced himself, rummaging through the nearby cabinet for a hairdryer. Allow me to dry your hair, Duan Baiji stated, his focus on untangling the cord of the device. Waking up with wet hair can lead to a headache. At this, Jiang Xunzhou turned his back to him, tacitly acknowledging his words. 070 had already pieced together the events of the night and sent all the information to Jiang Xunzhou's phone. He had only indulged in a single drink at the business banquet he attended that evening, but the amount was certainly insufficient to intoxicate him. Moreover, given his later reaction, it was evident he had been set up to consume a spiked beverage. Curiously, this very banquet was hosted at the home of Duan Baiji's close friend. Host. This individual is not acquainted with Duan Baiji. 070 recalled accurately, having little impression of this character. Furthermore, based on my findings, that drink was originally intended for the young master of the main family, but was mistakenly consumed by the host. Jiang Xunzhou extinguished the screen and tapped his fingers on the back of his phone, skeptical of the numerous coincidences in this world. What does it matter if they are unfamiliar with one another? There are plenty of people willing to engage in such schemes for the money and power Duan Baiji possesses. He cast a glance at Duan Baiji, who was meticulously tending to his hair, showing no signs of having pried into his phone. What's the matter, Zhou? Jiang Xunzhou frowned. Do not address me in such a manner. It is nauseating and displeasing. This evening's events undoubtedly bore Duan Baiji's mark. Jiang Xunzhou was now utterly convinced of this. Otherwise, given Duan Baiji's character, he would have certainly sought to inspect the contents of Jiang's phone. The orchestration of a fabricated incident, a convoluted ruse to deflect attention from himself, had indeed achieved its ultimate goal, effectively obscuring any traces of his involvement from Jiang Xunzhou's investigation. Jiang Xunzhou's eyes narrowed, a wave of frustration rising within him. Duan, you truly exemplify the heartless capitalist. Jiang mused cryptically. Your cunning is remarkable. Duan Baiji feigned ignorance. Isn't it you who taught me the ways of the business world? Zhou? Jiang Xunzhou scoffed, dismissing him. The following morning, Jiang Xunzhou visited Song Rui's bar, Swan Yen. Logically, the presence of a bar owner, regardless of the establishment's size, should not significantly impact operations, as the bar would not cease to function due to one individual's absence. Song Rui explained that he had reluctantly requested Jiang's assistance in overseeing the bar. In a few days, the wealthy scions of a city were set to rent the venue for a birthday party, and fearing potential disruptions, he thought of enlisting Jiang Xunzhou's help. His standing in a city was not insignificant, as he was well known, and it was common knowledge that Duan Baiji was his prized protege. After offloading the responsibility onto Jiang Xunzhou, Song Rui vanished without a trace, failing to provide a definite return date, only expressing vague words of gratitude and concern. 070 stared blankly at the information panel. How peculiar. Why hasn't Duan Baiji sought you out these past few days? It had been 2 days since their last encounter, during which Duan Baiji had not reached out to Jiang Xunzhou, merely sending a timely greeting emoji each day. This was utterly inconsistent with Duan Baiji's usual demeanor. Jiang Xunzhou mused over what he could be doing with Song Rui, but before he could unravel the mystery, the system in his mind began to emit frantic red alerts. Warning! Warning! A piercing electronic sound echoed repeatedly in his head, causing Jiang Xunzhou to clutch his forehead, overwhelmed by the noise. The male lead Duan Baiji's life coefficient is plummeting. Alarm! 070 swiftly cut off the monitoring circuit in the consciousness space, extinguishing the flashing red light and silencing the electronic alarm. Duan Baiji is in peril. 070 gazed at the screen, displaying the recently assessed safety data. Host, if he perishes, this world will unravel, and you will lose access to that fragment of his soul. Damn it, Jiang Xunzhou muttered under his breath, snatching the car keys from the table and striding out. Send me the address. The collapse of the world was of no concern to Jiang Xunzhou, but he would not risk the consequences of failing to obtain that soul fragment. Though 070 had not mentioned the repercussions, he could easily surmise they would not be favorable. As Jiang Xunzhou drove towards the address provided by 070, an increasingly unsettling feeling gripped him as he encountered several clustered convoys along the way. Where was Yuli? Yuli was Jiang Xunzhou's trusted confidant, yet he did not engage in business matters, instead solely responsible for ensuring Jiang Xunzhou's safety and handling affairs in the darker realms. 070 glanced at the unfolding situation. A confrontation has already begun. Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou responded softly, pressing the accelerator to the floor, disregarding the speed limit, skillfully maneuvering through the congested traffic. Duan Boiji is in that silver car ahead. 070 pinpointed the male lead's location. Host, one of his tires has already burst. Moreover, the rear of the vehicle had sustained significant deformation. The small car was relentlessly pressured by the pursuing vehicles, which were ruthlessly ramming into Duan Boiji's car, intent on forcing him to stop. With a loud bang, the loss of a tire caused the vehicle to skid, losing control and veering off its path, ultimately crashing heavily against the roadside barrier due to the encirclement. Before the occupants could exit their vehicle, Jiang Xunzhou, expressionless and without so much as a blink, slammed the accelerator to the floor, crashing directly into Duan Boiji's car, bringing his own vehicle to a halt through sheer impact. The struck car rolled over on the road, and its occupants fell silent. Jiang Xunzhou had preemptively shielded himself with spiritual energy, emerging unscathed, wielding a spiked club from the passenger seat as he exited the vehicle. His subordinates prevented anyone else from pursuing him, leaving only 2 cars to chase after Duan Boiji. One had already been dealt with, while the other occupant gripped a Swiss Army knife, falling silent upon recognizing the weapon in Jiang Xunzhou's hand. Initially considering Jiang Xunzhou as someone unafraid of death, they now found themselves swallowing those words back. "Are you still willing to fight me?" Jiang Xunzhou wore a smile, as if pondering what to eat for breakfast. Yet the situation was fraught with danger. The individual perceived the deadly sharpness of the spiked mace. A single blow would undoubtedly cause grievous harm. However, even if he surrendered, there would be no escape from his fate. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and directed the blade towards his own flesh, plunging it deeply. TSK. Jiang Xunzhou was indifferent to the man's life or death, stepping on the dagger embedded in the man's chest, pressing it deeper. Farewell. Initially, he had considered sparing a life for interrogation, but now it seemed he could only rely on Li to be less brutal and not eliminate every last one. "Hey!" Jiang Xunzhou opened the car door, inquiring if he was still alive. Duan Boiji bore several lacerations from the glass, blood streaming from his forehead due to the impact. His consciousness already fading, his gaze blankly fixed on Jiang Xunzhou. "Zhou." Due to excessive blood loss, Duan Baiji's voice was barely a whisper. "Am I dying?" He lacked the strength even to muster a smile. Years of pent-up grievances surged forth at this moment. "Jiang Xunzhou, I detest you." Jiang Xunzhou replied, "It's only right to hate him. It is far better than to be entangled in an unresolved affection." Chapter 3. The malicious black moonlight of a business tycoon. 3. The acrid scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments. His eyelids felt as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. "Boss, we have the results." Yuli stood respectfully by the bedside. "I'll keep watch here. You should go rest for a while. I will notify you the moment the young master awakens." Jiang Xunzhou held Duan Baiji's hand, which was receiving an intravenous drip, attempting to alleviate the coldness brought on by the medication. His voice, hoarse from a sleepless night, replied, "No rush. We'll wait until he wakes." Yuli frowned. "Boss, I don't understand." "Clearly, you care for the young master." Before he could finish, Jiang Xunzhou interrupted. "Have you forgotten your manners?" With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, Yuli had no choice but to swallow his words. Silently questioning why Jiang Xunzhou, who was so attentive to Duan Baiji, insisted on maintaining a facade of deep-seated animosity. Remembering his boss's previous conduct towards Duan Baiji, Yuli helplessly covered his eyes, recalling the words of hatred uttered by Duan Baiji before losing consciousness. "Boss," the young master's fingers moved. Jiang Xunzhou glanced down, retracting his hand. "You may leave now," he instructed. Yuli, aware of his place, exited the room to grant them some privacy. Having gone too long without water, Duan Baiji's voice no longer held its usual resonance. It sounded dry and harsh, like a leaky harmonica. "Why did you save me?" Duan Baiji stared at the hospital's pristine ceiling, his eyes somewhat vacant. "I thought you would be pleased if I died." Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, stepped closer, and grasped Duan Baiji's chin, his fingertip brushing against his parched lips. Instead of answering, he remarked, Isnt, it said that love drives one to the brink of life and death. Duan Baiji, I didn't realize you were such a good actor. Jiang Xunzhou said coldly. You detest me, do you? Duan Baiji pressed his lips together, unsure of how to respond to the statement. His face flushed with a mixture of red and white as he silently turned his head away. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. With so many unspoken words accumulated over time, he found himself momentarily at a loss for what to say. After hearing so much about love, it was as if he inadvertently uttered that hateful remark, hoping it would somehow make Jiang Xunzhou remember him. Since you are fine, I shall take my leave. The doctor had assured him that there was nothing serious, just a mild concussion, with other injuries appearing more alarming than they were, yet not detrimental to his health. As the door cracked open, Jiang Xunzhou's footsteps faltered. He turned to find Duan Baiji gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Jiang Xunzhou managed a cynical smile and coldly remarked, If you harbor such hatred towards me, it would be best for you to keep your distance. With a decisive slam, the door closed, obliterating Duan Baiji's view of his retreating figure. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiang Xunzhou drove to Suyin. Song Rui had just messaged him about some extravagant birthday party thrown by a wealthy second generation, inquiring if he was available. With a sense of foreboding about potential mischief, Jiang Xunzhou felt little inclination to speculate. Instead, he sought a lounge within Suyin to rest, falling into a deep slumber until the lively music roused him later in the evening. Noticing Jiang Xunzhou was awake, 070 eagerly approached him, asking, Host, will there truly be no repercussions for treating the male lead this way? Jiang Xunzhou retorted, What system are you? Although puzzled, 070 replied, The Dragon Overlord Plan's Villain Department. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled at the full name, reflecting on the creativity of their system. Should a villain show mercy to the protagonist? That would defeat the very essence of being a villain. It might as well be renamed the Little Brother system. 070 fell silent, contemplating the matter and realizing that perhaps there was no issue after all. It had consulted other senior systems who conveyed that villains had their own unique relationship with protagonists. Though it did not fully comprehend, it grasped that a dance of love and hate was typical. As one senior had put it, this was akin to the playful banter between young lovers. A loud knock resounded on the door, cutting through the din of the environment, ensuring Jiang Xunzhou could hear it. He had previously warned against disturbances unless of great importance. And yet, just as the music began, someone had come knocking. Jiang Xunzhou called out, Come in. The visitor was Yu Li, and it was unlikely he had come for the evening's birthday festivities. Boss, Yu Li hesitated before speaking. The young master has arrived. Jiang Xunzhou raised his gaze, replying curtly, I do not wish to see him. Yu Li opened his mouth, hesitating, but Jiang Xunzhou urged, Speak freely. You was Li, as if granted a reprieve, explained, He did not come to see you. He is here for the birthday party, primarily for the drinking gathering. He emphasized the latter, noting that Duan Baiji had been in the hospital just that morning. Yet less than a day later, he was already frequenting bars, showing utter disregard for his health. However, it was clear that Yu Li held little authority to prevent this course of action. If Duan Baiji were to jeopardize his own well-being, it would ultimately fall upon Jiang Xunzhou to address the consequences. With a scowl marking his face, Jiang Xunzhou's irritation flared. Gather our people and follow me. Yu Li seemed to have anticipated yet another tumultuous storm, refraining from uttering more lest he implicate himself. The bar was nearly deserted after being cleared out, yet the strobe lights continued to flicker, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. A group of imposing men clad in black surrounded Jiang Xunzhou, with Yu Li at the forefront. In order to better serve the affluent clientele, the establishment had designated private rooms for their enjoyment, and it appeared that, due to Duan Baiji's influence, these individuals had ascended to the most exclusive chamber. Upon arriving at the door, Jiang Xunzhou lifted his chin and commanded, Kick it down. The black-clad men stepped back in unison, leaving the task to their leader, Yu Li. Internally, Yu Li shed silent tears. Each time he was compelled to undertake such dubious tasks before Duan Baiji, the blame invariably fell upon him, leading to Duan Baiji's disdain for him. How infuriating! While he typically addressed Duan Baiji as brother, he now felt betrayed. Gathering his breath, Yuli delivered a powerful kick to the door, which flew open, the handle snapping off in the process. The men surged in, forming a barrier to prevent anyone else from entering or exiting. The commotion drew the attention of those within the private room, causing the music to halt abruptly. Before anyone could react, Jiang Xunzhou strode in from behind. Suddenly, the room fell silent, all eyes gravitating towards Duan Baiji. Regardless of the Duan family status in City A, they could not afford to offend Jiang Xunzhou. Yet that did not preclude Duan Baiji from challenging him. Yuli switched off the ambient lights, leaving only the stark white illumination. Duan Baiji sat amidst the crowd, swirling a pale yellow drink in his glass, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected disruption as he raised it to his lips. Cursed fool, Jiang Xunzhou silently fumed, rushing forward. Seizing Duan Baiji by the collar with one hand while snatching the glass with the other, turning it to douse him completely. Duan Baiji instinctively recoiled, closing his eyes as the icy liquid splashed across his face, the pale substance trickling down his nose, staining his attire a darker hue, even seeping into the wounds on his face, which burned fiercely. Brother, Duan Baiji whimpered, his voice quavering in fear at the sight of Jiang Xunzhou's fury. Reverting to calling him brother as he had in their childhood, he realized that he had indeed crossed the line, provoking Jiang Xunzhou as sire. Yet Jiang Xunzhou remained silent, slamming the glass down heavily before turning away with a frosty demeanor. Duan Baiji, feeling the weight of the situation, hastily grabbed his coat and trailed after Jiang Xunzhou like a shadow. Brother, Jiang Xunzhou feigned deafness, locking the car and accelerating away. As Duan Baiji, leaning against the window, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. He had barely begun to rise when Yuli summoned 2 bodyguards, who lifted him into the awaiting business vehicle. Young master, this is the boss's directive, Yuli stated, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Please don't make things difficult for us afterwards. Duan Baiji cast a glance at the men who hovered around Jiang Xunzhou daily, scoffing as he turned his head away. Chapter 4. The Unruly Shadow of a Business Tycoon. 4. Duan Baiji and Yuli were somewhat at odds, though this discord was largely one-sided, stemming from Duan Baiji's aversion to Yuli. He could not comprehend why, despite being the one to have first acquainted with Jiang Xunzhou, it was not he who stood beside him now, but rather the burly Yuli. Jealousy surged through his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. Young master, please do not look at me like that, Yuli remarked, feeling unnerved by the gaze, and then added, you might want to contemplate how to appease the boss's wrath. In truth, the more angry Jiang Xunzhou became, the more he wore a smile, akin to a proverbial smiling tiger. Only at the peak of his fury did he abandon any pretense of maintaining his expression. Duan Baiji deflated like a punctured balloon, his mind swirling with concerns. And he found himself too weary to argue with Yuli, pondering instead how to swiftly placate Jiang Xunzhou. Yuli, Duan Baiji suddenly spoke up. You have been the one monitoring me these past 3 years, haven't you? Yuli replied, oh dear. It seems the boss's peculiar tastes have come to light with the young master. In the expansive villa, only the study's light remained aglow. Jiang Xunzhou had never been fond of mingling with others, and the household staff were merely temporary hires without any long-term servants. The warm glow of the lamp cast a soft light on his features, enhancing the gentleness of his countenance. The mouse wheel glided smoothly as he scrolled through the screen, which displayed the search history unearthed from Duan Baiji's phone by the 070 hacker. What should one do when the person they adore treats them as a rival? Why does the other party turn cold after a one-night affair? What preparations are needed to confine someone? 106 strategies for rapidly cultivating a green tea bitch. Husband infatuated beyond measure, Jiang Xunzhou could no longer bear to gaze at the screen, extinguishing the tab with a heavy heart. Though he was aware that Duan Baiji enjoyed playing with contrasts, being a cold, aloof CEO in public while a warm, affectionate pup in private. After reviewing the search history, Jiang Xunzhou began to question whether Duan Baiji had truly lost his grip on reality. Such thoughts were not those of a rational mind. 070 interjected inopportunely. TSK. Who would have thought? The male lead appears so obedient here, yet behaves so wickedly behind the scenes. It chuckled lightly. Host, you are quite fortunate in your romantic endeavors. Jiang Xunzhou retorted, leave me be. All he saw was a rebellious male lead straying further from the righteous path. Oh, 070 ceased its teasing. Duan Baiji is at the door. The door to the study was ajar, and Duan Baiji, akin to a timid pup, stood outside peering in. Upon seeing Jiang Xunzhou's frosty demeanor, he hesitated, reluctant to enter. Come in, Jiang Xunzhou commanded, shutting down his computer and taking a seat on the adjacent sofa. Brother. Duan Baiji dared not call him by name, fearing it would incite further anger. Since Duan Baiji's mother had passed away due to internal strife within the Duan family when he was merely 10, he had remained by Jiang Xunzhou's side, living together with him. Jiang Xunzhou, 8 years his senior, had been a close friend of his mother, making the term brother quite natural. Jiang Xunzhou instructed, kneel properly. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Baiji knelt before him, feeling the distance was still too great, and crawled a couple of steps forward until he could rest his head on Jiang Xunzhou's knee. You left the courtyard in the afternoon and went drinking that night? Jiang Xunzhou's polished black shoes pressed heavily upon Duan Baiji's shoulder. Duan Baiji, do you truly believe you are worthy of the life I salvage for you? Duan Baiji let out a muffled groan, lowering his head in silence. Jiang Xunzhou narrowed his eyes, stating, my patience is limited. When he glanced back at Duan Baiji, he noticed the latter's eyes were reddened, and the captivating allure of his fox-like gaze seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. Duan Baiji opened his mouth, appearing on the verge of speaking, yet tears flowed first. However, Jiang Xunzhou was skeptical of his tears, recalling the recent sight of a guide on mastering the art of green tea. He dismissed Duan Baiji's demeanor as mere theatrics. Is this the only way you wish to garner my attention? Duan Baiji grasped Jiang Xunzhou's hand and placed it against his cheek, nuzzling against it as his voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. Jiang Xunzhou, why do you refuse to look at me more often? You show such compassion towards Li and even Song Rue, those inconsequential individuals. Duan Baiji inhaled deeply. Brother, my heart aches. Jiang Xunzhou tilted his head, likely pondering the deeper meaning of Duan Baiji's words, momentarily retracting the foot he had placed upon Duan Baiji. He bit his lip, smiling, as he cupped Duan Baiji's face with both hands and playfully admonished, why would you think that? Li is merely my bodyguard, and as for Song Rue, when have I ever been kind to him? Their eyes met, and for the first time, Duan Baiji discerned a semblance of gentleness in Jiang Xunzhou's gaze, a joy that was indescribable, causing his eyes to brighten. Yet before he could revel in his happiness, Jiang Xunzhou doused him with cold reality. They are indeed inconsequential. Jiang Xunzhou patted Duan Baiji's face. And you? Duan Baiji, do you think you hold any significance? The two of them were at least clear about their identities. Duan, do not engage in such demeaning behavior any longer. When you leave, take your belongings from the villa with you. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut, and Jiang Xunzhou retreated to his bedroom, leaving Duan Baiji standing there, stunned. TSK, host 070 remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Duan Baiji. Isn't that a bit harsh? This is the second time. What if the male lead turns dark? Jiang Xunzhou changed into his pajamas, pausing at the comment, and asked, turn dark? Is he already darkening now? 070 clicked its tongue. Hard to say. It's likely at least 80 to 90%. We currently lack the authority to check the darkening value. This was Jiang Xunzhou's first task world, and neither he nor 070 held a high rank, meaning their permissions were limited. They could only view progress values related to their tasks. What happens if the darkening value rises? Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow. Does it affect our mission? 070 contemplated for a moment, recalling insights from system forums where predecessors had shared their experiences. There was a saying, mildly, the host suffers, severely, the world falls into chaos. Jiang Xunzhou propped his chin on his hand, reflecting on this. It seemed Duan Baiji had not made any significant moves, suggesting his darkening value was merely at a moderate level. However, their task progress was nearing completion, and, after some thought, Jiang Xunzhou decided to set aside concerns about the darkening value, estimating that by the time they finished their task, it would likely not escalate to catastrophic levels. As for the notion of the host suffering, it was of little consequence. Oh, Jiang Xunzhou reclined on the bed. Has there been any movement from the Duan family? Duan Baiji's mobile device was linked to the system of 070, and at that moment, Jiang Xunzhou inquired, prompting 070 to recall a matter he had neglected to mention. Duan Laosan, Duan Hong has arranged to meet with Duan Baiji tomorrow at noon. After pondering for a moment, 070 added, the message did not specify the purpose. But from recent murmurs, it seems to pertain to equity matters. To outsiders, it appeared that Duan Baiji possessed little substantial equity, most of which was held by his father. However, the entire A city was aware that Duan Baiji's father was reluctant to return to the business realm. Hence, it was only natural for others to covet that portion of equity. Duan Baiji has agreed. Chapter 5. The malevolent mogul's dark shadow. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a swift whisper, while the clouds above darkened ominously, gathering into a tempest that soon unleashed rain. After the confrontation with Duan Baiji the previous evening, Jiang Xunzhou had not seen him again. This morning, he checked and found that Duan Baiji's belongings were still neatly hung in the wardrobe, untouched. As noon approached, the time for Duan Baiji's meeting with Duan Hong drew near. Jiang Xunzhou paused his stirring of coffee, feigning casualness as he inquired, what is Duan Baiji up to now? I'll check. 070 inhaled deeply. He is on his way to meet Duan Hong. Could it be that the male lead has truly lost his mind? The bitter aroma of coffee filled the room. Jiang Xunzhou took a small sip, leaning back against the chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the cup, his gaze flickering. He was not so foolish. Having spent considerable time with 070, he had often witnessed Duan Baiji's pitiful and humble side, overlooking the essence of his true nature. A rabid dog, one that had shed all restraint. It seemed that only in the presence of its master could this mad creature be restrained. Yet even that was contingent upon its master's grasp. That is difficult to ascertain. 070 disagreed with this perspective. 3 years ago, you cast him aside, using the excuse that he held no shares, all of which were with his father, correct? After the way you treated him last night, it's entirely possible that a shattered heart led him to sell every share he possessed. Impossible. Duan Baiji had long since gained control over a significant portion of the Duan family's influence. Otherwise, their progress would not have been so swift. Based on the advancement of their business endeavors, Jiang Xunzhou surmised that Duan Baiji had already secured the shares held by his father, coupled with the capital he had amassed over the years. A thunderclap outside abruptly interrupted Jiang Xunzhou's thoughts. The rain intensified, pelting the ground with urgency. He squinted, rising to prepare for his departure. A storm was brewing in a city. Duan Hong had chosen the most opulent restaurant in the city center for their meeting, where the throngs of people could serve an unexpected purpose, such as allowing some unwanted followers to lose their way. He was indifferent to this. The Duan family was currently under scrutiny, with various forces lurking in the shadows, so it was only natural to be observed. Duan Hong dismissed the waiter and entered the private room alone, while Duan Baiji entered the building through another entrance, closely following behind. Your uncle will not beat around the bush. Duan Hongyao sat in the hall, producing a document and slapping it onto the table. My elder brother, your father, no longer wishes to engage in the affairs of commerce. As his only son, you ought to comprehend the difficulties he faces. Duan Hong attempted to appeal to his emotions. The matters concerning your mother have profoundly affected him. My brother is aging, and with no one by his side to fulfill filial duties. He is further burdened by concerns for your well-being in the outside world. He sighed deeply before continuing, Baiji, do not let the situation reach a point where your father must mourn a son who has departed before him. He cannot endure such a blow. At this juncture, the veneer of insincere pleasantries could be discarded. Duan Baiji maintained a cold demeanor, scoffing softly. Oh, is my third uncle beginning to threaten me? Durant une pause de momentarité, inting. Uncle is merely worried that you might be exploited again by those with ulterior motives, ultimately allowing outsiders to reap the benefits. Outsiders? Duan Baiji replied with a forced smile. Might I inquire who these outsiders are? The name Jiang Xunzhou lingered in the air, a mutual understanding evident between them. The intricacies of Duan Baiji's growth and the fracturing of his relationship with that mentor-turned-friend were transparent to the members of the Duan family. Duan Hong was acutely aware of his nephew's feigned ignorance. Yet, as a cunning old fox, he did not regard Duan Baiji as particularly astute compared to what outsiders suggested. He coaxed, "You have done so much for him. Does he truly appreciate it?" When Jiang Xunzhou departed years ago, he had boisterously proclaimed his heroic act of discarding Duan Baiji, humiliating the young master before all. Almost everyone assumed that Duan Baiji harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Xunzhou, and the Duan family was no exception. "Your third uncle promises you," Duan Hong said with insidious intent, "that once everything settles, I shall assist you in eliminating that bothersome pest." Suddenly, the sound of a shattered wine bottle coincided with the splintering of the door. Upon witnessing the scene within, Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, then playfully tapped Yu Li's head beside him. "Behave civilly." Just as they reached the entrance, Yu Li had kicked the door to pieces, leaving one to ponder whether to commend his strength or criticize the door's poor quality. "The compensation will be deducted from your wages," Jiang Xunzhou declared. Yu Li lamented, "Oh, leader, my medicinal supplies." Inside, Duan Hong's mood had evidently soured. Having been struck by Duan Baiji's ploy, shards of glass embedded in his flesh, blood flowed incessantly. He seethed with rage, his eyes wide with fury, trembling as he pointed at Duan Baiji. "You wretched scoundrel! I am your own uncle, and you dare treat me this way." Duan Baiji, initially elated by Jiang Xunzhou's arrival, grew cold again upon witnessing the interaction between him and Yu Li. Now, observing his uncle buzzing around like a fly only added to his irritation. With a dark expression, Duan Baiji's tone turned sharp. "There are indeed worse offenses, dear third uncle." There was still one bottle of liquor on the table, and just as Duan Baiji prepared to make another move, a hand restrained him. Disobedient, Duan Baiji received a solid rap on the forehead. "I said to behave civilly. What do you think this is, a brawl?" Jiang Xunzhou seized the bottle from Duan Baiji's grasp and hurled it at the insufferable uncle. Having just admonished for civility, Jiang Xunzhou then kicked over the stool beneath Duan Hong and stomped down on his palm. The shattered glass pierced through his palm, blood gushing forth in an urgent rush. Duan Hong, in excruciating pain, cried out vehemently. Jiang Xunzhou leaned slightly forward, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, "Mr. Duan, when did it become your prerogative to discipline my people? I'm in pain. It hurts, it hurts." Duan Hong struggled desperately to free himself, only to have the pressure intensify. In the entire city of A, who was unaware of Jiang Xunzhou's notorious reputation as a beguiling femme fatale, the very fact that he dared to summon Duan Baiji was predicated on the mistaken belief that their relationship was strained. Realizing the error in his intelligence, he had no choice but to awkwardly apologize. "It's my fault," Duan Hong pivoted his words, "but I am his uncle, Mr. Jiang. It is only natural for me to educate my juniors." With a slight exertion of force, Jiang Xunzhou pressed down, extending his hand towards Yu Li, who promptly handed him the documents from the table. "Consume this, and I shall let you go." Today would undoubtedly be a setback for him, surrounded by Jiang Xunzhou's subordinates. He stood to gain nothing. "Fine, I will eat," Duan Hong replied, shaking with the effort as he accepted the paper with his other hand, crumpling it into a ball, and, without further ado, stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his foot and commanded leave. Duan Hong attempted to rise and exit, but the excessive blood loss left him too weak to stand, forcing him to crawl out. Anxious that Jiang Xunzhou might change his mind if he hesitated, Yu Li, Jiang Xunzhou ordered, wiping his fingers with a handkerchief without lifting his gaze, "Go handle the situation." Yu Li understood the directive and departed with his companions. The lavish private room was now a scene of disarray. Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the table behind him, casually tossing the handkerchief before Duan Baiji. A faint woody aroma lingered in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Duan Baiji felt his throat constrict as his heart raced, bending to retrieve the white cloth before him. "Brother," Duan Baiji's voice was low, a facade of indifference masking his true feelings. From the outset, He had anticipated that Jiang Xunzhou was involved in his affairs. Aware of Jiang Xunzhou's surveillance, he recognized that for years, Jiang had discreetly removed various nuisances from his path, and he knew that Jiang would not remain passive in this instance. His Xunzhou, forever tough in speech yet tender in heart. Duan Baiji grasped Jiang Xunzhou's hand, rising to kiss his lips, though kiss barely encapsulated the intensity of the moment. It was more akin to a feral bite. Like a beast, he ravaged Jiang Xunzhou's delicate lips, the taste of blood soon mingling in their mouths. Jiang Xunzhou, undeterred, retaliated with vigor. Xunzhou, do not leave me. Stay by my side forever, even if love is absent. As long as he remained the sole occupant of Jiang's world, Duan Baiji could endure any harsh words thrown his way. He could not bear to be abandoned a second time. The thought of what he might do in such a situation terrified him. He would inevitably lose his sanity, Duan Baiji mused. Chapter 6. The Malicious Dark Moon of the Business Tycoon. 6. Are you done with this charade? Jiang Xunzhou enveloped his palm in spiritual energy and, with a gentle push, sent Duan Baiji staggering back several paces, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at the man before him. Unlike Duan Baiji, Jiang Xunzhou's striking features remained untouched by desire. His eyes were icy, and only the ragged breaths betrayed the tumult of recent events. After gathering his composure, Jiang Xunzhou spoke. I have no time to indulge you in this folly. If you no longer wish to occupy your position, it would be prudent to relinquish your shares to those uncles and aunts of yours, rather than wasting everyone's time. Of course, I would not object to receiving them myself. Jiang Xunzhou's words bore the hallmark of a ruthless capitalist. Yet upon reflection, he indeed embodied that role, consistently presenting himself before Duan Baiji as someone who would disregard all for the sake of personal gain. Duan Baiji came to a profound realization of this truth. Was it merely a matter of occupying that position? As he cast his gaze downward, inching closer to Jiang Xunzhou, he pondered, could that ensure his desires would be met? No, even if that were not the case, it mattered not. As long as Jiang Xunzhou was by his side, he could disregard everything else. Once he ascended to the helm of the Duan family, he would possess the rights and interests Jiang Xunzhou coveted. There was no need for response. Duan Baiji feared the outcome, encircling his arms around the waist of the individual before him, burying his head in Jiang Xunzhou's neck. His voice muffled. Just let me rest for a moment, just a moment. He sought merely a brief respite. His heart felt as though it were grasped by an invisible hand, aching with confusion over Jiang Xunzhou's perpetual indifference. Jiang Xunzhou silently acquiesced to this act, closing his eyes while communicating with 070. TSK, beneath the mask lies an even more exquisite facade. 070 chuckled heartily, with a hint of schadenfreude. I never expected this, host. I truly believe you're performing remarkably well, but Duan Baiji seems quite determined. I can't shake the feeling that he is aware of your actions on his behalf. 070 pondered further, but struggled to comprehend the intricacies of human emotions. Aside from your feelings for him, he appears to place an immense amount of trust in you. 070 even speculated that, should Jiang Xunzhou request Duan Baiji to unconditionally surrender all his shares, Duan Baiji would comply without hesitation, confident that Jiang Xunzhou would not betray him. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, Duan Baiji transformed into a pitiable creature, willing to do anything to please Jiang Xunzhou, yet utterly disbelieving if Jiang Xunzhou professed love for him. However, host, engaging in a romantic relationship with him would not hinder your mission. Why must you be so unyielding? 070 struggled to articulate, feeling that harsh did not quite capture it. The beautiful host merely had a tendency to speak rather unkindly, though he was inherently good to others. In human terms, this could be described as a silent, taciturn love, expressed solely through actions. Jiang Xunzhou glanced down at the person in his embrace and replied, "There is no necessity. He is merely a fragment, and once I obtain that, I shall depart." He found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the connection between individuals shaped by divergent life experiences. Jiang Xunzhou often overlooked the fact that Duan Baiji was a living, breathing person, choosing instead to regard him as merely a fragment, deeming it unnecessary to invest excessive emotion therein, fearing that such endeavors would ensnare him further. Yet, this was undeniably unfair to Duan Boji. Nevertheless, fairness is a rarity in this world. I am genuinely curious. When Duan Boji meets Jiang Xunzhou's gaze, what thoughts occupy your mind during those moments? Jiang Xunzhou turned his head slightly. It is of no concern to you. Let this be the end. Jiang Xunzhou, nearly in a state of panic, exclaimed, I do not wish to engage in this childish game of pretend here. He felt an urgent need to complete the task and swiftly departed from the scene. Uncertain of how much longer he could maintain such resoluteness, he found his mental defenses crumbling in the presence of Duan Baiji. 070 commented, humans are truly peculiar, adding that their system would never be so twisted. Upon exiting the hotel, Jiang Xunzhou exhaled deeply. To clarify, I am not human, he corrected. 070 smirked, realizing it could not win an argument against its host. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, the task progress has increased by 2 points. It now stands at 98%. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, directly accusing, you have been slacking off. How could you forget to mention such an important matter? As the task progressed, the increase in Duan Baiji's career value became increasingly challenging. A 2-point rise today was indeed a cause for celebration. Just 2 more points, and the world's task would be complete. However, it is curious, 070 mused, sensing the complexity of the situation. Just as it was about to speak, it unexpectedly discovered that they had the authority to view the corruption value. Where did they acquire such privileges? The corruption value undoubtedly escalated the task's difficulty. At times, lacking permissions could be beneficial. As for the present, all they could do was hope it would not result in additional tasks. Ding! Detected that the male protagonist Duan Baiji's corruption value has exceeded 85%. Permissions have been unlocked for the host and System 070. Please ensure that Duan Baiji's corruption value is reduced to 70% or below. Otherwise, the world will collapse, and the host task will be deemed a failure. Jiang Xunzhou was left speechless. 070 fell silent as well, beginning to question whether it was a harbinger of misfortune, fearing that what one dreads might come to pass. After a moment, 070 found some solace. It had not vocalized its thoughts. It merely considered how it could not possibly be a bringer of bad news. What was Duan Baiji's current corruption value? Jiang Xunzhou had initially believed he would not need to concern himself with the corruption value until the task was complete. Yet reality struck him with a brutal blow. 070 examined the fluctuating data of Duan Baiji, its facial expression twitching uncontrollably, 87%. One glance revealed a startling truth. The rise in Duan Baiji's corruption value could only be described as a roller coaster. One moment it was safely at 53%, and the next it shot up to 87%. Host, perhaps you should exercise some restraint, 070 suggested. Keep your mouth shut. It felt that a significant portion of the corruption value was a consequence of Jiang Xunzhou's sharp tone. Jiang Xunzhou replied with a smile, both of you can leave. He had shown 070 too much kindness in the past. He walked toward the car that Yuli had parked by the roadside, leaning against the door as he lit a cigarette. The sharp mint flavor filled his mouth, sharpening his thoughts considerably, while the nicotine swiftly quelled his inner turmoil. Amidst the swirling smoke, Jiang Xunzhou noticed Duan Baiji approaching him. The ethereal white smoke blurred the features of the face, leaving Jiang Xunzhou momentarily entranced. By the time he regained his composure, the cigarette had burned down to its end, ash landing on his knuckles, searing painfully. Duan Baiji, choked by the smoke, coughed insistently, waving his hand to disperse the haze. Cough. Didn't you promise me you would quit smoking? Jiang Xunzhou was not particularly fond of smoking either. He only resorted to nicotine when his mood plunged to an unbearable low. Duan Baiji skillfully snatched the pack of cigarettes from his bag, replacing them with several mint-flavor hard candies. Corruption value decreased by 5. Was Duan Baiji truly so easily satisfied? 070. Have I made an error? He had stubbornly taken control of Duan Baiji's life. Chapter 7. The malicious dark moonlight of a business tycoon. 7. Unfortunately, in this world, once the arrow is released, It cannot be recalled. Jiang Xunzhou suppressed the emotions simmering beneath his gaze, slowly lowering his head to focus on Duan Baiji's long fingers, parting his lips to accept the candy that Duan Baiji had unwrapped. Gigi. It had been ages since Duan Baiji had heard that name. In his memory, only his mother had called him that during his childhood, and later, Jiang Xunzhou had used it for a few years before it faded into silence. Change always arrived unexpectedly, offering no chance for preparation. The moist tip of his tongue brushed against Duan Baiji's fingertip, and Duan Baiji's eyes darkened, lightly grazing his thin lips. Duan Baiji's corruption value increased by 3. Duan Baiji's corruption value decreased by 5. Current corruption value 80. Jiang Xunzhou hesitated for a moment, withdrawing his gaze to declare, "It's nothing. I shall take my leave now." This time, Duan Baiji did not attempt to retain him. Merely watching as Jiang Xunzhou's vehicle drove away, his eyes shadowed with a deep, inky gloom. "Hello." Duan Baiji answered the call. "You may proceed." The voice on the other end hesitated before responding. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? Jiang Xunzhou will despise you for this. Do I require your guidance to act?" Duan Baiji mused, stroking his fingertip, still warmed by the lingering touch of Jiang Xunzhou's lips, lowering his head to press it gently against his own. Hate. Now that was indeed an intense emotion. It would be best if he hated him to the core, so that every time Jiang Xunzhou heard news of him, it would evoke profound and genuine feelings. A memory that should never fade, a burden that could never be shed. "Song Rue," Duan Baiji said, "stop pretending with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have started aligning yourself with me before I even made a name for myself." Song Rue harbors ambition no less than anyone else, but insists on playing the part of a good Samaritan. He has already betrayed Jiang Xunzhou several times, yet continues to feign benevolence. Had it not been for his machinations, Jiang Xunzhou would never have consumed that tainted drink, nor would he have fortuitously encountered Duan Baiji at the gathering. Duan Baiji scoffed, "After everything that has been done, do you still fear adding one more task?" He truly could not comprehend how such a person could earn Jiang Xunzhou's trust. Ambition is indeed a potent catalyst, yet Song Rue resembled more a ticking time bomb. Song Rue, however, remained indifferent to Duan Baiji's opinions. The risks are too great, and the effort is unrewarding. Song Rue is an astute individual, fully aware that the events transpiring would not genuinely offend Jiang Xunzhou, and he could extract benefit from Duan Baiji, hence his acquiescence. However, setting aside the matter of Duan Baiji for the moment, he surmises that if Jiang Xunzhou manages to recover from this ordeal, it is likely he will be the first to orchestrate Duan Baiji's downfall. Tonight, he demands to see results. Duan Baiji exhibits little patience for Song Rue, asserting that the items he has provided can be reclaimed at any moment, urging him to think carefully before proceeding. Song Rue reflects on Duan Baiji's lack of energy to continue their discourse. There are many who would undertake irrelevant tasks for the sake of profit, reducing it merely to a matter of degree. He promptly ends the call, recognizing the urgency of eliminating the cunning old foxes of the Duan family. The tumult has already risen to considerable heights. It is time to reel in the net. Ding! Duan Baiji's career value is 1. Current career value, 99. Jiang Xunzhou leans against the shoe cabinet, his hand tightening momentarily. Then he changes into slippers and strides into the living room. The housekeeper has thoroughly cleaned the villa today and is currently preparing dinner in the kitchen, the rich aroma of food wafting through the door. Sir has returned, she notes upon hearing his arrival, presenting a glass of chilled milk. Dinner will be ready shortly. Only the pork rib soup remains. Is the young master not returning today? Jiang Xunzhou shakes his head. Just give it to me. Call me to the study once ready. The housekeeper nods and resumes her duties. Host, are you not feeling well? The task progress has reached 99. Soon he will be liberated from this world. Yet 070 senses that Jiang Xunzhou does not seem particularly elated by this news. No. Jiang Xunzhou secures the door and reclines on the sofa in the study, feeling numb. The task has drained him of enthusiasm. Perhaps he will feel a surge of excitement when the completion reaches a full 100. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xunzhou inquires, "What will happen to Duan Baiji after the task is completed?" Before entering this world, He was as ordinary as anyone else, much like you, Li, though slightly better off as he occupied the role of the antagonist. His reckless actions had disrupted the fate of the destined one, inciting the heavens to seek his demise, only for that foolish individual to step in and sacrifice himself, leading to the current tasks at hand. He is aware that Duan Baiji is merely a fragment of that foolish one's soul, yet he has never pondered what would occur post-task, perhaps due to the impending conclusion. He uncharacteristically raises the question, awaiting a cold mountain of wealth to die. 070 responds while perusing the strategy. Only upon the task's conclusion will he naturally perish, allowing you to obtain that soul fragment. Oh, I have inquired with other system predecessors. Upon task completion, you may choose to die and depart this world to continue undertaking tasks, which will not be affected. 070 contemplates the current situation and adds, of course. The host may also opt to remain until the male lead perishes before exiting the world. However, given the host's stony heart, he will likely choose to depart in death. Poor little male lead. Jiang Xunzhou takes a sip of milk, instinctively reaching into his pocket, only to find a few cold hard candies. Another reminder of Duan Baiji. Jiang Xunzhou closes his eyes, his thoughts swirling in a chaotic tempest, leaving no benefit for him. The usually decisive Duan Baiji hesitated. It is difficult to articulate the feeling. After so many years together, even the thought of parting with the dog would evoke a sense of nostalgia. Duan Baiji and Jiang Xunzhou opened his eyes, gazing at the warm yellow chandelier, murmuring to himself, playing with him for a while is no big deal, right? 070 recognized that his host was engulfed in confusion and transformed into a little advisor. Host, if you deem something meaningful, there is no need for justification. Simply enjoying it suffices. Like Duan Baiji, 070, as an observer, profoundly sensed the bond they shared. Although Jiang Xunzhou would never admit it, his actions spoke volumes about his sentiments. If it were merely for the mission, why would Jiang Xunzhou remain vigilantly by Duan Baiji's bedside, warming the icy foredrip for him? If it were just for the task, why, when the progress bar was nearly full, did Jiang Xunzhou hesitate? Liking him, Jiang Xunzhou scoffed. At most, it's just guilt. He remarked, I simply find it rather despicable to manipulate someone else's life so casually. It was precisely this reason that led Jiang Xunzhou to sever ties with the heavenly path. And only now does he fully comprehend the intent behind the resurrection mission assigned to him. The once dragon-slaying youth ultimately transformed into an evil dragon. TSK. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Jiang Xunzhou downed a glass of milk, the cold liquid soothing some of his turbulent emotions. I will eventually bring down that accursed heavenly path. Chapter 8. The malicious black moonlight of the business tycoon after dinner. Jiang Xunzhou completed his evening routine and retired for the night. As he had anticipated, Duan Baiji was preoccupied with matters concerning the Duan family and lacked the energy to entangle himself with him. According to 070, Duan Baiji had been immersed in his office, even sleeping in a break room. Get it done. 070 connected the system to the television, turning on the financial news. Duan Corporation announced changes today. Duan Baiji has assumed full control. The camera zoomed in on Duan Baiji's face, who, maintaining an impassive demeanor, stepped back a few paces and officially answered several questions. SSR, Jiang, are you free tonight? SSR, I would like to invite you to dinner to thank you for your help last time. Jiang Xunzhou switched off the television, lowering his gaze to the messages on his phone. 070 also took note. Is Song Rue asking you out at this time? I can't shake the feeling that he has ulterior motives. So many days had passed, and now he suddenly brought it up again. Where was he all this time? Jiang Xunzhou rarely agreed with 070, turning off his phone screen without responding to Song Rue. A vague sense of unease began to stir within him, the source elusive as he sat at the dining table, lost in thought for a long while. By the way, Jiang Xunzhou inquired, how has Duan Baiji's career value progressed in these past few days? Only then did 070 remember the matter at hand. Rushing to check the task progress. Host, the career value remains at 99 with no increase. How can this be possible? Not only was Jiang Xunzhou astonished, But 070 was equally surprised. Logically, Duan Baiji had completed the most crucial plot, so how could the career value progress not be fulfilled? Unless he has utterly failed to grasp the intricacies of the Duan family, which seems nearly implausible, or perhaps Duan Baiji harbors an intense obsession to accomplish a certain task. 070 speculated, and if it remains unfulfilled, the system would classify it as a hindrance to career progress, consequently affecting task advancement. An obsession, you say? Jiang Xunzhou pondered for a moment. The matter regarding his mother has yet to be resolved. Armed with the script, both he and 070 were aware that Duan Baiji's mother's death was not an accident, but rather the machination of his uncle from the second branch of the family. However, this uncle had been missing for several years, and Duan Baiji had never broached the subject, leading Jiang Xunzhou and 070 to overlook it entirely. "Sir," the housekeeper interjected, "if you do not eat breakfast soon, it will grow cold. Is the meal unappetizing today?" The seafood porridge had been left for quite some time, the steam dissipating. Jiang Xunzhou finally returned to his senses, lowering his head to sip the porridge slowly. "No, I was lost in thought." The housekeeper nodded, gathering her belongings as she prepared to leave for the day. Perhaps that is the reason 070 contemplated for a while, sensing something amiss. Alas, the host must engage more with the male lead. Otherwise, we are left to our own conjectures. "Oh." Jiang Xunzhou placed the bowl into the automatic dishwasher. "I shall rest a little longer. Call me if something arises." Exhaling softly, he leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to his forehead, his eyelids heavy with fatigue as he staggered towards the exit. "Damn it, there's a trick." Before Jiang Xunzhou could ponder further, a crackling sound echoed through the room, plunging the entire house into darkness as the curtains were drawn tightly, creating an impenetrable gloom. His instincts alerted him that something was amiss. The property management had issued no prior notice of a power outage, nor was it a stormy day that would cause a sudden trip of the circuit. Perhaps the reason was even more sinister. "Zhou, did I not inform you earlier?" The door creaked open gently, allowing a sliver of sunlight to creep in, revealing Duan Baiji standing in silhouette, reminiscent of a specter come to collect a debt. "Do not abandon me." The sound of polished shoes striking the floor echoed sharply, each step resonating like a hammer against Jiang Xunzhou's taut nerves. "Good brother, why do you not heed my words?" In the dim light, the serpent could still sense the whereabouts of its prey. Jiang Xunzhou tilted his head, deftly grasping Duan Baiji's collar, and in a whirlwind of motion, the two switched positions, with Duan Baiji firmly pinned to the sofa. "Who taught you this?" Jiang Xunzhou gritted his teeth. "Is trespassing into someone's home now a skill of yours?" He shook his head, his consciousness somewhat hazy. With a chilling hand, he playfully slapped Duan Baiji's cheek twice, provoking no anger, but rather eliciting Duan Baiji to seize Jiang Xunzhou's wrist and press it against his own cheek. "I am no longer a child." Duan Baiji pressed a kiss to the palm of Jiang Xunzhou's hand, knowing that to attain what he desired, one must employ certain measures. "Duan Baiji, what is this?" Jiang Xunzhou firmly gripped Duan Baiji's jaw, teasingly kneading the soft flesh of his cheek. Then, in an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself collapsing onto Duan Baiji. "Brother, I am capable of anything." The young man, Duan Baiji, knelt before Jiang Xunzhou, engulfed in swirling smoke that choked him, causing him to cough as if he would expel his very lungs. His eyes glimmered with a vivid red hue, and he clutched Jiang Xunzhou's thigh with all his might. "Please don't abandon me." His tone was imbued with a humility that bordered on desperation. "I beg you. I do not wish to return to the Duan family, nor do I crave power. I only desire to remain by your side." Jiang Xunzhou regarded him with cold indifference. He tugged at his leg twice with force, but to no avail. Thus, he mercilessly kicked him aside. "Duan Baiji, how disgusting you are." Jiang Xunzhou's foot pressed against the youth's chest, and he spoke with unyielding harshness. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Without power, you are nothing." A dark stain marred the pristine white fabric of his shirt as Duan Baiji curled up on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he reached for Jiang Xunzhou's pant leg, only to grasp at emptiness. "Brother, Duan Baiji croaked. You're merely putting on a show for them, aren't you? He could not bring himself to believe that the kindness of the past had been a facade. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Suddenly, Jiang Xunzhou awoke with a start, the discomfort from the dream causing his head to throb. And he gasped for fresh air. Once he regained his senses, he realized that the source of his suffocation was Duan Baiji. What? Do you wish to strangle me? Duan Baiji pressed his hand against his throat and murmured, How could I ever bear to do that? Zhou. Duan Baiji grasped the back of Jiang Xunzhou's head and leaned in to kiss him. Zhou. Jiang Xunzhou, growing irritated, slapped Duan Baiji's cheek. Enough. Be quiet. You went through all this trouble to make me unconscious just for this? Upon awakening, Jiang Xunzhou surveyed the room's decor and realized he was still in the same villa, yet his curiosity only deepened. He attempted to call out for 070 in his mind, but he was uncertain whether the recent kiss had led to the system being harmonized and forcibly taken offline. Everything seemed utterly dismal. Jiang Xunzhou's attractive brow furrowed almost to the point of knitting together. You will come to know. Duan Baiji offered no response, instead commenting, This outfit is quite lovely, and it suits you perfectly, Zhou. Only then did Jiang Xunzhou glance down at his attire, noting that he wore a white shirt that was somewhat oversized, likely belonging to Duan Baiji. He was not short, yet Duan Baiji's towering height of 191 centimeters made him appear so. Consequently, the shirt was a size too large, barely covering his thighs. Jiang Xunzhou's brow deepened in discontent as he uncomfortably tugged at the fabric. Jiang Xunzhou attempted to push Duan Baiji away, but the effects of the drug still lingered, leaving him weak and pliable. His slap felt more like a flirtation. Zhou, are you being coy? Duan Baiji restrained Jiang Xunzhou's hands behind his back, resembling a great hound, nuzzling against him with soft kisses that brushed against Jiang Xunzhou's neck. Duan Baiji's lips curled into a smile. Zhou, you smell entirely of me. This realization almost overwhelmed him. For countless days and nights, especially during the years Jiang Xunzhou was absent, Duan Baiji had been consumed by a desire to confine him within his realm. He longed to mark him both inside and out with his essence. Get away! Jiang Xunzhou wished to retreat, yet found himself ensnared by Duan Baiji, unable to move. Duan Baiji, have you lost your mind? I have been mad for quite some time, Duan Baiji replied, gripping his chin and compelling him to meet his gaze. Jiang Xunzhou, I succumbed to madness 3 years ago. Under the lingering effects of a drug, Jiang Xunzhou could only acquiesce to his whims. Outside, a thunderclap echoed, and the rain pattered relentlessly against the leaves, drowning out the sobs within the room, persisting until the depths of night. Chapter 9. The malevolent dark moonlight of a business tycoon. 9. Pain coursed through every fiber of Jiang Xunzhou's being. He shifted his fingers and opened his eyes, realizing he was still in the familiar room, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. Host, you have finally awakened, 070 announced, lifting the harmonious blockade. What have you been up to during my absence? Duan Baiji's darkening value fluctuates like a roller coaster. I dread the day I am released and find you in peril. Jiang Xunzhou felt lethargic, his body still feeble, his pale knuckles marked with bite impressions, and not a single inch of his exposed arm remained unscathed. It was utterly chaotic. Recalling the events of the previous night only heightened his headache. Truly, he had trained a little wolf cub. His methods were unrestrained. And before he had even settled into his position, he hastily came to take action. The first act after gaining power was to forget his roots. What was the current level of darkening? In the morning, Duan Baiji had provided him with water, alleviating the dryness in his throat, yet his voice remained notably hoarse. Alas, it's already at 90, host. We must consider fleeing. 070 sensed that it was only a matter of time before something catastrophic occurred. We need to devise another plan regarding the fragments. If not, I will return to request assistance from others for this task. Jiang Xunzhou steadied himself against the bedside table and rose, only to discover a thin layer of plush carpet on the floor, warm beneath his bare feet. Can you believe it? The moment we depart, Duan Baiji's darkening value skyrockets. In the realm of quick traversals, there are many taskers like Jiang Xunzhou. Yet 070 remained oblivious to the depths of the connection between him and Duan Baiji, which was precisely why the heavenly Tao assigned him this mission. Jiang Xunzhou surmised that there were likely matters lurking beneath the surface, perhaps even beyond his own perception. Evidently, the heavenly Tao would not divulge these secrets, leaving him to explore the world independently. 070 pouted, encountering the concept of darkening value for the first time, lacking experience, and only gradually forming a new understanding of Duan Baiji. What should we do then? I have investigated. Duan Baiji has been orchestrating everything within the Duan family for quite some time. The subsequent events are merely his machinations. He had drawn out those within the family who coveted the position, subsequently using Jiang Xunzhou to eliminate them one by one. The assassin from last time was connected to this, as was the current Duan Hong. They all bore the surname Duan. Resolving matters with Jiang Xunzhou was an entirely different concept. Everything was a scheme devised by Duan Baiji, which is why their mission proceeded so smoothly, perhaps too smoothly. What was there to fear? Jiang Xunzhou, dragging his weary body into the bathroom, mused, he could obtain everything from me, just as I could reclaim it all. In this place, mere calculation is insufficient. After a moment's hesitation, 070 finally spoke. Duan Baiji fears you may escape, thus he has administered a certain drug, akin to soft bone powder. Furthermore, this is no longer the original villa where the host resided. Upon witnessing the house, 070 was taken aback for quite some time. Duan Baiji had nearly replicated their previous dwelling with astonishing precision. Such an endeavor could not have been accomplished overnight. This implies that perhaps Duan Baiji had been contemplating how to confine Jiang Xunzhou even before he possessed such capabilities. Jiang Xunzhou gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noting that not a single inch of exposed skin was unblemished, every part of him marked by Duan Baiji's presence. He splashed a handful of water on his face, which helped to awaken his senses. At this moment, he finally comprehended the source of that peculiar feeling within him. However, Duan Baiji had still miscalculated. While he had confiscated all of Jiang Xunzhou's means of external communication, he could not eliminate 070, who could replicate the functions of the electronic system. Yuli is looking for you, 070 inquired. Should I send him a location? Not for now, inform him later. Chilled droplets of water cascaded down Jiang Xunzhou's jaw. Having cried excessively, his beautiful peach blossom eyes were tinged with red, rendering him softer in appearance. Zhou. Without warning, Duan Baiji entered the room. His warm body pressed against Jiang Xunzhou's back, and together they turned their gaze to the mirror. Yuli has come to demand you. Duan Baiji wrapped his arms around Jiang Xunzhou's waist, burying his head in the crook of his neck. He truly is an unshakable presence. Although Yuli could be easily deceived regarding other matters, when it came to Jiang Xunzhou, he became as tenacious as a stubborn plaster, refusing to be shaken off. It was exceedingly vexing. Duan Baiji's hard-won solitude with Jiang Xunzhou was consistently interrupted. Had it not been for Jiang Xunzhou's influence, would Yuli even hold such significance in a city? Jiang Xunzhou turned to face Duan Baiji directly. You seem to be the more persistent one, don't you? I despise him, which is why I perceive him as such an unrelenting spirit. Duan Baiji lamented. Is it that Zhou dislikes me, thus considering me an unshakable presence? How disheartening. A cool finger gently pressed against Jiang Xunzhou's lips, silencing him. Duan Baiji smiled and said, Nonetheless, it matters not. I am content to have Zhou by my side in this manner. Duan Baiji's corruption value. 1. Current corruption value. 91. Please, host. Expedite the reduction of the male lead's corruption value. Do you know what this resembles? Jiang Xunzhou tugged at Duan Baiji's tie, drawing him closer, like a pitiful, humble dog groveling at my feet. Duan Baiji was unperturbed, instead mimicking a dog's bark. Woof. I beseech my master for mercy. 070 remarked. I told you, host. You are quite fortunate. If it becomes too much, why not just yield to him? Jiang Xunzhou fell silent for a moment before delivering a playful slap to Duan Baiji's forehead. Go play. The teasing mood dissipated with 070's interruption. And as Jiang Xunzhou walked away, Duan Baiji followed closely behind, as if he truly had a tail. It would likely be swirling like a propeller, yearning to ascend into the sky. Jiang Xunzhou nestled on the genuine leather sofa, draping a thin blanket over himself, resembling a languorous cat. How long do you intend to keep me here? Duan Baiji's darkening value. 5. Current value. 96. Jiang Xunzhou remarked, isn't this a bit excessive? You just increased it by 5. He beckoned with his hand. Come here. With a sullen expression, Duan Baiji turned his head to compose himself before leaning toward Jiang Xunzhou. Zhouzhou Duan Baiji half kneeled before him, taking his hand in his own. I can agree to anything but leaving you. All right, Jiang Xunzhou allowed him to hold his hand. I am hungry. He pinched Duan Baiji's chin and leaned down to place a fleeting kiss upon his lips, as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water. Duan Baiji's darkening value decreased by 5. Current value. 91. Please continue your efforts, host. Jiang Xunzhou smiled slightly. Gigi, it has been a while since you cooked. Hasn't it? I long for your braised pork rib soup. Duan Baiji was momentarily taken aback. Ding! Duan Baiji's darkening value decreased by 3. Chapter 10. The malevolent black moonlight of a business tycoon. 10. Since their parting 3 years ago, Jiang Xunzhou had never broached such a suggestion again, silently distancing Duan Baiji from his life. Yet, Duan Baiji could not find joy in this. Jiang Xunzhou's current behavior undoubtedly aimed to lower his guard, and he could no longer afford to trust Jiang Xunzhou's words easily, making it increasingly difficult to discern truth from deception. Despite their years together, he could never truly grasp Jiang Xunzhou's thoughts. Fine, Duan Baiji acquiesced, pressing his lips against Jiang Xunzhou's as if to extract some interest in advance. Host, I've investigated. After Duan Baiji departed, 070 re-emerged to say that housekeeper was sent in by Song Rue. This incident is inextricably linked to him. There has been no response from Yuli. He may have encountered trouble as well. Yuli in trouble? Jiang Xunzhou bit his lip. Who could challenge his capabilities? Duan Baiji? He swiftly dismissed that notion. Their relationship had not yet softened. Duan Baiji would not engage in actions that would provoke his ire repeatedly. 070. Adopting Jiang Xunzhou's tone, contacted his subordinates, carefully reconsidering his words before speaking. It seems he is entangled with a pursuer and unable to extricate himself for the time being. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. Is he attempting to bloom like a stubborn tree? Confirming that Yuli was unharmed, Jiang Xunzhou found no cause for concern regarding other matters. Yuli could provide no assistance with issues pertaining to Duan Baiji. Come out and play with me for a while. 070 had always possessed a physical form, albeit as an adorable white West Highland Terrier, feeling it lacked the imposing presence, hence refraining from appearing often. 070 declined. No. There are 5 cameras in the room watching you. While we can muffle our voices, if I were to go out and play with you, it would be a disaster. The surveillance cameras could not capture 070 in his puppy form, yet they revealed Jiang Xunzhou amusing himself with an invisible companion, appearing rather peculiar to onlookers. 5 cameras? Jiang Xunzhou smirked. He truly is considerate. The villa houses 5 bedrooms, and one can only imagine how many watchful eyes lurk within its walls. The bedroom door was left unlocked, and Jiang Xunzhou was initially taken aback by Duan Baiji's lack of caution. As he ascended the stairs, he realized the freedom of movement within the villa, yet he remained acutely aware that escape through the main entrance was impossible. 2 iron bars secure the door. Accompanied by 2 locks, the whereabouts of the keys a mystery and lacking any tools. Jiang Xunzhou found even the thought of prying open the locks or breaking down the door daunting. Xunzhou, how did you get out? Duan Baiji emerged from the kitchen upon hearing a noise, immediately setting aside what he was holding and removing his apron as he strode toward Jiang Xunzhou. The floor was cold. Duan Baiji scooped Jiang Xunzhou into his arms and deposited him onto the living room sofa. They will lay the carpet outside this afternoon. Jiang Xunzhou's feet rested against Duan Baiji, restlessly shifting. Then take me out this afternoon. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Baiji replied no. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze, exerting slight pressure with his feet in a flirtatious manner. You can't keep me confined like this forever. Seize this opportunity while I am still willing to converse with you. Jiang Xunzhou paused, then sweetly continued. Just take me out for some fresh air. I'll stay right by your side, all right? Blackening value of Duan Baiji, 2. Blackening value of Duan Baiji, 5. Thus began a regression to a prior state. 070 raged impotently within the sea of consciousness. Shouldn't the host be complying with the male lead's wishes, remaining in their confined space until the male lead was pacified before considering an exit? This was the wisdom imparted by its predecessors. As the saying goes, there are no blackening values that cannot be lowered, only hosts who fail to appease the male lead. Duan Baiji would undoubtedly refuse, 070 mused. Very well. The male lead remained silent, merely responding to the system with a slap to the face. Duan Baiji would certainly not decline. Even if Jiang Xunzhou attempted to flee, he would meet it with a smile. However, when Jiang Xunzhou returned to the villa, it would be far more than mere confinement. Where does Xunzhou wish to go? After Duan Baiji helped him into slippers, he guided Jiang Xunzhou to the dining table. Jiang Xunzhou, of course, would not reveal his intentions. Anywhere is fine. Then let us visit the shopping mall, Duan Baiji proposed. I will buy a few new outfits for you and take you back to the old residence to see my grandmother. The thought of Jiang Xunzhou wearing clothes he had personally chosen filled Duan Baiji with uncontainable excitement. Jiang Xunzhou nodded in agreement, perfectly aligning with his desires. Following their brief meal, Duan Baiji led Jiang Xunzhou upstairs to change. The villa offered no fitting attire, and Jiang Xunzhou suspected Duan Baiji's ulterior motives but indulged him nonetheless. Selecting a few adjustable athletic outfits. I have legs, Jiang Xunzhou remarked with a hint of exasperation. I can walk on my own. Being carried like an oversized infant within the villa was one thing, but being lifted into the car was another. Thankfully, Duan Baiji had driven himself and hadn't summoned a chauffeur. Otherwise, Jiang Xunzhou would have been at a loss for where to hide his face. Duan Baiji feigned ignorance, choosing to selectively overlook Jiang Xunzhou's protests. Sit tight. I'll fasten your seatbelt. Jiang Xunzhou was rendered speechless, pondering the peculiar traits of Duan Baiji that bore a striking resemblance to those of a maternal figure. Given a formidable darkness value of 91, Jiang Xunzhou refrained from uttering any caustic remarks, instead fixating on the scenery outside the car window, shutting out Duan Baiji's words and immersing himself in his own thoughts. The vicinity of the villa was dominated by trees, with the sparse presence of scattered village homes completely absent, leaving only the dense forest and the occasional chirp of birds as company. If this were a fantastical realm, Jiang Xunzhou mused, the villa that confined him could serve as an eerie locale for exploration. Duan Baiji had indeed placed himself in a challenging position by constructing a house in such a desolate area. After what felt like an eternity, a few scattered houses began to appear by the roadside, with the aged streetlights flickering dimly, occasionally emitting crackling sounds, all of which were drowned out by the roar of the sports car's engine. Are there truly no wild beasts in this secluded place? Jiang Xunzhou finally withdrew his gaze. Duan Baiji glanced at the time on his phone and handed Jiang Xunzhou a bottle of water. Rest assured, there are none. After 2 hours of driving from the villa, they had finally entered the city. Even if Jiang Xunzhou were to unlock the door and discern the route for escape, he would find no vehicle to facilitate his departure. The water is problematic. After being harmonized, 070 had been diligently following the system predecessors, learning extensively. The circle under the cap has been opened. This bottle has been tampered with. Jiang Xunzhou peered down and, upon receiving the bottle, took a small sip. Duan Baiji's darkness value, 1. It was intentional on his part. Chapter 11. The malevolent black moonlight of a business tycoon. 11. Soon, Jiang Xunzhou discerned the additive in the water. It was the same drug that would render him weak and powerless, given the current circumstances. It was almost a relief that Duan Baiji had not tethered them together with a leash designed for small children. He felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity, wishing to remain in Jiang Xunzhou's presence at all times. How obedient! The car came to a steady stop in the garage, and Duan Baiji turned to take the water bottle, gently brushing his fingers against Jiang Xunzhou's lips. His rosy lips glistened with moisture, resembling ripe cherries, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Ultimately, Duan Baiji overestimated his self-control and could not resist stealing a kiss. Enough. Jiang Xunzhou pressed his hand against Duan Baiji's chest, lacking the strength to resist, and turned his head to catch his breath. It's nearly dark. The sun had set since their arrival, leaving behind only a blush of crimson clouds. They had spent nearly an entire afternoon on this journey. Jiang Xunzhou's lips twitched as he unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the car. Duan Baiji secured the vehicle and moved closer to Jiang Xunzhou, acting as a human crutch. Duan Baiji's darkness value, 2. For now, Jiang Xunzhou would have to endure. Duan Baiji guided him to the elevator, stating, "When we have time, I will have a few outfits custom-made for you." The elderly lady had unexpectedly requested him to bring someone home, and time was too short. Duan Baiji thought they should treat their formal introduction to the parents with greater significance, thus abandoning his initial intention of having Jiang Xunzhou wear his clothes continuously. It was somewhat regrettable. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Xunzhou spotted a familiar figure. He inwardly lamented the situation. Duan Baiji's corruption level, 10. Warning. The male protagonist's current corruption level is 98. Please, host, take measures to reduce it promptly. Yuli, ever perceptive, swiftly turned his gaze. Boss. It was only then that Jiang Xunzhou recognized the person beside him. Zhou Yuan? How'd you end up together? The answer was evident. Zhou Yuan was indeed a companion of Duan Baiji, the very individual responsible for the mishap at that business banquet hosted by Zhou Yuan's family. Now, he unexpectedly appeared beside Yuli. Recalling what 070 had mentioned about Yuli being pursued, Jiang Xunzhou pondered how such coincidences could exist in this world. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Duan Baiji, reaching out to caress his cheek. "Remove your person from my side." Although Yuli wasn't exceptionally naive, he was exceedingly sincere in matters of the heart and could not withstand such manipulations. "Otherwise, I shall become displeased," Jiang Xunzhou remarked with a smirk. "I do not fancy disobedient and troublesome dogs." Duan Baiji grasped his slender wrist and leaned in to plant a kiss on Jiang Xunzhou's palm. "Zhou, they are a relationship of free love. I cannot intervene." Duan Baiji's corruption level, 1. Alert. It was at 99. Jiang Xunzhou suppressed his emotions, contemplating how to swiftly lower the corruption level. He was already teetering on the edge of a precipice. Desperate measures were in order. "Boss." Yuli's sleeve was tugged by Zhou Yuan, his collar yanked open considerably. Though Zhou Yuan was the one pulling him, he somehow ended up dragging the other to Jiang Xunzhou. The sight was undeniably comical. Jiang Xunzhou found himself amused by the spectacle, yet before he could laugh, he sensed the oppressive aura of the person beside him. He refrained from laughter. Host 070, perceiving Jiang Xunzhou's intentions, quietly cautioned, "This fellow's corruption level is about to explode. Please tread carefully." Jiang Xunzhou nodded in acknowledgement. "What's the situation between you two?" Yuli glanced at Zhou Yuan clinging to him, suddenly crouching down to embrace Jiang Xunzhou's thigh. Had he not feared being kicked away, he might have burst into tears. "Boss, the heavens bear witness. I am fond of fragrant and soft ladies." Yuli exclaimed loudly. "I beg you to take the young master as friend away." Zhou Yuan frowned. "Am I not fragrant?" Yuli took a few steps back while still clinging to Jiang Xunzhou's leg. Zhou Yuan's frown deepened. "Am I not soft?" Yuli shook his head vehemently. Zhou Yuan, frail and constantly immersed in medicinal concoctions, carried a bitter scent of medicine and was indeed not fragrant. He was also rather thin, thus not soft either. "Oh," Zhou Yuan, undeterred, replied. "That's all right. I can wear women's clothing." Jiang Xunzhou shifted his legs, signaling Yuli to release his grip. No wonder he could be such good friends with Duan Baiji. They were both quite eccentric. Zhou Yuan disagreed. "Compared to Brother Duan, I still fall short. Besides, I call this charging for love. What does it matter if it's men-s or women-s clothing? It is merely attire, nothing significant." Duan Baiji's corruption level, 1. Duan Baiji's corruption level, 3. Duan Baiji's corruption level, 5. Jiang Xunzhou gritted his teeth, unable to resist delivering a slap to the back of Duan Baiji's head. What are you thinking? The mere sound of the darkening aura is enough to reveal the truth. Donning women's attire is utterly inconceivable. Those shameless souls are undoubtedly indulging in fantasies about him wearing dresses. Duan Baiji, holding Jiang Xunzhou's hand, playfully remarked, "If you strike with such force, what if your hand hurts?" Jiang Xunzhou realized he had underestimated Duan Baiji. Wasn't it a given that they would eventually shop for clothes? He sighed. "If we don't leave soon, we'll end up back at the old house drinking dishwater." Duan busiest d'Akuninyoha, 10. Duan Baiji eased his grip on Jiang Xunzhou's wrist. "Then let's ensure they don't disturb us." Zhou Yuan remained obstinate. "We arrived first. Who exactly is disturbing whom?" Duan Baiji raised his phone to reveal the chat interface. "Apologies, but we must clear the area." Zhou Yuan smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering that this was Duan's family's domain. As if everyone were in the same boat. Zhou Yuan tugged on Yu Li with both hands. "I'll take you to my family's mall. I'll clear the area for you too." "Boss," Yu Li called out, pulling back in the opposite direction. "Save me." Duan Baiji's darkening aura. 5. Jiang Xunzhou offered no assistance. He paused and said, "Zhou Yuan's health is not the best. This time, accompany him for a stroll." However, he added, "Young Master Zhou," as he gently pried Zhou Yuan's hands from Yu Li. "Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Li is my subordinate. Some action should not be taken too far." Jiang Xunzhou found no desire to question Zhou Yuan's true intentions regarding Yu Li. In a one-sided affection, he was the only one who would be hurt. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Zhou Yuan possessed a similar essence to Duan Baiji, a fundamental madness. He silently mourned for Yu Li for 2 seconds before leading Duan Baiji away. Jiang Xunzhou had previously assured Yu Li that he had no pressing matters, which is why he refrained from provoking Duan Baiji's darkening aura. Now, he yearned to distance himself from the young master of the Zhou family. Unfortunately, with the elder's decree, he found himself lacking a suitable excuse to dismiss Zhou Yuan. Watching Jiang Xunzhou's retreating figure, Yu Li appeared pallid and opened his phone to play a melancholic tune. Chapter 12. The malevolent dark moonlight of a business tycoon. 12. It was merely a routine family banquet, requiring no extravagant attire. Yet Duan Baiji insisted on coordinating an array of outfits for Jiang Xunzhou, only relenting when his hands could carry no more. Jiang Xunzhou realized this was akin to being treated as a character in a dress-up game. After purchasing clothes, Duan Baiji intended to continue shopping for additional items. And had time permitted, he would have persisted in his spree. "Wait," Jiang Xunzhou finally spotted a pet shop, halting in his tracks. "I want to get a dog." Meanwhile, he mentally summoned the system, urging it to materialize and find a suitable cabinet to hide in. Duan Baiji paused behind him, laden with bags, unable to embrace Jiang Xunzhou as envisioned. So he resorted to resting his chin on Jiang Xunzhou's shoulder. He lowered his brows and gazed intently at Jiang Xunzhou. "Isn't one dog enough for you, Zhou? I am merely notifying you." Jiang Xunzhou exhibited no signs of feeling confined. "The house is too lonely. Let us go by one. Use your card." "Home." Duan Baiji murmured the word silently to himself several times. He had long since lost his home, or rather, it had been destroyed by Jiang Xunzhou himself. Duan Baiji, at merely 21 years of age, had spent 11 of those years living with Jiang Xunzhou. To him, a place was only home if Jiang Xunzhou was there. Yet, this person was exceedingly heartless. Duan Baiji's darkening value. 5. Nevertheless, Duan Baiji complied with Jiang Xunzhou's wishes. Thus, Jiang Xunzhou cradled a foolish dog that was secretly licking his hand, while Duan Baiji trailed behind him, laden with bags. Jiang Xunzhou had already changed his clothes in the fitting room, with everything else stowed away in the trunk, as he playfully teased the dog in his arms, causing it to bristle slightly. "Host, stop pulling at me, or I shall become bald." Jiang Xunzhou scoffed coldly. "Your mouth reeks, aside from licking my hand. What else can you do?" 070 chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely attempting to comprehend the male lead psychology." Jiang Xunzhou retorted sharply. "Your mind is not quite right either." Duan Baiji fixated on the dog, occupying his lover's embrace, suddenly regretting his compliance. Upon arriving at the old Duan family residence, he promptly entrusted 070 to the servants for a bath. Duan Baiji's grandmother, now 70, had managed the Duan family for decades. Her spirit undiminished by age. With a fan in hand, she reclined in her chair, gently creating a breeze. "Grandma," Duan Baiji called out. Jiang Xunzhou pondered for a moment before also addressing her, "Grandma." A smile involuntarily graced Duan Baiji's lips as he secretly hooked his pinky around Jiang Xunzhou's hand, only to have it ruthlessly brushed aside. "Ah, Xiaozhou and Baiji are back," Grandma Duan rose, supported by a nearby servant as she made her way to the dining table. "Let's eat first. I called you both here to discuss something." Sitting at the head of the table, she began with a warm smile. "It has been years since I last saw you, Xiaozhou. Your relationship with our Baiji remains as strong as ever. Baiji is now in his 20s, at the right age to start a family. I summoned you here to ask Xiaozhou to assist in finding someone for Baiji." Instantly, Duan Baiji lost his appetite, setting down his chopsticks, his tone growing cold. "Grandma, you need not concern yourself with my affairs." The elder glanced at Duan Baiji, her expression losing its earlier warmth, as she reprimanded him sternly. "Nonsense. You do know I am your grandmother, don't you? I have heard about your matters. Xiaozhou, Baiji is young and reckless. But you, being so much older than him, should know better too. The heir of the Duan family must never fall in love with a man. Such melodrama. Was this the sort of cliched, extravagant storyline that ought to unfold in a tale of a rising hero?" Jiang Xunzhou rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly eating his meal, seemingly unfazed by the argument that revolved around him. While host 070 comfortably tended to, remarked, "You now resemble a certain enchanting femme fatale who brings ruin to kingdoms." Duan Baiji, rising in anger, declared, "I alone have the authority to decide my own matters. Grandma, have you forgotten? I am no longer the pitiful creature I was 3 years ago, nor the hapless fool I was 11 years ago. I have not forgotten." Grandma Duan seemed to suddenly lose her strength, leaning back against the chair with a long sigh. "You are the most unfortunate among my Duan family children. How could I ever forget?" She retrieved a bracelet from her bosom, which Duan Baiji did not recognize. But Jiang Xunzhou remembered. It was a bracelet passed down through generations to the daughters-in-law of the Duan family, originally intended for Duan Baiji's mother, who, regrettably, never had the opportunity to receive it before her untimely demise. Grandma Duan pushed the wooden box containing the bracelet towards Jiang Xunzhou. "Although it may not quite suit you. According to tradition, little Zhou, you should keep it for now." Then she turned to Duan Baiji, her disappointment palpable. "I was merely teasing you, and you were so anxious." The Duan family had many children, and as long as they bore the blood of the Duan lineage, they were entitled to the inheritance of the company, rendering the gender of Duan Baiji's affections irrelevant. Grandma Duan had no inclination to thwart the couple's happiness, nor would she extinguish their joy at the moment her grandson inherited the family legacy. Jiang Xunzhou gazed at the elderly woman before her and suddenly chuckled, a hollow laughter. If she truly cared for Duan Baiji, where would that leave her own matters? "Thank you, Grandma." Jiang Xunzhou closed the box, contemplatively remarking, "So, this is all it takes to reach this stage?" Grandma Duan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Xunzhou's smile deepened. "I was merely reflecting on how, despite Aunt Bai and Uncle Duan being married for so long and having given birth to Duan Baiji, she never had the chance to receive this bracelet. It piques my curiosity." Grandma Duan's gaze fell upon the box Jiang Xunzhou had closed, her expression flickering with uncertainty as she tapped her head a few times. "Presumably lost in memories of the past. It has been over 20 years. I can't quite remember the details anymore," she confessed. Duan Baiji, having secured the bracelet, did not dwell on it further. He was unaware of such a history, having spent only the 10 years of his mother's life within the Duan household, while the rest of his memories of the family had long since faded. The only lingering thought was of his mother's tragic accident, a mystery he had pursued for years without a single clue, deepening his sense of frustration. Duan Baiji never believed it to be an accident. "I see." Jiang Xunzhou chose not to elaborate further. Grandma Duan nodded, suddenly recalling something. Ah, Baiji, your father is upstairs waiting for you. No, wait, I'm truly muddled. P.S. looking for little Zhou. But Baiji, do stay with me down here for now. Rest assured, your father will not make things difficult for him. How peculiar. This family was decidedly strange. Leaving aside Grandma Duan's behavior, her acting skills were woefully inadequate in front of Jiang Xunzhou, no matter how well she tried to perform. Jiang Xunzhou could see through her hostility at first glance. It likely wasn't solely about Duan Baiji. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought out the bracelet for mere theatrics. It must have been about Duan Hong. After all, he was her son, and it was only natural for a mother to harbor grievances after her child had been reprimanded. As for Duan Baiji's father, Jiang Xunzhou could not quite fathom his motives. A father who neglects his own son, yet seeks him out for a private conversation. How odd. Talp. Jiang Xunzhou gently knocked on the door. Please enter. Jiang Xunzhou pushed open the door and greeted, Uncle Duan, please have a seat. Duaning set aside the book he was holding and pulled the chair in front of Jiang Xunzhou. I am aware of the misdeeds committed by my reckless son. He has coerced you, and I shall advocate for you. This was rather amusing. Jiang Xunzhou tilted his head, scrutinizing Duaning from head to toe. His hair was neatly slicked back, with a few strands of silver peeking through, unable to hide from view. Time had not diminished his handsome features. The wrinkles on his face only added to his allure as a mature man, rendering him far from unattractive. Such a striking visage. Yet, Duan Baiji seemed to have inherited only a fraction of it. The remaining portion was said to resemble his mother more closely. Uncle Duan. Jiang Xunzhou unabashedly fixed his gaze on Duan Ying's eyes. Where did you hear this? Remarkably, it was only a single night, yet Duan Ying had already received the news. This could only imply one thing. There was a mole beside Duan Baiji. In City A, if Jiang Xunzhou wished to leave, no one could hinder him. Even within the Duan household, Duan Ying was acutely aware of this, so the previous pleasantries were merely formalities. They held little significance. Duan Ying did not respond to Jiang Xunzhou's inquiry. Has anyone ever mentioned how much you resemble your mother? No one had, yet Jiang Xunzhou certainly understood. Upon entering this world, 070 had subtly adjusted certain parameters to render Jiang Xunzhou's existence more logical, one of which was enhancing the resemblance between him and his mother. However, why had Duaning suddenly brought up this long-forgotten matter? In this world, Jiang Xunzhou's parents had perished in an accident during his childhood. He could not recall any interaction between Duan Ying and his parents, except perhaps before his birth. 070 suddenly recalled the opulent novels previously read and interjected. Could it be some family secret? Could it be that your so-called mother was as white moonlight? There was indeed a possibility. Nonetheless, if Jiang Xunzhou's parents were friends with Duan Baiji's mother, it would not be surprising that Duan Ying was acquainted with them. No, is there something wrong, Uncle Duan? Duan Ying smiled and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Xunzhou. Nothing, it merely evokes memories of the past and some youthful matters when I see you. Yet, those are all behind us now. The past had long since dissipated like smoke, leaving only the survivor's relentless attachment. By the way, when your mother was pregnant, she mentioned arranging a marriage for you, but alas, Duan Baiji was a boy. Have you truly thought this through? Duan Ying gazed at Jiang Xunzhou thoughtfully, slowly continuing. If two men were to be together, how much criticism would you endure? Do not allow Duan Baiji to hinder your future. Jiang Xunzhou felt somewhat dazed by the conversation, unable to discern whether Duan Ying was merely performing like his grandmother or genuinely concerned about his future. Furthermore, why did they all assume he had feelings for Duan Baiji? Because those involved are often blind to the truth. 070 understood Jiang Xunzhou's thoughts well. The onlooker sees clearly, host. Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow, pondering the question. Do you feel the same way? 070 responded with unwavering certainty. Indeed. Had he perhaps exerted too much pressure? Lost in thought, Jiang Xunzhou found himself contemplating the words of Duan Ying, who believed he was sincerely considering the matter. Seizing the moment, Duan Ying continued, Xunzhou, I have watched you grow up. I would never harm you. Duan Baiji is not worth your efforts. This statement was rather intriguing, for it was evident that Duan Baiji was his biological son. After such heartfelt counsel, It appeared as though Jiang Xunzhou was the one deserving of paternal affection. Curious, Jiang Xunzhou inquired, Uncle Duan, it seems that Baiji is your own son. Why, then, do you fear he might hinder my progress rather than the other way around? As Duan Nai had mentioned, Jiang Xunzhou possessed far more experience and maturity than Duan Baiji. From any perspective, it seemed Jiang Xunzhou was merely toying with Duan Baiji, rather than posing any threat to him. Duan Ying was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such candor from Jiang Xunzhou. After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Xunzhou smirked slightly. Isn't Baiji your biological child? Otherwise, how could you let your son wander alone for so many years? In that instant, Duan Ying's calm demeanor faltered, his lips twitching in shock as he stared at Jiang Xunzhou. Are you implying that I have donned the proverbial green hat and supported another's child for over 20 years, only to hand over the entire Duan family to him? While he was indeed indifferent to wealth, he knew that Duan Nai would never consent to such an arrangement, nor would she ever entrust the family heirloom bracelet to Jiang Xunzhou. With a smile, Jiang Xunzhou replied, I was merely jesting, Uncle Duan. How could such light banter be taken seriously? Yet, once the seed of doubt was sown, it spiraled uncontrollably. There was undoubtedly something overlooked in the matter, something Jiang Xunzhou sensed. Judging by the reactions of Duan Ying and Duan Nai, it was clear that Duan Baiji's lineage harbored some hidden secrets of high society. These secrets would be the final piece of the puzzle in their quest. Duan Ying reverted back to a softer expression. I understand. But I worry you might misinterpret the situation. If Baiji finds out, it would likely hurt him. In that moment, he refrained from using Baiji's full name. Hypocrisy at its finest. Initially, Jiang Xunzhou had only intended to test him. Agreeing to return to the Duan family estate with Duan Baiji was merely an attempt to unearth clues regarding his mother's tragic accident. To his surprise, the day had yielded much more than he anticipated. Rest assured, Uncle Duan, Jiang Xunzhou vowed, I will not speak indiscreetly. Upon hearing this, Duan Ying nodded. Regarding what I just mentioned, I hope you will seriously contemplate it. If you genuinely love each other and wish to continue together, I will support you. Jiang Xunzhou did not deny anything. To uncover the truth of the past, he knew he would need to engage with the Duan family. His relationship with Duan Baiji was the most advantageous leverage he possessed. Currently, the clues remained scarce, and all that existed were Jiang Xunzhou's personal speculations, devoid of any substantial evidence. He reached for his phone, only to find it absent. Duan Baiji had already confiscated all his communication devices. Fortunately, he still had 070 at his disposal. In a moment, could you search Duan Ying's bedroom for any of his fallen hair? Jiang Xunzhou addressed 070, suggesting, find a way to inform Yu Li, so he can undergo a DNA test and monitor the entire process closely. 070, deep in thought, responded, are you suspicious? Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou acknowledged. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With no other reason to retain him, Duan Ying permitted his departure. In contrast to Duan Baiji, Jiang Xunzhou appeared far more adept at navigating the relentless pressure from his family. Upon seeing Jiang Xunzhou, Duan Baiji immediately activated his endearing, clingy demeanor, hastily abandoning his current task to draw nearer. How are you? He inquired, his anxiety palpable. Has my father caused you any distress? The memory of Duan Ying loomed large in his mind, characterized by sternness, distance, and an emotional coldness that had led Duan Baiji to forego any expectations of paternal affection, mirroring his father's aloofness. His sole concern was Jiang Xunzhou, just as Duan Ying's focus lay solely on his beloved. Beyond that, the world held no significance for him. No, Jiang Xunzhou replied, mentally comparing the faces of the father and son before continuing. He merely expressed his thoughts, his demeanor akin to that of my grandmother. It was curious. Duan Baiji and Duan Ying bore certain resemblances. If Duan Ying were not his biological father, how could they share such similarities? The situation grew increasingly perplexing. With a deep gaze, Duan Baiji softly replied, that's good. He found himself somewhat irritated by this ungrateful father figure. Duan Baiji, known for his cold-heartedness, had already devised numerous strategies in his mind, none of which involved treating Duan Ying as a father. To him, No one could obstruct his bond with Jiang Xunzhou. Duan was devoid of warmth, and so was he. The entire Duan family embodied this ethos. All affection was predicated on utilitarian value, with no exceptions. One had to strive for what they desired, employing any means necessary. This principle had been the bedrock of the Duan family's existence, revealing a facade of madness beneath their hypocritical exterior. Chapter 14. The malicious dark moon of the business tycoon. 14. Duan Baiji dared not take risks. Nor could he fathom the extent of Jiang Xunzhou's sincerity. Even though Jiang Xunzhou had returned to the family banquet as his partner, Duan Baiji stubbornly believed it was merely a ruse to extricate himself from their association. Duan Baiji found himself before a soft bed, with Jiang Xunzhou before him. Perhaps influenced by the events of the night, Duan Baiji's current state felt precariously unstable, as if his reason teetered on the brink of collapse. "What is it?" Jiang Xunzhou inquired, propping himself against the bed while his hand slowly glided from Duan Baiji's lips to rest at the prominent Adam's apple. "Do you wish to keep me here, like a caged canary?" Duan Baiji's gaze fell upon the enchanting eyes of the man before him. The beautiful peach blossom eyes shimmering with a watery glint, as if steeped in yearning, reflecting his own image. He often found himself deceived by those eyes. Raising his hand, Duan Baiji covered Jiang Xunzhou's eyes, feeling the flutter of long eyelashes against his palm, igniting a ticklish sensation. "Why do you not dare to look at me?" Jiang Xunzhou curled his lips, his palm exploring the contours of Duan Baiji's face. When his fingertips brushed against Duan Baiji's delicate lips, they lingered momentarily before pressing down forcefully, penetrating his mouth with unrestrained fervor. "Gigi, have you lost your voice?" Duan Baiji grasped Jiang Xunzhou's wrist, a short sound escaping his throat, followed by an overwhelming cascade of kisses. The fervent nibbles were chaotic, tinged with urgency. He was anxious, a feeling that consumed his entire mind, uncontainable. Jiang Xunzhou tasted the metallic tang of blood, uncertain whether it was his own or Duan Baiji's, as his jaw was pried open, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. Thud, thud, thud. His palm was pressed against Duan Baiji's chest, and though their hearts were separated by layers of fabric, it felt as if it was beating directly against his hand, erratic and disconcerting. Duan Baiji leaned against Jiang Xunzhou, breathing heavily, the warmth of his breath brushing against Jiang's nose, igniting a tingling sensation that made his heart race. Jiang Xunzhou's voice trembled slightly as he licked his lips. "Gigi, your heart is racing." Duan Baiji pressed Jiang's hand against his chest, murmuring, "It is ill, and you're the only antidote." Then, yet another wave of fervent kisses descended upon him, as if he wished to consume Jiang Xunzhou entirely, merging their very essences. Duan Baiji's broad hand cradled the nape of Jiang Xunzhou's neck, his lips dancing across Jiang's, the heated breath almost melting him away, culminating in a gentle bite at his Adam's apple. "Jiang Xunzhou," Duan Baiji, his eyes suddenly glistening with emotion, spoke in a low, sultry tone. "Do you love?" Pausing for a moment, he revised his question. "Do you like me? Even just a little?" Jiang Xunzhou responded earnestly. "Not a little. I like the imperial tea princess." Jiang Xunzhou felt a twinge of grievance in Duan Baiji's expression. Was this truly the moment to jest? Trapped between the bed and Duan Baiji, even if he wished to escape, there was nowhere to hide, and he could only confront the fervent emotions head-on, gazing into those eyes brimming with affection. "Does it matter?" Duan Baiji seemed to hear a faint sigh. He declared resolutely, "It matters greatly." Jiang Xunzhou scrutinized his eyes for a long time, long enough for the warmth from their kiss to fade, leaving him feeling cold. After all these years, Jiang Xunzhou had never truly grasped the meaning of love. He was unable to disentangle the complex emotions, as if he lacked the capacity to love. Perhaps this was why he had become the antagonist. He did not possess a heart that cared for the world, nor did he know how to respond. To 070, they appeared as a madman and a fool. Perhaps he did harbor a slight affection for Duan Baiji. Otherwise, he would not be so entangled here. It was akin to an inevitable, reckless love that would always lead him to stand by Duan Baiji's side, no matter the circumstances. Jiang Xunzhou's response was but a whisper, audible only to himself. Madman. Once more entwined with Duan Baiji, his tongue was stirred to a state of acidity, and his breath became increasingly erratic. Thump, thump, thump. This time, he could not discern the source of the sound, only feeling an indescribable tremor surge within his heart, a delayed emotion sweeping over him. The malevolent dragon had finally acquired the coveted treasure, carrying it back to its lair, and from that moment forth, regardless of the passage of day and night, the dragon coiled around its beloved. Duan Baiji's darkening value, 20. Duan Baiji's darkening value, 10. Current male protagonist, 56, returned to a safe value. Host. Please maintain this state. It seemed I had experienced a beautiful dream. Duan Baiji lay beside Jiang Xunzhou, his hand tightly gripping the latter's waist. Fearful that the person before him might sprout wings and flee. He was acutely aware that this was not merely a dream. Yet, everything felt so wondrous. Reality was invariably so cruel, and he dreaded that upon closing and reopening his eyes, this enchanting mirage would vanish without a trace. Mumbling incoherently, Jiang Xunzhou, truly exhausted and weary, slapped Duan Baiji's face, grumbling, "If you're not going to sleep, then get out. You're being utterly annoying." The sharp sting of the slap brought Duan Baiji to the realization of the situation's authenticity, yet did not lull him back to slumber. To avoid disturbing Jiang Xunzhou, Duan Baiji cautiously lifted the quilt and donned 2 pieces of sleepwear as he made his way to the kitchen. According to the art of green tea mastery, a quick guide for husbands, being a virtuous partner is a man's greatest asset. He resolved to serve Jiang Xunzhou diligently, ensuring that he would never wish to part from him. Ding! His phone vibrated upon the table. After placing the rice in the pot, Duan Baiji wiped his hands on his apron before reaching for it. Did not drink porridge. Yuli has visited the hospital and has been there for quite some time. It was Zhou Yuan. Did not drink porridge. It seems to be Jiang Xunzhou's intention. I have yet to uncover the specifics. Did not drink porridge. His phone security is too robust. It will take time to breach. Jiang Xunzhou's intention. Duan Baiji narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xunzhou's phone had always been with him, and there were no electronic devices in the villa to connect with the outside world. How had he managed to contact Yuli? Apart from the half-hour spent at Duaning's place last night, Jiang Xunzhou had scarcely left his sight. Or perhaps the Duan family estate had someone connected to Jiang Xunzhou. D. Do not breach. His phone is with me. D. Find a way to retrieve Yuli's phone yourself. Zhou Yuan's intentions were finally revealed. Did not drink porridge. You still have the medication that Song Rue procured for you last time, right? Don't claim you don't. I want to believe it. Did not drink porridge. Give him some of that stuff. He'll spill everything in bed. Duan Baiji pondered for a moment, biting his chopsticks, and sent Zhou Yuan the address and code for the apartment, instructing him to retrieve it himself. D. Don't get yourself killed with that body of yours. D. If older brother finds out, I'll be sending you to your doom. As for Yuli, who cares? Those who obstruct him from being with Jiang Xunzhou must make way. Chapter 15. The malicious dark moonlight of the business tycoon. 15. Jiang Xunzhou, in a daze, caught a whiff of the fragrant food, opening his eyes a crack to see a blurred figure approaching him. Such a familiar scene. He closed his eyes again, reminiscing about his previous world, where someone prepared every meal for him while he slept soundly. Is this what it means to be fond of someone? Jiang Xunzhou reopened his eyes, snuggling against the waist of the person beside the bed. His loosely fastened clothing slipped down, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. He felt drowsy. Duan Baiji stiffened momentarily. He swallowed hard and said softly, "You have been asleep for quite a while, Zhou. Eat something, and then continue your slumber." Jiang Xunzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes, his gaze lingering in a daze for a while before he regained his senses. "Put it down. Host, you are finally awake." 070 refrained from disturbing Jiang Xunzhou easily. At this moment, Duan Baiji had roused him, and 070 felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The investigation results from Yuli have come in. Duan Baiji and Duan Ying are uncle and nephew, not biological father and son. The verification was conducted at a hospital under Jiang Xunzhou's ownership, renowned for its expertise and technology within the industry, leaving no room for error. Jiang Xunzhou paused momentarily while holding the bowl, then resumed, drinking in small sips with an inscrutable expression. Did they add medicine this time? Taken aback by Jiang Xunzhou's unexpected inquiry, Duan Baiji's demeanor cooled, and he looked at him with a semblance of grievance, appearing rather pitiable. In Zhou's eyes, am I truly that kind of person? Jiang Xunzhou merely regarded him quietly, almost as if the words "aren't you" were written across his face. Very well, Duan Baiji shrugged. Then I shall simply accept that. Loving someone older is indeed a torment. Duan Baiji's thoughts were nearly transparent before Jiang Xunzhou. All the subtle hints and affections he had cast forth had become mere tools for his emotional manipulation. He bit into a fried dough stick in frustration, feeling as though something was lodged in his throat. The meal prepared today was rather unpalatable. Jiang Xunzhou did not disparage Duan Baiji, finding it somewhat amusing instead. It was true that Duan Baiji had done this, albeit with a reduced dosage compared to before. After being ruthlessly exposed, he appeared aggrieved, resembling a petulant child. Although consuming it might hinder his actions, he acquiesced to Duan Baiji's wishes, perhaps to ease Duan Baiji's tension a little. Jiang Xunzhou was not as ephemeral as a bubble. He would not vanish so easily. All right, I shall sleep a bit more. Jiang Xunzhou placed the bowl in Duan Baiji's hands. You should wash the dishes first. He beckoned with his finger, and Duan Baiji leaned in closer. A cold kiss landed on his lips. Jiang Xunzhou smiled, his eyes curved like crescent moons. Go on. Duan Baiji appeared dazed, like a marionette under control, stumbling out the door. 070 in the sea of consciousness stared in astonishment. Host, you have truly changed your style? Where's the child who cries daily? Where's the love that always results in loss? Duan Baiji had only loved that one person. Even if it meant enduring the bitter fruit, he would still forcibly pluck and consume it. Perhaps Jiang Xunzhou was indifferent to this matter. In any case, he would not suffer a loss. Let's speak of something serious. Duan Ying and Duan Baiji are indeed uncle and nephew? 070 nodded. Yes, Yuli is closely monitoring. There will be no issues. From this perspective, it seemed Duan Baiji was unaware of this matter. Jiang Xunzhou lazily leaned against the headboard, reflecting once more on the reactions and attitudes of the Duan family. Duan Baiji had 2 uncles and 1 aunt. The aunt had settled abroad many years ago, and this year there had been no news, so let that be for now. Among the uncles are Duan Hong, Duan Lao Er, and Duan Yen. Judging by Duan Hong's demeanor and reactions that day, it appears he is unaware of the matter. Otherwise, he would certainly use it as leverage against Duan Baiji. As for Duan Yen, he has been missing for many years. Since Duan Baiji and Duan Ying are not biologically related, the most likely, albeit suspicious, candidate for this predicament is undoubtedly the long-lost Duan Yen. How much information do you possess regarding Duan Yen? 070 spoke reluctantly. You could say it amounts to nothing. Consider it a side quest. Initially, we did not include this segment in the narrative we devised for Duan Baiji. The World Celestial Order provides only scant mainline data, which encompasses the protagonist's identity, background, and objectives. Such concealed narratives and the protagonist's reversal of fortune must be explored independently by the host and the system. It resembles a highly unrestricted literary adventure. Regrettably, this is not particularly accommodating for taskers like them. Truly, what a capricious celestial order. Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow. How am I to locate a man who has been missing for over 20 years, especially when he is the biological father of the protagonist? It seems that what science cannot achieve must be addressed through some arcane means. Jiang Xunzhou approached the bedside and pushed open the window. Golden spiritual energy converged at his fingertips, transforming into a blinding radiance that surged skyward. In an instant, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain began to pour. What is this? 070, having never witnessed such a spectacle, inquired with confusion. A rain invocation talisman? Host, will summoning rain allow us to find the protagonist's father? Not quite, Jiang Xunzhou replied, securing the window, depleted from the exertion of his magical power. He felt fatigued. The rainwater contains the spiritual energy I released. You may understand it as meaning wherever the rain reaches, I shall be able to see. This action undoubtedly contravened the celestial order of this world. 070 recognized this with growing concern. Host, can your body endure this? This world permits the existence of certain simple cultivators, yet the likes of Jiang Xunzhou are absolutely forbidden, let alone the grand usage of spiritual energy. 070 was uncertain whether the celestial order would be lenient. After all, this was merely Jiang Xunzhou's first minor world. It hoped for leniency from the system's space, believing it would not face dire consequences. It could scarcely conceal its anxiety, fearing not only for Jiang Xunzhou's safety, but also for its own existence, as it might be erased by the main system due to inadequate oversight. The system serves as both a boon and a constraint for the taskers. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xunzhou, 070's thoughts were filled with such trepidations. He reclined back onto the bed, stretching languidly with a nonchalant tone. Do not worry. I am not so frail. The celestial order? Who cares? I have adhered to the rules sufficiently. With this perspective, who do you believe is responsible for the demise of Duan Boiji's mother? Duan Ying or Duan Yan? Jiang Xunzhou pondered for a moment before adding, or perhaps Duan Hong and Grandma Duan. 070's thoughts were pulled back to the present, contemplating this perplexing dilemma, its nose almost crinkling in concentration. This is quite difficult to decipher. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated its mind. Could it be Duan Yan? Perhaps he fled in fear after committing the crime, hence his disappearance. Duan Ying and Duan Boiji's mother were legally married. 070 has meticulously unraveled the lineage of the Duan family. However, Duan Baiji's biological father is someone else entirely. If Duan Ying assassinated the male protagonist's mother due to infidelity, it stands to reason he would not retain the fruit of such betrayal. There is some merit to this. Jiang Xunzhou, with a burgeoning notion in his heart, mused that perhaps the previously speculated secrets of the affluent had inadvertently struck a chord of truth. 070 responded with a hint of disbelief. Is there truly such an outlandish and melodramatic narrative among the elite? It is indeed a convoluted tale. Chapter 16. The Malevolent Black Moon of a Business Tycoon. 16. Regarding Duan Baiji's origins, Jiang Xunzhou held only tentative conjectures. The specifics would remain uncertain until the day he encounters Duan Yan. In an unprecedented turn of events, Duan Baiji allowed him to leave. What was his ulterior motive? Jiang Xunzhou propped his chin on his hand, cradling 070 in his arms, while he sat at the entrance of the villa, awaiting Yu Li to escort him away. He simply lets me depart, leaving me to walk alone. The workings of Duan Baiji's mind became increasingly perplexing to Jiang Xunzhou, who vented his frustration by kicking the air twice. 070, with a silly grin, remarked, he is in dire need of guidance. After a while, a silver McLaren came to a halt before him. It was Duan Baiji's vehicle. He retraced his steps and, upon seeing Jiang Xunzhou confidently seated on the steps, furrowed his brow, lifted him effortlessly, and placed him inside the car. The ground was chilly. Duan Baiji resumed his position behind the wheel, inquiring, "Why are you sitting there?" Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the car window, letting out a dismissive snort, coldly retorting, "What business is it of yours? Did we not part ways? Are you afraid I might turn my back on you in return?" Duan Baiji was momentarily at a loss, stifling a laugh. That was not my intention. He had consulted a psychologist that morning. Given his current fragile state, it was evident that he could not sustain a long-term relationship with Jiang Xunzhou. Deep down, he recognized that Jiang Xunzhou deserved freedom, akin to a bird soaring towards a broader horizon. Yet, the mere thought of losing him ignited some excessive sentiments that would surely repel Jiang Xunzhou. Duan Baiji was reluctant to become an object of disdain. He could follow Jiang Xunzhou from a distance, yet he fervently wished to avoid inciting his aversion. The doctor had advised him to let go and observe, prompting Duan Baiji to deliberate extensively before finally loosening his grip on the tether he had held so tightly. He entrusted the decision of departure to Jiang Xunzhou, fearing he might retract his choice. However, unforeseen circumstances with Yu Li compelled him to confront the situation head-on. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xunzhou turned to him. "Are you toying with me, Duan Baiji? Summoning me at will and then casting me aside?" Jiang Xunzhou had only just managed to soften his demeanor. Yet Duan Baiji insisted on accompanying him. Huh, very well. 070 clicked his tongue, sensing an unsettling chill behind him. He glanced at Jiang Xunzhou's expression, silently lighting a candle for Duan Baiji in his heart. Amen. May the heavens protect the protagonist from being played for a fool. Duan Baiji opened his mouth, feeling awkward. He feared that expressing his inner thoughts would come across as a plea for sympathy. He did not wish for Jiang Xunzhou's pity, nor did he desire to be viewed as a pitiful creature. He aspired to run, to grow, to transform into a robust tree that shelters his beloved from the storm. Duan Baiji remained silent, ultimately managing to utter just 3 words. I love you. Silence enveloped them, a prolonged stillness. What more could Jiang Xunzhou say? Was he being overly talkative? Apologies, but he had not spoken, and thus would not respond to such a declaration. He leaned his head against the car door and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Duan Baiji quietly smiled to himself, subtly adjusting the temperature within the vehicle, allowing it to glide more smoothly along the road. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Jiang Xunzhou stirred from his drowsy state, only to find that night had descended. 070 still lay nestled in his embrace, sleeping soundly, while Duan Baiji had been attentively watching him for an indeterminate length of time. Jiang Xunzhou pressed his fingers to his temples, still feeling a touch of fatigue. I shall take my leave. Duan Baiji felt a flicker of thought and nodded. All right. Once he exited the vehicle, he feared his own hesitation and promptly turned away. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze to illuminate his phone screen. It was 7:30 in the evening, and only a few notifications from his browser remained unanswered since dawn. A headache began to throb. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he switched to a different chat window to message others to inquire about Yuli. He suspected that this matter was somehow intertwined with Duan Baiji. Otherwise, he would not have returned to escort him. Contemplating the connection between Zhou Yuan and Yuli only exacerbated his headache. 070 awoke at some point, licking its paws, and chirped. Perhaps it is lost in a realm of gentleness. Do not dwell too much on it, dear host. Jiang Xunzhou extinguished the screen, responding with a cold smile. Perhaps I should arrange for your sterilization. How cruel. 070's legs pressed tightly together. QAQ. Not drinking porridge. Besides you. Another force is also investigating your mother's accident from years ago. Not drinking porridge. Jiang Xunzhou has also clarified what Yuli was tasked with. Not drinking porridge. He obtained a hair sample from your father for DNA analysis. Duan Baiji halted the car by the roadside. Whose analysis? Be specific. Reflecting on Jiang Xunzhou's demeanor, it was evident he harbored feelings, yet spoke with such cruelty. Could there be deeper motives at play? His grip tightened on the steering wheel, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Not drinking porridge. What are you so anxious about? Not drinking porridge. It is yours. The results of the analysis are unknown. Duan Baiji exhaled in relief. What about Yuli? Not drinking porridge. He is unconscious. Duan Baiji contemplated Yuli, a robust figure akin to an ox, who had been reduced to such a state by a frail individual. Perhaps it was better this way, he mused. As for the other entity investigating his mother's accident, the answer was glaringly obvious. It was Jiang Xunzhou. Duan Baiji unwrapped a mint and lowered the window. The summer breeze tousled his hair, and he inhaled the fresh air, feeling some of his inner turmoil dissipate. The memory of his mother's face had grown hazy, yet the beautiful moments they shared over the years remained indelible. Jiang Xunzhou's investigation into this matter only served to affirm that it was no mere accident. As for the DNA identification between him and Duan Ying, Duan Baiji's expression was chilling, his brows furrowed deeply, and his lips were pressed into a straight line. There had to be something amiss with Duan Ying. The fact that Jiang Xunzhou had dispatched someone to monitor him so closely indicated that there was likely substantial evidence missing. This suggested that Duan Ying might be privy to the circumstances surrounding his mother's incident. Regardless of the outcome, this matter was inextricably linked to him. Duan Baiji pressed his forehead, his mind briefly flashing through a few indistinct images, the memories causing him excruciating pain as he banged his head against the steering wheel. Rain began to fall from the sky once more. The icy raindrops seeped through the car window, landing on Duan Baiji's profile. His nose caught a faint whiff of blood, and as he gazed at the windshield, he seemed to perceive flickering headlights, accompanied by a buzzing in his ears. Duan Baiji? A voice called as someone leaned against the car window. What's wrong? Duan Baiji could hardly hear. It felt as though he had been isolated from this world. His body, feeling foreign, and even turning his head became a struggle. He murmured, "Who is it?" Duan Baiji braced himself against the steering wheel and turned, his body instinctively collapsing against the car door as he fumbled for the lock. The door swung open, and he tumbled into a warm embrace. Chapter 17. The Tyrannical Business Magnate Beep Beep. Duan Baiji? Duan Baiji. Wake up. Who is it? Duan Baiji opened his heavy eyelids, his vision awash in crimson. The acrid scent of blood mingling with gunpowder suffusing the air around him. A violent impact had struck his head, causing considerable pain. The blaring of police sirens intertwined with the sound of an ambulance, and after a brief moment, he finally mustered the strength to lift his head. Zhou memories flashed before him like a panorama. Duan Baiji recalled that he had been in the car during the accident years ago, and Jiang Xunzhou had rescued him. Yet he had forgotten these events, unable to recall how the incident had occurred or how he had survived. All he knew was that thereafter, he had lived alongside Jiang Xunzhou. Even this memory had gradually faded, like an eraser gently wiping away a portion of his past. It seemed as though there were voices arguing, but he could neither see nor hear clearly. The scene before him shifted constantly, past memories flickering rapidly. Brother, don't leave me. Duan Baiji's heart raced, nearly bringing him to his knees at Jiang Xunzhou's feet. The figure before him stood with an air of superiority, his eyes filled with a chilling disdain as he mockingly declared, "You are merely a dog I have raised. I have grown weary of you." No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Duan Baiji clutched Jiang Xunzhou's pant leg tightly, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. His head shaking fervently, even breathing becoming a challenge. It's not like that. Jiang Xunzhou is not like this. It's all a lie. All of it. He recalled countless instances where Jiang Xunzhou had rescued him from dire straits. Even being a dog is acceptable. His voice choked with emotion. Jiang Xunzhou, you were never like this. Jiang Xunzhou attempted to shake off his grip, trying several times until the back of his hand became red. Yet Duan Baiji refused to let go, ultimately forcing Jiang Xunzhou to relent. He lowered his brows, lost in thought, before finally speaking. You live your life in the past. It was a subtle remark, yet Duan Baiji caught a hint of compassion in it. He felt as though he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. However, before he could utter another word, he was escorted back to the Duan family by Yu Li and his companions. He returned to a castle that consumed souls. Jiang Xunzhou was not like this. Duan Baiji shut his eyes, resolutely convinced of this truth. The patient must have been triggered by something. A strange male voice echoed from all directions. In such cases of coma, we cannot intervene autonomously. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences may arise. For instance, one could become a fool or a vegetable. Who is speaking? Duan Baiji furrowed his brow, realizing that those around him had vanished. He seemed to be trapped in a memory, but he did not know how to escape. How long will he remain in this condition? Jiang Xunzhou's cold, distinctive voice rang out. It is difficult to say, replied another voice. His current state may be that he has fallen into a false dream or a deeply etched memory from his life. Once the dream dissipates, he will naturally awaken. You might try calling out to him. If you are familiar with him, it could be beneficial. Jiang Xunzhou nodded and took a seat by the hospital bed. Although hospitals generally prohibit pets, this was a private hospital owned by Jiang Xunzhou, and thus certain privileges applied, allowing 070 to accompany him. 070's front paws rested on the edge of the bed, looking somewhat forlorn. What has happened to the male lead? He was just fine a moment ago. And now, the system space lit up with a red warning. What kind of situation is this? Hello. Jiang Xunzhou glanced at the caller ID. It was Yu Li. What has happened? After a day and night of silence, a response had finally come. Boss, Yu Li seemed to have started speaking, but then realized his voice was too hoarse to be heard. The receiver crackled with noise. Jiang Xunzhou guessed he must have gone to fetch some water to soothe his throat. I apologize, boss, Yuli said cautiously. Jiang Xunzhou frowned. Stop stammering. Just tell me what is going on. Am I going to eat you? I revealed the matter you entrusted to me. Yuli blurted out. Regarding the DNA identification, I informed Zhou Yuan. The young master probably knows now. They had been investigating Madame Bai's affairs from years past. Recently, one of their men had encountered theirs, and the connection between these two matters made it painfully obvious whose side we were on. Yugoslavia li rareli cursa. But he was clearly on the verge of losing his composure. Who would have expected that this rugged man would suddenly find himself in such a predicament? Jiang Xunzhou crossed his legs and snorted coldly. Have you been bullied and not retaliated? He did not wish to hear any more. He was well aware of Yu Li's loyalty. Had it not been for some scheming, he would never have betrayed him. Jiang Xunzhou hung up the phone and kicked the bed twice. Stop pretending. I saw your hand move. It seemed that the stimulus the doctor spoke of referred to this incident. Jiang Xunzhou understood that Duan Baiji had lost his memory after being rescued years ago, and this experience would likely trigger those memories once more. It appears this world is entering a countdown. Things will be much easier for us moving forward, 070 remarked. Zhou's gaze momentarily faltered as he looked up at him. I feel as though I have just awakened from a long dream. Jiang Xunzhou, following his lead, inquired what dream. I dreamt you no longer wanted me, he said calmly. I begged you, clinging to your legs, pleading for you not to abandon me. I promised I would do anything, even if it meant behaving like a dog begging for affection. Jiang Xunzhou found himself at a loss for words. This was the first time since their reunion that Duan Baiji had broached such a matter. 070, oblivious to the gravity of the conversation, responded, silly child. Have you been dreaming too long? That was no mere dream, Jiang Xunzhou interjected, as he playfully tapped 070's head. Oh, Jiang Xunzhou said awkwardly. What are you trying to convey? Duan Baiji shook his head, rising to embrace Jiang Xunzhou at the waist, greedily inhaling his scent. Let's not dwell on that, he uttered with an emotionless tone. We cannot be apart. Duan Baiji gently brushed aside the matter, as if it had never occurred, an act of evasion. It was not a dream. Jiang Xunzhou shattered the illusion, pulling him back to reality. On your 18th birthday, I took you to London and returned you to the Duan family. The arms coiled around his waist tightened, as Duan Baiji buried his head in Jiang Xunzhou's embrace. Pretending not to hear, Jiang Xunzhou let out a soft sigh, resting his hand atop Duan Baiji's head, stroking him gently, as one would groom a pet. Evasion serves no purpose, he stated. What has happened. However, I can assure you that for the time we have left, I shall not leave you again. This, too, shall be a truth. Chapter 18. The ruthless shadow of a business tycoon, Duan Baiji, could not recall how long he maintained that position until the forehead run dry. Dark blood flowing back into the syringe. Only then did Jiang Xunzhou gently push him away. He pressed the call button for the nurse to remove the needle, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Do not look at me with that expression. It makes me feel foolish. Duan Baiji pressed his lips together, bowing his head to staunch the bleeding from the injection site, only pausing when the pain became unbearable. I remember it all now, he spoke softly, taking a while to continue. My mother and Duan Ying were never in love. They would argue endlessly, and then Duan Ying would fall silent, while my typically gentle mother would become hysterical. Duan Ying remained mute. So, do you believe he killed Aunt Bai? Duan Baiji shook his head. I do not know, but he is likely involved. He looked at Jiang Xunzhou with a pitiful gaze, his head drooping. You're all I have left. Jiang Xunzhou replied, yes. We shall discharge you as soon as you feel better. A golden aura lingered at his fingertips, but fortunately, Duan Baiji, being an ordinary person, could not perceive it, allowing Jiang Xunzhou to maintain his composure. Regarding the whereabouts of Duan Yin, he had already drawn conclusions. I can leave at any time, Duan Baiji insisted, hastily getting out of bed. He had no serious issues, merely a temporary lapse due to overstimulation of his brain. Jiang Xunzhou, oblivious to his previous conversation on the phone, wore a somewhat frosty expression. We will settle the matter regarding Zhou Yuan later. For now, come with me to apprehend someone. Duan Baiji silently cursed his misfortune. Still groggy from waking, He had not fully processed Jiang Xunzhou's abrupt shift to discussing his mother's accident. It dawned on him that the truth regarding Yu Li had been uncovered. Gritting his teeth, he was poised to reprimand Zhou Yuan when Jiang Xunzhou seized him by the ear and dragged him away. How infuriating! The entire internet is in search of a substitute player, and time is of the essence. Bang! The car door slammed shut, startling Duan Baiji, who instinctively shrank back and obediently settled into the passenger seat. Where are we headed? He dared not look directly at Jiang Xunzhou, instead stealing glances through the rearview mirror. Longzhou, Jiang Xunzhou replied candidly. My people have traced your second uncle's whereabouts there. If I'm not mistaken, he is your biological father. Duan Baiji repeated the name Longzhou to himself. 11 years ago, on that rainy night, his mother had taken him there after leaving home, claiming it was a place of exceptional feng shui and picturesque scenery. He never understood the reason behind his mother's choice, nor had he returned since. It was unexpected to find himself on Longzhou soil once again, and under such circumstances. Jiang Xunzhou parked the car in a lot and led Duan Baiji into a dilapidated old residential area. It was hard to fathom that the powerful Duan family from city would willingly reside in such an underdeveloped locale for over a decade. This neighborhood lacked even the convenience of an elevator. What do you think prompted him to live here? Jiang Xunzhou queried as they ascended the stairs. Nostalgia for your mother? Or perhaps fleeing from the law? Duan Baiji, lost in thought, bore an inscrutable expression. Maybe he fled out of guilt and now reminisces about my mother? The novel perspective struck as surprisingly plausible. Jiang Xunzhou ceased to pursue further conversation and halted before the door on the 6th floor, leaning against the wall with a smirk. He gestured with his chin, Yunak. The melodramatic narrative of a long-lost father and son was poised to unfold. The duo, 070 and Jiang Xunzhou, were akin to spectators savoring the impending drama, merely lacking a chair and a bucket of popcorn to relish the spectacle. 070 candidly remarked. Such cliched plots are indeed endlessly entertaining. Jiang Xunzhou wholeheartedly agreed. Thud, thud, thud. With no doorbell, Duan Baiji resorted to the most primal method of knocking. Perhaps fueled by his pent-up frustration, he struck the door with more force than intended. Jiang Xunzhou noticed the door tremble and instinctively stepped back to avoid the dust that fell from the walls. Old, shabby, diminutive. Duan Yin could compose an ode to this forsaken dwelling. What do you want? A stranger opened the door, his voice brusque. Are you banging on my door for your life? Upon recognizing Duan Baiji's face, the man instinctively attempted to shut the door, but Duan Baiji, quick-witted, thrust his leg in to block it. Hello, dear uncle, Duan Baiji greeted with a disconcerting smile. Why are you hiding? It's rare for someone to come visit. Aren't you going to welcome me? Duan Yin, devoid of any pretense, retorted, Get lost. I don't know you. If you persist, I will call the police. Jiang Xunzhou neither needed to force open the door nor to knock. He strolled leisurely, saying, Report to the police? By all means, I can assist with that. Mister. Duan is astute enough to understand the purpose of our visit from afar, is he not? Indeed. Duan Baiji, having regained his strength, abruptly kicked the door open. Dear father, evading me for so many years has truly made my search arduous. Only 070 had the leisure to interject. Duan Baiji's kicking skills rival those of Yu Li. He is indeed a soldier molded by you. Jiang Xunzhou smiled, Begone. For just a fleeting moment of distraction, Duan Yin had already obediently stepped aside. Uncertain whether it was Jiang Xunzhou or Duan Baiji's words that prompted his compliance, Duan Yin sat at one side of the square wooden table, glanced up at the two figures by the door, and sighed as he poured 3 cups of tea. This day has indeed arrived, though I did not anticipate it would come so soon. This implicitly acknowledged that Duan Baiji's call of father was directed towards him. He seemed to have genuinely relinquished his struggle. In the face of adversity, one recognizes the resilience of pine and cypress. Baiji, your growth astounds me. He caught sight of Jiang Xunzhou beside him and smiled silently. Indeed, you have an excellent mentor. Regrettably, Duan Baiji had no desire to engage in a display of filial piety and did not follow Duan Yan's lead. Spare me such meaningless platitudes, Duan Baiji retorted coldly. I ask you, how much you know about my mother's death? Baiji, the truth is often cruel, Duan Yin remarked, blowing away the tea leaves floating on the surface before taking a sip, and continuing, you may find it unbearable. Duan Baiji scoffed, even somewhat angered. There is nothing I cannot accept. Why do you always treat me like a child? After receiving a sharp rap on the head from Jiang Xunzhou, Duan Baiji pouted, feeling aggrieved, yet too timid to voice it. You are indeed acting quite childish, Jiang Xunzhou observed. Duan Baiji fell silent. Duan Yin scrutinized the two of them, then suddenly realized something, his face paling. You two are together? Duan Baiji obstructed his line of sight. That is none of your concern. We are here for one purpose. What truly happened regarding my mother's death? Despite being biological father and son, their relationship was now worse than that of strangers. Duan Yin sighed deeply, reflecting on this. I have told you. You will find it unbearable. She took her own life. Moreover, she intended to take you with her. Chapter 19. The malicious black moonlight of the business tycoon. 19. According to Duan Yin, in years past he and his brother Duaning both fell for Duan Baiji's mother, leading to a tumultuous conflict between the two. Ultimately, they made an absurd decision. On the surface, she was Duan Ying's wife, but in reality, she was Duan Baiji's mother, simultaneously serving two husbands. Unfortunately, she was not a mere passive flower to be easily manipulated. She orchestrated an elaborate scheme, taking Duan Baiji along for the journey. But he ultimately did not perish in that meticulously planned accident. Speaking of which, Jiang Xunzhou, Duan Yin pointed at him. This matter is also intertwined with your parents. Had they not assisted from shadows, his mother would not have succeeded so effortlessly. If one were to delve deeper, none of the people surrounding her at that time managed to extricate themselves from the web of connections. Even Grandma Duan has become an accomplice of her son. Yet she can hardly conceal her disdain for Duan Bai's mother, often uttering words that strike at the very core of one's being. Were it not for Duan Bai's existence, she would have likely sought an end to her own turmoil long ago. Duan Bai pounded the table, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly grinding his teeth as he spat out a few words. Is this what you call love? It's utterly revolting. Duan Yin remained unfazed, merely believing that Duan Bai, having matured, ought to possess some right to awareness, which led him to express his thoughts so readily. Revolting? Huh. Duan Yin sneered. You are my son. Do you not recognize the inherent flaws that lie within you? Do you think that after all these years, your father has truly become a frog at the bottom of a well? Bai, cease your pretentiousness before me. He felt that Duan Bai, having grown up beside Duan Ying, must have been corrupted by him, and this self-righteous demeanor mirrored that of Duan Ying perfectly, hypocritical and nauseating. Gigi, calm down. Jiang Xunzhou gently embraced Duan Bai, whispering, let us leave. You are not in the right state to make decisions. Duan Bai felt somewhat feeble, leaning against Jiang Xunzhou, appearing as though he were fragile. Duan Yin remarked, just like that dead green tea from years ago. He began to doubt whether Duan Bai was truly his biological son. Zhou, Duan Bai, seizing the moment, grasped Jiang Xunzhou's hand with a pitiful expression, saying, you are all I have. Jiang Xunzhou cast a glance at Duan Yin and guided Duan Bai out. Indeed, Duan Bai's career value is 0.5, while the male lead's career value stands at 9.95.6, with a decimal point included. Jiang Xunzhou discreetly kicked him and roughly shoved him into the car. Duan Bai now appeared remarkably calm. The two sat in silence in the vehicle, no words exchanged. After a long pause, Duan Bai finally spoke. After investigating for so many years, now that I know the truth, I find myself devoid of any feeling. Jiang Xunzhou unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. His tone flat. That is to be expected. After all, having grown accustomed to a life devoid of paternal affection and maternal love, Duan Bai had long deceived himself with the lie of a mother in distress. Now, with the truth unveiled, the falsehood lay shattered. Do you wish for them to face consequences? Jiang Xunzhou inquired. Duan Bai shook his head, truly at a loss. I believe his words. They did not commit murder, and the law cannot intervene. As for moral condemnation, they possess no morals. There was no rebuttal. Jiang Xunzhou suddenly chuckled, crunching the candy in his mouth, and darkly stated, you might not be entirely innocent either. Engaging in morally questionable acts may not be so unusual for you. This sentiment was clearly not up for negotiation. The more one cherishes something, the more one fears losing it, especially after having attained it. Duan had passed away, unexpectedly. By the time Jiang Xunzhou and the others returned to his city, his body had already grown cold. Duan glanced at Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou asked, "What are you planning to do?" Had he intended to confront him? "Boss, you have finally returned." After departing, Yuli had remained at the Duan residence awaiting Jiang Xunzhou, detailing every minute aspect. Mr. Duan was discovered dead in his bedroom 3 hours ago by the servants, surrounded by several pill bottles. However, the room was permeated with a strong odor of pesticides. It appears he consumed this. When discovered, he had already been dead for some time. The coroner stated that his internal organs had been severely damaged by pesticides. In short, he was beyond saving. Duan Baiji's expression was complex, and Jiang Xunzhou appeared somewhat silent. During his lifetime, Duan had few friends, and now, in the old Duan family residence, only the sound of Duan grandmother's wailing echoed through the air. It was truly lamentable. Jiang Xunzhou crossed his arms, contemplating thoughtfully. To have a white-haired person send off a black-haired one. The eldest committed suicide, the second is missing, and the third is also quite ineffectual. Emotional collapse was inevitable. Duan grandmother had nearly placed all her remaining hopes upon Duan Baiji. After weeping, she collapsed into his embrace. "Baiji, you are all I have left." Duan Baiji steadied the elderly woman, then without hesitation withdrew his hand. "Grandmother," he said, lowering his gaze to the elder before him, "I know everything about the past." For a fleeting moment, Duan grandmother felt that her grandson was utterly unfamiliar. Like a harbinger of judgment, her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground. Everything began to make sense. Duan Baiji comprehended all, and thus Duan had succumbed to that woman. "What are you afraid of?" Duan Baiji crouched down. "Grandmother." Duan grandmother shook her head continuously, clutching Duan Baiji's arm. "You came to avenge that woman? Regardless, I'm still your dear grandmother. You cannot harm me. She committed suicide. You were raised by the Duan family, Baiji. One must not be so ungrateful." Jiang Xunzhou pulled Duan Baiji to his feet and countered. "If we are to speak of gratitude, he has grown up eating from the Jiang family's table. If we follow this logic, Duan Baiji owes me as well." In this light, it seemed her fears were not unfounded. She must have committed numerous wrongdoings. Jiang Xunzhou sighed, clicking his tongue. "What goes around comes around. It is a fitting retribution, grandmother. You are usually quite the believer in these matters, are you not? This entire situation could well be their reckoning. They have reaped what they sowed, and there is no need to dirty their hands." Now that matters had reached this stage, Duan Baiji had little to hold back. "Grandmother, you are getting on in years. I will find you a good nursing home and take care of you properly." No. Once inside, you will never come out." Duan grandmother resisted vehemently. "You cannot treat me this way." Duan Baiji smiled, quoting a famous saying, "This is all for your own good." With 2 sons lost, and the youngest unreliable, sending her to a nursing home would be a special mercy. Eldest, Yuli suddenly stepped forward, whispering, "News has come from Longzhou. Duan Yin has jumped into the river." Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. "Is he dead?" Yuli shook his head. "He survived, but after being rescued, he went mad." The fickle hand of fate. Jiang Xunzhou inwardly scoffed. Even 070 expressed astonishment. The male lead truly is favored by fate. Even in such dire straits, he fears that the male lead might act against his own interests. When will our antagonist ever receive such treatment? Jiang Xunzhou coldly laughed within. "As long as the heavens do not strike your antagonist down, I will consider a blessing." How terrified was fate of leading the male lead astray. Jiang Xunzhou rubbed his temples. "Understood. You may leave now." At this point, the Duan family was in utter disarray. Beep. The male protagonist's career value is 100. Congratulations to the host, Jiang Xunzhou, for completing the task of the Dragon AO Tian plan. Do you wish to leave this world? Chapter 20. The malevolent dark moon of the business tycoon. 20. Duan Baiji is going mad. Jiang Xunzhou could easily guess this. Out of humanitarian concern, Duan Baiji offered 3 incense sticks for Duan Ying and then hurriedly pulled Jiang Xunzhou back to their villa. Duan Baiji furrowed his brows tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. For some reason, he felt a strange anxiety, as if something was about to depart from him. "Zhou, you promised me you wouldn't leave again." Jiang Xunzhou sighed deeply, admiring the male protagonist's keen sensitivity, despite showing no outward signs. He could sense Jiang Xunzhou's intent to depart. "Do you think I'm someone who breaks promises?" Jiang Xunzhou bit his lip, his eyes brimming with defiance. "Ji, why are you always so naive?" "No." Duan Baiji, unusually calm, did not immediately lose his temper. His darkening value remained unchanged, and instead, he smiled. "Zhou won't leave. He can't leave." He slowly approached Jiang Xunzhou, humming an unknown tune, exuding an uncharacteristic confidence. Jiang Xunzhou found himself forcefully pinned against the wall, his chin gripped by Duan Baiji, compelling him to turn his head to facilitate a kiss. The smile faded from his face. Calloused hands slid beneath his clothing, caressing his delicate waist, causing Jiang Xunzhou to shudder. Wait a moment." Jiang Xunzhou gasped, his voice trembling. "Ji, I was just joking." The deep voice above him replied. "Not funny, I took it seriously." Duan Baiji had unknowingly unlocked a peculiar taste. He disliked the idea of Jiang Xunzhou escaping him, yet found pleasure in watching him struggle and crawl forward, only to be pulled back by his ankle. There was no running away, no escaping. This realization thrilled Duan Baiji immensely. The room was filled with a sultry atmosphere. It was not until the following afternoon that Jiang Xunzhou finally awoke. Duan Baiji had left early for the company due to matters concerning the Duan family. Jiang Xunzhou stared blankly at the stark white ceiling, entering a contemplative state. He pondered whether he had been too indulgent with Duan Baiji lately, as their encounters had become increasingly excessive. Observing his thoughts, 070 chuckled. Is it possible that the male protagonist is proving himself? Jiang Xunzhou's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. "Earlier, you mentioned that his skills were lacking." 070's laughter grew louder. "So, how is it, host? Are the male protagonist's skills still lacking?" Finally, Jiang Xunzhou responded. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll erase you." This remark proved effective. 070 fell silent. However, from the events of yesterday, Jiang Xunzhou confirmed one answer. The data regarding the darkening value was compromised. 070 did not see the issue, as this functionality had never been accessible to them. It was a fortunate accident that allowed them to view the male protagonist's darkening value. Now that the task was complete, the data was no longer visible, and they could not observe any fluctuations, which did not constitute a failure. Jiang Xunzhou, after laying bare his thoughts, shook his head. He opened the system panel and lingered for a long time between the two options regarding whether to depart from this world, ultimately settling on no. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was akin to the calm before the storm. He could not recall how long Duan Baiji's corruption value had remained unchanged, yet with so many events unfolding yesterday, it was evidently impossible for there to be no increase at all. The person who previously saw Yu Li and experienced a rise of 10 points in his value could not suddenly become indifferent. Jiang Xunzhou had a foreboding that if he chose the affirmative option, he would inevitably remain tethered to this realm. 070, oblivious to his concerns, questioned with curiosity. "Do you suspect that the male lead's mother is merely in a feigned death?" Given the melodramatic nature of the plot, such a twist would not be entirely surprising. Whether she was truly dead or not, the narrative demanded her demise. Jiang Xunzhou found it difficult to fathom how 070's imagination could conjure such ideas and stifle the urge to roll his eyes before responding. "I find foolishness intolerable. Kindly refrain from speaking too much lest I lose my temper and strike you." 070, with an infatuated grin, remarked, "The scent from the host's hand precedes any slap." Jiang Xunzhou retorted, "Has the system been infected with a virus? Such behavior is rather unsettling." This raised concerns about both intelligence and reasoning. It was impossible for Duan Baiji's mother to be alive. Jiang Xunzhou had witnessed her demise firsthand. Moreover, considering the circumstances at the time, it was remarkable that she managed to escape with her child. How could she orchestrate a car accident in such a short span, and then procure a corpse that bore such a striking resemblance to her own? Furthermore, the career value had already reached 100%, affirming that their current direction was indeed correct. Everything had seemingly settled, save for the corruption value. Jiang Xunzhou, dragging his weary body into the bathroom, was interrupted by 070, who emerged from the sea of consciousness, taking on the form of a small dog and sitting beside the bathtub, panting and exposing a portion of its tongue. Jiang Xunzhou absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers, feeling an itch to act. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and pinched the dog's mouth. "Do you have any better suggestions?" he inquired. Given Duan Baiji's character, the moment he departed, his corruption value would likely skyrocket. The dogmatic forces of this world would then compel him to return and clean up the ensuing mess. But at that point, communicating with Duan Baiji in a calm manner would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. 070 nudged Jiang Xunzhou's hand, urging him to release its mouth, before suggesting, "You could choose to die in obscurity." Dying in obscurity, that presented a 50% chance. Jiang Xunzhou replied, 50% that he will die alongside us. 070 disagreed, asserting, "I believe the probability of him pursuing a tragic end is 99%. Jiang Xunzhou raised a finger and shook it. "It's a 50-50 chance. The remaining 5% is him spiraling into corruption and dragging the entire world down with him." Upon hearing this, 070 considered that this scenario, too, could indeed be 99% likely. It was no wonder they both arrived at a 50-50 conclusion. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to remain in this world until the natural end of his life. This was certainly not due to any selfish motives on his part. "How do you observe me while bathing?" Duan Baiji was unaware of how long he had returned. He still entered without knocking. Instead of encountering what he wished to see, he was greeted by the presence of that loathsome dog, an irritating creature that he contemplated sending for sterilization. The dog, feeling aggrieved, whimpered a couple of times, and upon realizing that its master would not come to its defense, hastily scurried away. Duan Baiji let out a cold hum, feeling even more wronged. "I haven't even looked." Jiang Xunzhou found the scene amusing. "What do you have in common with a dog?" Duan Baiji simply replied, "Woof." Jiang Xunzhou was left speechless. In the bathtub, a bath ball had turned the water a deep purple, obscuring Duan Baiji's view, but allowing him to catch a faint whiff of the elusive fragrance of ylang ylang. The steam enveloped his skin, rendering it tender and pink. Jiang Xunzhou leaned back, a droplet of water sliding down his throat. "You hurt me," he murmured. Duan Baiji's gaze darkened, his thirst overwhelming. "They all say one should marry a virtuous man." He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "I could do laundry, cook, and earn a lot of money. Would you consider marrying me?" Chapter 21. The malicious dark moon of a business tycoon. 21. Jiang Xunzhou stared at him, his beautifully sculpted brows raised in astonishment. Noticing Duan Baiji's serious demeanor, he composed himself. His gaze traveled up and down, assessing the surroundings. "Are you intending to propose in the bathroom? Not even a ring, nor a bouquet in sight." Duan Baiji swallowed hard, lowering his gaze to avoid direct eye contact. "No, I will certainly provide you with the grandest proposal ceremony. I merely wanted to prepare you mentally for it." Whether he was confident that Jiang Xunzhou would not refuse, or if he simply would not grant him the opportunity to decline, Jiang Xunzhou suspected it was the latter. Reaching out, Jiang Xunzhou lifted Duan Baiji's chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You are quite eager for me to marry you, aren't you?" The word marry held a subtle nuance, Jiang Xunzhou mused. Duan Baiji, ever the clever one, knew precisely how to deliver words that pleased him. A genuine smile crept across Jiang Xunzhou's face as he decided to tease the male lead. "Call me husband and let me hear it." Kneeling at the edge of the bathtub, Duan Baiji's eyes sparkled with desire as he implored, "Husband, I beg for your mercy." Jiang Xunzhou's heart raced a couple of beats faster. Yet, he revealed no outward signs, feigning nonchalance as he retracted his hand, pulling Duan Baiji into the bath. "Good words." Jiang Xunzhou playfully traced Duan Baiji's handsome features with his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, there should be a reward, yes?" The expensive suit was soaked, darkened by the water, Yet Duan Baiji showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he felt that the shabby garment was a hindrance to his intentions, tearing it off roughly and tossing it onto the floor. "So, dear husband, what reward do you have in mind for me?" Duan Baiji knelt between Jiang Xunzhou's legs, cornering him against the bathtub and the wall of flesh. Without waiting for Jiang Xunzhou's response, Duan Baiji's lips descended upon his, fervently pressing against him. "I will claim it myself, dear husband." Jiang Xunzhou felt like a licentious monarch, while Duan Baiji embodied the enchanting temptress, drawing him once again into a tempestuous encounter. With a sharp bite from the enchanting demoness, Jiang Xunzhou cast a reproachful glare at him, threatening, "Do not overstep your bounds." "What do you mean?" Duan Baiji grunted softly, his breath slightly ragged. It's clearly Zhou who is distracted. In the end, Jiang Xunzhou felt he had been too indulgent with Duan Baiji. He could no longer allow Duan Baiji to act with such impunity. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. "What time is it?" His voice was hoarse, and he lacked the strength in his hands, weakly swatting at the air, which only seemed to invite flirtation. "You've only slept for an hour." Duan Baiji kissed his palm. "It's 7 in the evening. Are you hungry, Zhou? I'll go make you dinner." With that, Duan Baiji prepared to get out of bed, only to be halted by Jiang Xunzhou's grip. "It's too much trouble." Jiang Xunzhou yawned, rising from bed, the blanket slipping from his body to reveal mottled marks, reminiscent of red plums blooming in the snow, tightly clustered, revealing only a few patches of well-defined skin. Duan Baiji began to massage his waist, retrieving a casual outfit from the wardrobe and personally dressing Jiang Xunzhou. "Would you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine?" Jiang Xunzhou felt akin to an exquisitely crafted BJD doll, entirely at Duan Baiji's mercy. He placed his foot on Duan Baiji's leg, his fair foot restlessly shifting until it landed on Duan Baiji's Adam's apple. "Well, it seems a good brother is quite aroused." Jiang Xunzhou cast a sidelong glance, scoffing. "Is it that uncontrollable?" Duan Baiji replied, "It's hard to restrain oneself." Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his foot. "If you cannot control it, perhaps I should send you and the dog for neutering." 070 sneezed, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Duan Baiji remained silent, dutifully helping Jiang Xunzhou change clothes, resolving his own matters before also changing into an outfit to accompany Jiang Xunzhou out. He had not made a reservation at a restaurant, as Jiang Xunzhou had forbidden it. Consequently, Duan Baiji obediently took the passenger seat, awaiting Jiang Xunzhou to drive them to dinner. Zhou family's hotel. As night fell, the lights illuminated, casting a golden warmth that accentuated the hotel's grandeur. Situated in the heart of the city, the influx of guests was considerable. Duan Baiji discreetly observed Jiang Xunzhou's expression, sensing that Jiang Xunzhou had not come here merely to dine innocently. It appeared that Jiang Xunzhou sought revenge. Since Zhou Yuan had acted against Li, Jiang Xunzhou would certainly not let it go unpunished. Bringing him along was definitely more than a mere spectacle. Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze, gently tapping the wristwatch on his arm, mentally calculating the time. If he wasn't mistaken, the Zhou family specialized in the hospitality industry. Hadn't they? Back in the last century, city, it was not as developed as it is today. The Zhou family's ancestors had broad visions and built their enterprises on this fertile ground, leading to the current prosperity over generations. Unfortunately, they lacked flexibility. Jiang Xunzhou remarked. "They only know how to cling to the hospitality and restaurant business, but that's all right. I'm here to assist them." This hotel was the primary source of income for the Zhou family. Its destruction would not undermine their foundation, but it would certainly give them a considerable headache. Duan Bai's heart was clear. Zhou Yuan was ultimately involved with Yu Li because of him. However, Zhou Yuan's actions were not to be blamed by others. He indeed had to bear the consequences of his youthful impulsiveness. A lesson learned is beneficial. At 7:30, several vans halted at the hotel entrance. Jiang Xunzhou's silent exasperation was palpable. Enough of this. He could not be bothered with such trivialities anymore. Why drive a Wuling Hongguang when one had a luxury vehicle? It made him appear like a member of the underworld. A group of burly men clad in black suits hurriedly approached from the vans. aligning themselves in a neat row before Jiang Xunzhou, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, boss." Jiang Xunzhou's mouth twitched slightly, his expression one of utter disbelief. He turned away and patted Duanbai on the shoulder. "Your little brothers are looking for you. I shall take my leave." Duanbai couldn't help but chuckle. All right. It was rare to see Jiang Xunzhou in such a light, more vibrant than usual. Chapter 22. The Malicious Shadow of a Business Tycoon. 22. Zhou Yuan had anticipated this day long ago. Yet, what surprised Jiang Xunzhou was the presence of both Yu Li and Song Rue. "What brings you here?" Jiang Xunzhou's gaze flitted between the three individuals in the room, one who plotted against him, one who was his confidant, and another who had betrayed him. This peculiar combination felt oddly unsettling. Song Rue. Jiang Xunzhou had never found the time to settle the score. "Are you so busy that you've come knocking at my door?" He was unabashed, treating the place as his own domain, reclining in the main seat with his legs crossed, nearly demanding Zhou Yuan to serve him a cup of hot tea. Though, that was unlikely, as Jiang Xunzhou had no taste for tea. "Boss," Yuli had shed his tough guy facade, appearing almost submissive. He stepped away from the others, positioning himself behind Jiang Xunzhou. "I don't need to explain." Jiang Xunzhou chuckled softly, resting his chin on his hand. "I am pleased to see your growth. If you have feelings for him, I can indeed overlook those past grievances. However, someone must bear the brunt of my anger, right? Yu Li, do you truly care for him enough to accept the consequences?" Jiang Xunzhou's reputation for ruthless methods was well known. The manner in which he treated his subordinates was a topic of much speculation, and it was certainly not favorable. It was Zhou Yuan who could no longer remain seated. He immediately stood up, slamming his hands on the table, causing even the surface to tremble beneath his frail strength. "That is unnecessary." Zhou Yuan coughed twice from his agitation, downing a glass of water before continuing. "Yu Li is an independent individual. What right do you have to interfere with him?" Jiang Xunzhou leaned back in his chair, adopting a languid demeanor. "Yu Li, tell him whether I possess that right." Yu Li replied, "Yes. Only Jiang Xunzhou has that right." Both he and Duanbai were saved by Jiang Xunzhou. Without their boss, Yu Li did not know if he would have starved on the streets or wandered aimlessly. "I do not harbor feelings for him," Yu Li continued. "Boss, I do not wish to dwell on this. I am a man, unbothered by matters of honor, nor do I require him to take responsibility. Let's part amicably. It was merely a fleeting romance." Yu Li gazed at Zhou Yuan for an extended period, his heart betraying no tumult. He continued, "Boss, I shall forever remain yours." There is little more to say, despite Zhou Yuan's eyes blazing crimson with emotion. Their faces betraying a tempest of feelings, neither uttered another word. They were, after all, individuals from disparate worlds. Zhou Yuan, emboldened by audacity, dared to lay his hands on Jiang Xunzhou's trusted confidant. Alas, Yu Li's heart was as frigid as his elder brother's, and despite Zhou Yuan's persistent efforts, he ultimately reaped no favorable outcome. Thus, matters were simplified. Jiang Xunzhou, embodying the demeanor of an eager mentor, nodded. "Then it is your turn, Song Rue." Before anything further could be articulated, Duan Baiji entered the room. "Oh," Jiang Xunzhou remarked, twirling an exquisite fountain pen in his hand, his gaze shifting to the doorway. "Your accomplice has arrived." Duan Baiji, still bewildered by the situation, oscillated his gaze between the two factions, ultimately positioning himself behind Jiang Xunzhou, aligning with Yu Li, resembling a pair of formidable guardians. Though Zhou Yuan was also associated with Duan Baiji, his actions had not directly compromised Jiang Xunzhou's interests. The aggrieved party had graciously declared it to be of no consequence. Thus Jiang Xunzhou was inclined to extend a chance for redemption to the young man. As for Song Rue, he indeed resembled a treacherous wolf. Jiang Xunzhou set down his pen, addressing Song Rue. "Greed knows no bounds. Have we not been living in a society governed by law? Do you comprehend what I would have done?" Song Rue chuckled, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Would you have killed me?" It was well known that Jiang Xunzhou harbored a deep aversion for traitors. Before Jiang Xunzhou could respond, Song Rue continued, "Ah Sun, you remain unchanged." A smile adorned Song Rue's face, his every gesture exuding elegance, as he calmly remarked, "Initially, I merely wished to observe whether he would employ such despicable tactics, whether you would despise him or fall for him. Yet, it appears I have misjudged." Song Rue shook his head in resignation. "I underestimated the depth of your feelings for each other. Asun, regardless of the world, regardless of his nature, he will inevitably fall hopelessly in love with you. And you," Song Rue refrained from elaborating further. He was hopelessly enamored with Jiang Xunzhou. But what of Jiang Xunzhou? No one had ever delineated that answer. Jiang Xunzhou was momentarily taken aback, his hand instinctively clenching into a fist. He closed his eyes, sifting through past details in vain, finding nothing of substance, and could only juxtapose the individual before him with the memory of another. Asun is what you can call him? Duan Baiji could no longer contain himself. What gives you the right to be so familiar? Previously, even addressing him as Zhou would have drawn reprimands. By what authority did Song Rue invoke Asun? Why had they grown so intimate? Duan Baiji was the first to object. "Shi Xiang," Jiang Xunzhou replied coldly, "what brings you here?" Song Rue did not answer directly, but countered. "If you can be here, why can't I?" Jiang Xunzhou remained silent, merely observing him with an icy gaze reminiscent of winter's chill. Those familiar with him understood that he was incensed. 070. You had better provide me with an explanation as to why someone from my original world is present here. The consciousness within 070 also fractured, perplexed by the situation, and began revisiting the rules, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. Like them, he is also a tasker. If Song Rue were a native of Jiang Xunzhou's world, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Only those endowed with a system can traverse the miniature worlds. As for his mission, I am unaware. His permissions and level exceed ours. 070 conveyed to Jiang Xunzhou. The fact that he could pursue this world indicates his capabilities far surpass mere trifles. Perhaps he possesses the protagonist's happiness system, 070 speculated. After all, he is not engaged in any actions detrimental to us or the male lead. Rather, he even assisted Duan Baiji in capturing you, the host. Do not always make things difficult for it. Song Rue discerned Jiang Xunzhou's intentions and approached him, stating, "Asun has matured considerably. Perhaps my junior can indeed teach you the essence of love." Jiang Xunzhou shrugged, scoffing, "There is no need for my senior to concern himself." Song Rue departed. Almost immediately upon stepping out the door, Jiang Xunzhou rose and instructed Yu Li behind him, "Go fetch a sack to take him away for a beating. There are individuals waiting in the hall below. You should join them. Ensure he does not die. Render him half-paralyzed at most." He spoke with the calmness of someone discussing what to have for lunch. Aside from traitors, Jiang Xunzhou held a particular disdain for those who feigned authority of elders. Coincidentally, Song Rue embodied both traits, such intelligence, yet he failed to anticipate the possibility of being thoroughly beaten. Chapter 23. The Malicious Black Moonlight of a Business Tycoon, 23. End host, do you truly intend to reside in this world until the end of your days? Jiang Xunzhou, drying his freshly washed hair, replied, "Yes, is there something you need?" 070 shook its head, secretly observing him from the ground. "I merely did not expect this. I thought the host was solely focused on his career, that moving on to the next world would allow for the early completion of tasks and an increase in efficiency." Jiang Xunzhou paused for a moment, then patiently elucidated, "I am a demon. Human lifetimes are but fleeting moments to me." Implicitly, he indicated that he did not mind wasting this little time. Oh, 070 still appeared somewhat perplexed. "Aren't you a divine beast?" Do divine beasts privately refer to themselves as demons? It was aware that many claimed to be divine, but those who equated themselves with demons were rare. Divine beast? Who informed you of that? Jiang Xunzhou clenched his fists, his brow nearly knitting together. 070, startled by Jiang Xunzhou's reaction, stammered after a while. "The system data contains a racial classification. The taskers gathered in the Quick Transit Bureau hail from myriad worlds, not only humans and demons, but also succubi and zombies. To facilitate better relationships between systems and hosts, the headquarters pre-sends host information to the systems, according to the data in 070's possession. The racial classification listed for Jiang Xunzhou diverged significantly from his understanding. The system indicates that the host race is the divine beast dragon. Jiang Xunzhou reflected. Their headquarters even supersedes the heavenly principles of the miniature worlds. Thus, the data provided by the system must be accurate. Jiang Xunzhou's beliefs began to unravel. He had always considered himself a demon beast, a serpentine creature, and had endured scorn due to this perception. His failed ascension as a demon had nearly cost him his life. Now, he suddenly reveals to him that the tribulations he has endured are not his to bear. The world is but a grand stage, and he is the principal victim of this farce. Their actions are deliberate. Jiang Xunzhou murmurs. This matter is inextricably linked to my senior brother. Apart from the tasker, Jiang Xunzhou cannot conceive of another who could so thoroughly conceal his true self without his own awareness. The tasker, in collusion with the heavenly path, has ensnared him in a trap. Jiang Xunzhou feels a maddening sense of rage, covering his face as he laughs maniacally. Very well, indeed splendid. Just wait. Sooner or later, I shall return to exact my vengeance. The cup on the table trembles under Jiang Xunzhou's formidable aura, ultimately shattering into fragments, with clear water flowing in serpentine streams. Once he regains his composure, Jiang Xunzhou realizes that he currently lacks the means to make such bold declarations. Nevertheless, he is confident that the day of reckoning will soon arrive. After calming his emotions, he ventures out to meet Duan Baiji. Since the day he had dealt a blow to Song Rue, he had reverted to an ordinary existence, no longer mentioning the affairs of the previous world. As pristine as a blank sheet of paper, the tasker that once inhabited him has departed from this realm, returning his body to him. Neither 070 nor Jiang Xunzhou could ascertain when the soul within this body transformed into another's. Duan Baiji has never broached the subject with Jiang Xunzhou, who in turn would remain silent on matter. On an ordinary afternoon, they stroll along the riverbank, watching the sunset's golden glow as they quietly anticipate the arrival of night. The clouds above transition into warm hues, revealing vast expanses of crimson twilight. Dressed only in a thin shirt, Jiang Xunzhou feels the chill of the autumnal evening breeze along the river. He pinches his cool knuckles, perplexed by Duan Baiji's sudden suggestion to take a walk on both sides. Duan Baiji removes his coat and drapes it over Jiang Xunzhou's shoulders, exuding a hint of exasperation. "Zhou, you must tell me if you feel unwell." Jiang Xunzhou's body temperature is naturally lower than most, and the biting wind makes him feel like a walking ice cube, frighteningly cold. Fortunately, Jiang Xunzhou lowers his gaze, feeling a hand clasp his own, gradually warming him. "I'm not that delicate." Duan Baiji disagrees, guiding Jiang Xunzhou to a sheltered spot against the wind. Autumn is approaching, and twilight descends faster than before. In less than 20 minutes, the sky has turned completely dark. A fleet of drones, arriving from who knows where, forms patterns in the air, occasionally resembling flowers, at times manifesting expressions of yellow beans, culminating in the striking proclamation of "I love." Though fireworks are prohibited in the city, the drone fleet transforms into a resplendent display in the night sky. The declaration of "I love" bears no signature, allowing every citizen of the city to boldly express their affections. "I love you. I love you." The sounds of confessions echo around them. The colorful lights reflect in Jiang Xunzhou's eyes, and Duan Baiji is momentarily entranced, falling into silence. "Zhou," Duan Baiji's Adam's apple bobbed, a painful dryness consuming his throat, as silence enveloped him, leaving only Jiang Xunzhou in his world. A glance could last an eternity. After a lengthy pause, Duan Baiji spoke again. "In truth, you harbor no feelings for me, do you?" Yet, he managed to smile. "It matters not. Jiang Xunzhou will not fall for another." Duan Baiji understood better than anyone how impenetrable this person's heart was, and he would not permit such a thing to transpire. Jiang Xunzhou paused, suddenly lowering his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. To the onlookers, he appeared to be the one heartbroken, weeping from the sting of unrequited love. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize he was actually smiling. Foolish, Jiang Xunzhou remarked candidly. Did you not claim to know me well? It seems you were merely talking to yourself. Duan Baizhi stood frozen. Jiang Xunzhou pushed him lightly, pinning him against the railing. The noise of the crowd faded, and in their shared gaze, Duan Baizhi found himself momentarily at a loss. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled softly, disregarding the stares from passers-by, and leaned in to kiss Duan Baizhi. The unique scent of wood that clung to Jiang Xunzhou filled Duan Baizhi's senses, leaving him momentarily entranced, rendered helpless as the other explored him. Why are you so naive in matters such as this? Duan Baizhi was still young, brimming with youthful fervor. With his immense power, he ought to be imperious, not constrained by affection. A loud cheer erupted from the crowd, uniting in exuberance over their union. Finally roused by the prince's kiss, Duan Baizhi hastily extricated himself from Jiang Xunzhou's embrace, retrieving the ring he had long prepared from his pocket, and knelt on one knee. In the end, only 3 words remained. I love you. Jiang Xunzhou replied with a soft extending his left hand forward. In that moment, happiness enveloped them. Duan Baizhi had finally attained what he had sought for years. In a fragmented world, there was one who illuminated his path ahead. With Jiang Xunzhou's acquiescence, Duan Baizhi eagerly selected the nearest auspicious date, hastily booking 2 tickets to wed abroad, fearing that Jiang Xunzhou might change his mind if he hesitated. Jiang Xunzhou kept his promise, remaining until the very last day of this world's existence, before the system whisked him away. Little did he expect that as soon as he departed, Duan Baizhi would follow suit. He gazed down at the small, radiant orb in his hand, sinking into a long silence. After a considerable time, he tucked the fragment into the system. Let us proceed to the next world. Chapter 24. The Mad Ghost King's Ghostly Spouse. 1. The deafening sound of the Suona pierced the heavens, as a fierce wind howled through the mountains, rustling the leaves. The sound resembling cries amidst the turbulent gusts. The cacophony of noise throbbed in Jiang Xunzhou's head as he slowly opened his eyes, evidently still adjusting to this new realm. A haze of white greeted him. Jiang Xunzhou pressed his temples, beginning to survey the scene before him. White, nothing but white. He appeared to be seated in a palanquin, adorned in resplendent white garments. As he moved slightly, the embellishments on his attire emitted a delicate tinkling sound, a testament to its opulence. A white veil? It was only then that Jiang Xunzhou realized a white veil was draped atop his head, which accounted for the blinding whiteness before him. He furrowed his brow and reached up to remove it, yet he was perplexed by how the veil was secured. Despite his efforts, it would not budge. The sound of the Suona outside ceased, and a hoarse voice of an elder cautioned, "Bride, do not lift the veil yourself. It is inauspicious." Jiang Xunzhou halted his movements, obediently lowering his hand. How peculiar! An aura of strangeness permeated the atmosphere. Setting aside the notion of being a bride, the entire spectacle resembled a funeral. And who would don white for a wedding? He leaned forward, peering through the narrow gap of the palanquin window, catching sight of a few pairs of feet, likely those of the bearers and the musician, yet gleaned no further useful information. Host, after the previous world concluded, 070 had gone to upgrade the system and now reemerged. You have finally awakened. It had arrived in this world ahead of Jiang Xunzhou. What was the nature of this world? Jiang Xunzhou frowned. You had better elucidate how I suddenly became a bride. 070, realizing the gravity of the situation, could not conceal the truth. Upon entering this world, your consciousness has remained in a state of unconsciousness, and you have awakened late. 070 braced itself. You have already performed the wedding rites with the male lead, and they are currently transporting you to his ancestral home. Jiang Xunzhou, is that so? Noticing Jiang Xunzhou's lack of significant reaction, 070 felt a modicum of relief and continued to explain the circumstances of this world. Contrary to Jiang Xunzhou's assumptions, this world was not set in ancient times. However, the male lead was indeed an ancient being, a male ghost whose age was unfathomable. Jiang Xunzhou resided in an unnamed village, where the villagers revered the male lead as a deity, annually offering a bride as a sacrifice. This year, the unfortunate chosen one was none other than Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou accessed the system panel, his finger hovering over the inquiry button. Wen Shu's current career value, 20. Alert. Please note, host. The male lead Wen Shu's darkening value, 100. Please reduce it as soon as possible. It appeared that this world was not as simplistic as it seemed. 070 timidly chimed in. This world is rather unique. It does not primarily operate on career values. Wen Shu is a malevolent spirit, and reducing his darkening value counts as a successful task. This statement implied that there was still a main storyline tied to career values. In truth, reducing the darkening value was secondary. 070 silently mused. The ultimate goal would be to exorcise this malevolent spirit. Therefore, what was his career main storyline? 070's thoughts darkened, regretting its ability to hear. It knew this host all too well, possessing a rebellious streak that bordered on obsessive, often engaging in actions that left 070 anxious. Under the guise of conquest, it wished to express, "I've been conquered by you." Alas, who would care for the fate of the system? Let him become the Ghost King. 070 found the workings of this world's celestial order utterly perplexing. On one hand, it compelled the tasker to assist the male protagonist in becoming a ghostly king, while on the other, it desired the tasker to help him attain salvation. These were undeniably contradictory missions. After a moment of hesitation, 070 continued, "Host, you employed unnatural methods in your previous world, resulting in the celestial order of this realm sealing away your spiritual power." Jiang Xunzhou clenched his garments. This world was evidently more perilous than the last, with even supernatural elements at play. The celestial order must have acted with intent. But why? Was it merely to escalate the difficulty of the tasks assigned to him? Jiang Xunzhou was unconvinced. However, 070 cleared its throat, imitating the tone of the celestial order. This world is experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy and possesses methods of cultivation. You can still practice normally. Jiang Xunzhou lamented, "Return my fully leveled character." The sedan chair came to a halt. The curtain was lifted, revealing a pale hand reaching out. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze and gently placed his hand into the cold grasp. It was an unnatural chill, far from that of a typical human. After all, who else but Wen Shu would come to collect him from the bridal sedan at such a moment? Jiang Xunzhou allowed himself to be led by Wen Shu. Uncertain whether the night's frigid mountain air or the coldness transmitted through their joined hands was responsible for the steady decline in his body temperature, which felt akin to stepping into a cold storage unit. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, they came to a stop. Jiang Xunzhou was unexpectedly pushed back and fell into the bedding. As the veil obscuring his vision was lifted, he gasped, meeting the striking visage of Wen Shu. Far from the ghastly countenance he had imagined, Wen Shu bore no signs of age. With a proud nose and slightly purse-thin lips, he wore a wedding garment with a deep V-neck, the contours of his muscles subtly discernible beneath the fabric. The form of a ghost remains forever fixed at the moment of death, suggesting that Wen Shu was indeed a short-lived specter. Jiang Xunzhou murmured his name, only to see Wen Shu approach him with blood-red eyes. Those eyes seemed to swirl with tempestuous emotions, rendering Jiang Xunzhou speechless. In the presence of such a malevolent spirit, he felt utterly powerless, allowing the chilling lips and tongue to roam within his mouth, occasionally escaping with soft whimpers. Jiang Xunzhou could not comprehend how, despite it being their first encounter, the emotions swirling within Wen Shu's gaze were akin to tumultuous waves, nearly overwhelming him. The air in his lungs was stolen, making even breathing a struggle. His face flushed crimson, and just as he felt on the brink of asphyxiation, Wen Shu finally released him. Lying on the bed, Jiang Xunzhou gasped for air, his elongated eyes misty with unshed tears, the corners flushed with vivid red, as if he had been grievously wronged. He reached to touch his numbed lips, which felt somewhat swollen. In stark contrast, Wen Shu's expression was inscrutable, exuding an air of refined elegance. "My bride," Wen Shu chuckled, settling atop Jiang Xunzhou, pressing firmly on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. "You are as beautiful as ever." His cool fingertips delicately traced the reddened corners of Jiang Xunzhou's eyes, gliding down the bridge of his nose to his lips, chin, and finally, his Adam's apple. He chuckled softly, exhaling a breath of cool air against Jiang Xunzhou's ear. Look at this. Wen Shu grasped Jiang Xunzhou's neck, the dark blue veins faintly visible, the pulse thrumming against his palm. My bride, he was afraid. Chapter 25. The Mad Ghost King's ghostly marriage with his male spouse. 2. After death, blood ceases to circulate, and the blood in the fingernails gradually darkens over time. With Wen Shu's abilities, maintaining a semblance of a living human form would undoubtedly be effortless. However, he chose not to. Judging by the skin, the nails, and those purplish lips, he deliberately sustained this inhuman appearance to confront Jiang Xunzhou. It was a silent intimidation. Jiang Xunzhou buried his head in Wen Shu's shoulder, trembling uncontrollably, indeed appearing to be in fear. Ah, Lord of Ghosts! Jiang Xunzhou lifted his head, a broad smile gracing his face, devoid of any trace of fear. Are you teasing a child? I'm so scared. Wen Shu narrowed his eyes, his sharp black fingertips lightly grazing Jiang Xunzhou's neck, the delicate skin instantly parting to reveal a crimson wound, blood rushing forth eagerly. Indeed, it is you. His fingertip brushed against the neck. Wen Shu lowered his head with a chuckle. Warm. I have found you. Wen Shu enunciated his name slowly. Jiang Xunzhou. It was uttered with a lingering affection, and although it was merely the calling of his name, Jiang Xunzhou inexplicably felt a hint of intimacy. The emotions within Wen Shu's ghostly eyes thickening like strands of silk. Suddenly, Wen Shu fiercely gripped Jiang Xunzhou's slender neck, his body resembling a devout worshipper kneeling upon him. Had it not been for the palpable force around his neck, Jiang Xunzhou might have been convinced. My lady, Wen Shu's tone carried a certain lament. The underworld is so cold. Come accompany me. The air grew thin, and Wen Shu's murderous intent felt tangible, causing the temperature to drop several degrees, an incessant stream of black mist emanating from him, enveloping and consuming Jiang Xunzhou. Huh! Jiang Xunzhou laughed, squeezing out a few syllables from his throat, just a pitiful creature. Even in such moments, he did not forget to provoke. Yet, it proved effective. Wen Shu loosened his grip and rose from him. Oh, my lady. Wen Shu gently caressed Jiang Xunzhou's cheek, as though the one who had just sought his life was not him. You had better articulate your thoughts, lest I momentarily forget my desire to end your existence. Jiang Xunzhou lay on the bed, bowing his head to cough several times before gradually calming his erratic breaths. He felt a surge of anger. Is there any way to temporarily lift the seal on my spiritual power? 070, momentarily stunned by the recent scene, took a while to respond. Yes, there is. The heavenly Tao suggests you agree to a condition of his. He has yet to determine the specifics, but will relay them later. However, host, you have only one opportunity. The heavenly Tao was being deliberate, akin to a malevolent capitalist, trading what should have been a safety net for Jiang Xunzhou, a novice gift package, for a mere empty promise was clearly a scheme that favored the heavenly Tao. To agree was fraught with uncertainty about what further traps the heavenly Tao might have in store. To refuse, however, would surely lead to imminent death. Jiang Xunzhou's expression hardened. I agree. There was no need for haste. Jiang Xunzhou rested both hands behind him, the blood on his neck staining the collar of his wedding attire, the wound throbbing faintly with pain. Lord Ghost, come a little closer. A warm current surged within him, an unending stream of spiritual energy flooding his being. Jiang Xunzhou comfortably narrowed his eyes, a genuine smile gracing his face. Wen Shu's breath hitched, leaning forward slightly. With a swift thrust, a dagger formed of spiritual energy pierced through Wen Shu's chest. The wedding garment was scorched by the energy enveloping the blade, flickering flames extending outward as black blood gushed forth. Jiang Xunzhou pressed down forcefully, driving the blade deeper. Lord Ghost, wouldn't it be better to simply accept your fate as a short-lived spirit? Jiang Xunzhou sighed. To be a ghost yet continue to seek death is hardly a commendable habit. Moreover, to underestimate your opponent displays a foolishness that knows no bounds. Wen Shu swallowed the blood surging in his throat, smiling even more broadly. Indeed, I was too dismissive of you. Jiang Xunzhou. The malevolent spirit seemed impervious to pain, grasping Jiang Xunzhou's hand and yanking the dagger from his chest, discarding it onto the ground. The weapon clattered as it hit the floor, only to be scattered into fine particles by a gentle gust of the ominous wind, vanishing from sight. I truly believed you to be an ordinary person, Wen Shu remarked with a hint of satisfaction. You always manage to surprise me in the most unexpected ways. If only it hadn't been so abrupt. After all, the sensation of burning is rather unpleasant. A thick black mist coiled tightly around Jiang Xunzhou's wrist, and he felt something at his waist radiating heat, invigorating the black fog, making it dance with excitement. Wen Shu's hand rested on Jiang Xunzhou's waist, his gaze fixed on his chest, pondering how to pierce with his claws without being splattered by the searing blood. Jiang Xunzhou discerned his intention and pressed his knee between them. You're courting death. This statement seemed more like a jest directed at Wen Shu. He replied, I'm already dead. Jiang Xunzhou fell silent, raising both hands over Wen Shu's head and gripping the back of his neck, forcing him closer. Their warm lips met as Jiang Xunzhou clumsily bit and nibbled, his tongue forcefully prying open Wen Shu's mouth, ensnaring the malevolent spirit in a shared descent. The metallic sweetness of blood flooded his mouth as Jiang Xunzhou bit through his own tongue, offering a taste of his essence. Fool! Jiang Xunzhou broke free from the black mist, delivering a sharp slap to Wen Shu's face. Enjoy my blood well. Spirits are embodiments of the utmost yin. While dragon blood represents the highest yang, even the essence of an ordinary person can harm a ghost, let alone the blood of supreme dragon. Had Wen Shu been an ordinary spirit, he would likely have disintegrated into a burst of fireworks by now. Unfortunately, he was not. Jiang Xunzhou felt a twinge of regret, though the offering was still sufficient. Wen Shu, now devoid of the ability to swallow, allowed the black blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Unperturbed as he gently wiped it away with his fingertip, his deep voice, rendered slightly hoarse by injury, spoke, So this is your secret, Jiang Xunzhou. Quite impressive. Wen Shu's career value. 3. Current career value. 17. Ah, it seems you've sustained a significant injury. Jiang Xunzhou's mood was decidedly buoyant, with his career value diminished. It was clear that Wen Shu had been struck to his very core. Quite resilient. Jiang Xunzhou tilted his chin and offered a comment. Wait, after experiencing an entire world, 070 discerned Jiang Xunzhou's intent to eliminate and quickly called for a halt. If Wen Shu dies, this world will collapse. Jiang Xunzhou paused momentarily and replied nonchalantly. In the previous world, you claimed a blackening value of 100% would lead to collapse. Now that Wen Shu is at 100%, has it collapsed? 070 hastily explained. The worldview differs. This cannot be measured. Host, have you forgotten you are here to collect his soul fragments? If Wen Shu dies, his soul fragment will shatter as well. TSK. Jiang Xunzhou, irked, remarked, what a nuisance. I suppose I must spare his life for now. He gently caressed Wen Shu's cheek with one hand, while gesturing a farewell with the other. Lord of the Spirits, you truly lack interest, Jiang Xunzhou scoffed. I've grown weary of this. I shall not accompany you further. Golden light surged from beneath his feet, rapidly enveloping Jiang Xunzhou before transforming into a dazzling flash, teleporting him away. Escape was swift. Chapter 26. The Mad Ghost King's male spouse in the underworld. 3. Returning to his village was out of the question. Given that his parents could watch him be sent for sacrifice without a second thought, encountering them upon his return would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. It was possible they would even conspire with the villagers to cast him back to the clutches of that fiend, Wen Shu. Fortunately, he still possessed some spiritual power for a short while, allowing him to teleport himself into the city. In this realm, Jiang Xunzhou was still a university student, yet he felt entirely out of place among his peers. To facilitate his stay in the city, he had rented an apartment to live with his sister. Just days prior, his unscrupulous parents had deceived him into returning home, only to send him straight into the jaws of danger. Damn it! Jiang Xunzhou reacted swiftly, bracing himself against a nearby wall to avoid falling. 070. Are you conspiring against me with the heavenly Tao? No sooner had he entered the city than his spiritual power vanished, nearly causing him to stumble. Well, although not in league with the heavenly Tao, 070 still felt a twinge of guilt. The heavenly Tao said you are no longer in mortal danger. He is merely fulfilling his duties. 070 bit his hand and added, "There's a subway station to your left." The heavenly Tao said the host can take public transport to return. However, you must hurry, otherwise you'll miss the last train. Fortunately, as he dashed out, he had found it cumbersome to wear the elaborate wedding attire, so he had changed. Jiang Xunzhou let out a cold laugh and pulled out his phone to access navigation. The area was remote, and the hour was late. Catching a cab was impossible. Frustrated, Jiang Xunzhou raked his fingers through his hair and resigned himself to entering the subway station. Hexagonal Road. Jiang Xunzhou pondered, entering his home address into his phone. 2 hours on the subway to reach home? When have I endured such hardship? In the previous world, he had always had a private car at his disposal, and at the very least, he could drive one of the many luxury vehicles accumulated in his name. In his own realm, he could soar through the skies or effortlessly utilize a teleportation talisman. Riding the subway and catching buses was indeed a first in his life. Under the guidance of 070, Jiang Xunzhou finally managed to generate the ride code for entry. He transferred the navigation data to the 070 system, alleviating the need to constantly glance at his phone for directions. 070 would intelligently relay the information to him. 070 nodded affirmatively before bringing up the matter of the evening. Host, regardless of the circumstances, when Shu is still the male lead, we cannot resort to lethal measures. After the upgrade, 070 no longer experienced interference during intimate moments with the host. It merely harmonized the real-time visuals, resuming connection with the host once the moment had passed. Jiang Xunzhou's expression turned icy in an instant. Are you suggesting that if he wishes to kill me, I should simply lie down and allow it? 070 promptly refuted. Not at all. The host can retaliate, but employing lethal force may prove to be counterproductive. Jiang Xunzhou chose to disregard 070. He was well aware of his own boundaries. After all, Wen Shu was ultimately just a ghost. As long as a fragment of his soul remained, he would not be entirely lost. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Jiang Xunzhou's mind. A fragment of the soul would certainly be easier to purify than Wen Shu in his current state. He could devise a method to directly break the seals upon him and then reduce Wen Shu to a remnant spirit for purification. This would bring a perfect conclusion to this world. Host, what are you thinking? 070 inquired, sensing a chill in the air. The subway is arriving. Hurry to the platform. It's the last train. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xunzhou quelled his thoughts and descended the staircase. It was already past 11 at night. Only a few staff members remained, preparing to close up, while a handful of passengers disembarked, heading toward the exit. The black, glossy glass reflected Jiang Xunzhou's silhouette. In the dim light of the nearly closing station, he observed his reflection in the glass door and took a few steps forward. Beep! Beep! The yellow lights on the doorframe flickered. Although the subway had yet to arrive, the safety doors opened prematurely. Jiang Xunzhou's steps did not falter. Boom! The subway pulled into the station, the walls of the train almost brushing against his nose. Suddenly, a powerful tug from behind yanked him back several steps. Turning to see what had caused it, he noticed a girl, likely a tourist visiting the area, sporting an adorable bear backpack. Host, what's wrong? 070 exclaimed in surprise. You didn't respond to me earlier. Jiang Xunzhou steadied himself, pondering. It's the ghost's influence. Hey, handsome, are you okay? The girl, with a lollipop in her mouth and clad in cool black leather, mistook Jiang Xunzhou for someone contemplating self-harm. She earnestly advised, "You're so attractive. Why would you choose such a path? Why not seek a romantic relationship? What do you think of me?" Jiang Xunzhou regarded her seriously, scanning her up and down, a reincarnation of a lucky koi, brimming with good fortune. No wonder her simple tug had disrupted the ghost's influence. Jiang Xunzhou's spiritual energy had just been sealed, leaving him in a weakened state, and he had unwittingly fallen prey to this little spirit. Ha! Ha ha! The girl laughed, finding his charm amusing. But we should board the train now. Otherwise, it will leave without us. The door lights flickered once more, accompanied by a piercing alarm, warning passengers of the imminent departure. Jiang Xunzhou firmly grasped the girl's arm. "You cannot leave." The girl furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "What is it?" "I want to go home." Jiang Xunzhou bit his fingertip and let 2 drops of blood fall onto her eyelid. The once desolate carriage was suddenly filled with people. Some had tongues hanging out, while others bled from various orifices. Though there were few more ordinary-looking individuals, they were hardly noticeable to her. "Ah!" the girl screamed, startled, gripping Jiang Xunzhou's arm tightly. And then, after a moment's realization, she pulled him towards the exit. "What on earth is going on?" she gasped, trying to catch her breath as they ran. "It's just a statistical anomaly of the last train," Jiang Xunzhou explained. "Both ghosts and humans can ride public transport. If you frequently catch the last train, it's only natural to encounter some misfortune." He recounted a folk legend that spoke of the last train being known as the spirit transport, specifically ferrying the souls of the deceased from the mortal realm to the underworld. Occasionally, a few unfortunate living souls might board, and they would inevitably be tainted by the lingering ghostly energy, suffering prolonged misfortune if they managed to disembark alive. "My name is Yuan," she said, her eyes widening in understanding. "So you were just bewitched by a ghost and not contemplating ending your life?" Jiang Xunzhou nodded, subtly continuing to assess the girl before him. Although his spiritual powers were sealed, this incident revealed his ability to perceive these otherworldly beings, and his dragon blood still retained its potency. Before him stood a girl with a pure soul, embodying innocence and goodness, a reincarnation of a lucky koi fish, her fortune perpetually gravitating towards her. Perhaps cultivating beside her would yield significant rewards. "I am Jiang Xunzhou," he introduced. "It seems hailing a cab might be quite difficult. Where do you live?" With Yuan's fortuitous aura assisting him, invoking a teleportation charm should pose no issue. Upon witnessing Jiang Xunzhou's extraordinary abilities, Yuan readily divulged her address. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, surprised at the striking similarity to another address he knew. How come this address is identical to theirs? He pondered, bewildered, as he recalled his younger sister, who bore no resemblance to her. Is something wrong? Yuan blinked, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor. Jiang Xunzhou averted his gaze. If she were indeed his sister, he would consider severing their familial ties right then and there. In Chapter 27, The Mad Ghost King's Male Spouse, for it is noted that, logically, someone with Yuan's unique constitution should not encounter such dire misfortunes. Jiang Xunzhou pondered this perplexity, but realized it was of little consequence to him. Standing beside her, he sensed the flow of her fortune and soon discerned something amiss. The luck brought forth by her koi-like nature seemed to have been inverted, akin to an overturned treasure pot, causing all the accumulated fortune to spill outwards until depleted. "Someone's trying to harm you," Jiang Xunzhou remarked. Yuan looked bewildered. "But I don't have any enemies." "An innocent person can still attract envy," Jiang Xunzhou replied, shaking his head, reluctant to elaborate further. "Hold on tight." He raised an arm before her, using his free hand to bite his fingertip and inscribe a symbol in the air. While there were some discrepancies with this world-esque practices, the efficacy remained consistent, if not enhanced. After all, in his original realm, there was always the potential for transcendence, whereas in this world, one could merely aspire to a bureaucratic position in the underworld. A brilliant flash of light erupted, leaving Yuan momentarily blinded. When she finally opened her eyes again, the scenery before her had transformed completely. "What on earth?" Yuan exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Handsome, is this some kind of teleportation technique? Incredible." She immediately grasped Jiang Xunzhou's arm, exclaiming, "Master, do you still accept disciples?" Jiang Xunzhou did not respond, merely withdrawing his arm. "It's too late. I need to go home." "Hey," Yuan inquired, "how can I see you again? Could you share your contact information?" Jiang Xunzhou paused momentarily, then ascended the stairs without looking back. The aging sensor lights flickered to life beneath his feet, their warm yellow glow illuminating as he climbed. Yuan stood foolishly at the foot of the stairs until the last light extinguished, bringing her back to reality. With a resigned sigh, she prepared to leave, only to notice the unit number clearly. Jiang Xunzhou had indeed come to the address she provided. Reflecting on the last staircase light that had illuminated, her eyes brightened, and she hurried upstairs. As expected, it was still Jiang Xunzhou who opened the door for her. "Handsome, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the wall, blocking the entrance, and scoffed. "This is my home." Yu Yuanyuan gaped, pointing at him. "So your surname is Jiang?" Jiang Xunzhou nodded. Finally understanding, Yu Yuanyuan smiled and said, "I'm a friend of your sister. She mentioned you had returned home, and she feels scared being alone, so she asked me to keep her company." Jiang Xunzhou feigned contemplation before stepping aside to let her in. His sister was unusually quiet, likely already asleep, relying on memory. Jiang Xunzhou directed Yu Yuanyuan to a room before retreating into his own bedroom. Collapsing onto the soft bed, Jiang Xunzhou exhaled deeply, the fatigue in his body seeming to dissipate. "Host, this Yu Yuanyuan possesses an extraordinary fortune." 070 expressed a troubling suspicion. "She can't possibly be the heroine of this world, can she?" "Awaken, foolish child." Jiang Xunzhou felt exasperated. Even he, as a task performer, understood that in the grand scheme of their Dragon Aotion plan, there existed no definitive heroine. Jiang Xunzhou chose not to dwell on this matter, instead remarking, "It's also possible she perished before reaching her potential." This was not mere alarmism. Someone had already targeted Yu Yuanyuan. The likelihood was great that she had been drained of her last value, silenced permanently. Gazing at the ceiling, Jiang Xunzhou contemplated rapid cultivation methods. Initially feeling drowsy, he now found himself increasingly alert, a sense of excitement bubbling within him, though he felt a chill in the air. Glancing at the windowsill, he noticed it was still open, allowing the relentless cold wind to sweep inside. "Did Wenshu follow us back?" Jiang Xunzhou struggled to rise, but felt as if he were nailed to the bed, unable to move. 070, where are you?" 070 did not respond, his words seemingly swallowed by silence. Jiang Xunzhou's expression hardened. This was no mere cold wind. This was clearly the ominous aura of Wenshu, unable to be hidden any longer. "Wenshu." Jiang Xunzhou spat the name through clenched teeth. "Show yourself." It seems he has indeed been too lenient, within such a brief span of time. Wenshu dares to return with him. "You are correct, my lady." A faint chuckle echoed in his ear, imbued with delight, but alas, there is no reward. Wenshu showed no overt signs, denying Jiang Xunzhou any opportunity to resist. On their wedding night, he was thus abandoned by his husband, left to guard an empty chamber alone. Wenshu toyed with Jiang Xunzhou's posture as if he were a mere puppet. "Pray tell, how should I punish you? You are truly disobedient, daring to leave me once more." Again, this is clearly the first time. Feeling the pressure on his waist, Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow. Sensing as though this malevolent entity were about to snap him in two, he tugged at his lips, remarking, "It seems you harbor quite a grudge against me." "Indeed." Jiang Xunzhou, when Shu caressed his soft lips, speaking in the most tender of tones, "I loathe you deeply." Jiang Xunzhou found the situation perplexing. He had merely been in this world for a few hours, not even half a day, and had no significant connection with Wenshu. "We have only crossed paths briefly, have we not?" He attempted to shift, but to no avail, ultimately resigning himself. "Before this, I did not know you at all. Have you forgotten me? We have never met." When Shu finally revealed his true self, his expression bordering on madness, gripping Jiang Xunzhou's shoulders tightly, shaking him with fervor. "You have forgotten me? How dare you forget me? Jiang Xunzhou, you must not forget me." His voice, transformed into something eerily sharp, nearly shattered Jiang Xunzhou's eardrums, causing a dull ache in his forehead. Clenching his fists, he retaliated with a punch. "What madness is this?" Jiang Xunzhou frowned deeply. "I have told you, I do not know you. What does this fragment of Wenshu's soul possess memories from their original world? No, that seems improbable. Otherwise, he wouldn't display such a demeanor." Though struck, Wenshu's face bore no marks of the blow, only the tilt of his head indicating the punch's force. He appeared dazed, maintaining that position. Jiang Xunzhou's words seemed to fall on deaf ears, and he offered no response, lost in his own thoughts. After a long silence, when Shu finally spoke, Jiang Xunzhou gazed into his eyes, sensing a profound sorrow hidden within, though it vanished in an instant, replaced by an endless chill. He preferred to believe he had misjudged, unwilling to attribute such a pitiable gaze to Wen Shu. It was simply too strange. Wen Shu then uttered, "Would you kindly go die?" Chapter 28. The Mad Ghost King's Nuptial Male Consort. 5. Jiang Xunzhou did not recognize him. Jiang Xunzhou did not recognize him. After years of devotion and waiting, all he received in return was the declaration that they had never met. Ghosts lack warmth, yet in that moment, he felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss, his dark eyes resembling a chilling deep pool, a strange red light flickering momentarily. "Why do you despise me so?" Jiang Xunzhou inquired. "That is indeed a most excellent question." Wen Shu tenderly caressed Jiang Xunzhou's skin, skillfully constricting his slender neck with both hands, murmuring repeatedly, "Why? Why do I loathe you so?" The frigid breath lingered against his neck as the grip tightened. Jiang Xunzhou met those eyes, momentarily perceiving a glimmer of tears. "Because I once loved you. Is that satisfactory?" A drop of blood fell beneath Jiang Xunzhou's eye. Wen Shu faded from sight, yet his grip remained unwavering. Vivid crimson trickled down Jiang Xunzhou's cheek, etching a trail upon his pristine visage, reminiscent of wax cascading from a burning candle, hauntingly peculiar in appearance. It was Wen Shu's tears. He had truly wept. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xunzhou was taken aback, only to swiftly regain his composure. The entire affair bore no relation to him. Unfamiliarity was simply that. Was he not entitled to speak the truth? Why refrain from resistance? Wen Shu's voice resonated once more. "Aren't you quite capable?" He bit Jiang Xunzhou's earlobe, compelling his hand to rest upon his chest, the site where a dagger had pierced, now healed, concealing the once gruesome wound. "Kill me, and I shall release you." This was the first time Jiang Xunzhou had encountered such an outrageous demand. "Otherwise, you shall perish by my hand." This was nothing short of tormenting him. Jiang Xunzhou sighed. He was merely an ordinary fragile human now, wishing to strike down his opponent. Yet the opportunity eluded him. If he desired death, then self-detonate, he thought. Jiang Xunzhou bit his lip, contemplating how much of his dragon's blood, without spiritual reinforcement, could harm Wen Shu. "Wen Shu, are you not repugnant? Alive, no one wants you. In death, you still cling to me?" Truly pitiful. Wen Shu fell silent. Were it not for the binding force upon him, he might have believed Wen Shu had departed. The two remained in a stalemate, neither willing to break the silence, as if to speak first would signify concession. Jiang Xunzhou was bewildered by this sensation, for the atmosphere was palpably tense. After a considerable time, it was Jiang Xunzhou who finally spoke. "Wen Shu, why do you hide your form? Are you afraid I will discover your tears?" Upon death, tears cease to flow. Yet in the depths of sorrow, scalding tears transform into terrifying blood, streaming forth in place of tears. "I hate you. I hate you." It seemed Wen Shu could utter nothing else. After a moment, he finally showed himself. Though his head was buried against Jiang Xunzhou's shoulder, a chilling liquid dripping onto his collarbone. Surprised, Jiang Xunzhou realized his words had indeed come true. He had merely intended to provoke Wen Shu, for remaining in this impasse was not a viable solution. "Jiang Xunzhou, by what right? By what right? By what right are we strangers upon meeting? By what right have you left me here alone for so many years?" Wen Shu refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, and Jiang Xunzhou could not fathom them either. He was uncertain of the emotions with which he now faced Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou did not feign ignorance, nor did he deceive him. He genuinely possessed no memories of the past. Was this version of Jiang Xunzhou still the one he had always despised? No one can unravel the answer to this question for Wen Shu. Millennia have passed, and the people and matters that he once held dear have long since turned to dust. Only he remains, burdened by profound sins, ensnared in this world. Alas, regardless of his indignation or sorrow, Jiang Xunzhou remains detached, as if to say, "Have you had enough?" A subtle warmth emanates from his waist, its intensity nearly overwhelming, leaving Jiang Xunzhou feeling quite uncomfortable yearning to escape the peak of Wen Shu's emotions. Jiang Xunzhou, I shall persistently haunt you, Wen Shu declared as he lifted the restraint upon himself, speaking with fierce resolve. In this life and the next, we shall be irreversibly intertwined. He could overlook Jiang Xunzhou's forgetfulness, yet he would not release him so easily. They were destined to be enmeshed like intertwined threads, impossible to sever. When Shu departed, Jiang Xunzhou rose from the bed, his strength collapsing against the headboard, feeling a sense of relief. Conversing with such an unreasonable specter is truly exhausting. With Wen Shu gone, 070 was finally free from isolation. Oh dear, host, are you all right? The male lead's unique abilities tend to sever the system's connection. Jiang Xunzhou shook his head and inquired of 070. Have we met him before? After careful consideration of Wen Shu's records, 070 replied, it seems not. He was some ancient noble, transformed into a malevolent spirit due to the heavy burden of his past sins. We have yet to traverse the ancient realms, and this world is our first venture. How could we possibly know him? Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou shared this sentiment. Finding himself at a loss for clarity regarding the matter, he resolved to set it aside for now. He retrieved a clean set of sleepwear from the wardrobe, deciding to take it easy for the night and wash up before resting. Tomorrow, he would have 070 locate a reputable Taoist temple, so he could delve into the nuances of this world's metaphysical realm. What is this? As Jiang Xunzhou removed his outer garment, he noticed an unfamiliar pattern at his waist. Indiscernible in its nature. Was this the source of the earlier warmth? Oh, he had forgotten. 070 had not been present. This 070 mused, seemingly recognizing it. I recall, before you entered this world, there was a jade pendant with this very design among the gifts Wen Shu presented. You have already pledged your union in this realm, thus becoming a legitimate couple. 070 relayed all of this in one breath. This must be the ghostly mark he left behind, signifying that you belong to this spirit. Moreover, Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Moreover what? 070's smile was more sorrowful than joyful. Moreover, wherever you are, Wen Shu will sense it, and he will be aware if something goes awry. No wonder. The moment he lay upon the bed, Wen Shu seemed to appear as if drawn by an invisible thread. Is there no way to remove it? 070 paused momentarily before responding. There are two methods. However, neither was particularly feasible. The first is for Wen Shu to retract this ghostly mark himself, which would allow its removal. Yet, this was evidently an unlikely outcome. The second is for Wen Shu to be completely dissipated. Without a master, the mark would vanish. Oh, this matter seems improbable. The heavenly path in 070 would never allow him to commit such a violent act. It was at this moment that Jiang Xunzhou finally comprehended why the heavenly path sought to restrain his spiritual power in this fantastical realm. They feared he might, in a fit of displeasure, eliminate the protagonist. Chapter 29. The Mad Ghost King's Marriage to His Male Spouse. 6. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a mottled pattern upon the floor. Jiang Xunzhou opened his eyes and pressed his temples, uncertain if it was due to his damp hair before sleep. But he felt a slight headache creeping in. He turned to grab his phone, glancing at the time. For the morning. Wen Shu, are you in this room? The atmosphere felt peculiar, as if he had entered a unique magnetic field. Yet upon closer inspection, he confirmed he was indeed in his own chamber. This could only imply that this extraordinary magnetic field had ensnared him. Aside from Wen Shu, Jiang Xunzhou could not conceive of any other specter possessing such power. So clever. Moist lips brushed lightly against his ear, and icy fingers roamed across his body, as if he were a rare and exquisite artifact, handled with utmost gentleness. Have you been possessed? Jiang Xunzhou attempted to grasp those wicked hands by touch, but they eluded him, the sensation not dissipating. Get away. Weren't you just seething with hatred for me? What are you doing now? A crisp, pine-scented breath enveloped him, and a chilling aura surrounded him as Jiang Xunzhou faintly perceived some dark mist, which quickly slipped into the hem of his clothing, wreaking havoc. Noticing his actions, Jiang Xunzhou's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he shouted, "Get away! My dear, must you be so fierce? Shu breathed into his ear, chuckling. Can't a little hatred allow you to sleep? He then continued in an exaggeratedly aggrieved tone. Today marks our wedding night, after all. Insanity, sheer insanity. Jiang Xunzhou struggled violently, yet the dark mist only tightened its grip, his clothing becoming disheveled, and his breath grew increasingly erratic. His lips were forced apart, cold knuckles kneading his tongue, the saliva he could not swallow trickling down the corners of his mouth. Jiang Xunzhou wished fervently to bite down on those fingers, but it felt as though he were gnawing on stone. Why must you still be so fierce? When Shu sighed, adopting a magnanimous demeanor, very well. I suppose I deserve to be bullied by you. Jiang Xunzhou mumbled incoherently. Get away. I want to kill you, but I'm already dead. When Shu retorted teasingly. My dear should conserve her strength for this interminable night. The pitch-black clouds obscured the moon's radiance, extinguishing the only light source in the room. Jiang Xunzhou found himself enveloped in darkness, even the faintest whimpers silenced, known only to Shu. Jiang Xunzhou was unaware of how much time had passed. His vision remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of strength to raise his hands, his body rendered numb from the overwhelming strain. He could not utter any sound, left to be slaughtered by the ghost. Zhou, let us descend to hell together. When Shu continued his actions, covering Jiang Xunzhou's mouth and nose, effortlessly depriving him of the right to breathe. Jiang Xunzhou merely gazed coldly at the encroaching black mist, surrendering to its movements. He pondered, his resentment now akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Perhaps in death, he could harness this fury and confront Shu, leading to mutual destruction. The instinctual urge for breath compelled Jiang Xunzhou to arch his body, his heartbeat quickening to the point of near eruption from his chest, his consciousness gradually fading, until even his gaze could no longer focus. Jiang Xunzhou was dead. Jiang Xunzhou was jolted awake, ignoring the astonished looks from those nearby. He covered his neck with one hand, tilting his head as he gasped for air, resembling a dying fish. Brother, what's wrong? Jiang Xunzhou threw off the covers, finding his clothes intact, the room devoid of any strange scent. By the bedside stood two figures, his half-sister and Yu Yuanyuan. It was merely a dream. The intertwining of good and evil dreams being the work of a single person was indeed peculiar. Jiang Xunzhou exhaled a deep breath. The sensation of dying in the dream had felt all too real. No, that wasn't right. A true dream should be devoid of pain. His expression darkened further, hands clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. His voice was slightly hoarse, his body still trembling slightly. Jiang Xian, do you need something from me? Jiang Xian shook her head, observing him furtively before tentatively inquiring, Brother, has your intellect returned? Jiang Xunzhou turned to her, momentarily silent, at a loss for words. Before his arrival, the consciousness of this body had been sealed. Outwardly, he appeared like any other, yet his responses were exceedingly sluggish. A wandering Taoist had once claimed that he had lost several souls, which led to his current state. It seemed his parents were right. Jiang Xian exclaimed, The deity truly watches over us and has restored you. Jiang Xunzhou picked up the conversation. What do you mean? In his memories, this world's parents were akin to those of most ordinary families, neither exceptionally warm nor overly distant. Upon being deceived back, he was promptly packaged away by his parents to serve as a sacrificial offering. Now, in Jiang Xian's words, there seemed to be an underlying story. Jiang Xian sat at the edge of the bed, explaining, the village shaman said that the deity has found the souls you lost. If you marry the deity, she will help restore you to normal, and our family will receive special blessings. Thus, Jiang Xunzhou understood. The village he belonged to held a profound reverence for Shu. His parents believed this was for his benefit, and the village took pride in any ties with the divine, hence the notion of ghost marriages. As for the matter of souls, it was likely mere coincidence. After all, no matter how powerful Shu was, she could not defy the natural order of the world. Beside them, Yu Yuanyuan grew even more excited. Jiangge, it turns out you have such impressive connections. Not just connections, but ghostly ones. No wonder you possess such strength. Jiang Xunzhou also smirked mischievously, nudging him with her elbow, teasing, "So, brother, is the deity beautiful?" "Not exactly beautiful, after becoming a ghost." Facial features often took on a softer quality, but Wen Shu did not conform to this. Her features were strikingly fierce and undeniably aggressive, thus rendering the term inadequate. Jiang Xunzhou assumed her brother had encountered a romantic interest, yet the reality was far from it. He allowed a cold laugh. "Your deity is a man. In the past, the sacrificial offerings selected by the village were always women, but before the ceremonies to honor heaven and earth could commence, these brides would receive the pardon from Wen Shu and leave the village, never to return." Jiang Xunzhou was the first to partake in the rites with him, leading the villagers to believe that they had been mistaken all these years. Indeed, the divine was a woman. Before Jiang Xunzhou could process this revelation, Jiang Xunzhou dropped another bombshell. "Oh, he wouldn't let me go, so I stabbed him and escaped." Ghosts are merely ghosts. There is no divine being. Jiang Xunzhou poked Jiang Xun's forehead. "Do you not know that the flowers of our nation should believe in science?" Jiang Xun was taken aback. Yu Yuanyuan secretly gave a thumbs up. How could a person possess such audacity? The now normal Jiang Xunzhou had remarkably enhanced combat prowess. After stabbing the divine being, he still managed to return to the city unscathed. In Chapter 30, the mad Ghost King's underworld marriage to his male consort, Yu Yuanyuan wholeheartedly believed Jiang Xunzhou's words. For she was the first to encounter someone who could show her the ghost train and transport her across dozens of kilometers in an instant. Whether Jiang Xun believed it was uncertain, but it mattered little, as he had no intention of persuading his younger sister. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled and said, "Just a little joke." He instructed 070 to check the temples within 100 miles, soon acquiring a confirmed address. He then asked Yu Yuanyuan and Jiang Xun to step out first while he changed his clothes. When Jiang Xunzhou emerged, only Jiang Xun remained at home. "Where's your friend?" Jiang Xunzhou glanced around the living room, not spotting anyone. "Has she gone home?" Jiang Xun set down his phone and nodded. "She said she forgot something and would return after retrieving it." Jiang Xunzhou checked the time, estimating that Yu Yuanyuan had not gone far. "Please send me her WeChat. I need to contact her." "Brother, you're already married, yet still want a young girl as WeChat? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Jiang Xun hesitated before continuing. "What if the divine being gets jealous?" Jiang Xunzhou was speechless and chose not to elaborate further as he left with his belongings. As he had calculated, Yu Yuanyuan had just reached the entrance of the community and was hailing a taxi. Having just woken that morning, his thoughts lingered on the echoes of the dream involving Wen Shu, leaving him no time to warn Yu Yuanyuan about the impending danger. Spotting her silhouette, he did not rush forward but calculated the moment, boarding the taxi just as she opened the door. Yu Yuanyuan was startled, about to speak, but fell silent upon recognizing him. "Driver," Jiang Xunzhou announced the destination, to Qingyan Temple. The driver glanced at Jiang Xunzhou and then through the rearview mirror at Yu Yuanyuan, ultimately saying nothing as he pressed the accelerator. "You're coming with me today," Jiang Xunzhou told Yu Yuanyuan. "I mentioned last night that someone wishes to harm you. Although I'm unaware of whom you referred to, I calculated that you are in danger today. While this world contains elements of metaphysics, we are now in an era of diminished spiritual energy, making cultivation exceedingly difficult and reliant on the right timing, location, and synergy. The timing and geographical advantages are commendable. The Qingyan Temple boasts an exceptional location, situated atop a dragon vein, blessed with incense offerings. For practitioners of the craft, it is indeed an auspicious retreat. As for human factors, Jiang Xunzhou possesses ample confidence and resources, not to mention the presence of Yu Yuanyuan, who has the ability to attract good fortune. Even if she is currently unable to do so, Yu Yuanyuan drew in a sharp breath, eager to rush to the front seat and cling to Jiang Xunzhou. "Brother Jiang, is there still hope for me?" Jiang Xunzhou nodded affirmatively. "There is hope." With that succinct assurance, Yu Yuanyuan felt hesitant to inquire further, fearing to become a nuisance. Situated on the outskirts of the city, Qingyan Temple is approximately 30 kilometers from their current location, followed by a stretch of mountainous terrain. Jiang Xunzhou refrained from further conversation with Yu Yuanyuan, leaning against the car door with his eyes closed. "Host, I must say, Your sister's words hold quite a bit of truth, 070 remarked, clicking its tongue, beginning to worry for Jiang Xunzhou, given Wenshu's temperament. There is a genuine possibility that he might take you Yuan to stir jealousy. Jiang Xunzhou found it somewhat amusing. Believing that 070 underestimated Wenshu, it's not that simple. 070 exclaimed, "Host, you're quite mischievous." Ordinary. Jiang Xunzhou suddenly recalled something and added, "However, I have a lead regarding the curse on her. Perhaps I can employ Wenshu to break it." 070 dismissed the idea. Would he really be so benevolent as to assist you? Jiang Xunzhou had no such expectations. He had his own calculations. Of course not. But he would kindly send you Yuan to the afterlife. At this juncture, 070 truly struggled to comprehend its host's thoughts. It understood that Jiang Xunzhou wished to keep you Yuan close for her ability to attract good fortune, while simultaneously wishing for Wenshu to eliminate her. These were entirely contradictory notions. 070 licked its paws, refraining from questioning Jiang Xunzhou, opting instead to devise its own rationale. Meanwhile, Jiang Xunzhou felt genuinely fatigued. The dream from the previous night had drained him, and his state of mind throughout the day had been rather poor. Upon arrival, Yuan called his name several times before he finally stirred awake. "Brother Jiang, have you been punished for peering into the heavens?" Jiang Xunzhou rubbed his bleary eyes and followed her up the mountain path, taking a considerable time to respond, half truthfully, "Oh, not quite." He had merely angered a foolish bird. His father had played tricks on him. Yuan gave him a thumbs up, appreciating the fresh and unique rationale. Qingyun Temple is perched halfway up the mountain. The elevation is not particularly daunting, yet Yuan lacked stamina. They spent nearly half an hour traversing the path before reaching their destination. "I say, Brother Jiang," Yuan gasped, half sprawled over a stone stump. "Could you please inform me in advance next time we are to climb a mountain? It would prepare me mentally." Jiang Xunzhou pursed his lips, feeling quite helpless. "I didn't anticipate your physical condition to be this poor." Yuan responded with a hint of pride. "Indeed, I don't even attend physical education classes." Oh well, at least they had arrived. A light rain had fallen in the suburban area the previous night, and the mountain was enveloped in the faint, refreshing scent of wet grass, with temperatures slightly cooler than elsewhere, and the ground was not entirely dry. As they reached the entrance, they spotted two individuals clad in plain Taoist robes standing there, chatting amiably about a cluster of red flowers on the ground, as if discussing something novel and delightful. "They're here," came the announcement. The individual closest to the entrance was the first to notice them. Rising, he said, "Friend, my master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please follow me this way." Jiang Xunzhou halted, raising an eyebrow slightly as he proceeded in the direction indicated. Qingyun Temple, rich in spiritual energy despite its remote location, attracted countless visitors seeking to pay their respects. Its lineage spanned over a millennium and was reputed to be a Taoist temple once favored by a royal dynasty. Upon observing the two individuals at the entrance, Jiang Xunzhou discerned that they had likely entered the mystical path from a young age, possessing some degree of Taoist cultivation, yet they were hardly formidable. Adhering to the temple's customs, Jiang Xunzhou first offered 3 incense sticks at the main hall. The fragrant sandalwood wafted into his nostrils, alleviating some of his inner turmoil. Remarkably, the incense burned more swiftly than it did outside, despite the stillness within the halls. The lingering essence left by Wenshu had diminished significantly, nearly imperceptible. And this change brought Jiang Xunzhou a sense of delight. At the Tianshi mansion, Jiang Xunzhou lifted his gaze to the plaque overhead and turned to express his gratitude to the person beside him. "Please keep an eye on my companion who has accompanied me. I may be here for quite a while." The man smiled, acknowledging of course, "And it won't merely be a short duration, as I am well aware." Prior to Jiang Xunzhou's arrival, his master had foreseen the visit of such a distinguished individual and instructed him to prepare 2 guest rooms for accommodation. Jiang Xunzhou lingered at the entrance for a moment, lost in thought, before finally pushing open the door. He had consulted an oracle for himself. Ominous. The 31st chapter of the Mad Spirit King's ghostly marriage to his male spouse. Jiang Xunzhou's concern was whether his visit to Qingyun Temple would unfold smoothly. The hexagram represented water, fraught with danger and potential entrapment. He absently rubbed the coins in his hand, momentarily engulfed in silence. "Fear not, for I shall not bring you harm." A robust voice resonated through the crack of the door, likely having detected the sound of coins clinking outside, surmising the cause of his hesitation. With such a statement, lingering outside any longer would be impolite. Jiang Xunzhou sighed, gently pushing the door open. Inside stood what appeared to be the master of Qingyun Temple, not as aged as Jiang Xunzhou had envisioned, seemingly around 45 years of age, with a half-length beard adorning his chin, clad in a simple Taoist robe. "Taoist Jiang," Jiang Xunzhou greeted courteously. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Taoist Jiang bore a serene countenance, preparing a cup of tea for Jiang Xunzhou and sliding a small wooden box across the table, signaling him to open it. With an air of knowing, Taoist Jiang stroked his beard and, feigning profundity, remarked, "This is an heirloom passed down through generations at Qingyun Temple, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual." "Oh!" Jiang Xunzhou sipped the clear tea, feeling unreserved as he reached out to open the wooden box. "You surely do not mean to imply that I am that fated person?" Ah. The box, exquisitely carved from superior peach wood, was lined with silk, revealing a ring crafted from mutton fat jade within. Taoist Zhang spoke of its mystical attributes, claiming it to be a talisman acquired by their ancestors from the royal family, invincible against all spirits, and further stated that it had absorbed a millennium's worth of celestial energy in the convergence of their temple's spiritual veins. In summary, it is undeniably remarkable. As for its authenticity, that remains uncertain. When Jiang Xunzhou was about to reveal it, Zhang Daolong hastily pressed his hand upon the wooden box, a mischievous smile gracing his face, as if the words ill intentions were emblazoned across his forehead. "Ah, my friend," Zhang Daolong chuckled again, saying, "this object, after all, is a treasured heirloom of our Qingyun Temple. I can bestow it upon you, but you must agree to one condition." Jiang Xunzhou lightly tapped the tabletop, and upon observing his expression, Zhang Daolong withdrew his hand, understanding that great beings prefer not to be touched. Indeed, upon retracting his hand, Jiang Xunzhou promptly inquired, "What condition?" Zhang Daolong grew serious. "The artifacts of Qingyun Temple must not fall into the hands of outsiders. If I give it to you, you must join Qingyun Temple." Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. "You wish for me to become your disciple?" He was indeed contemplating it, albeit merely as a thought. A prophecy had been passed down from Qingyun Temple a millennium ago, stating that a significant figure would arrive at the temple in this very era. Having wandered the mortal realm for many years, Zhang Daolong immediately recognized the extraordinary aura that Jiang Xunzhou possessed. He reopened the wooden box, for surely Jiang Xunzhou was the one foretold in the prophecy. The metaphysical realm had declined, and Qingyun Temple status had gradually waned over time. Yet now, there were faint signs of spiritual energy reviving, but none among the younger generation seemed capable of contending for supremacy. This was the foremost reason Zhang Daolong sought to recruit Jiang Xunzhou into the temple. Such an individual would undoubtedly refuse to be subordinate to others. Zhang Daolong momentarily entertained the notion of trickery, but ultimately he could only weep silently within. He longed to retain Jiang Xunzhou, yet he conceded, "No, having acquired it. You are naturally my equal." Jiang Xunzhou smirked and replied, "Very well, I accept." Thus, he could claim this magical artifact. Indeed, it was as if a pillow had been provided to one who felt drowsy. Jiang Xunzhou sensed a peculiar familiarity with the jade ring, but could not pinpoint it. After a while, he recalled that when Shu possessed a piece of jade that likely originated from the same source as this ring, the material and craftsmanship were identical. Speaking of which, when Shu appeared to be from a millennium ago, could there be a connection between them? This remained to be explored. Jiang Xunzhou donned the ring upon his right middle finger, and immediately ancient array symbols materialized in the air, enveloping him in a golden radiance. An endless stream of spiritual energy surged into his body, a warm current flowing through him, unblocking his meridians and nourishing his dantian. Jiang Xunzhou closed his eyes, melding with this spiritual energy. This was, in essence, his own spiritual power. As the dazzling golden light faded, Jiang Xunzhou gazed down at the jade ring on his hand, lost in profound contemplation. The spiritual energy within was indeed his own, even breaking through the heavenly Tao's seal. Zhang Daolong had not deceived him. This space had accumulated spiritual energy over millennia, from its zenith to its decline. He summoned his spiritual power, and the ring transformed into a sword in his grasp. The chilling brilliance reflected, and Zhang Daolong instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. But before he could discern the sword's form, Jiang Xunzhou had retracted it. However, he appeared to show no delight at having obtained a supreme magical artifact. "You had better know where my life sword is." Jiang Xunzhou's expression was utterly dismal. He was all too familiar with this sword. It had accompanied him since he was 15, only to be lost when he entered a small world. Until now, he had believed it remained in his original realm, but it appeared he may have been mistaken. This sword was forged from a strand of sword energy separated from his life sword. His life sword, much like himself, resided within this small world. 070 felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. "Heavenly Lord, I truly do not comprehend what is happening, nor do I know the whereabouts of Jiang Xunzhou's life sword. Host, I am but a simple entity devoid of knowledge." 070 was utterly at a loss. "I implore you, do not make this difficult for me. I might just weep." "Dear friend, are you well?" Zhang Daosheng inquired, waving a hand before him. "Has something occurred? I am rather perplexed." To him, it appeared as if a golden light flickered, and then Jiang Xunzhou transformed into a small golden figure, shortly thereafter wielding an impressive sword, though his countenance was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. Jiang Xunzhou composed himself and shifted the topic. "When I first arrived atop the mountain, I discovered that this place is protected by an array. Is it designed to ward off malevolent spirits?" Zhang Daosheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a legacy from our esteemed ancestor. It has remained intact all this time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xunzhou felt somewhat reassured. With this protective array in place, Wen Shu should not be able to intrude. Though he had regained his divine abilities and was capable of confronting that malevolent spirit, the thought of matters pertaining to him being discovered by the heavenly Tao caused him considerable anxiety. He dreaded the prospect of the petty heavenly Tao uncovering his spiritual power, which would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of troubles. Contemplating this, he began to feel a headache brewing. He genuinely wished to send Wen Shu to the netherworld. "I shall take my leave now." Jiang Xunzhou remained at Qingyun Temple and, upon exiting, encountered the Taoist priest who had escorted him, now accompanying him to the guest room. Zhang Daosheng observed his retreating figure, stroking his beard thoughtfully. After a moment, he rapped his own head. He had forgotten that many years prior, Qingyun Temple had been attacked, causing damage to the array, which had since been repaired, though he was uncertain if its efficacy remained as potent as before. Chapter 32. The Mad Ghost King's Bridal Husband. 9. Jiang Xunzhou lingered at Qingyun Temple, while Yu Yuanyuan, recalling his words, naturally refused to depart alone. Fearing the potential for mishaps, he inquired about Yu Yuanyuan's whereabouts before returning to his own room. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found an unexpected visitor seated upon his bed, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Oh no, that is not quite accurate. It should be said that a ghost was seated there." Wen Shu. He was clad in a thin black shirt and paired with black trousers, a stark contrast to the elaborate ancient wedding attire he had worn during their first encounter. His shoulder-length hair was simply tied back with a black hair tie, cascading down his shoulders. He truly was a lingering spirit. Jiang Xunzhou twirled the ring upon his finger. Could he not find peace for even a single day? Wen Shu smirked, raising an elegant finger. "My dear, a day apart feels like 3 autumns." Jiang Xunzhou's eyes sparkled as he turned his back to secure the door, a smile illuminating his face as he approached Wen Shu, humming an unknown tune. At a glance, they resembled an affectionate couple. If one were to disregard the concealed malevolence harbored by both the individual and the specter, one might find that Jiang Xunzhou no longer needs to endure the oppressive presence of Wen Shu. His spirits have markedly improved, and he lifts his hand to grasp Wen Shu's chin, murmuring, "I find myself missing you as well." Wen Shu, holding Jiang Xunzhou's hand, lowers his brows and gaze, lost in contemplation. His mood, however, cannot match Jiang Xunzhou's elevated spirits. You allowed another to touch you, Wen Shu remarks, retrieving a handkerchief to meticulously wipe Jiang Xunzhou's hand. His voice remaining relatively calm. You even intervened in her fate. Jiang Xunzhou, you are ever so hypocritical. What Jiang Xunzhou perceives, Wen Shu is equally capable of discerning. He considers himself well acquainted with Jiang Xunzhou, and thus understands the purpose behind Jiang Xunzhou's proximity to Yu Yuan. Yet, Wen Shu's ire simmers. Why should Yu Yuan be allowed such easy access to Jiang Xunzhou? Does her utility surpass that of a mere human? Absurd. Jiang Xunzhou posesis no discernible judgment. With a cold snort, Wen Shu applies increasing pressure, soon leaving a distinct red mark on his fair skin. You intend to exploit her for cultivation, and you believe I shall acquiesce? Wen Shu methodically folds the handkerchief, returning it to his pocket before continuing. You cannot ascertain who cast the spell, yet you seek to employ my hands to eliminate her, only to emerge at a critical juncture to thwart me. A commendable act of heroism, indeed. Jiang Xunzhou remains unperturbed. He is not foolish, and what he can perceive, Wen Shu can undoubtedly see through as well. Seated atop Wen Shu's lap, Jiang Xunzhou's gaze unabashedly rests upon Wen Shu's face, his fingers delicately tracing the contours of that handsome visage. A smirk graces Jiang Xunzhou's lips as he leans closer to Wen Shu's ear, whispering softly, "No. What concerns me now is how to ensure you experience the agony of death once more. Ghosts do not require breath, and employing the same methods for reprisal is evidently futile." Jiang Xunzhou tilts his head, momentarily ensnared in this conundrum. Aspiration strike. He chuckles softly, his hand gripping the back of Wen Shu's head, drawing him closer, his pearly teeth grazing Wen Shu's pallid lips as he murmurs incoherently. Words unclear, lost in the air. The sensation of being seared by blood remains vividly etched in Wen Shu's memory. He should have pushed Jiang Xunzhou away, ensnaring him instead in ghostly tendrils, enveloping him, eroding him bit by bit until he is suffused with his essence, ultimately yielding to him. With fervent heat, his tongue effortlessly pries open Jiang Xunzhou's lips. And though Wen Shu lacks warmth, he feels an overwhelming heat enveloping him, his heart nearly resuming its rhythmic thumping, swallowing the metallic sweetness. He once again succumbs to Jiang Xunzhou's tender embrace. Jiang Xunzhou's ruby lips glisten with moisture as he hoarsely states, "Not enough." The blood flows within Wen Shu, a crimson luminescence emanating from him, and the ring upon Jiang Xunzhou's hand morphs into a sword, viciously piercing Wen Shu's thigh and anchoring him to the ground. Dark blood drips along the blade, and Wen Shu can no longer maintain his facade, his expression darkening to an extent that it seems as though ink could flow from him. Indeed, it is excruciatingly painful. Wen Shu tugged at his lips and suddenly let out a low laugh. For the second time, you sought to slay me with this sword. Supporting himself on the bed behind him, Wen Shu raised a hand slightly towards Jiang Xunzhou, murmuring, "You are always so ruthless towards me, my lady. I truly regret gifting you this sword." At that moment, the ghostly patterns at his waist stirred to life, a faint azure glow shimmering through his thin garments. Jiang Xunzhou felt his body weaken, collapsing against Wen Shu. A searing sensation coursed from his chest to his limbs. It felt as though a sharp weapon had pierced his legs, the icy sword energy penetrating his flesh yet burning like fire. "It seems you also relish this sensation," Wen Shu remarked, stroking Jiang Xunzhou's head. "As husband and wife, we share sensations, coexist, and even face death together." With a hint of regret, he added, "It is my fault for neglecting to inform you." Jiang Xunzhou cursed inwardly and tentatively probed, "If that is the case, then why do you still wish to kill me?" Wen Shu's chin rested atop his head, his chest vibrating as he spoke, causing Jiang Xunzhou's ears to tingle. "Because it is one-sided, my lady. How can you not comprehend this?" Indeed, he knew this matter would not be so simple. Jiang Xunzhou felt a mix of irritation and amusement. This was nothing short of a tyrannical stipulation. Initially, he was restricted from possessing the ability to rival Wen Shu. Yet unexpectedly, The heavens had left such a contingency, granting Wen Shu an audacious power. Wen Shu's career value. 2. Current career value. 15,070 finally found an opportunity to interject. Host. Why not try to get along with the male protagonist? By deducting career points like this, you will only extend your time in this world beside him. It was evidently impossible to forcibly transcend, and reducing the corruption value was a mere daydream. Thus, achieving career value appeared to be the most manageable task. Jiang Xunzhou took a moment to gather his spiritual energy, regaining some strength. He raised his hand to cast a spell, halting the chaotic blood within Wen Shu's body and, gripping the sword's hilt, forcefully withdrew it from the demon's leg. Crimson blood splattered, splashing into Jiang Xunzhou's right eye, leaving streaks of blood on his cheek. With a drop trailing down like a tear of blood, Jiang Xunzhou blinked as the blood dripped from his eye socket to Wen Shu's lips. Though Wen Shu could neither breathe nor die, he could certainly feel pain. His lips paled further, yet he paid little heed, reaching up to wipe Jiang Xunzhou's face. The blood smearing along his fingertip like a red blossom blooming on Jiang Xunzhou's visage. The sword transformed back into a ring, and Jiang Xunzhou rose from Wen Shu's side, casting him a cold glance. Ultimately, he displayed an unexpected mercy, using his spiritual energy to heal the wounds on Wen Shu's leg. After all, this would inflict him with a similar degree of pain. There was no need to be at odds with oneself. Zhou is quite obedient. Chapter 33. The Mad Ghost King's Dark Marriage with His Male Consort. 10. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled coldly, relieved that his intention tonight was merely to torment Wen Shu, without the desire to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, the outcome was unfathomable. I am quite curious, Wen Shu mused, touching the base of Jiang Xunzhou's finger, the icy ring causing him to retract his hand slightly. Where did this come from, along with that sword? The malevolent spirit, undeterred by the cold, seemed to recognize the rarity of this artifact, hence refraining from direct contact. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, candidly stating Zhang Zishui provided it, claiming it to be a treasured heirloom of the Qingyun Temple. His tone was provocatively charged, specifically designed to exterminate spirits like you. Zhang Zishui, the Taoist priest just mentioned, belonged to a lineage where she was likely a name bestowed by his master, destined to be immersed in the mystic arts from birth. Wen Shu was not one to be intimidated. Upon hearing this, he directly grasped the jade ring, mockingly retorting, "How can something I crafted be deemed an ancestral treasure of the Qingyun Temple?" Ah, indeed, it originated from him. Jiang Xunzhou had anticipated this, for such coincidences were exceedingly rare. Yet he was taken aback to discover that it was a creation of Wen Shu's own hands. The fact that an object belonging to a malevolent spirit had found its way into a Taoist temple, revered as a precious relic across generations, struck him as profoundly absurd. Could it be that they had known each other before? Jiang Xunzhou pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. There was no need for Wen Shu to deceive him regarding the ring's origin. It was merely an ordinary ring. Yet its transformation into a long sword must have occurred after leaving Wen Shu's possession, merged with an unknown force. However, Wen Shu had just mentioned that this was his second attempt to wield this sword against Jiang Xunzhou, leaving Jiang uncertain about the connection between the sword and the ring being solely crafted by Wen Shu. These matters resembled a tangled ball of yarn, a chaotic knot that seemed impossible to unravel. Is it so? Jiang Xunzhou's expression remained unfazed as he questioned, "Are you jesting with me, spirit? A malevolent being forging a weapon to slay its own kind." "I was merely referring to the ring." Wen Shu leaned in, kissing the back of his hand. "As for that sword, I believe you're more acquainted with it than I am." His words hinted at a deeper understanding, yet was no surprise. The blood of ordinary humans could scarcely bestow such lethality, and he had surmised that Jiang Xunzhou's identity was anything but ordinary. Jiang Xunzhou was shrouded in secrets, a fact that Wen Shu had long been aware of. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Jiang feigned ignorance of the implications behind Wen Shu's words. "Very well, let's speak no more of it." Wen Shu, unfazed by Jiang's evasive posture, found himself in a state of helplessness when faced with Jiang Xunzhou. "You are always like this. I truly wish I could excavate your heart to discern if it is flesh or stone. Each time, When Shu felt as though he were striking a fist into cotton, as if the weight of their shared circumstances rested solely on his shoulders, while for Jiang Xunzhou, he was inconsequential, and everything pertaining to him was equally trivial. Frustration gnawed at Shu, yet he felt powerless. He had once believed that becoming a spirit would allow him to dominate Jiang, perhaps even leverage his own strength to keep Jiang by his side, but the passage of time had dulled that memory. Jiang Xunzhou would never submit to another, not even in death. You do not resemble a general, Jiang Xunzhou scoffed, but rather a resentful concubine in a secluded palace. You are rather vexing. Jiang Xunzhou loathed this feeling of being burdened by the unrelenting animosity of a malevolent spirit, especially when he had done nothing to deserve it. Or perhaps it was love unfulfilled. Jiang Xunzhou recalled the accusations made by the malevolent spirit, finding them somewhat amusing. Such posturing held no intimidation whatsoever, resembling more the pitiful demeanor of an abandoned puppy, silently questioning, "Why have you forsaken me?" From the moment of my demise, I transformed into a vengeful ghost. When Shu rolled over, pushing Jiang Xunzhou onto the bed and restraining his hands above his head, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The strength of his grip alarmingly fierce, causing Jiang's wrists to ache. "You must compensate me, Jiang Xunzhou." Jiang Xunzhou attempted to move, only to find himself ensnared even more tightly. "Host, although I hesitate to interrupt your intimate moments, it is important to note that when Shu is a ghost, engaging in such activities with a ghost may lead to the infiltration of malevolent energy into your being." Before the thought was fully articulated, 070 was abruptly disconnected. Jiang Xunzhou gritted his teeth, leaving a message on the board. "Do not appear so suddenly at this moment. It is easy to be startled and disrupt one's composure." Noticing his distraction, when Shu grew increasingly irate, his fingers kneading Jiang Xunzhou's lips, probing and mimicking a kiss, ensnaring his soft tongue, and as he withdrew, a teasing silver thread was drawn forth. The warmth of human breath cascaded onto his face, imparting a flush to his own, as the pale, blue, ghostly patterns slithered across his waist, lingering most heavily upon his chest. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention," he taunted. The malicious spirit deliberately employed the ghostly patterns to torment him. This phenomenon could resonate with me as well. In simpler terms, it could be wielded as a third hand. Jiang Xunzhou turned his face to gasp for air, feeling the hardness beneath him, while when Shu buried himself in the crook of his neck, biting down, the ghostly patterns wandering chaotically across his body, causing Jiang to involuntarily grasp the sheets. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the corners of Jiang Xunzhou's eyes flushed a deep red, his bright gaze clouded with moisture, like mist obscuring the emotions hidden within. "Fool," Jiang Xunzhou assessed candidly. He bent his legs, summoning considerable strength, and delivered a forceful kick to the malevolent spirit above him. With the infusion of spiritual energy, he no longer needed to sacrifice his own blood to draw talismans. Golden runes materialized in the air, gently pushed by Jiang Xunzhou, striking the malevolent spirit. The sound of crackling echoed, and he could even faintly detect the scent of singed flesh. A large hole appeared in Shu's black shirt, revealing his charred chest. Jiang Xunzhou contemplated that, while he and Shu shared the sensation of pain, it was indeed unnecessary to suffer needlessly, yet Shu was exceedingly irksome. Disobedient dogs ought to be disciplined. Jiang Xunzhou sat at the edge of the bed, golden spiritual energy emanating from his fingertips as he pointed downward, and instantly, an invisible pressure formed upon Shu's shoulder, compelling him to kneel. With a resounding thud, his knee struck the ground. The cold leather shoe elevated Shu's chin. In such a position was evidently less than appealing. No one would wish to submit at the feet of an adversary, and Shu was no exception. "Now, this is much more endearing," Jiang Xunzhou smirked, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. "Shu, you appear far more agreeable this way." Shu braced himself with one hand against the ground, the scent of leather only adding to his displeasure, as if he were bearing the weight of 1,000 tons. Old wounds, still unhealed, were compounded by new ones, leaving him in a predicament from which escape was not readily available. "You truly have a knack for surprising me." Jiang Xunzhou remarked with an even broader smile. I'm glad you like it. Otherwise, one might label Wen Shu as a fool. Fully aware of Jiang Xunzhou's altered strength, yet failing to exercise proper caution, thus allowing him to seize an opportunity, culminating in such a disheveled outcome. Jiang Xunzhou, however, found amusement in this predicament, as it rendered the act of teasing him considerably simpler. Consequently, Wen Shu spent the entirety of the night kneeling by his bedside. Chapter 34. The Mad Ghost King's Male Bride, 11. Upon waking, Wen Shu had vanished. The torn shirt he had discarded lay on the floor, and as Jiang Xunzhou gazed at the garment, a smile crept across his face. It then dawned on him that the divination must have alluded to being ensnared by this malevolent spirit, hence the perilous nature of his journey. After great adversity, great fortune is destined to follow. However, it currently appeared that fortune preceded misfortune. Jiang Xunzhou habitually spun the ring on his finger, his bare feet pressing against the black shirt, resembling a brush dipped in ink, which accentuated the paleness of his skin. The thought that the malicious ghost required no slumber, yet was bound to remain, compelled him to vigilantly guard his bedside throughout the night, elicited a sense of delight. Moreover, he had indeed fulfilled this role. This morning marked perhaps the most joyous occasion Jiang Xunzhou had experienced since his arrival in this world. Brother Jiang, good morning. Yuan exuberantly approached Jiang Xunzhou, suppressing the urge to cling to him and instead standing obediently to the side, almost wailing, I finally made it to dawn. Her words conveyed a sense of having survived a catastrophe, as though the night had harbored some terrifying specter. The delicate features of the young girl were marred by pronounced dark circles under her eyes, her eyelids drooping as if she could collapse and fall into a deep slumber at any moment. What were you up to last night? Jiang Xunzhou chuckled. How did you transform from a koi fish into a panda? Yuan promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, feigning tears before venting her grievances. I dreamt last night that I was cosplaying as Shang Yang. No, I should say, even more like Shang Yang than Shang Yang himself. And it was a recurring dream. Jiang Xunzhou discerned the underlying meaning and said, a young lady should refrain from using foul language. Please rise. It's chilly in the mountains this morning, and sitting on the ground isn't good for your health. Yuan dusted off her bottom before continuing, in my dream, there was a male ghost, tall, with a veil of black mist obscuring his face. He warned me against any physical contact with you, or next time, it would not merely be a dream where he would turn me into minced meat. Brother Jiang, could this be the bloodshed you mentioned? Wen Shu was akin to a protective hound. Whenever his master touched someone, he would bare his teeth before others, attempting to intimidate and drive away any uninvited guests in his heart. Anyone who dared intrude upon his territory would be met with resentment. Jiang Xunzhou shook his head. It is not him. I will remain at Qingyun Temple. Your constitution is well suited for cultivation. Would you consider it? As he guided Yuan outside, the incense wafting from the various halls invigorated her spirits. Upon hearing Jiang Xunzhou's words, her excitement reached new heights. Who hasn't harbored a dream of martial arts since childhood? Though this isn't martial arts, Yuan found it equally exhilarating, already envisioning herself soaring through the skies on a sword, surrounded by a throng of admirers worshipping her. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan readily agreed, her bright, sparkling eyes twinkling as if fireworks were bursting in her mind, overflowing with joy. Of course, Jiang Xunzhou easily discerned her thoughts, halting his steps with a grave expression. This endeavor is perilous. Once you step into the realm of metaphysics, your competitors may be gifted prodigies who have honed their skills since childhood. The adversaries you encounter could embody malevolent spirits, and a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Jiang, brother Jiang, but I still have you, right? Jiang Xunzhou merely glanced at her before resuming his stride. I will not always protect you. His tone was cold and candid. My assistance is solely because you are of use to me. There are no purely benevolent individuals in this world. Most are united by self-interest, and he is no exception. Jiang Xunzhou is no kind-hearted soul, nor does he have a luxury to aid anyone without reason. As for Yuan, had she not helped him at the subway station that day, their paths would not have crossed significantly. Her following him was merely a matter of seeking refuge from those who wished her harm, with Jiang Xunzhou being her only hope. Clinging to this lifeline, she was not about to let go easily. Yu Yuan stood frozen, watching him depart with a silly expression. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up with Jiang Xunzhou. Clutching her garment, she bit her lip and declared, "Then I shall strive to cultivate myself and become someone of value to you." The childishness of her words flushed her cheeks a deep crimson, and she shyly averted her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Xunzhou's reaction. "Is that so?" Jiang Xunzhou paused, "Then show me your worth." Unfortunately, he was never one to indulge in sentimentality. His words starkly pragmatic. "I do not tolerate incompetence around me." Rather than feeling disheartened, Yu Yuan felt invigorated. "Yes, I will." "I must say, host." 070 hesitated, weighing its words. "Why are you so harsh with the girl? You might attract criticism." Jiang Xunzhou shrugged. Unconvinced. "She is an independent individual, not a fragile flower that requires delicate handling. If I were to treat her differently solely due to her gender, that would be the true disrespect." 070, with a semblance of understanding, recognized that their rudimentary system held no notions of gender. Their knowledge stemmed from discussions among predecessors in the system forum, learning about interpersonal dynamics from those exchanges or from the host directly. It certainly could not emulate Jiang Xunzhou's prowess, for doing so would invite a beating from other systems. Thus it relied on emotional threads in the forum for its understanding. In truth, Jiang Xunzhou found himself quite fond of Yuan's spirited determination. This young, impetuous girl faced an uncertain future, oblivious to the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Yet she pressed on with fervor. In other words, she was headstrong, reminiscent of the Jiang Xunzhou of yesteryears, eager to prove herself. He withdrew his gaze, ceasing to dwell on the past. He does not accept disciples. Thus, Yu Yuan naturally bestowed her favor upon Zhang Zishui for guidance. He calculated their compatibility. And given Yu Yuan's unique constitution, Zhang Zishui would not be losing out by taking on such a disciple. "I have no objections to accepting a disciple," he mused. "To take on a student with the physique of a lucky koi, and not owe Jiang Xunzhou a favor in return. Who would be foolish enough to pass up such an opportunity?" Zhang Zishui stroked his beard, his expression solemn. "However, Jiang Daoist, having spent a night in my Qingyun temple, how is it that you now carry an aura of ghostly energy?" No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom the source of this ghostly essence unless Jiang Xunzhou had ventured out in the dead of night to confront a spirit, which did not seem like his character. As Zhang Zishui leaned closer to Jiang Xunzhou, he was met with a surge of dark energy that burned his hand. Such an overwhelming, ghostly presence. In this world, the classifications of ghosts include wandering souls, vengeful spirits, earthbound spirits, malevolent entities, ghost kings, and ghost messengers. A ghost possessing such formidable energy would at least be of the malevolent category. The fact that such a spirit could infiltrate Qingyun Temple without detection left Zhang Zishui deeply troubled. Had his temple fallen to such depths? He felt unworthy to face his ancestors. Chapter 35. The Mad Ghost King's Male Spouse. 12. Zhang Zishui wore an expression of utter despair, as if the heavens had decreed the downfall of Qingyun Temple. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Jiang Xunzhou reassured him, "I have entered into a ghostly marriage with him. Perhaps this is why he could enter so freely." "What?" Zhang Zishui exclaimed, rising in shock. "A ghostly marriage? Typically, such unions serve three purposes. 1. To sacrifice individuals to spirits, allowing them to legitimately siphon off the life force of the living. 2. To manipulate the ghost's energy to alter fate and evade death. And 3. To gain access to the arcane, stepping into the realm of practitioners." Zhang Zishui was increasingly distraught, regardless of the purpose. Any connection to spirits would allow them to rightfully drain his life force. Jiang Xunzhou winced at the raised voice and rubbed his ears, then dropped another bombshell. "Moreover, he claimed that the treasure you gifted me yesterday was crafted by him." "What? Impossible." Zhang Zishui could scarcely believe the revelation. He paced back and forth in the room, struggling to accept the gravity of the situation. Jiang Daoist, are you serious? Could he be deceiving you? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xunzhou seemed genuinely pensive about Jiang Zishui's words. Finally, he replied, no, that is unlikely. Jiang Xunzhou deliberately obscured Wen Shu's identity, attempting to extract useful information from Jiang Zishui. For after all, Qingyan Temple and Wen Shu had emerged during the same era, perhaps even serving the same royal house. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zishui's expression grew significantly more serious. This knowledge was a closely guarded secret, known only to the temple's leader, passed down through generations. He beckoned Yu Yuanyuan to depart, deliberated for a long while, and finally, his gaze lingered on a ring for an extended period before he let out a long sigh and seated himself upon a wooden chair. Jiang Zishui spoke slowly. The ghost you mentioned should be the national general sealed by our founding ancestor when the temple was established, but alas, he ultimately failed in his rebellion and was executed. At that time, there was a prophecy foretelling that the weight of lives he bore was too heavy and the aura of malevolence surrounding him was profound. Upon his death, he would transform into a vengeful spirit, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The artifact you possess was crafted to counterbalance the legacy he left behind. Thus, when Jiang Xunzhou learned that this object was created by Wen Shu, he was astounded. Could it be that he anticipated such a day would come and deliberately left behind this artifact to confront himself? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Whoever could unlock the wooden box will become the master of the artifact. Jiang Zishui remarked that it was the last hope of the metaphysical realm. Aside from you, no one could contend with him. Jiang Xunzhou found this puzzling. Why was that? Even in an era of decline, it shouldn't be that the entire metaphysical community was powerless against a singular ghost. Otherwise, the world would have long been overrun by various malevolent spirits. This, too, eluded my understanding. It is said that a certain ancestor spoke of it long ago without revealing details. In any case, the individual who entrusted this treasure to us feared that if he perished prematurely, it would disrupt the web of causation. This explanation seemed rather tenuous. It was astonishing that the people of Qingyun Temple had believed it for so many years. Jiang Xunzhou chose to remain silent, assuming they all accepted it as truth. Never mind that for now. He lowered his head to message Yu Yuanyuan, instructing her to return. I can manage the situation. Jiang Zishui spoke nothing but the truth, yet offered little in the way of actionable information. Jiang Xunzhou harbored doubts that Wen Shu would ever reach the point of world annihilation. Had such a scenario been imminent, the system would have surely informed him upon his arrival. Therefore, he felt that the prophecy was largely nonsensical, driven by the selfish motives of those fearing Wen Shu's untimely death, thus facilitating chaos. Jiang Zishui shook his head with a sigh, placing 2 acceptance letters on the table, one for Jiang Xunzhou and the other for Yu Yuanyuan. You both are now part of the metaphysical sect. He gestured toward Yu Yuanyuan. His favorite disciple, come over and take this. I have reported to the Bureau of Anomalies that your academic records will be transferred to Changhua University. This institution appears to be an ordinary university on the surface, yet it is specifically established for the education of the younger generation within the metaphysical realm. As they officially enter the world of metaphysics, it is imperative to attend a legitimate school to acquire knowledge. Yu Yuanyuan, having just graduated high school this year, was accepted directly into the institution, freeing her from worries for the entire summer. This is wonderful, she exclaimed, kissing the acceptance letter twice. Master, I adore you. Jiang Zishui waved his hand dismissively. Oh, stop it with the love declarations. Jiang Xunzhou took the letter, astonished that he would have the opportunity to attend university. Let us go, he said. Yu Yuanyuan promptly replied, I'll go with you. He felt somewhat exasperated, sensing her unease as if she feared he might flee. Jiang Xunzhou thought it curious that he seemed to have an ever-present little shadow trailing behind him. The feeling of not being alone was rather pleasant, wasn't it? Throughout their journey, Yu Yuanyuan chattered incessantly about her aspirations for university life. She had looked it up online. It was a double first-class university, while her grades would have only sufficed for an average second-tier institution. Yu Yuanyuan felt this was somewhat unjust, Yet upon considering the dangers of their profession, she reasoned that it balanced out. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. It was rather strange. Jiang Xunzhou turned to look at her and inquired, "Why have you stopped talking?" Yu Yuanyuan lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "You don't think I'm too noisy, do you?" Jiang Xunzhou felt somewhat indifferent. "No." Yu Yuanyuan remained in her current state. "Why? Why?" In a moment of distraction, Jiang Xunzhou was pushed by Yu Yuanyuan, stumbling and colliding with the wall, experiencing a tingling pain in his back. His expression shifted subtly, and his voice turned frigid. "When Shu, this behavior is rather unamusing. Are you truly envious like a child?" Yu Yuanyuan abruptly stepped forward, gripping Jiang Xunzhou's collar tightly, her voice trembling. "Why?" "Jiang Xunzhou, it is you who has wronged me." He spoke while bracing against Yu Yuanyuan's presence, feeling a pang of grievance. "You betrayed me. You caused my demise. Why should you abandon me? Why should you forsake me?" Jiang Xunzhou could endure even the incessant chatter of this little sparrow. Why then should he not tolerate her? Jiang Xunzhou pondered deeply. The weight of her words held far more significance than the ramblings of that old man Zhang Zhan. At the very least, he grasped the reason for this malevolent spirit's demise. Tentatively, he inquired, "I killed you?" When Shu had perished due to treason, but that didn't quite align either. In ancient times, a capable general with great merits could easily evoke the emperor's jealousy, leading to such a fabricated charge and execution being entirely plausible. On this overcast day, with the sun obscured, when Shu stood in the courtyard, holding a black umbrella, quietly observing Yu Yuanyuan and Jiang Xunzhou. After a moment, Jiang Xunzhou's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Wen Shu, who wore an apologetic expression but lacked genuine sincerity. "I sincerely apologize. There are always some lingering resentments that tend to wander. Jiang Daozhong should not mind, should he?" His utterance of Jiang Daozhong was notably slow, laced with mockery. In truth, the official title within the realm of metaphysics is Tianshi, as the various religious sects differ. Daozhong is merely a derivative from one of the Taoist branches. Jiang Xunzhou sensed a deeper meaning in his words, though he could not articulate it. He reached out, gently grasping the top of Yu Yuanyuan's head, extracting a wisp of black mist. With a firm grip, he crushed the mist into smoke, dispersing it with the wind. Chapter 36. The Frantic Ghost King's Netherworld Marriage. 13. Wen Shu's Career Value. 10. Current Progress. 25. Jiang Xunzhou paused in his motion, unexpectedly realizing that enduring a single night could allow Wen Shu to heal. Yu Yuanyuan felt a wave of dizziness, attributing it to her own frailty. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, "I have troubled Brother Jiang again." Indeed, last night, Wen Shu had pursued Yu Yuanyuan into her dream to kill her, utilizing her ability to gather energy. Healing his wounds was a trivial endeavor. Following Jiang Xunzhou's gaze, Yu Yuanyuan saw a tall figure standing in the courtyard, his face obscured by the black umbrella, preventing her from discerning his true visage. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within her. Last night, the male ghost in her dream resembled him closely. Same stature, same attire. Even the black umbrella was identical. It was not merely a resemblance. This was undoubtedly the same ghost. Yu Yuanyuan swayed unsteadily, clutching the pillar to prevent herself from collapsing. Her legs trembling, her voice quaking. "Oh dear, Brother Jiang, this ghost has emerged from my dream." Jiang Xunzhou chuckled, tinged with a teasing undertone. "Did you not claim you would strive to become a useful person? Why do you call for Jianggu whenever you encounter a dilemma?" Yu Yuanyuan felt like crying without tears. Shouldn't there be a novice protection period? She had barely begun her journey, and yet had already stumbled upon such a troublesome specter. Where's the justice in this? In a fleeting moment, the ghost under the black umbrella stood before them. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" Despite it being early autumn, the air was still tinged with heat, and as Wen Shu drew closer, Yu Yuanyuan felt an unexpected chill. She dared not speak, nor approach, only lamenting internally about the formidable aura of the specter. The umbrella in Wen Shu's hand vanished, allowing Yu Yuanyuan to finally discern his features. His hair was not particularly long, at least not reminiscent of ancient times, just grazing his collarbone, dark and glossy, bound by a single hair tie. His features were exquisitely refined, exuding an air of sophistication, yet the smile in his eyes did not evoke a sense of familiarity. He resembled what one might call a smiling tiger in common parlance, a ghost whose strikes would be all the more vicious. Yuan imagined this face in her dreams, transforming into a figure akin to Shan Yang, sending shivers down her spine, prompting her to rub her shoulders and retreat. He was the esteemed ghost lord that Jiang Xunzhou spoke of. Jiang Xunzhou, with a glimmer of humor in his eyes, remarked in a tone devoid of warmth. A particularly difficult ghost to vanquish. You might practice your skills on him later. Have him experience the potency of talismans. After all, when Shu cannot truly perish. Yuan gasped, incredulously exclaiming. So he is your husband, Jiang? No wonder he pursues her relentlessly, forbidding her any contact with Jiang Xunzhou. It turns out he was jealous. Upon closer inspection, the male ghost was indeed handsome, a perfect match alongside Jiang Xunzhou, allowing Yuan to momentarily forget the unpleasantness of the previous night. When Shu appeared delighted by her words, taking on an expression of realization. No wonder Zhou refuses to call me husband. I had forgotten that nowadays, people prefer husband. Jiang Xunzhou narrowed his eyes and coolly uttered 3 words. Do you deserve it? Do I not? When Shu appeared to find this notion utterly laughable. Who else would you desire? Zhang Zai or her? His countenance grew stern. You better hope for their survival. Another threat. Jiang Xunzhou despised such pretentiousness, especially when it was accompanied by threats. It was no different from a mere clown. He flicked the thin cardboard in his hand against Wen Shu's face. Wen Shu, you had better learn to behave. If your mouth cannot speak properly, I might just sew it shut with a needle. Learn to behave? Wen Shu chuckled. What becomes of one who learns to behave? This is the fate of those who obey. Since age 6, I have followed Jiang Xunzhou, obedient as a dog, immediately bringing him whatever he desired. I regarded him as a confidant, a kin, a secret lover concealed within my heart. Yet in the end, I became what I am now. Now, Jiang Xunzhou dares to speak of obedience, expecting me to wag my tail like a dog on the ground, begging for a mere glance to be deemed obedient. Jiang Xunzhou, Wen Shu's expression remained tranquil. Then why can't you learn to behave, even just a little? As long as he is willing to lower his noble head and submit. Wen Shu mused that he could overlook all that had transpired before. They would start anew. Their reunion was not meant for conflict. Thus, Wen Shu mentally reassured himself, entirely forgetting who had instigated the current tense atmosphere. Are you dreaming? Jiang Xunzhou twirled his ring, feeling a slight headache. Despite being a centuries-old spirit, Wen Shu's disposition resembled that of an immature child, excessively earnest. He needed to teach Wen Shu a lesson, yet he must not let it affect himself. Host, I have returned. 070 connected to the outside world, and upon seeing Wen Shu's face, was momentarily stunned. I hope I am not interrupting your affairs. Jiang Xunzhou. No. 070 sighed in relief. That is good. I visited headquarters, and they provided me with fragments of Wen Shu's memories before his death. You can view them, but one condition must be met. Jiang Xunzhou felt an ominous premonition. What condition? 070 answered. Wen Shu must tell you himself how he died. Indeed, it was his hand that struck the fatal blow. The lingering resentment had already spoken. Clearly, the unlocking condition had not been met, as it required his corporeal form to verbalize it. A challenge, yet not insurmountable. Jiang Xunzhou momentarily lost focus, and Wen Shu had already approached him. You harbor many secrets. Zhou. Wen Shu seemed to have discovered something, yet also appeared oblivious. Why, after a millennium, have you forgotten me, despite not being an ordinary human? Jiang Xunzhou met his lifeless gray gaze and proposed, shall we strike a bargain? You reveal how you met your demise, and I shall disclose a secret about myself. What say you? Wen Shu did not respond, but remarked, did Zhang Zai not inform you that one ought not to pry into how a malevolent spirit perished? Most souls that roamed this world suffered untimely or vengeful deaths, remaining in the mortal realm due to their lingering grudges. And they all share a common taboo, the inquiry into their cause of death. This was tantamount to provocation, stirring memories of their most humiliating and painful moments in life. Are you not my husband? Jiang Xunzhou retorted, I am merely concerned about my partner's past. Is that a problem? And thus, another sugary trap was laid. Jiang Xunzhou's words only turned venomous when he saw potential for benefit. No issue there. Chapter 37. The Madness of the Ghost King's Male Spouse. 14. Though he verbally agreed, Wen Shu harbored no intention of divulging anything. Jiang Xunzhou, disinterested in prolonging the encounter, chose to disregard Wen Shu's presence and return to the chamber with Yu Yuanyuan. A flicker of dark light crossed Wen Shu's eyes as he reopened his black umbrella, trailing closely behind Jiang Xunzhou, seemingly intent on pushing Yu Yuanyuan to the back. Childish. Jiang Xunzhou smirked slightly but said nothing. The semester at Changhua University commenced early, typically before the lunar 7th month, which translated to early August in the solar calendar. However, this year, due to the leap June, classes would not begin until the end of August. Time was ticking down to the start of the semester. Changhua University, indeed? Wen Shu leaned against Jiang Xunzhou's shoulder, withdrawing the admission letter from his hand. Ah, it is indeed superior to your current institution. Madam seeks to uncover a method to decipher the ghostly runes at school? Wen Shu playfully nibbled on his earlobe. Spare yourself the effort. Wen Shu's slight weight resting on his back made Jiang Xunzhou uncomfortable, prompting him to turn and gently push him away before settling into a chair with a backrest. Yu Yuanyuan stood at the door, momentarily transfixed until she sensed Jiang Xunzhou's piercing gaze, which snapped her back to reality. Bowing her head, she retreated a distance before sitting down. Do not speak of your entry into the Xianmen, including my warning that someone may intend to harm you. Jiang Xunzhou poured himself a glass of water, taking a sip before continuing. This includes my sister. She must not learn a word of our affairs. Yu Yuanyuan struggled to comprehend. Why? Is she not your kin? Moreover, she is aware of the Lord of Ghosts. Jiang Xunzhou remained silent, simply gazing at her, which inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her. It was as if Jiang Xunzhou needed not utter a word. He possessed an innate charisma that compelled others to follow him. Yu Yuanyuan chastised herself inwardly, questioning how she could dare to doubt his words. Surely his reasoning was sound, especially considering the secretive nature of the metaphysical realm. Straightening her posture, she replied, Yes, I shall guard my silence. Jiang Xunzhou set down his glass and nodded. Very well. You may return to gather your belongings. You will remain at Qingyun Temple until the commencement of the semester. Yu Yuanyuan acknowledged him and, as she walked away, informed her parents of her acceptance to a prestigious university. Is Madam creating an opportunity for us to be alone? Wen Shu crossed his legs and sprawled across Jiang Xunzhou. Lowering his head, his expression softened. I wish to kiss you. The sensation of dragon's blood igniting within him was still overwhelmingly uncomfortable, and Wen Shu was reluctant to dwell on that feeling. Yet, Jiang Xunzhou's lips were irresistibly delectable, making self-control difficult. With a soft sigh, Wen Shu leaned down, pecking delicately at his thin lips, cautiously testing Jiang Xunzhou's response without daring to advance further. Jiang Xunzhou remained still as a statue, seemingly unmoved by such actions, making Wen Shu feel akin to a jester in comparison. Pausing his movements, Wen Shu encircled Jiang Xunzhou's neck with his hands and buried his head against his chest. Avoiding his gaze, Jiang Xunzhou gently ruffled Wen Shu's hair, as if he understood everything. Are you intentionally imitating someone? Wen Shu, your acting is riddled with flaws. Each time he uttered those venomous words, his gray eyes betrayed a vulnerability, akin to a plea or a declaration of love. Pathetically, the sharpness of his teeth pierced the skin, causing Jiang Xunzhou to furrow his brow in pain as he tilted his head, inadvertently facilitating Wen Shu's actions. The blood that failed to be swallowed trickled down the wound, staining his pristine collar with a crimson blossom. Wen Shu's career value is 5, current career value 30. Ah, he had forgotten that after marrying Wen Shu in the netherworld, he could indeed consume his own flesh and blood, a rather sinister means of cultivation. Yet, Wen Shu's actions were purely born from frustration, also an unexpected delight. You remember everything, do you not? Wen Shu licked the wound he had inflicted upon himself, the vivid crimson blood lingering on his lips, resembling a sheen of rouge, accentuating his wicked allure. You toy with me. making me seem like a lovesick fool circling around you. Do you believe that in life and death, I am meant for you alone? Jiang Xunzhou, I truly despise you. Jiang Xunzhou felt as if he were on the verge of tears. Or perhaps this was the most authentic representation of Wen Shu, who was not as ferocious as he appeared, but rather akin to a child who sulks when denied a treat, stubbornly refusing to admit his feelings. Yet, Wen Shu loathed the way Jiang Xunzhou seemed to see through him, rendering him transparent, unable to conceal anything. His teeth ground in frustration, as he often harbored the desire to sink his teeth into Jiang Xunzhou. I understand your grievances. Jiang Xunzhou soothed Wen Shu. Why didn't you speak like this earlier? Wen Shu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled instantly. Am I to blame for this? Jiang Xunzhou replied nonchalantly, I'm too lazy to argue. So, can you now tell me how you met your demise? Wen Shu's demeanor deflated in an instant. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Xunzhou's waist, greedily inhaling his scent. You already know. It was you who killed me. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the conditions for Wen Shu's death replay to be unlocked. Replay segments are stored in the system space. Please check them at your convenience. I did not know. Jiang Xunzhou dismissed the system's subsequent words. Wen Shu, I have stated before, your every sentiment, your love and hatred, I have never partaken in. Wen Shu was on the brink of madness when Jiang Xunzhou's slap brought him back to reality. Furiously, he stood from Jiang Xunzhou, scoffing, you are mistaken. I did not deliberately mimic that dog, Emperor. However, I am beginning to understand why he treated you that way. Jiang Xunzhou inquired, why? That is another question altogether. Wen Shu smirked, Madam, it is now my turn to ask. This statement alluded to the transaction proposed by Jiang Xunzhou earlier, which he had not answered at the time. Bringing it up now implied his tacit agreement. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. Ask away. Wen Shu fixed his gaze on him, as if fearing the man might vanish from his sight at any moment. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, Who are you truly? Jiang Xunzhou's gaze roamed over him before he suddenly smiled and replied, A descendant of the dragon. This was not a lie to Wen Shu. Jiang Xunzhou could not fully disclose his identity, and this ambiguous response was just right, neither deceitful nor revealing. Whether to believe it was a matter for Wen Shu himself. Such a lack of sincerity. Wen Shu spread his hands. Then there is no need for further discussion. Jiang Xunzhou nodded in agreement and beckoned him closer with a flick of his fingers. Come here. Once again, Wen Shu had suffered too many losses due to this gesture. It could lead to a kiss. Wen Shu swallowed hard, stepping forward in his polished shoes. A kiss devoid of hostility or malice. Jiang Xunzhou remarked, This is your reward for obedience. Chapter 38. The Mad Ghost King's underworld marriage to his male consort. 15. Snow fell in a flurry, blanketing the vast earth, while a pool of crimson blood from an unknown source stained the land, resembling a grove of red plum blossoms blooming within the snow. The biting cold wind whipped against Jiang Xunzhou's face, sending chills deep into his bones. He coughed twice, adjusting his fox fur cloak, staring blankly at the scene before him. Wen Shu knelt upon the ground. The snow beneath him stained a dark hue, his icy armor marred by numerous blade marks, flesh gaping from the wounds. As flurries of snowflakes gently settled upon him, his handsome visage bore several gruesome scars, the blood congealed and no longer flowing, his gray eyes dull and filled with sorrow. Jiang Xunzhou could not help but contemplate the aftermath of Wen Shu's demise. With his unique heterochromia and command of military power, it was no wonder the emperor of his era harbored trepidation towards him. The blade in Jiang Xunzhou's hand still dripped crimson, and he found himself speaking uncontrollably. Do you regret it? Regret not standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Regret carving a bloody path through this chaotic world. Regret opposing the royal family. Regret the ambition to overturn this dynasty and alter the course of fate? Wen Shu gasped, blood surging from his throat, and in that moment, the moonlight and warmth of the sun seemed to congeal around him. Achieving great feats was never a simple endeavor. Victors and vanquished alike, I harbor no regrets. With bloodshot eyes, Wen Shu coughed again, his body unable to withstand any longer, collapsing onto the ground. The frigid snow had long since warmed with his hot blood. At that moment, he felt no cold. With the last of his strength, he raised his hand, grasping the hem of Jiang Xunzhou's cloak. His breath was faint, his words as delicate as a whisper. Yet he persisted. Your health is fragile. In this bitter cold, do not linger outdoors for too long. In the days to come, without my support, restrain your temper to avoid inciting gossip. Even at this juncture, when Shu's thoughts were consumed by concern for him, to accompany a monarch is akin to courting a tiger. My present may not be your future. Your status is precarious and more susceptible to suspicion. Jiang Xunzhou, I only wish for your happiness. As one approaches death, their words turn to kindness. Jiang Xunzhou could no longer discern whether these were Shu's heartfelt sentiments or a deliberate attempt to invoke guilt, ensuring that the shadow of fratricide would haunt him for the remainder of his days. A wave of bittersweet anguish surged within him, akin to countless silver needles piercing through, punishing him for betraying Shu's sincerity. He reached up to touch his cheek, a warm tear gliding through his fingertips, falling to the ground alongside the swirling snow, disappearing without a trace. All traitorous forces have been eradicated. When Shu had met his ultimate defeat, a soldier hurriedly approached, kneeling beside Jiang Xunzhou, hands clasped in salutation. Continuing, by the emperor's command, the former general of the state, having rendered great service to the nation, is to be executed on the spot for a swift death. Afterward, I shall acknowledge his numerous merits, absolving his name, and proclaiming to the world that the general perished while protecting the realm. Jiang Xunzhou waved his hand, dismissing those around him. When Shu managed a faint smile, he watches you from the city walls. Jiang Xunzhou, he does not trust you. Jiang Xunzhou shook his head, the sharp tip of his sword poised against Shu's neck. It mattered not. Regardless of the emperor's thoughts, that was of no consequence now. As friends once, I shall accompany you on this final journey. The keen blade swiftly cut through flesh, and when Shu instinctively closed his eyes, memories flashing before him like a fleeting panorama. Smiling peacefully, when Shu, in the next life, do not oppose me again. Jiang Xunzhou closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, his gaze returned to the quiet chamber of the Qingyun temple. This is the entire process leading up to Shu's demise. He wiped the corner of his eye, where traces of tears still lingered. You are deceiving me. Jiang Xunzhou, rarely losing his composure, pressed one hand against the table and covered his chest with the other, feeling the absence of his heart still lingering. This is not a replay of death at all. Compared to the concept of death replay, Jiang Xunzhou perceived this more as a forced replacement of the original role that killed Shu, positioning him in that very role. The so-called unlocking conditions clearly stated that only with Shu's consent could one invade his memories, creating a butterfly effect that led to everything that followed. I am not lying to you. This is indeed a replay of Shu's death. 070 replied helplessly. Host, you should rest well. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. Shu's death was too tragic, his fervent bloodshed concluding in such desolation, ultimately becoming a vengeful spirit wandering the world for a millennium. In Taoism, such a replay of death is akin to empathy, usually unfolding from the deceased's perspective, recreating the events that transpired before their demise. However, the conditions for employing this empathetic technique are excessively stringent, and a slight misstep could lead to backlash, trapping one within and resulting in assimilation. The system possessed a unique ability, requiring neither harsh conditions nor risking the host being ensnared, as long as the male protagonist consented. Jiang Xunzhou could not possibly be unaware of these facts, yet he remained unconvinced. Long before this, he had inquired with 070. They had never traversed any ancient realms, apart from this instance when the system drew them in under the guise of a replay. This was undoubtedly a trap orchestrated by the system. Jiang Xunzhou had nothing to deny. What was done, and what was not done remained untouched, far more straightforward than the deceitful machinations of the system. Thus, he had irrevocably cemented his guilt in Shu's death, reflecting on the tender gaze in Shu's eyes before his passing. Jiang Xunzhou chose not to delve further into his thoughts. Shu had not departed yesterday. Although ghosts do not require sleep, they are not incapable of it. At that moment, He lay quietly on Jiang Xunzhou's bed, his expression devoid of the detachment scene when awake, and they were rare to spend a peaceful night together. Throughout it all, the hatred stemmed merely from Wenshu's belief that Jiang Xunzhou did not love him enough. "Why do you gaze at me so?" Wenshu propped his head up, lying on his side to converse with Jiang Xunzhou. "Have you finally recognized my worth?" Jiang Xunzhou lowered his eyelids, gently cupping Wenshu's chin. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned deliberation, replying, "Perhaps just a little." The disparity between Wenshu's current demeanor and the character Jiang Xunzhou had just observed was striking, making it difficult to fathom the journey of his heart over the millennia. Jiang Xunzhou leaned down, softly kissing Wenshu's cold lips, the warmth and chill intertwining, bestowing upon Wenshu a blessing of warmth. In a moment of reckless abandon, the human and the ghost pressed their noses together. The warmth exhaled from the human, enveloping the ghost's icy skin, granting him the warmth of the living. Wenshu nestled into Jiang Xunzhou's neck, nipping gently, his loose clothing falling aside to reveal expanse skin, the ghostly markings on his waist writhing, awaiting their master's next command. "Indulging in daylight debauchery, are we?" Jiang Xunzhou's breath grew erratic, his eyes tinged with crimson. "Once this village passes, there will be no more shops. Wenshu, while I still wish to indulge you." The atmosphere surrounding Wenshu is calm, yet every gesture exudes an undeniable allure. His voice, slightly hoarse, carries a submissive tone as he adopts a newfound term, "my master." In Chapter 39 of The Mad Ghost King's marriage to his male spouse, after a night of indulgence, Jiang Xunzhou finds himself filled with regret. A millennium-old ghost, having never indulged, loses all restraint upon his first encounter, leaving Jiang Xunzhou feeling as though his very bones might crumble. In frustration, he attempts to kick Wenshu, but the action only aggravates his existing wounds. Wenshu, with a satisfied expression, wraps his arms around Jiang Xunzhou's waist. "Please do not be upset, my lady," he implores. Jiang Xunzhou grits his teeth in irritation. The term "my lady" ignites his fury. However, after that night, a significant thaw occurs in their relationship. Although it may be inappropriate for a ghost to linger in the Taoist temple, the unique bond they share allows Jiang Xunzhou to turn a blind eye. Moreover, Wenshu occasionally offers guidance to the disciples of Qingyun Temple, albeit with a sharp tongue, yet his intentions are commendable and indeed beneficial. Having spent a brief fortnight studying at Qingyun Temple, Jiang Xunzhou has acquired a substantial understanding of the various influential families within the realm of metaphysics. Yuan, due to his unique constitution, has made remarkable progress, solidifying his status as the most gifted disciple of his generation. On the first day of school, Wenshu abstains from attending, aware that the institution gathers talents from across the metaphysical community, making it difficult to conceal his true identity. After transferring, Jiang Xunzhou is held back a year and finds himself in the same class as Yuan. New students are subjected to an entrance examination, the specifics of which have yet to be disclosed. However, it is certain that it will not resemble the mundane tests typical of ordinary schools. "You should return to your dormitory and rest," advises Jiang Xunzhou, who, having forgotten their ordinary origins, neglects to mention the impending test, which he suspects may pose certain dangers. Jiang Xunzhou's words are cautious, as Yuan has only encountered supernatural beings twice, with no real combat experience to draw upon, leaving uncertainty about the circumstances they may face. The location and structural design of Changhua University are meticulously aligned with feng shui principles, even fortified with protective barriers to ward off malevolent spirits. Jiang Xunzhou discreetly memorizes the layout of the school, collecting his key from the new student registration area and following the designated door number to his dormitory. The institution, affluent in resources, provides each student with a private room, arranged in an apartment-style layout, with allocations strictly based on each student's elemental affinities. Each unit comprises 3 bedrooms, complete with private bathrooms and communal kitchens and living areas, resembling shared housing, yet more economical. Consequently, few students seek external accommodations. "You must be the new roommate," greets a robust man who opens the door for Jiang Xunzhou. his muscular frame evident as he assists with the luggage. I am Rong Jinyu, and that one on the sofa is Pei Yan. Rong Jinyu glances towards the living room, lowering his voice as he adds, that fellow has a sharp tongue. Whatever he says, take it with a grain of salt. The book was firmly closed, and the practitioner, with keen hearing and sharp eyesight, could not conceal his voice. Pei Yan's tone was icy as he remarked, Rong Jinyu, if you relish gossiping so much, perhaps you should consider severing your tongue. Rong Jinyu shrugged, adhering to his principle of treating words as mere gas, choosing selective deafness as he took Jiang Xunzhou's luggage and led him into the room. Jiang Xunzhou glanced at the sofa, but refrained from speaking, simply expressing his gratitude with a soft thank you. The Pei family, known for their expertise in hypnosis and dream manipulation, wielded the ability to kill invisibly. Yet, this power lacked direct combat strength, relegating the Pei family to a secondary status among noble families until Pei Yan emerged, showcasing his extraordinary talent. He adeptly harnessed the family's advantages to master mental attacks, which was a source of justified pride. As for Rong Jinyu, he was merely a person who would inherit vast wealth if he failed to excel in his studies. Jiang Xunzhou secured the door and released 070. The adorable white puppy perched atop his suitcase, its red tongue elegantly licking its own paws. Due to its limited experience in traveling, its paw pads were notably pinker than those of other dogs. Has Wen Shu made any moves recently? Jiang Xunzhou inquired while unpacking, cradling 070 in his arms. 070 lay on the bed, its eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on him. Why does the host say that? What can a jobless spirit accomplish? Jiang Xunzhou retrieved a pre-drawn talisman from his suitcase, wrapping it around the doorknob, and replied coldly, what can a malevolent spirit with a darkening value of 100 possibly do? The possibilities were endless. Wen Shu could accomplish anything and everything. Wen Shu now resembled a wild stallion, unbridled and out of control, having broken free from the reins that once restrained him. His darkening value is not 100. 070 corrected. It's 99. Though that S not low, at least it has begun to decrease. The puppy, perplexed, asked, Host, I ascent that a good omen? At this, Jiang Xunzhou's simmering anger resurfaced. After toiling all night, the dark circles under his eyes still hadn't faded, and in the end, the darkening value had only diminished by a single point. Just 1 point. That was hardly sufficient to dismiss a beggar. Jiang Xunzhou scoffed, lamenting that if the average intelligence in the system realm matched that of 070, their downfall would be inevitable. If Wen Shu truly harbored deep-seated hatred for Jiang Xunzhou over the years, he would have killed him outright when he was defenseless. If it were indeed love unfulfilled, then the darkening value that had decreased last night should not have been a meager 1%. Even a 3% drop would have made the latter plausible. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Jiang Xunzhou pondered, concluding that Wen Shu might be orchestrating a grander scheme, wherein he himself was merely a pawn. They should not overlook Wen Shu's centuries-old malice, nor should they allow the sight of death replay to stir pity within them. So what do we do next? 070 fretted, pacing anxiously. I have never encountered a task target with a full darkening value. Jiang Xunzhou leisurely closed the cabinet door, neatly arranged the suitcase, opened a window to let in fresh air, as if that would aid his contemplation, until he had finished tidying up, at which point he finally addressed 070. I ask you, last world you mentioned that when the male lead's darkness value reaches its peak, the world will collapse. Jiang Xunzhou's expression turned grave. Who informed you of this? It's embedded in the system rules. Are there any cases of full darkness value? None from the villain faction. No one dares to experiment. After all, their assigned identities are villains, which are inherently unappealing, and they would never be foolish enough to provoke the male lead, causing his darkness value to overflow. The first to suffer would inevitably be the taskers like them. Jiang Xunzhou seemed to embody a myriad of questions. What would happen if the world collapses? 070 replied candidly, you will be forever trapped in this world. Chapter 40. The Mad Ghost King's ghostly marriage to his husband, 17. After a brief night of recuperation, he was summoned to the playground at 5 in the morning, long before dawn. The principal, a strikingly beautiful woman, paced the stage in her black high heels as the teachers took attendance. Yu Yuan and Jiang Xunzhou stood apart due to their height difference, huddled with his two roommates. The phrase "forever trapped in this world" echoed in his mind like a curse, causing Jiang Xunzhou to feel unsettled. Logically, when Shu should be unaware of these matters. Yet he couldn't shake off the worry of unforeseen complications. Jiang Xunzhou contemplated that he could pause for when Shu, but he must never allow anyone to impede his progress. He was free, never willing to be bound. Jiang Xunzhou, Jiang Xunzhou, Rong Jinyu shouted, pulling him back to reality. What are you thinking? The teacher said we need to form groups of 3. Won't you join me? Rong Jinyu mistakenly believed Jiang Xunzhou was nervous as a newcomer and rolled up his short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, saying, "Look at these biceps. I got your back." He was a hidden esthetician. Though Pei Yin also had a commendable appearance, his unbearable demeanor made Rong Jinyu apprehensive about spending too much time with him. Jiang Xunzhou, however, was different. He remained quietly composed, leaving a shy impression on Rong Jinyu, who was captivated by this cool, ethereal beauty, his ideal type. Pei Yin passed by him, scoffing, simple-minded, yet brawny. In the realm of metaphysics, eerie incidents were ever present. Relying solely on muscle and brute strength was far from sufficient. The Rong family was wealthy, and there were those eager to curry favor with genuine skills. Thus he had navigated through life relatively smoothly. Jiang Xunzhou politely declined. "Apologies, I must join my friends." He then turned to Pei Yin. "Pei classmate, would you be willing to team up with me?" Rong Jinyu was incensed, stomping his feet in frustration as he stormed off, determined to prove himself. Pei Yin, on the other hand, was somewhat taken aback. After a day of school from yesterday to today, they had not exchanged a single word, nor even shared a glance. It was indeed unexpected for Jiang Xunzhou to seek him out for a team. Mediocre and without power or influence. Pei Yin cast a dismissive glance at him and scoffed. "You lack the qualifications to team up with me." Jiang Xunzhou remained composed, subtly observing Pei Yin before simply smiling lightly. "Pei classmate, as you wish." At Changhua University, the keeping of pets, or rather spiritual beasts, is permitted. In the realm of metaphysics, it is not uncommon for practitioners to utilize their beasts to ward off malevolent spirits. Thus, Jiang Xunzhou can openly embrace 070. He surveys the crowd, seeking the figure of Yu Yuan. "Jiang Ge, this is my roommate," Yu Yuan shyly introduces. "I would like to invite her to join our team, if that's all right." Upon receiving a nod from Jiang Xunzhou, she continues, "Her name is Tan Feng. My master has spoken of the Tan family, so I shall refrain from elaborating. The Tan family is well established, proficient in using music to control spirits, akin to the practices of Miaojiang in raising insects, treating these spirits as one would manipulate pests." From the direction in which Pei Yin had just arrived, it seems he sought Tan Feng, and having been rebuffed due to his demeanor, he resorted to making disparaging remarks. The entrance examination adopts a random draw format, grouping 3 individuals together, with a single question assigned to each team at random, and the difficulty of each question is also arbitrary. After all, in the world of metaphysics, luck is indeed an art. Tan Feng glanced at Jiang Xunzhou and inquired, "Who will draw the lots?" This question required no contemplation, as Jiang Xunzhou surmised that Tan Feng had discerned Yu Yuan's unique disposition. Otherwise, how could such a scion of a prestigious family willingly team up with someone of humble origins? "Yuan, you go." Yu Yuan exchanged glances with the two of them before finally nodding. She approached the stage and retrieved a green silk pouch from a box, hesitating to open it until she reached Jiang Xunzhou and Tan Feng. The examination is categorized into 3 levels: easy, medium, and difficult. The easy pouch is green, the medium is orange, and the difficult one is red. "How wonderful!" Yu Yuan exclaimed, eager to see the examination question. "Balian River?" The parchment bore only these 3 words, with no further information provided. Indeed, while the examination relies on luck, it is expected that those who draw the simpler questions should not find them excessively easy, lest they incite dissatisfaction among others. The more perilous the question, the more clues are typically given. Their green pouch, representing the simplest challenge, offered merely a location, leaving the specifics of what had transpired, what actions were required, and how to succeed in the examination shrouded in mystery. No wonder, Jiang Xunzhou mused. It seemed like a bargain, yet the challenge was not to be underestimated. However, it could not be deemed overly difficult. Those red pouches contained ample clues, allowing students to prepare in advance. This suggests that the instructors had calibrated the difficulty of all questions to an average level, ensuring fairness. There's a clear distinction of levels. Marking the first core examination of the realm, his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket, drawing Jiang Xunzhou's attention. Upon checking, he discovered Rong Jinyu lamenting in their dormitory group chat that their team had drawn the most challenging red pouch. Pei Yin also had a green one, and Jiang Xunzhou, not wishing to reveal the truth, misled them into believing he had drawn a red pouch as well. With this, Rong Jinyu ceased his lamentations, and the chat fell silent. Jiang Xunzhou turned off his phone screen and asked, "What are your thoughts on Pei Yin?" Tan Feng, assuming he was addressing her, candidly replied, conceited and arrogant. Jiang Xunzhou then looked at Yu Yuanyuan. "What do you think?" Yu Yuanyuan scratched her head, her only knowledge of Pei Yin stemming from the earlier encounter, and thus shook her head. "I don't know." Jiang Xunzhou inquired once more, "Do you think he resembles Wen Shu?" Wen Shu. Yu Yuanyuan misunderstood, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you can't possibly have feelings for Pei Yin, can you?" She truly could not discern any semblance between the human and the ghost. Jiang Xunzhou's comparison of Wen Shu to Pei Yin seemed to her a mere reference to a doppelganger. She could conceive of no other justification. After all, the paths of humans and ghosts diverged. Wen Shu and Jiang Xunzhou were ultimately not of the same ilk. With a sigh, Jiang Xunzhou recognized that he could not rely on Yu Yuanyuan. He gently patted her head, chiding, "What nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind today?" Yu Yuanyuan, covering her forehead, retorted, "I'm not. Tan Feng has already declared him arrogant and self-important. He surely cannot be intentionally slandering, right? How can such a person be compared to a ghost?" She circled her words, swallowing the remaining half of her statement before continuing. "How can he possibly compare to Brother Wen Shu? Brother Wen Shu is far more approachable." Jiang Xunzhou could hardly suppress a laugh, realizing that the brainwashing had evidently been quite effective. Wen Shu was hardly a paragon of virtue, at least posthumously. He bore no resemblance to such descriptors. Jiang Xunzhou refrained from further inquiries, instead becoming lost in contemplation of Pei Yin's essence. If it were not Wen Shu, who else could it be? Chapter 41. The Mad Ghost King's Ghostly Marriage Partner. 18. Jiang Xunzhou was uncertain if it was indeed Wen Shu or someone else. In any case, Pei Yin was undoubtedly more complex than he initially appeared. He recalled the previous world where two taskers existed. He hesitated between Wen Shu and Song Rue from the last world. In truth, Wen Shu was somewhat closer, yet cohabiting with him as a roommate felt rather audacious. Taskers easily occupied another's body, but under certain conditions, they were required to adhere to some semblance of the original host persona, lest they bring unnecessary complications upon the original upon their departure. For this reason, Jiang Xunzhou was hesitant to draw any definitive conclusions. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to undergo testing. "I have heard about your backgrounds from Yuanyuan." Tan Feng's words pulled him back to the present. In any school within the realm of metaphysics, failure in testing results in expulsion. Changhua University has no need for individuals lacking capability, or rather, those without ability cannot survive the tests at all. This stringent rule is a measure for student safety. Prior to leaving the school, every freshman was required to sign a death waiver. Yu Yuanyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Dan Feng Chakil, accustomed to signing his name on such documents, "It's fortunate that you weren't required to sign this every time you attended class." Yu Yuanyuan was once again taken aback. Is the realm of metaphysics truly that terrifying? Tan Feng shrugged, acknowledging the unavoidable nature of the situation. After departing from Changhua University, the three of them hailed a rideshare to Bailian River. As autumn set in, the weather grew cooler. The forecast predicted a dreary, rainy day. Before their departure, Jiang Xunzhou packed an umbrella into his bag, entrusting Yuan with the talismans for her protection. Contrary to its name, Bailian River bore waters of an emerald hue, rendering the riverbed invisible. The banks were lined with willow trees, and a few fishermen were scattered about. Near the shore, one could catch a whiff of the fishy scent emanating from the water. Yuan engaged in light conversation with a local farmer, eventually steering the discussion toward the river. Finding no peculiarities or supernatural occurrences, she returned to the group empty-handed, and Jiang Xunzhou bit down on the hard candy in his mouth, suggesting, "Let us purchase 2 sets of fishing gear. We shall go fishing." Tan Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Do you genuinely believe there are fish to be caught in this river?" Indeed, it seemed a waste of money. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xunzhou retrieved 070 from his backpack. Cradling 070, he spoke, though it was unclear to whom. "Let us pretend we are walking the dog while we remain here. You must not wander off, nor allow yourself to be tossed into the river." 070 whimpered softly, seeking comfort against Yuan's ankle. Jiang Xunzhou let out a chuckle and found a shaded spot to sit. He remained there for the entire morning, during which only one fisherman managed to catch a fish, albeit a small fry no longer than a pinky finger. They had a simple lunch of a few bread rolls, and Jiang Xunzhou glanced at the time, noting it was noon. As the temperature rose, the fields became deserted, with only their group and a few fishermen steadfastly holding their ground. In rural customs, it is said that one should not venture outside at noon. This belief is particularly prevalent in the countryside, where midday is undoubtedly the time of greatest yang energy. However, all things that reach their zenith must decline, and an excess of yang may give rise to yin. Suddenly, a fisherman shouted, "There's a big fish," and without hesitation, he leapt into the river, determined to catch the creature. "Hey, you can't swim, what are you doing?" His companions, unsure whether to rescue him or join the chase, followed suit and jumped in after him. Meanwhile, another onlooker attempted to use willow branches to fish them out. However, as he slipped, he too fell into the water. The 3 of them vanished beneath the surface like sunken vessels, leaving no trace, not even a body to float up, as if the river had consumed them. Had they perished? Logically, one would expect a body to surface due to buoyancy after death, yet hours passed with no sign of them. Not even a strand of hair was visible. Were they water ghosts? Yuan pondered the bizarre circumstances surrounding the demise of 3 vibrant lives, questioning if their absence of water spirits meant they had passed a test. Jiang Xunzhou shook his head. "It doesn't seem so." Tan Feng's expression turned grave. "This river is lined with willow trees, which symbolize the warding off of evil. Typically, water ghosts would not dare approach. In traditional culture, willows are imbued with protective qualities against malevolent spirits, and folk customs often involve placing willow branches at doorways for this very purpose. With tales of using willow twigs to ward off ghosts, numerous passers-by frequented the riverbank, bolstered by the intense yang energy, which also served as a deterrent. While the likelihood of water ghosts in this river was substantial, it was not entirely impossible. Tan Feng glanced at Jiang Xunzhou before suggesting, "Shall we wait and observe until nightfall?" Jiang Xunzhou smiled. "Do you truly believe those 3 were merely ordinary fishermen?" Tan Feng failed to grasp why he could find humor in such a grave matter. "Aren't they?" "They are not." Jiang Xunzhou squinted. "Those 3 are like us. They are students from Changhua University participating in the exam." It was not the weekend. True fishing enthusiasts would typically emerge around 6 in the evening, after most workers had finished their day. These individuals had arrived earlier, disguising themselves as fishermen to avoid arousing suspicion among the locals, inadvertently making it easier for the malevolent forces of the water to claim their lives. As soon as those words were spoken, both Yuan and Tan Feng fell silent. Jiang Xunzhou retrieved 3 coins from his pocket, performing a divination. The omen was dire. The group exchanged glances, none daring to question his accuracy. It was not until the afternoon that another team of examinees arrived, led by Pei Yin. Upon seeing Jiang Xunzhou, he was clearly taken aback. "You deceived Rong Jinyu," Pei Yin remarked, arms crossed, his expression flippant. It seems that the Brotherhood he prides himself on is not as remarkable as he thought. Although the concept of not speaking falsehoods is primarily associated with Buddhist disciples. Most individuals within the realm of metaphysics refrain from uttering untruths in unnecessary situations to avoid accumulating verbal karma. Pei Yin had not anticipated that Jiang Xunzhou would deceive them. But considering they had only known each other for 2 days, it was understandable that he would not reveal his true self. Jiang Xunzhou paid no heed to Pei Yan's words, silently observing the 2 individuals beside him, who appeared somewhat familiar, likely hailing from a family background comparable to Tan Feng's. Otherwise, they would not have registered in his memory. "What about the other team?" inquired one of Pei Yan's companions. Tan Feng pointed towards the Bailian River, stating, "They suffered total annihilation. As for other details, they were not so kind as to divulge." The group remained vigilant until dusk, witnessing waves of people arrive and depart. Some took the opportunity to rest for a while in the afternoon to stave off fatigue later at night. By midnight, several figures emerged from the river. No, while Pei Yin and his companions had not encountered the other team, Jiang Xunzhou had. The figures that surfaced were those who had drowned during the day. Chapter 42. The Mad Ghost King's Ghostly Marriage to His Male Spouse. 19. Those who had once been wholly unacquainted with the water now transformed into adept swimmers, swiftly making their way to the shore. Jiang Xunzhou manifested his life sword, severing a willow branch that struck the hand gripping the rocky bank. No reaction. He quickly retreated to the cement path, halting only when he nearly collided with Yuan. "What is happening?" Tan Feng observed the scene. "They cannot possibly be alive. Why is there no effect?" This situation exceeded her understanding. What truly lay beneath the water? What on earth? One of Pei Yan's companions recognized the emerging figures, expressing disdain. "Those are our classmates. They must have gone underwater to investigate. Why the fuss? Don't you know the water avoidance technique?" While it is true that the metaphysical community possesses techniques and talismans to aid breathing underwater, such effect can only last for a limited duration of 1 hour, or 2 at most. These 3 individuals had been submerged for over a dozen hours, far surpassing the maximum duration of the water avoidance technique. Jiang Xunzhou Houti Danfeng. Whispering, "It's futile to reason with a damned ghost. Let them go. It's better to observe what emerges." Indeed, some reckless souls approached to engage in conversation. But their laughter was short-lived as a claw pierced through their chest, their heart torn out, still pulsating in hand. The individual did not perish immediately. Instead, they stared wide-eyed at their own heart, turning to Pei Yin, extending their hand, their voice hoarse and broken. "Save me." Their hearts still beat. Surely they could be saved. Thud. Without a heart, all strength seemed to drain from their body, collapsing like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the river and creating a significant splash. Crimson blood floated upon the surface of the water as the emerald depths, akin to a writhing beast, devoured him whole, leaving not even a drop of red nor a trace of the corpse behind. "Such a pity," Pei Yin languidly remarked. "You have drawn a task that guarantees death." Tan Feng immediately retorted, "What do you know?" Pei Yin shrugged his shoulders, feigning helplessness. "I know nothing at all." At the stroke of midnight, the waters of the Bailian River transformed into a portal, surging tumultuously on either side, while the center revealed not the riverbed, but a concealed staircase. Bathed in the dim light of the moon, Jiang Xunzhou finally discerned the riverbed, cluttered with a multitude of decaying human and animal corpses. In the absence of oxygen, the decomposing matter released an overwhelming stench into the water. Yuan could not contain herself, doubling over by the tree and retching uncontrollably. Pei Yin waved his hand before his nose, equally repulsed by the odor. As the 3 individuals who had surfaced stood guard at the staircase, but did not impede Pei Yan's descent. As he placed a foot down, he paused, exhibiting a rare moment of kindness. Abandoning now is merely akin to dropping out of school. Continuing, however, may prevent you from witnessing the dawn of tomorrow. With that, Pei Yin turned his back and descended into the abyss of the staircase. The 3 guardians remained at their post, embodying a stance of mutual non-interference. As long as Jiang Xunzhou and his companions did not approach, they would not impose any difficulties. Yuan clung to Tan Feng's arm, goosebumps rising as she exclaimed, "Why is it that Pei Yin can descend without consequence?" Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the tree trunk, lost in thought, possessing the ability for mental attacks. He might also wield mental control. Yu Yuanyuan inquired again, "What shall we do?" Jiang Xunzhou smiled, brandishing a talisman, his thin lips parting to utter a single word, "Kill." Indeed, it was a straightforward and brutal solution. Jiang Xunzhou and Tan Feng swiftly dispatched one foe, while Yu Yuanyuan struggled a bit, yet the outcome remained favorable. Just as they prepared to descend, the previously fallen corpse began to writhe on the ground, several masses of flesh amalgamating into a singular form, rising once more. Chunks of flesh tumbled from a faceless visage, uprooting nearby willow trees and hurling them towards the trio. "Damn!" Tan Feng could not suppress a curse. "I'll hold it off. You two go down." In this dire situation, Tan Feng found himself unable to withstand alone. Jiang Xunzhou raised his sword, murmuring an incantation, then bellowed, "Tan Feng, move aside." The blade ignited in a furious blaze, breaking free from Jiang Xunzhou's grasp and attacking from various angles at his command, cleaving the flesh into pieces. The raging flames, regardless of the thrashing of the flesh, could not be extinguished, rolling chaotically on the ground, toppling several trees and igniting the surrounding area, the fire surging ever more fiercely. Only when the unknown mass ceased its movements did Jiang Xunzhou wave his hand, extinguishing the flames. Spirits belong to the realm of shadows, while fire embodies the essence of light. Thus, ordinary ghosts must first devise a means to extinguish the flames surrounding them if they wish to harm others. Illustrating the efficacy of fire as a weapon, albeit not universally applicable, contingent upon the circumstances. Tan Feng sighed in relief, astonished that Jiang Xunzhou could maintain such composure and devise a strategy in such a perilous moment. Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his gaze and brushed off the ashes from Tan Feng's shoulder, remarking, "I do not yet require someone to die in my stead." His words felt somewhat awkward, prompting a chuckle from Tan Feng. She chose not to confront Jiang Xunzhou's bashful declaration, understanding why Yu Yuanyuan held him in such high regard. If Jiang Xunzhou were to discover her thoughts, he might very well resurrect that grotesque creature on the spot. The group descended the staircase, with each step downward. The stench lessened, replaced by a musty odor that spoke of a long absence from sunlight. This was, after all, to be expected. One would hardly anticipate sunlight gracing such a place. As Tan Feng surveyed her surroundings, she concluded, "This is indeed a grand tomb." The inscription on the plaque was obscured by algae, rendering its message indecipherable. Only the faint words on the stone slab at the entrance were discernible, revealing a fragment of poetry. "A general, renowned through 100 battles, returns to the riverbank, looking back 1,000 miles, a long-lost friend." Yu Yuanyuan murmured, "This is a verse by Xian Qiji, but only this line remains." Could it be that the tomb's owner was a defeated general? Regardless of the truth, the sentiment conveyed by this line was hardly uplifting. To etch such a reference to defeat upon a grave felt somewhat unethical. As for the general, Jiang Xunzhou had already pieced together the identity of Pei Yan, his expression betraying nothing as he pressed onward. Due to Pei Yan's connection, the tomb's entrance stood wide open. And although Tan Feng wished to caution them about the dangers of mechanisms within tombs of this age, she found no such traps upon entry. Pei Yan lounged atop the coffin in the main burial chamber, the companions who had descended with him now mere corpses, nourishing this ancient sepulchre. "You have indeed come," Pei Yan said, swinging his legs, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Jiang Xunzhou. It seemed he could have simply dealt with the creature outside and left it at that. Why persist in this abyss? Jiang Xunzhou met his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion as he addressed him. "Wen Shu." Pei Yan, or rather, Wen Shu. The Pei family had no prodigious genius of the sort that had emerged from nowhere. Instead, it was he who had initially possessed the body of this prematurely deceased descendant. "Jiang Xunzhou, you're far too clever. Such intelligence may lead to the demise of you all." Chapter 43. The Mad Ghost King's Marital Bond. 20. Initially, it sufficed to feign ignorance and return with the creature outside. Yet Jiang Xunzhou stubbornly refused, choosing instead to delve deeper into this abyss. How could such an astute individual truly be unaware of whose tomb this was, or fail to deduce the identity of its occupant? It would have been better to maintain the facade of ignorance, allowing for a continued pretense of cordiality and the preservation of the status quo. They had only just begun to mend their rifts. Why complicate matters to the point of life and death? Neither of the two could escape today. Yu Yuanyuan could scarcely fathom that this was Wen Shu. Her memories of him were not particularly kind, yet he was certainly not the harsh figure that Pei Yin represented. Though Wen Shu's words could be sharp, Pei Yin exuded a distinctly different aura. How could Pei Yin possibly be Lord Wen Shu? She remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, instinctively believing that Wen Shu would not truly harm them, still entangled in her doubts about Pei Yan's true identity. Furthermore, the entire village of Jiang Xunzhou held a deep reverence for Jiang Xunzhou, who declared, "This is his tomb." It is likely due to the shifting of the riverbed that this ancient tomb has found its resting place at the river's bottom, influenced by the tomb owner's malevolent aura, rendering the waters nearly devoid of fish. Perhaps a master of the metaphysical arts discerned the extraordinary nature of what lies beneath, prompting local villagers to plant willows along the riverbanks to prevent the proliferation of malevolent spirits. Wen Shu, typically careless in demeanor, now refrained from maintaining even a semblance of a smile, leaving Yu Yuanyuan astonished by the chilling expression he wore, one she had never witnessed before, not even during dreams of him taking her life with a mocking grin. This coldness in Wen Shu rendered him a stranger to her. She had never sought to understand him, nor had Jiang Xunzhou. He had underestimated the hatred residing within Wen Shu, once believing that her animosity stemmed solely from his act of killing her and subsequently forgetting. It now appeared he had oversimplified the situation. The noise was bothersome. Wen Shu waved his hand, sending a surge of black mist swirling past Jiang Xunzhou towards the other two. "Do not worry. I merely intend for them to take a brief slumber." The two collapsed, their consciousness fading, and Wen Shu could not assure whether they would awaken thereafter. "What is it you truly wish to accomplish?" Jiang Xunzhou's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. "Do you think I would stand against you?" Wen Shu suddenly laughed. Who can say? The current Jiang Xunzhou was inscrutable to him, just as he found himself unable to penetrate Jiang Xunzhou's facade. At times he perceived him as hypocritical, yet his performance was so convincing that it led him to believe in its authenticity. Other times he felt they were truly kindred spirits, only to be betrayed by this confidant in the end. "You wish to know my intentions?" Wen Shu spoke softly, revenge. "I have long declared that they must all perish. Not just these few who face the same trials as he, but every soul in this world. None shall survive." In that moment, Jiang Xunzhou grasped the true power of a fully darkened heart. The collapse of the world was not an instantaneous event, but rather a gradual descent into oblivion, orchestrated step by the so-called protagonist. "Were you not slain by my blade?" Jiang Xunzhou pressed, guiding the conversation. "Why pursue vengeance against them?" Wen Shu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "Thus, you too must die, my dear." He spoke with a tone of lingering affection, lifting Jiang Xunzhou's chin and murmuring in his ear, "However, I cannot bear to see you perish so soon. Shall I save you for last?" Wen Shu's murderous intent had never waned. Due to their positioning, Jiang Xunzhou was compelled to lift his gaze to meet Wen Shu's, his hand inadvertently resting upon Wen Shu's leg, his visage still pale and distinct from Wen Shu in every way. Jiang Xunzhou himself was puzzled as to how he had conjured an image of Wen Shu before him. Unusually, he refrained from retorting and simply inquired, "Do you hate me?" Wen Shu answered without hesitation, "Yes." "And do you love me?" Wen Shu fell silent. "Wen Shu, why do you not dare to meet my gaze?" Wen Shu leapt from the coffin, turning away. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Take them both away before I change my mind." Jiang Xunzhou did not insist further, a smirk playing upon his lips as he used his sword to lift the two unconscious individuals, escorting them to the riverbank. With no public transport available at this hour, Jiang Xunzhou, with no other recourse, drew 3 teleportation symbols on the ground, affixing one to each of them to return to the school. He explained the situation to the dormitory supervisor of the girls' residence, and only after escorting the 2 individuals back to their dormitory did he return. Rong Jinyu had fallen asleep on the living room sofa with only a small lamp lit, as if awaiting someone's return. Jiang Xunzhou was not so self-indulgent in his thoughts. It was evident that Rong Jinyu was not waiting for Wen Shu. Thus, it could only be for him. Reluctantly, Jiang Xunzhou tapped his shoulder to rouse him. Return to your room and sleep. Don't catch a cold. Rong Jinyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the clock on the coffee table. Oh, it's already past 1. You all must have had quite the ordeal. Jiang Xunzhou offered no further explanation, merely nodding in response. He then inquired, where is Pei Yin? Has he not returned yet? That fellow chose the simplest task and is still out at this hour. Jiang Xunzhou succinctly replied, he and I had the same topic. It has concluded. He likely won't return tonight, so you should get some rest. After speaking, Jiang Xunzhou suddenly realized he had misspoken. He had deceived Rong Jinyu into believing he had drawn a red envelope. Yet when Shu had mentioned in the group chat that he had a simple question, making it impossible for them to have the same topic. Fortunately, Rong Jinyu's thought process was not particularly nimble, and he assumed Wen Shu was lying. What a rascal. I knew he was trying to deceive me. He must have drawn a difficult question. If he is still out this late, he'll surely be exposed. Indeed, Rong Jinyu had genuinely drawn a red envelope, yet returned earlier than the two who had simpler topics. If not for Wen Shu's involvement, Jiang Xunzhou would have suspected some foul play by the school. Suddenly, the light extinguished with a soft click. A surge of foreboding washed over Jiang Xunzhou. The silence surrounding them was unnerving, with only their breaths filling the room. A chill crept up his spine. Rong Jinyu remained blissfully unaware, muttering to himself, what kind of wiring does this school have? Did it trip? Being a pampered young master, he had no knowledge of electrical work and thus turned to Jiang Xunzhou. Zhou, do you know what to do? Jiang Xunzhou remained silent. As a peculiar sensation coursed through him, sending shivers through his body, rendering him weak as he slumped onto the sofa. The coldness seeped into his clothes, the icy touch stimulating every inch of his skin. Yet he felt an increasing heat within, his breaths becoming fervently warm. Biting his hand, he took a while to regain his composure and finally spoke. No. He took a couple of breaths, fearful that Rong Jinyu would perceive something amiss, and continued. Let us ask the dormitory supervisor tomorrow. It's too late now. We should rest. Rong Jinyu agreed. Realizing it wouldn't be polite to trouble someone at such an hour, he turned on his phone's flashlight. The sudden brightness piercing through the darkness and causing discomfort to the eyes. Seeing Jiang Xunzhou shield his face, he presumed the light had startled him and thought little of it. I'll head back to my room now. You should rest early too. Jiang Xunzhou nodded absent-mindedly, then realized Rong Jinyu could not see him, so he managed to croak out a single word. Finally, Rong Jinyu departed, and Jiang Xunzhou let out a sigh of relief. Madam, you tremble so intensely. Chapter 44. The Frantic Ghost King's Male Spouse in a Ghostly Marriage. 21. Jiang Xunzhou was rendered speechless by the peculiar thrill coursing through him. His lips nearly bleeding from biting them, the corners of his eyes tinged with red, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with unshed tears. He nearly bit out a word. Get lost. The lady spoke ill of me to others. Wen Shu intentionally pressed harder. I am not yet angry. Why does the lady want me to leave first? Jiang Xunzhou sometimes truly suspected that Wen Shu was a chameleon. One moment he could be amiable, and the next, his demeanor could turn frigid, as it was now. Just recently he had issued fierce threats, but now, Jiang Xunzhou turned his head, gripping the sofa tightly, his nails digging into the crevices. Wen Shu, I will not let you go. Indeed, Wen Shu replied nonchalantly, I welcome the challenge. Thus, they remained entangled in this endless struggle, eternally bound. Jiang Xunzhou felt as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, drenched from head to toe, even his hair clinging damply to his forehead. He concealed his eyes with his arms, and the silence behind him was unsettling. He could not discern whether Wen Shu had left or was merely lurking to watch him falter. He glanced at the time, 5:01. He might as well forego sleep altogether. After a moment of respite on the sofa, he finally mustered the strength to rise. Just as he moved, the sound of a doorknob turning echoed from the entrance. His weary body could not distinguish whether the sound came from the room door or the main entrance. His mind was consumed with the thought of escape. He must not allow Rong Jinyu to see him in this state. The air was still tinged with an odd scent. Jiang Xunzhou gathered his spiritual energy at his fingertips and performed a cleansing spell, then opened the living room window for ventilation. His movements were not swift. The person entering had already positioned themselves behind him, quietly observing all that unfolded. Jiang Xunzhou turned to face Pei Yan, with Wen Shu leaning against him. Jiang Xunzhou's expression hardened, and he raised his hand to slap Wen Shu. His voice was gravelly, yet the anger simmering within was unmistakable. Continue this recklessness, and I shall be the one to end you. This slap was different from those before. Lacking restraint, it sent Wen Shu's head awry, leaving a slight cut at the corner of his mouth, with 5 distinct marks of the slap glaringly visible on his face. God knows how terrified he had been earlier, fearing that Rong Jinyu would notice something amiss. Thankfully, every dorm room at Changhua University was equipped with an independent bathroom, alleviating concerns about that fellow waking in the night. Wen Shu truly was a diligent actor, adopting a demeanor befitting Pei Yan in front of others. What madness is this? Rong Jinyu leaned against the doorframe, and seeing everyone gathered, remarked, "Oh, our Lord Pei has returned, I see." Jiang Xunzhou pressed his lips together, choosing silence, and in a huff, he stormed back to his room and took a quick shower. The darkening value remained unchanged. 070 feigned ignorance, yet feared further inciting Jiang Xunzhou's ire. After much hesitation, it finally spoke honestly. Yes, no change, still 99. It attempted to offer consolation. However, the male lead's career value has risen by a solid 20 points. It now stands at 50%. The career value had surpassed the halfway mark, yet the darkening value remained stagnant. Jiang Xunzhou clenched his fists, nearly laughing in disbelief. I wish to confront the heavens of this world. He quickly regained his composure and began contemplating his negotiation terms. If it was unwilling, then let it deal with erasing Wen Shu's darkening value by itself. All right then. The 070 system responded immediately, as long as there were no troubles with their system. As for the concept of heavenly principles, it was of no concern. I promptly made contact. The system and the heavenly principles of the miniature world have a unique connection, which serves as a crucial means to differentiate between invaders and taskers. They share a mutually supportive relationship. Yesterday was entirely devoted to examinations, while today was reserved for rest. Tomorrow, the examination results would be announced. Jiang Xunzhou slept through the morning and, upon awakening, made his way to the address provided by 070 to meet the heavenly principle. The manifestation of the heavenly principle was a mature woman with silver hair cascading down her knees, standing by a tree, engrossed in her phone, radiating an aura of divine brilliance. Jiang Xunzhou felt the urge to smile, but restrained himself. It was quite apparent that she was deliberately striking a pose. Upon noticing his arrival, the heavenly principle led Jiang Xunzhou to a modest wooden cabin she had temporarily constructed, enhancing her image as a reclusive sage. She poured him a cup of clear tea and inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" The tea was initially bitter, leaving a sweet aftertaste. One sip felt like inhaling spiritual energy, warming his entire being. Jiang Xunzhou set down his teacup and got straight to the point. What exactly does Wen Shu seek vengeance for? The heavenly principle did not provide a direct answer, but rather responded, "Revealing this to you would be to disclose the heavenly secrets. Are you certain you can withstand the divine punishment that may follow?" Jiang Xunzhou countered, "Will you subject me to divine punishment?" No, for the heavenly principle still needed him to maintain stability in the world. "You still owe me a condition," he remarked with a smile. "One condition is of no consequence." "Very well." The heavenly principle shrugged and began to speak slowly. "This era is inherently one of the end of the Dharma. The resurgence of spiritual energy is but a myth. Only in certain exceptional places does a trace of spiritual power remain. But these are accessible only to a select few humans and most spirit creatures. Such unique magnetic fields are scarce and perilous for humans. Until one day, a prodigy emerged, claiming to have resolved this issue. Subsequently, in locations where families of metaphysics established their presence, spiritual energy began to flourish once more. The 070 system, perplexed, asked, What does this have to do with the male protagonist? The heavenly principal's smile faded. People often refer to those favored by destiny as the darlings of heavenly principles. And for her, Wenshu was certainly no exception. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Jiang Xunzhou to exist. The heavenly principal explained, because that individual sacrificed Wenshu. Even ghosts can be offered as sacrifices. This was the first time 070 had heard such a thing. Wenshu, as the child of fate, had his blood consumed and flesh devoured. They utilized a sinister formation to continuously sacrifice his fortune for the benefit of those in the field of metaphysics, thus creating the illusion of spiritual energies revival. This is the reason for Wenshu's profound hatred. The heavenly principal turned her gaze to Jiang Xunzhou and softly remarked, "In truth, it is because of you. He has survived for so long owing to your words. You told him that they would meet again, and thus he awaited you for a millennium. Out of guilt, you preserve his body from decay. Hence, Wenshu has wandered this world for so many years. Hence, he has been consumed by those in the metaphysical realm. Hence, he harbors a desire to annihilate all." Jiang Xunzhou was incredulous. Because of me? The heavenly principal chose not to elaborate further, saying, "One day, you will understand. Drawing near to you signifies an approach to suffering, while distancing oneself equates to a retreat from happiness." All the tribulations that Wenshu has endured throughout his life can be encapsulated in 3 words: Jiang Xunzhou. Regardless of life or death, Jiang Xunzhou requires time to assimilate this overwhelming influx of information. He fails to comprehend how, in the playback of death, he did not act excessively nor utter superfluous words. How could this all be attributed to him? The celestial order remains reticent on the matter. There are certain truths that even I cannot disclose. It possesses knowledge of everything, yet remains silent. All it can do is observe the relentless entanglement of these 2 souls from birth to death. Chapter 45. The Mad Ghost King's Bridal Male Spouse. 22. Before departing that day, the celestial order imparted 4 words to him: "Let nature take its course." Jiang Xunzhou chose not to dwell on it any longer. Those matters had long since passed, and indulging in such thoughts bore no significance. He was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Wenshu's experiences and aspirations bore little resemblance to those of a protagonist. Rather, they mirrored those of a malicious antagonist. Jiang Xunzhou found himself resigned, as if their identities had been inverted. "Host, what shall we do next?" 070 glanced at the fully locked parameters, for the first time feeling utterly ineffectual. "If it comes to that, I shall report to my superior. We can abandon this world. But what of Wenshu?" Assuming 070 was concerned about the shards of the soul, it remarked, "This fragment is inconsequential. At most, we shall lose some memories." The school was adorned with ginkgo trees, their leaves transformed into a golden hue befitting autumn. When the wind blew, it rained golden leaves, carpeting the ground. Jiang Xunzhou stood at the window, extending his hand to catch a falling leaf. With his brows furrowed, he traced the intricate patterns on the ginkgo leaf with his fingertip. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I do not wish to abandon him." It is profoundly unfair to Wenshu. Such emotional vulnerability was a rarity for Jiang Xunzhou. The celestial order's words echoed incessantly in his mind. There was no need for self-deception, even if he could not fathom how it had come to pass. Yet, this burden he must bear. Suppressing the tumult of emotions in his gaze, he spoke. "Do you not find that Wenshu's current plight bears a striking resemblance to someone?" 070 could not deduce the answer. "Who?" Yuan. Both could attract fortune. Yet both had been reversed. Only Wenshu was ceaselessly utilized by those in the metaphysical realm, while Yuan served merely the individual who cast spells upon her. If only the person behind this could be unmasked, the key to breaking the cycle would become apparent. 070 grasped the implication of his words and posed a new question. While the logic is sound, Wenshu has failed to uncover this for many years. Can we succeed? For he had never truly contemplated the search. Jiang Xunzhou sighed in exasperation. "Do you not perceive? His intent is to eliminate them all. Better to mistakenly slay than to let go of the vivid manifestation of malice in Wenshu. Indeed, for him, there There was no virtuous soul in this world. No more of this. Today, he must swiftly complete the final report for the entrance examination, lest he be late. This afternoon, I shall take you Yuan home. We will assess the situation. In his heart, he already harbored a candidate, though uncertainty lingered. When Shu did not take any action against Yuan and Tan Feng. Upon awakening, they even forgot about the ancient tomb incident, believing they had simply fainted from exhaustion during their battle with that chunk of flesh. Yuan prepared a spot for Jiang Xunzhou, who seemed indifferent to his own performance. Unlike Yuan's intense focus, Jiang Xunzhou opted to sleep soundly. After days of constant activity, he was utterly fatigued, and, now in a public space without the worry of Wen Shu's antics, he could finally rest for a while. Jiang, let us go, Yuan exclaimed with great excitement. We actually passed with full marks. However, her enthusiasm soon waned as she added. But so many people died this time. Among the new students, totaling only 500, the death toll from just the entrance exam reached 150. Leaning closer to him and Tan Feng, she lowered her voice. Moreover, I heard that at another university in the metaphysical realm, half of the students died during the new student assessment. Many parents have come to protest. This was the reason the school granted them a 3-day break. This unexpected holiday was a boon for Jiang Xunzhou, as he had been pondering how to take Yuan out. They had agreed on a time to go out together. But just before their departure, Wen Shu unexpectedly followed him. Having no recollection of the tomb incident, Yuan held a poor impression of Pei Yin and blocked his path with her arm, creating a barrier between him and Jiang Xunzhou. Pardon me, but what are you doing? She asked, puffing her cheeks in defiance. Let me tell you, my Jiang is a married man. You should not harbor any intentions towards him. In her perception, given Jiang Xunzhou's striking looks, Pei Yin, a person of questionable character, living under the same roof, would inevitably have ulterior motives. When Shu smirked, repeating, a married man, Yuan nodded vigorously yes. They are already married and share a wonderful relationship, so you should give up any hopes. When Shu turned her gaze to Jiang Xunzhou, seemingly convinced by her words, and asked him, Jiang, do you truly have such a deeply devoted lover? He softened his tone, deliberately emphasizing the last 3 words. In the past, Jiang Xunzhou's rebellious spirit would have compelled him to retort, but now he remained silent, a silence that made Wen Shu feel he was merely being self-deprecating. After a moment, Jiang Xunzhou finally responded with a gentle, yes. He has waited for me for many years. When Shu replied dryly, oh, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet, and Yuan instinctively shrank her neck, feeling that breaking the sudden silence might lead to a decision she would regret for a lifetime. It was only when their ride arrived, the driver honking twice, that the two of them finally broke their gaze. Why is he still following us? When Shu did not retreat, which displeased Yuan, who considered him a scheming character. If he wants to follow, let him. It matters not, Jiang Xunzhou said nonchalantly. As a girl, Yuan chose not to sit close to the 2 men and instead settled in the front seat. Since Jiang Xunzhou had spoken, she felt it was inappropriate to voice any further objections, and, holding back her frustration, she drifted off to sleep. On Wen Shu's face, an unreserved smile danced, his fingers playfully entwining with Jiang Xunzhou's, only to be ruthlessly brushed away by their rightful owner. Those matters concerning the students were orchestrated by you, were they not? With the revelation that all but those who shared the same examination questions with Wen Shu had perished, coupled with the cryptic hints dropped by Tian Dao, it became increasingly difficult for Jiang Xunzhou to avoid discerning the mastermind behind these sinister events. Wen Shu's smile abruptly froze. Are you intending to seek retribution against me on behalf of those individuals? Indeed, those previous words were mere deceptions, a facade of a virtuous man put on in front of Yuan. Wen Shu's hand clenched into a fist, veins protruding ominously on the back of his hand, his breath growing heavy, and his eyes uncontrollably turning crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence. Jiang Xunzhou cast a glance at him, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, as he reached out to grasp Wen Shu's hand. No. Wen Shu, have you truly begun to lose control? The primary reason for the existence of vengeful spirits is the torment of painful memories harbored before death. While they may gain strength from this anguish, if left unchecked, they risk becoming tools of ruthless slaughter, consumed by their own bitterness. Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Wenshu's current state. Chapter 46. The Mad Ghost King's Dark Marriage to His Male Consort. 23. Jiang Xunzhou feared that a sudden outburst from Wenshu might result in him being confined within a darkroom. But fortunately, that did not come to pass. After a brief moment of chaotic, ghostly energy, Wenshu managed to regain his composure. Jiang Xunzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He truly wished to avoid any confrontation with Wenshu at that moment, not out of concern for his own strength, but rather the fear of provoking Wenshu further, especially since he was uncertain of Wenshu's current state of mind. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely that Wenshu would be forthcoming with the truth. The task of addressing the darkening of his spirit was an arduous journey ahead. During the latter part of their travel, Wenshu transformed into a large canine, requiring Jiang Xunzhou to soothe him all the way until Yu Yuanyuan awakened. Upon glancing in the rearview mirror and witnessing the two of them embracing, she felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yu Yuanyuan sat in the front, struck dumb by the shocking revelation, and it took her a while before she exclaimed, "Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I will keep this matter to myself and ensure that Lord Wenshu remains oblivious." It must be that little demon Pei Yan's fault for enticing Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou found it amusing, but offered no explanation, merely casting a teasing glance at Wenshu. "Oh." Yu Yuanyuan, slowly coming to her senses, surveyed the surroundings. Mountains enveloped them, and before them flowed a gentle stream, crystal clear, revealing the fish swimming beneath. Where are we? This environment was utterly foreign to her. Had she come with strangers, she might have feared being sold into the mountains. "Brother Jiang, did you not say we were returning to your home?" Jiang Xunzhou understood and clarified. "We are going back to my hometown." Yu Yuanyuan joked. "You don't intend to sell me off, do you?" Jiang Xunzhou shrugged. "Who knows?" Yu Yuanyuan huffed, aware that he was merely trying to frighten her, and quickened her pace to follow closely behind him. "What are we doing here?" Wenshu turned his head to look at him. "Aren't you eager to flee?" Jiang Xunzhou ignored him. To put it plainly, who wouldn't want to escape upon awakening to the news of marrying a deceased person, especially when the newlywed husband seemed intent on strangling him at first sight? If it didn't run, who would? Could it be that one is to simply wait for death in place? Should he truly perish, Wenshu would find no joy in it. He could not be bothered to refute Wenshu's words, instead relying on the map crafted by 07E to make his way into the nameless village. The last time he traversed this path in haste, the night had cloaked his view, preventing him from discerning the village's circumstances. However, it now appeared far more prosperous than he had anticipated. Jiang Xunzhou had initially assumed that such a deeply feudal village, lacking even a proper name, would present a picture of backwardness and poverty. Yet, the edifices before him, reminiscent of villas, unequivocally struck him with astonishment. As he navigated through the cluster of buildings, venturing deeper, he noted that the architecture bore little distinction from ordinary rural constructs. Perhaps only a few affluent individuals within the community favored constructing residences akin to villas. He found himself in contemplative silence, pausing before his family's home, a modest two-story self-built house, its exterior merely coated in a layer of white paint, devoid of any tiles. Upon entering, a large yellow dog began to bark. "Brother, Yuan?" Jiang Shuren, standing at the second-floor window, looked down at the three of them with surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why have you returned suddenly?" She hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad have gone to the market and won't be back until noon." Jiang Xunzhou stood beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard, leaning almost entirely against Wenshu, arms crossed, his expression one of indifference. Jiang Shuren sensed something amiss and took a couple of steps back. "Brother? Why are you looking at me like that?" The eager Yuan was halted by Jiang Xunzhou, who shielded her behind him. "Are you not aware of what you've done?" Jiang Xunzhou stated coldly. Jiang Shuren, engaging in witchcraft may lead to repercussions. A look of confusion crossed Jiang Shuren's face as she shook her head. "Brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. What witchcraft? Do you really think I would harm you?" Unmoved, Jiang Xunzhou replied, "I never claimed you wish me harm. Are you not aware of what you've done to Yuan Yuan? Jiang Xunzhou continued to exhibit a bewildered demeanor. How could I possibly harm my good friend? Desiring no further discourse, Jiang Xunzhou drew forth his sword, thrusting it directly toward Jiang Xunzhou. Startled, she quickly raised her hands to shield her chest, screaming loudly in an effort to restore Jiang Xunzhou's senses. Brother, I am your biological sister. How can you treat me this way? Jiang Xunzhou paid her no heed. The sword tip was mere inches from her eyes when someone grasped the blade. Her adoptive father. You wretched child, the adoptive father exclaimed, attempting to strike Jiang Xunzhou, only to have his wrist seized, the grip so tight it nearly crushed his bones. Yet he persisted in his retorts. I am your father. How dare you treat me this way? This is sheer rebellion. Jiang Xunzhou managed to smile. You can either leave or perish, your choice. The adoptive father, his face contorted with rage, could not tolerate such provocation after decades of authority within the household. He retrieved a newly purchased broom from behind him, intending to confront Jiang Xunzhou. With a serious expression, Jiang Xunzhou declared, stubborn and ignorant. The sword twirled in his grasp, executing a graceful flourish. As he took a step forward, the blade lightly grazing the young man's neck, leaving a deep gash. Remarkably, no blood flowed. In fact, the young man continued to move as if nothing had occurred. Yuan Yuan widened her mouth in astonishment. Are those without blood still considered human? Initially, she harbored doubts about Jiang Xunzhou being the mastermind. Yet, witnessing such a bizarre scene filled her with dread, prompting her to recall various past details. Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou was aware of her destiny. Jiang Xunzhou took a moment to respond to her inquiry. These are mere puppets. He remained uncertain about the number of such beings in the village. Jiang Xunzhou thrust his sword through the puppet's forehead, and the once exuberant puppet instantly fell silent, its head drooping lifelessly as it collapsed to the ground following his withdrawal of the blade. Jiang Xunzhou, observing the unfolding events, completely tore off the facade. Brother, how could you kill father? She beckoned with her finger, and another puppet obediently knelt down, serving as her makeshift seat. Brother, your actions put me in a difficult position. Jiang Xunzhou pointed his sword at her. How much do you know about Wen Shu, and how deeply are you involved? Jiang Xunzhou spread her hands, gesturing behind him. With a tone of reverence, she declared, the esteemed deity is right behind you. Why not let him reveal the truth personally? Jiang Xunzhou had long recognized Wen Shu, just as Jiang Xunzhou had discerned the puppet's nature. Noticing the silence around her, she began to answer her own question. All right, that inquiry was rather presumptuous and inappropriate. Stop feigning ignorance. The blade pressed against her alabaster neck, the sharp edge swiftly slicing through skin, dark blood oozing forth. My patience is limited. Jiang Xunzhou shifted aside to evade the weapon, lightly dabbing her fingertip against the wound, which instantly healed itself. How fierce! She seemed to relent. Very well, I'll divulge it. The villagers revered the deity because he could revive the spiritual energy of the metaphysical realm. This was already known to Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou continued, Oh, most of the villagers are descendants of esteemed families in the metaphysical realm. Haven't you noticed? The spiritual energy here is dozens of times denser than in other places. Chapter 47. The Mad Ghost King's Underworld Marriage. 24. Jiang Xunzhou's statement lacked sincerity. Although Wen Shu's tomb was not located here, their wedding had indeed been held in the village, and if memory served, Wen Shu possessed a residence in the back mountains, indicating the significance of this place. The gathering of those elite descendants was not solely due to the spiritual energy. Jiang Xunzhou narrowed his eyes, repositioning the sword against her neck. I have no interest in your ramblings. I'm unaware of what you already know. Jiang Xunzhou stuck out her tongue and made a face before continuing. The abundance of spiritual energy in this place is actually due to the presence of the deity's remains here. Jiang Xunzhou revealed her intent. I assume you wish to know how to break the formation. It's quite simple. His corpse serves as the focal point. Burn it, and the formation will be dismantled. This statement was utterly absurd. Wen Shu's remains had long been consumed by those in the metaphysical realm. What was left of his corpse? Unless this declaration was half-truth, the focal point indeed being Wen Shu's remains, yet the quantity and whereabouts of those remains remained unknown. Jiang Xunzhou was wagering on his ignorance of this matter. Jiang Xunzhou's hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, fueled by rage. In the eyes of these beasts, Wen Shu's flesh was no different from that of Tang Sung. He was oblivious to how many had feasted upon his remains. Perhaps Wen Shu was indeed correct. Searching for each one individually would be a cumbersome task. Those engaged in metaphysics deserved to be eradicated. Not a single soul among them was innocent. Jiang Xunzhou's unique physique, coupled with his practice of sinister arts, left Jiang Xunzhou bereft of any justification for sparing him. Sensing the imminent surge of murderous intent emanating from Jiang Xunzhou, Jiang Shan hastily declared, "If you kill me, the curse on you, Yuan, cannot be undone." Jiang Xunzhou scoffed. "Do you presume I am unaware that killing you would not directly break the curse? There are two methods to dispel it. One is to bring you, Yuan, to the brink of death, allowing me to strike then, thus deceiving the caster's gaze and breaking the curse. The second is to locate the one behind it and compel her to lift the curse herself. If both methods prove futile, then swift execution will suffice." Dismissing further banter, Jiang Xunzhou's blade did not waver as it plunged into Jiang Shan's flesh. Jiang Shan was no fool. One hand unleashed a venomous serpent while the other swiftly produced a talisman. Had only Jiang Xunzhou been present, perhaps he could have evaded capture. But regardless of the direction he faced, Wen Shu's presence loomed behind him. Their unexpected collaboration, one man and one ghost, exhibited an astonishing synergy, even surprising Jiang Xunzhou himself. A backward glance was cast, yet his movements remained resolute. Jiang Shan's dark blood splattered, accompanied by a foul stench, and soon he fell silent. Jiang Xunzhou sheathed his sword, lifting his fingertips to crush the malevolent spell extracted from her. The noxious scent caused Yuan to retch, and she ultimately plucked a leaf from a tree to cover her nose, seeking respite. "Why are you crying?" Wen Shu glanced at her. "Are you shedding tears for such a person?" Yuan shook her head, fully aware it was not worth lamenting. Memories, akin to a fleeting panorama, flooded her mind. Even with the knowledge of Jiang Shan's treachery, the past sentiments and bonds could not be erased, and releasing them was not an option at that moment. Her voice choked. She murmured, "She was once very kind to me." Wen Shu averted his gaze, lost in contemplation. Ahead, Jiang Xunzhou ignited a blaze, consuming everything in its path. After a prolonged silence, he turned amidst the conflagration, the crimson glow enveloping him as he approached Wen Shu step by step. Why was her blood black? The practice of sinister arts did not alter her human traits, explaining why malevolent cultivators had thrived within the metaphysical realm for so long. With a half-smile, Wen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Would you truly like to know?" "Indeed," Jiang Xunzhou replied, his tone as calm as if discussing trivial matters. "Those who consume my flesh or drink my blood will find their own blood transformed." "What?" Yuan was bewildered. "Her blood is black?" Wen Shu, unusually benevolent, clarified, "Only I can perceive this transformation. Others merely sense an exceptionally foul odor emanating from that person." His eyes sparkled with mirth, and Jiang Xunzhou sensed an anticipation within him. As though he awaited the question, why can he also see it? Regardless of whether Jiang Xunzhou inquires or not, Wen Shu would invariably respond, "Because we are a couple acknowledged by the heavens. You and I are one. Thus you shall naturally perceive it." Jiang Xunzhou understood, yet remained silent, merely observing him quietly. The flames behind them intensified, and soon other villagers discovered the situation, shouting fire. As they fled, though none dared to approach. Puppets, being of wood, are most fearful of fire. The surrounding clamor grew increasingly chaotic, as it seemed someone had dialed the fire department. The wail of sirens starkly jarring in this environment. Wen Shu suddenly spoke, "Jiang Xunzhou, do you pity me?" Jiang Xunzhou retorted with a question of his own. "Do you need someone to pity you?" "Not all." Wen Shu's pride prevented him from bowing to anyone, and even revealing his wounds to the outside world posed a considerable challenge. He did not wish for anyone to witness his vulnerability. Yet, he often grappled with contradictory thoughts. Sometimes he mused that if such admissions could compel Jiang Xunzhou to linger, perhaps they would not be so arduous to voice. He yearned to see Jiang Xunzhou's guilt, to witness a broader spectrum of emotion from this individual. After all, a malevolent spirit ought to resort to any means necessary, should it not? When Shu's career value stood at 4, currently 54. His corruption value was 7, currently 92. The actions I undertake bear no relation to guilt. Jiang Xunzhou, almost as if he were a parasite within him, discerned his thoughts. It is not pity. When Shu, piqued with interest, replied, "Oh, and what might that be? What else could it be?" Jiang Xunzhou's lips moved. The words he longed to utter lodged in his throat, making it exceedingly difficult to articulate those 3 words. He turned his head away, awkwardly stating, "You are mine. It is not for others to bully." Between them, hatred flowed more readily than love. It seemed that only in this manner could he affirm the depth of their feelings. Indeed, when Shu comprehended the underlying implications of his words, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "How does my dear wish to bully? In what manner?" Jiang Xunzhou reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on, instantly bristling. "Be silent, or I shall set you ablaze." When Shu, sensing the delicate balance, withdrew. Although Yuan was somewhat naive, she possessed a keen insight and deduced from their previous conversation that Pei Yin was indeed Wen Shu, quickly recovering from her shock. Strangely, she accepted this revelation with ease, as though it were not her first day learning such a secret, quietly squatting by the tree as a third wheel, comfortably shipping their relationship. "Let's depart." When Shu urged, taking Jiang Xunzhou's hand, "This place is not suitable for lingering." Jiang Xunzhou shook his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "It is the people here who cannot remain." Jiang Xian had also partaken of Wen Shu's flesh, and, after slaying her, Wen Shu's career value increased. What does this signify? Chapter 48. The Mad Ghost King's Nuptial Male Spouse. 25. All who feasted upon Wen Shu's flesh were compelled to become the focal points of the formation. As long as they were slain, those individuals would inevitably suffer backlash, while Wen Shu could gradually recover. The inhabitants of this village comprised puppets, and those who had initially led the assault against Wen Shu. The puppets were easily dealt with. Upon arrival, Jiang Xunzhou had observed the terrain. With the first house, he set ablaze, serving as the epicenter. The upper half was inhabited by the living, while the lower half was occupied by puppets. "The matter concerning Yuan has been resolved." He bestowed upon her a teleportation talisman, allowing her to return ahead while he remained to attend to local affairs. That day, Jiang Xunzhou emerged from the depths of hell, resembling a fearsome Asura. His once pristine white shirt now stained a deep black, soaked, whether by blood or sweat, clinging to his skin and accentuating his lean physique. He methodically wiped the blood from his hands with a clean handkerchief before casually igniting the corpse lying on the ground. The foremost families of the metaphysical realm? Merely a bunch of inept fools. At that moment, when Shu approached, holding a fresh set of clothes for him, gently cleaning the blood splattered across his face. "My lord, you are stained." He chuckled softly, just like me, now steeped in bloodshed. A wave of exhilaration surged within Wen Shu. To him, Jiang Xunzhou resembled the moon in the sky, now shining solely for him, even willing to tarnish itself for his sake. Such thoughts brought him immense joy. "My lord, I find myself increasingly fond of you." Wen Shu lowered his head, his lips brushing against Jiang Xunzhou's. A yearning surged within him, a longing that, had the location permitted, he would have indulged without hesitation. With a light slap, Jiang Xunzhou merely swatted away the restless malevolence, retrieving the garments from Wen Shu's grasp. After confirming they were indeed new, he sought out an unscathed building to change into clean attire. Wen Shu covered his face. The lingering fragrance of Jiang Xunzhou amidst the foul environment felt refreshingly out of place, and he inhaled deeply, only to be overwhelmed by the stench. His expression darkened. He unleashed a surge of ghostly flames, the azure glow swiftly engulfing a significant portion of the village. Like a child, he clung to Jiang Xunzhou, teleporting them away. "These individuals are merely a fraction," Jiang Xunzhou remarked, shifting the conversation to more pressing matters. Are you aware of who remains? Wen Shu fell silent. He truly had no knowledge. His intent was to leave none alive, to eradicate all, so why would he bother to investigate who was involved? Jiang Xunzhou, perceiving his demeanor, understood. He tugged a strand of Wen Shu's hair and placed it at the center of the compass, ensuring that as long as the blood of those individuals contained a trace of Wen Shu, the compass would reveal the direction. Before he could proceed, a call from Rong Jinyu interrupted. Hello, is this Jiang Xunzhou? The principal wishes to see you immediately at the school. The compass needle spun rapidly, and Jiang Xunzhou cast a spell to halt its motion, replying with a simple before ending the call. The compass finally pointed toward Tsinghua University. Indeed, Tsinghua University was home to the majority of the metaphysical realm's elite. As for the methods by which they attained such status, that remained a mystery. What was clear was that there were individuals within that institution who were complicit in this affair. Upon returning to the campus, Jiang Xunzhou made his way without delay to the principal's office. Wen Shu had not received an invitation and could only return to the dormitory. Please enter. Tsinghua University boasted an extraordinarily luxurious configuration even for its student dormitories, let alone the president's office, where everything one could possibly need was available, including a kitchen. There was nothing that one could not find here. I observe your performance. The president adjusted her glasses, acknowledging that reaching this point without familial support was indeed a formidable challenge. Jiang Xunzhou, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, Thank you. The president sighed, massaging her temples, and retrieved a black brocade box from her drawer, presenting it to Jiang Xunzhou. She spoke earnestly. The realm of metaphysics has undergone significant changes. I am aware of the prophecy from Qingyuan Temple, and I recognize your talisman. This item was procured by the Rong family, said to greatly aid in cultivation. As the president of Tsinghua University, she naturally had individuals vying for her favor, and the Rong family was among them. The Rong family behind Rong Jinyu? The president nodded, noting that most individuals who gained entry to this university had aligned themselves with prominent families, making it exceedingly difficult to find someone both principled and exceptionally talented. She initially intended to reserve this item as a reward for outstanding students, and fortunately, it had found its way to Jiang Xunzhou. I hope you can change this world, a world where even the most gifted cannot rise above without the backing of a powerful family. Jiang Xunzhou opened the brocade box, and, upon a swift glance, nearly leapt to his feet. The president was taken aback by his reaction, initially thinking he was astonished by the fine item, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was clearly suppressing his fury. What is the matter? She inquired cautiously. This elixir is problematic. Jiang Xunzhou pressed his hands against the table, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes welling with tears. This was no elixir. It was clearly a piece of flesh belonging to Wen Shu. You say this item was given to you by the Rong family? Jiang Xunzhou, regaining his composure, continued to question, what did they say when they presented it to you? It was likely that Rong Jinyu had partaken as well. The head of the Rong family had only one son in this generation, so any such prized possession would surely be given priority to his own child, with any surplus offered as favors. The president, taken aback, instinctively replied, Yes. They mentioned it was acquired at an auction. The auction within the realm of metaphysics was naturally conducted by forces within that domain. Whether the Rong family was innocent or not remained uncertain, but the family behind the auction was undoubtedly suspect. Jiang Xunzhou discreetly conveyed some details about this malevolent practice to the president, who was horrified. Fortunately, she was grounded and had no desire to rely on so-called miraculous pills for her advancement. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom what kind of monstrosity she might become. Those capable of such acts were hardly more than beasts. Jiang Xunzhou quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run, covering the usual 20-minute journey in less than 10. Arriving at the dormitory door without even catching his breath, Rong Jinyu, startled, asked, What happened? Is the president after you? Jiang Xunzhou seized Rong Jinyu's wrist, brandishing the item given to him by the president, and demanded, This item originates from your Rong family, does it not? Rong Jinyu furrowed his brow and conceded, Yes. My father purchased it. Jiang Xunzhou inhaled deeply and produced a compass. as long as the compass needle points towards Rong Jinyu. It signifies that he has also consumed the flesh and blood of Wenshu. He closed his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, the needle of the compass was directed at himself. In Chapter 49, The Mad Ghost King's Male Spouse, 26, Jiang Xunzhou's hand trembled, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the compass. What on earth is this? How could he possibly have consumed it? Yet, without memories from before this world, he could not be certain regarding the soulless body he once inhabited. The compass was abruptly snatched from his hand, and Jiang Xunzhou looked up in astonishment to see Wenshu. Noticing Jiang Xunzhou's distressed demeanor since entering, Wenshu understood the reason upon seeing the compass needle's direction. Without uttering a word, he enveloped Jiang Xunzhou in his arms, gently patting his back. I don't understand why this is happening. Jiang Xunzhou's voice quivered. Wenshu tenderly ran his fingers through Jiang Xunzhou's hair and softly responded, I know, it's all right. Just relax. Once the person in his embrace calmed down, Wenshu continued, have you forgotten the reason for the compass? Yes. He intended to use the compass to determine whether Rong Jinyu had consumed the substance given by the principal. Indeed, he possessed a piece of Wenshu's flesh and blood, which explained the compass pointing to him. Jiang Xunzhou exhaled in relief, handing the item to Wenshu for him to dispose of, and once more retrieved the compass to test if there was anything of Wenshu within Rong Jinyu's body. The needle remained still. Rong Jinyu had not consumed it. You too, Rong Jinyu exclaimed, mouth agape, pointing first at Jiang Xunzhou and then at Wenshu. Didn't you look down upon his background? Just a few days have passed, and you two are already embracing each other, right before my eyes. Rong Jinyu's emotions were tumultuous. His gaze resembled that of a farmer witnessing his prize cabbage being trampled by a pig rather than that of a rival. What was once is now. Wenshu had no inclination to engage with him, as he constantly questioned whether Rong Jinyu's mind had been muddled by some prenatal injection. Rong Jinyu, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from revealing his boorish side in front of Jiang Xunzhou and chose not to argue with Wenshu. The two were overly protective of the items sent from the Rong family, indicating that this matter was far from ordinary. Rong Jinyu was not narcissistic enough to believe that Jiang Xunzhou was merely overwhelmed. He was even grateful for his own diligence. When this object was first acquired, his father intended it to enhance his cultivation, but he disliked the notion of hastening growth and thus declined. Later, he heard from his father that it had been given to their school's principal. Recalling who had called Jiang Xunzhou away, Rong Jinyu finally pieced everything together. What was wrong with this item? Jiang Xunzhou's expression darkened. If you had consumed it, you would be a corpse by now. Rong Jinyu inhaled sharply. How terrifying. Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou nodded gravely. The principal informed me that this item was obtained by your family from an auction. Do you know which family hosted it? Rong Jinyu hadn't attended, but his father had mentioned it when he went. After much contemplation, he hesitantly replied, I think it was the Tan family. Jiang Xunzhou fell silent. Was there some peculiar magic surrounding him? First, it was Jiang Shuren, then Rong Jinyu, and now even Tan Feng was entangled in this. Who would be next? Yuan. Jiang Xunzhou and Wenshu exchanged a glance, mutually confirming their intention to visit Tan Feng for verification, leaving Rong Jinyu alone in the dormitory, lost in thought. As he walked, he messaged Yuan, requesting her to bring Tan Feng out. It would be too conspicuous to act within the school, so Jiang Xunzhou decided to meet at his rented apartment in the city. What urgent matter compels you to seek me? Tan Feng wondered, as she was hastily pulled along by Yuan, initially thinking something grave must have occurred. However, it soon appeared otherwise. Wenshu placed a box containing biological fragments on the table. The black brocade box stood out starkly against the white porcelain surface, drawing attention. Tan Feng recognized the packaging as belonging to her family, indicating familiarity. Jiang Xunzhou lifted the brocade box and opened it for her inspection. What exactly is contained within? Meanwhile, his other hand retrieved a compass from his bag. Its needle spun around before pointing directly at the box. Jiang Xunzhou noted the discrepancy, realizing that the aura of the box had been concealed by a spell. The needle remained steadfast, and Tan Feng did not consume the contents. Jiang Xunzhou stowed the compass away, feeling a growing irritation as he faced repeated obstacles, his fingers drumming absently on the table. Tan Feng leaned in for a closer look. Puzzled. The elixirs that have circulated from the Tan family are all refined by my grandfather. This is common knowledge. Is that so? Wen Shu abruptly appeared behind Tan Feng, her dark nails lengthening ominously as they pressed against the girl's delicate neck. A mere touch would draw blood. It would be prudent for you, Miss Tan, to escort us to your grandfather. A chill coursed through Tan Feng as she sensed the danger. She nearly moved, but the pressure of the nails dug in deeper, causing sharp pain that rendered her immobile. You're not Pei Yan. Blood flowed freely, and upon seeing its vivid crimson hue, Jiang Xunzhou was finally assured of her safety. Yu Yuanyuan exhaled in relief. Having witnessed Jiang Shun's fate firsthand, she was not prepared to lose such a good friend as Tan Feng again. Wen Shu, growing impatient, remarked, "You speak too much. Do you wish to become mute?" Jiang Xunzhou gently pushed aside the girl's neck, his gesture imbued with a sense of calm. Enough. We have pressing matters to attend to. Let's maintain some decorum, shall we? Unlike Wen Shu, Jiang Xunzhou did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he was not devoid of compassion to the extent of wanton slaughter. Since Tan Feng had committed no wrongdoing, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. With a scoff, Wen Shu retreated to the kitchen, washing her hands in clean water as if they had come into contact with a terrible virus, her skin reddening from the fervor. The Tan family's prominence stemmed largely from the integrity of its members, and it was only reasonable for the buyers to question the authenticity of the items, necessitating a return to consult the family head. After all, the auctioned items were not inexpensive, and those who could afford them were influential figures within the metaphysical community. The Tan family had little desire to create unnecessary enmity. Despite her dissatisfaction with Wen Shu, Tan Feng ultimately led them back to the Tan residence, all the while subtly urging Yu Yuanyuan and Jiang Xunzhou to keep their distance, muttering about the dangers of mingling with spirits and the potential for backlash. Yu Yuanyuan consistently responded to her, while Jiang Xunzhou found it increasingly difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. He forced a smile, aware that soon he would become the one who took the life of Tan Feng, transforming their relationship from that of classmates and friends to one marked by profound enmity. Wen Shu leaned against his shoulder, idly toying with Jiang Xunzhou's hand. Just as Jiang Xunzhou was on the verge of falling asleep, Wen Shu suddenly inquired, "Zhou, will you leave?" Jiang Xunzhou sensed that there was a deeper meaning behind Wen Shu's words, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. He harbored an abundance of secrets, making it nearly impossible not to notice. Why was the blood of an ordinary person so remarkably potent? How could he achieve mastery in such a brief span? Why did he have no recollection of him? How did he suddenly possess so much knowledge about him? The questions were too numerous, leaving Wen Shu momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Wen Shu simply wished to know if Jiang Xunzhou would depart once more, would he abandon him again? Chapter 50. The Mad Ghost King's ghostly marriage to his male spouse. 27. Wen Shu felt a growing resentment. The heart that had lain dormant for years seemed to beat anew in the presence of Jiang Xunzhou. He was unable to control his feelings, hopelessly in love with the person before him. Even if he was left battered and bruised, he still resolutely approached Jiang Xunzhou, piecing his heart together only to have it shattered again. Regrettably, Jiang Xunzhou still failed to provide a satisfying answer, not even offering a perfunctory promise. Jiang Xunzhou said, "You can come with me." Wen Shu replied with a stern expression, "Isn't it enough for us to be together in this world?" Jiang Xunzhou cradled his face, bestowing a gentle kiss like a dragonfly skimming the surface, his beautiful eyes nearly glowing with sincerity, a rare moment of tenderness. He stated, "My departure is solely for the purpose of ensuring a better reunion in the future. Wen Shu, when the time comes, after 100 years, come with me." Jiang Xunzhou could not promise Wen Shu eternity, but he could commit to sharing a lifetime in this world, accompanying him until the end, and then departing together. He recalled 070's words. Wen Shu's demeanor clearly indicated he was aware of some of his secrets. The destruction of the world was, on one hand, an act of vengeance, and on the other, perhaps an attempt to confine him here. Unfortunately, Jiang Xunzhou would not allow that to happen. Wen Shu understood that Jiang Xunzhou intended to leave. He might not be able to prevent it, yet he was reluctant to concede so easily. He held his breath in silence, deliberately refusing to utter another word to Jiang Xunzhou. As they exited the vehicle, the tension in the atmosphere was palpable, and Yu Yuanyuan, as the head of their group, quickly surmised that the couple was quarreling. Not daring to approach Wen Shu, she hurriedly went to Jiang Xunzhou and whispered, "What are you two fighting about?" Jiang Xunzhou shook his head. "Don't you know? He has the temperament of a child. He'll be fine in a moment." His expression was one of helplessness. Perhaps even more helpless was Yu Yuanyuan, who silently criticized in her heart. Only our Jianggu would dare treat the Ghost King as a child. Anyone else who tried such a thing would likely find themselves reincarnated as a child by Wen Shu in the blink of an eye. With that thought, she shivered, hastening her steps to join Tan Feng. "Miss, how did you return?" The butler spotted them from afar, waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Tan Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and inquired, "Where's grandfather? I need to see him." The butler bowed slightly and gestured in another direction, saying, "The master is in the backyard enjoying some tea. A new batch of leaves just arrived yesterday, and the young lady and her guest have returned just in time." Tan Feng nodded, and compared to Yu Yuanyuan's warm wave, the two remaining individuals appeared rather aloof. The butler, however, was unfazed. He had encountered all sorts of people in his extensive experience and paid little heed to these two oblivious youngsters. "Fenger has returned." The head of the Tan family shifted his gaze to Wen Shu, not even noticing the tea overflowing from his cup. "Who is this?" Tan Feng introduced him. "These are my classmates, here specifically to pay you a visit." Wen Shu took Jiang Xunzhou's hand, removing the ring, and before Jiang Xunzhou could voice a question, his destined sword transformed in another's grasp. The cold blade exuded a chilling aura, resting against the forehead of the Tan family patriarch. "I recognize you." Wen Shu's smile was present, yet his expression remained strikingly frigid. The Tan family was the mastermind behind many schemes. They were adept at manipulating spirits, a practice looked down upon by the metaphysical community, who prided themselves on their superiority and refused to associate with the supernatural, thus harboring contempt for the Tan family. However, the Tan lineage lacked strong innate gifts. Without resorting to spirits for cultivation, they would never have attained their current status. In other words, the Tan family's present standing was entirely reliant on Wen Shu. Years ago, the head of the Tan family had stumbled upon Wen Shu's tomb, where Wen Shu remained in slumber, which ultimately led to his exploitation. His remains shattered, and even his blood used by the Tan patriarch for alchemical purposes. Aware that he could not subdue this vengeful spirit on his own, he had allied with several prominent families, including those from the nameless village. They had enjoyed the wealth and prosperity derived from torturing Wen Shu for generations. The Tan patriarch trembled, spilling tea all over himself and rising in panic. "Are you attempting to seize my body?" "Oh, that hardly qualifies." Wen Shu reverted to his original visage. "Is this more familiar to you?" The Tan patriarch's eyes flickered. Since Wen Shu had found him, it surely boded ill for the nameless village. Once the initial panic subsided, the Tan patriarch quickly regained his composure. "Oof. Do you think you are still that invincible king of the underworld? Over the years, your power has long been devoured by us. Revenge? I see you are merely courting death." Crimson spiritual energy coalesced in his hands. Over the years, he had consumed a significant portion of Wen Shu's fortune and cultivation, which had allowed the Tan family to thrive. Wen Shu scoffed, quickly turning to plant a kiss on Jiang Xunzhou's lips, preemptively calming him. "I will settle the score later. This grudge is mine to bear, just watch me." With his destined sword in hand, Jiang Xunzhou felt no concern, though his tightly clenched grip on his clothes betrayed him. That spiritual energy rightfully belonged to Wen Shu, and with the protection of the heavenly path, he should remain unharmed, should be. "Damn it!" Yu Yuanyuan shouted, "Jiang, look!" A continuous surge of golden light flowed toward Wen Shu, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantly. At a glance, it appeared that Wen Shu was the true malevolent cultivator. Tan Feng was perplexed. What is he trying to do? Yu Yuanyuan couldn't help but murmur to herself. Why does this situation resemble a self-destruct mechanism? It's a common trope in television dramas, where a grand display of special effects precedes a dramatic end, leading to a scenario of mutual destruction with the villains. Jiang Xunzhou immediately refuted this notion. It's not that dire. Indeed, as events unfolded, it was proven true. In the incredulous gaze of the head of the Tan family, the blade pierced through his throat, and the foul stench of blood permeated the air, causing Yuan to instinctively cover her mouth and nose, wishing to avoid a second bout of nausea. Wen Shu's career value, 15, current career value, 98. Wen Shu's darkening value, 20, current darkening value, 72. Wen Shu, reveling in the act of avenging his foe, found his joy stifled upon witnessing Jiang Xunzhou's expression. His intention had merely been to appear impressive, but it seemed, perhaps, he had inadvertently frightened Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou rubbed his cheek and tilted his head, asking, "What are you staring at me for?" Ah, it was merely his overthinking. Wen Shu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was reasonable. Jiang Xunzhou was not easily intimidated. The sword in his hand transformed back into a ring, and Wen Shu, playfully mischievous, chose not to place it back on his index finger, but instead adorned Jiang Xunzhou's left ring finger. He pressed a gentle kiss to Jiang Xunzhou's knuckle and whispered, "Regarding the question you posed last time, I can provide an answer now. I have always loved you, unwavering from the past to the present." Chapter 51. The Mad Ghost King's Male Spouse for a Ghostly Marriage, 28. More than half of the Tan family had resorted to dark sorcery. With the death of the head of the Tan family, the heavenly Tao could rightfully summon celestial retribution to strike down those who defied the natural order. Surprisingly, Tan Feng did not voice any dissent. She appeared almost justly malevolent. Were it not for the impending thunder, she might have taken it upon herself to cleanse her family. It is difficult to fathom how such a family could have produced someone so just. The Tan family, which dominated half of the metaphysical realm, faced utter ruin overnight, and news of their downfall swiftly spread within the circles of metaphysics, evoking a chorus of lamentations. Having dealt with this swarm of parasites, Wen Shu retreated for approximately half a month. During this time, Zhang Zishui sent word that the Ghost Gate was about to open, urging him and Yuan to be cautious outside, advising that good people should not confront evil spirits to avoid calamity. This warning seemed superfluous. Irrespective of Yuan's constitution and potential misfortunes, she had studied long enough to possess skills adequate for her self-defense. As for Jiang Xunzhou, the malevolent spirit by his side could deter a multitude of other entities merely by its presence. Nevertheless, with the Ghost Gate wide open, it presented an opportunity to explore the legendary Fengdu city. It was said that 300 years ago, on the Ghost Festival, the Lord of Fengdu passed through the Ghost Gate into the human realm and mysteriously vanished without a trace. Now, with the Lord absent, many malevolent spirits congregated within the city, with just 2 points remaining to achieve a perfect career value. Jiang Xunzhou's sixth sense hinted that Wen Shu's final value might be linked to Fengdu City. After all, the system had initially stated it would assist him in becoming a Ghost King. How this Ghost King was defined remained ambiguous. He could declare himself as such, but it was evident that neither the system nor the heavenly Tao would recognize it. Presently, the most expedient way to garner prestige was indeed within Fengdu City. Jiang Xunzhou rested his chin on his hand, his thoughts drifting far away. It had been 17 days since he last saw Wen Shu, and he wondered if Wen Shu would be able to emerge before the Zhongyuan festival. Host, if this male lead truly is the Lord of Fengdu City, 070 pondered. Expressing some concern, he might have already guessed that you do not belong to this world. What if you are confined in the underworld, in the realm of the dead? Jiang Xunzhou, a living being, was indeed a coveted prize. Recklessly wielding his abilities would draw attention, and should he disrupt the order of the underworld, even the heavenly Tao would not hesitate to cause him trouble. If Wen Shu were indeed the Lord of Fengdu City, Jiang Xunzhou would be unable to outlast him on his own territory. The saying that a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake held true. There would be no need for Wen Shu to act personally. The malevolent spirits of the underworld could exhaust him in a war of attrition. 070's concerns were well-founded. He is the male lead of this world. The heavenly Tao will no longer assist you as before. Jiang Xunzhou, brimming with confidence, declared, "I will leave. Not even the heavenly Tao can impede me." Such words, though audacious, rang true. "Where do you intend to go?" An ominous black mist enveloped him, and only when Shu's hands were visible as they rested on Jiang Xunzhou's shoulders, his voice whispering in Jiang Xunzhou's ear. The scene was undeniably eerie. Jiang Xunzhou leaned back slightly and, maintaining a casual demeanor, remarked, "Zhang Zai said the ghost gate is about to open. I wish to visit the underworld." "Oh." When Shu gently caressed Jiang Xunzhou's cheek. "What purpose does a living person have in such a place?" Jiang Xunzhou, feeling uneasy, turned his head away and probed. "What do you think, my lord?" A soft sigh escaped when Shu, as if resigned. "You are far too clever. Nothing escapes your notice." "You flatter me," Jiang Xunzhou replied. It was far simpler to decipher the meaning of the progress bar than to unravel the thoughts of this malevolent spirit. Jiang Xunzhou was unaware of the happenings in Fengdu City that had led to his departure, yet he could directly inquire of Wen Shu in this situation. However, he was not certain that Wen Shu would speak the truth. Wen Shu manifested before him, retrieving a calendar from the bedside. Today was already the 13th day of the 7th lunar month, with only 2 days remaining until the Zhongyuan festival. "Though my ghostly markings are upon Madame, her living essence is too strong," Wen Shu said with a mischievous smile. "Why not allow me to assist her?" Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. "What clever scheme do you have?" No sooner had he spoken than the world spun violently. His back hit the soft mattress with a thud. It was not particularly painful, but his head swam in confusion, uncertain of what had gone awry with Wen Shu this time. Wen Shu leaned over him, his index finger curling under Jiang Xunzhou's chin. The mirth in his eyes impossible to conceal, a hint of mischief flashing through. "Of course, I shall ensure that Madame is infused with my ghostly essence inside and out." Their lips met, Wen Shu's entire being felt as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth, even his soft lips. Jiang Xunzhou felt as if he were being licked by a block of ice, the melting liquid cascading uncontrollably down, dampening his collar. Such ambiguity did little to warm the atmosphere. Yet, Jiang Xunzhou sensed that Wen Shu was not like ice, but rather a searing iron, igniting a tremor wherever he touched, leaving him ablaze. 070 could hardly bear to witness it. In order to avoid the scrutiny of adult authorities, one must tread carefully. Otherwise, a certain individual may not be able to greet the dawn of tomorrow with a smile. Whether this person can indeed bask in the sunlight remains uncertain. Yet, Jiang Xunzhou has not been graced with such fortune. For 2 whole days, he has remained confined within the 4 walls of his room, lacking even the strength to draw the curtains, let alone embrace the sun's warmth. Wen Shu, having indulged in reckless abandon, left him feeling as though his very bones were disintegrating. The life force of Yuan Yang had waned considerably, aside from the faintest signs of vitality. Jiang Xunzhou's essence bore no distinction from that of a wandering spirit. Jiang Xunzhou, dazed, stared at the ceiling before turning to Wen Shu, mused aloud, "Are you, in truth, a starving ghost?" Wen Shu pondered earnestly for a moment. I suppose that could be accurate. He had endured hunger for millennia, previously refraining from indulgence out of caution. But now, seizing the opportunity, he acted not for himself. Wen Shu believed he was aiding Jiang Xunzhou in concealing his living essence, which he considered a noble deed. After a brief respite, Jiang Xunzhou regained some strength, propping himself up against the bed, and delivered a forceful kick to Wen Shu. Unprepared, Wen Shu toppled to the ground, colliding with the floor with a loud thud. With no room for complaint, he scrambled to his feet, fetching water for Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou shot him a frosty glare. Devoid of malice, the flush at the corners of his eyes remained, and the mist in his gaze had not dissipated, lending a flirtatious air. Wen Shu subtly adjusted his posture to shield himself. Jiang Xunzhou, with a deft motion, seized Wen Shu's collar, drawing him closer, while simultaneously snatching the cup from his hand and splashing its contents upon Wen Shu's face. The water was cold, yet not scalding. Releasing his grip, Jiang Xunzhou remarked indifferently, "Just cooling your ardor." A quintessential case of feigning innocence, though Wen Shu could only scream in frustration internally. Voicing such thoughts might well result in a swift kick from this ancestor. Wen Shu brushed back his damp hair, droplets cascading onto his exposed chest, rendering him somewhat alluring. He knelt, adorning Jiang Xunzhou with a jade ring. The faint bite marks on his fingertips had not yet faded, becoming even more pronounced against the white jade. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon it, saying, "Thank you for your concern, master." As icy droplets landed upon his hand, Jiang Xunzhou instinctively recoiled, withdrawing his hand. It was only then that he noticed the room's transformation. What had once been a modern dormitory had morphed into a space imbued with ancient charm, resembling an inn. Approaching the window, he pushed open the shutters to reveal a hazy scene outside, filled with indistinct shouts and figures clad in both ancient and contemporary attire. Was this Fengdu City? Wen Shu nodded, explaining that the city lord's manor had been besieged by malevolent spirits in recent years. Given Jiang Xunzhou's prior condition, venturing there had been ill-advised, so he had established an inn within the city, awaiting his awakening. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Xunzhou, who inquired, "What prompted your journey to the human realm?" "I cannot say," Wen Shu replied, admitting it had been a spontaneous decision. He had subsequently lingered in the nameless village, harboring a premonition that he would await Jiang Xunzhou there. As it turned out, he had been right. Yet, the endless monotony of ghostly existence had proven too tedious. Wen Shu, caught off guard, had succumbed to slumber once more, unaware that this sleep would usher in a multitude of unforeseen complications. Fortunately, he awaited Jiang Xunzhou. Reflecting on it, the past events seemed less painful. Wen Shu gently tucked a few strands of hair from Jiang Xunzhou's forehead and broached the subject. "I have inquired, and it appears that the current lord's residence is occupied by a ghost who claims to be my brother." Jiang Xunzhou chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Is he a biological brother or a romantic brother?" "Neither," Wen Shu replied earnestly. "You know I have only you. The identity is merely a pretext for those foolish ghosts to usurp my territory. I am an only child. May I interpret that as a hint of jealousy?" "Jealousy? What a jest!" Jiang Xunzhou scrutinized Wen Shu with a teasing glint. "Don't flatter yourself." Wen Shu shrugged, having initially spoken in jest. "Very well. Perhaps Jiang Xunzhou indeed harbors feelings for him, or perhaps he merely pities him. Either way, Wen Shu dared not entertain the notion that jealousy might arise. He had long acclimated to this, and the pangs of disappointment had become trivial. Jiang Xunzhou continued, "Because I trust you. Trust that you would not entertain a lover outside." He half-jokingly added, "With that expression, I might hesitate to jest with you in the future." Wen Shu remained silent, firmly grasping Jiang Xunzhou's neck and eagerly pressing his lips against his, as if this was the only way to channel the emotions he could not articulate. Only this could convey his most profound feelings to Jiang Xunzhou. Wen Shu asserted fiercely, "The more you act this way, the more entangled I will become with you." "Indeed." Jiang Xunzhou wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, breathing unevenly. "All right, let's get to business. In truth, this matter is not complicated. The ghost realm lacks the order of the metaphysical or human worlds. Here, strength is the ultimate truth. If one is unconvinced, then it is settled through confrontation. 300 years in the underworld is not particularly long. Wen Shu's former subordinates had been awaiting his command, and upon sensing his return to Fengdu City, they promptly sought him out. At that time, Jiang Xunzhou had been asleep and thus unaware of the development. "Norus." Wen Shu took Jiang Xunzhou's hand. "Today is the Ghost Festival. Let me show you around Fengdu City. While mortals remain indoors during this festival, in the underworld, it is quite the opposite. Ghosts with living relatives return to visit them, while those without largely stay in the underworld to celebrate. There are also a few who yearn for the world of the living, seizing the opportunity to venture out while the gates to the ghost realm are wide open." The streets buzzed with activity, a group of ghosts surrounding a performer showcasing acrobatics, their cheers resounding. Jiang Xunzhou wore a mask with a green face and sharp fangs, his voice muffled beneath it. "It feels quite similar to the world of the living." This was his first visit to the underworld. He had expected it to be as described in books, ominous and desolate, but it turned out to be quite the contrary. They were once human, after all. It was not so strange. Wen Shu cautioned, "Stay close to me. Do not let them discover that you are alive. Ghosts consume incense and also feast on living souls. Living souls are akin to ginseng for them. The realm of the living imposes many restrictions on ghosts, making it unwise to act against them, lest they face retribution from the metaphysical world. However, should a daring living person wander into the underworld, it would be like delivering themselves to the ghosts on a silver platter. The energy field of the living protects them, just as the energy field of the dead shelters the deceased. Jiang Xunzhou nodded slightly. Indeed, since his arrival here, he had sensed a blockage in the flow of spiritual energy, initially attributing it to fatigue. Suddenly, the crowd of ghosts dispersed, revealing the spirit that had interrupted this performance. Who permitted you to set up shop here? Have you paid a fee? The acrobat ghost retorted defiantly. During every festival, the entirety of Fengdu City does not charge any stall fees, nor is there any revenue to be reported. This is a rule established by the city lord. The other ghost laughed heartily. Who doesn't know that the current lord of Fengdu is our esteemed Wen Mingwei? Do you wish to rebel by adhering to the old lord's decrees? Wen Mingwei stepped through the throng of spirits, one acting as a red-faced antagonist and the other as a white-faced foil, intercepting the troublemaker and gently brushing off the imaginary dust from the acrobat ghost. In the spirit of not striking a smiling face, the acrobat ghost took a step back and scoffed coldly. What nonsense about a city lord! Everyone knows the Fengdu seal does not recognize him. This fellow named Wen was merely an intruder, a usurper. Jiang Xunzhou, pondering, opened the system panel to inquire about the Fengdu seal in this realm. Fengdu seal, the nexus of Fengdu Ghost City. The bearer of the Fengdu seal is the lord of the Ghost City. Image none. Jiang Xunzhou surmised that Wen Shu must have encountered the seal before, and he tilted his head to ask, "Where is the Fengdu seal?" Wen Shu's eyes brightened momentarily, and he feigned helplessness. "It is not with me." No spirit knew how the Fengdu seal came to be. It seemed that belief in it was etched into the soul from the moment of death. As for how to gain its recognition or locate it, none could say. Jiang Xunzhou shifted his gaze back to Wen Mingwei. Wen Mingwei and Wen Shu bore no resemblance. Amidst the ghostly crowd, he appeared almost transparent, easily overlooked. It was no wonder these spirits failed to notice their city lord at first. Upon hearing the acrobat ghost's words, his insincere smile faltered, revealing a visage as dark as a pot's bottom. He snapped his folding fan shut with force and pointed forward. Instantly, the troublemaking ghost opened its gaping maw and bit off the head of the acrobat ghost. A chorus of screams erupted among the spirits. Cannibalism among souls was a common occurrence. Fengdu City had previously enacted a firm prohibition against feeding on one's companions. However, with the city lord missing and chaos reigning, these malevolent spirits had long been restless. Wen Mingwei's mood calmed somewhat as he led a contingent of private ghost soldiers to completely seal off the thoroughfare. He turned to face the ghostly crowd and asked, enunciating each word, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge the authority of the city lord?" His smile was warm. His voice softened. "Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Friends, consider your choices carefully. If one could simply seize the title of city lord through violence, it would be far too easy." Jiang Xunzhou traversed the ghostly throng. Removing his mask, "I refuse to submit." A few minor spirits he regarded with disdain. Chapter 53. The Mad Ghost King's Male Bride, 30. Wen Mingwei was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xunzhou's visage. The folding fan in his hand emitted a faint glow. With each step Jiang Xunzhou took closer, the fan's brilliance intensified. His complexion darkened like the base of a cauldron, and he retreated a few steps, commanding, "Kill him." The ghost soldiers surged forward, and Jiang Xunzhou summoned his magical artifact, sweeping it in a wide arc. A fierce sword intent unleashed a gust of wind, resulting in the heads of nearby ghost soldiers being severed, while those at the periphery were fortuitously knocked back. The ghostly army, a formidable force nurtured by Wen Mingwei, had unexpectedly succumbed to the hands of an inconspicuous specter. This outcome should have been anticipated. A flicker of resentment flashed in Wen Mingwei's eyes as he realized the whereabouts of the Fengdu seal. This ghost must not be allowed to live. Addressing the instigating ghost, he declared, "If you cannot eliminate him, then return not at all. Upon hearing these words, the instigating ghost's form swelled to more than 3 times its original size, seizing a ghostly entity and devouring it voraciously. This act shattered the previous quarantine of the long street, and the remaining specters, fearful of becoming the next meal, dispersed in a frantic rush. With each step the instigating ghost took, the ground trembled in response, dust swirling as it roared in fury. As the ghostly horde scattered, only a few sluggish spirits remained, revealing Wen Shu's silhouette. The mask that had once concealed his face was long gone, replaced by a knowing smile as he observed the chaos unfold. Wen Mingyue gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are alive." Wen Shu chuckled, "Are you surprised?" Indeed, Wen Mingyue was astonished. He was acutely aware of the machinations of the Tan family, which emboldened him to brazenly seize control of Fengdu City. He had always believed Wen Shu's soul had been utterly obliterated. The title of the Lord's brother was merely a facade, for Wen Mingyue was not a true one. He had relied on the notion that there were no witnesses to contest his claims, fabricating such a clumsy lie to justify his residency in the Lord's manor. "No, you must be an impostor," Wen Mingyue exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently, pointing his fan at Jiang Xunzhou. "The Fengdu seal resides within him. If you were truly Wen Shu, how could the seal change hands?" This fan, infused with the blood essence of Wen Shu when the Fengdu seal was still within him, could guide him to its location. Yet, judging by its reaction, the artifact was evidently with Jiang Xunzhou. Wen Mingyue could not fathom that Wen Shu would willingly relinquish the Fengdu seal. Jiang Xunzhou cast a casual glance at Wen Shu, who claimed the Fengdu seal was not with him but cleverly omitted its whereabouts, masterfully engaging in verbal gymnastics. "Oomph." With a cold smirk, Jiang Xunzhou leapt into the air, his porcelain-white hands gripping the hilt of his sword, thrusting it toward the massive, malevolent spirit before him. As he moved, crimson ghostly energy seeped from the blade. The malevolent spirit had no chance to resist, obliterated in an instant. Wen Shu's grin widened. "You have lost." "No." Wen Mingyue collapsed to the ground, his nails digging deep into the earth. "It's a lie. All of it." He raged like a madman. "Fengdu City belongs to me." How pitiful. Wen Shu stepped forward, wretched, lamentable, laughable. Wen Mingyue bore a slight resemblance to Jiang Xunzhou, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. The greed that manifested within Wen Mingyue was palpable. A mere token of kindness would spur him to resort to any means necessary to acquire more. 300 years prior, Wen Shu had granted him a fragment of ghostly energy due to their similar features, only for Wen Mingyue to resort to theft, deception, and seduction to remain in the Lord's manor. After Wen Shu's departure, his actions only escalated further. "No, please don't kill me," he pleaded. "Once a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost perishes, nothing remains." He did not wish to have his soul scattered, nor to vanish completely from this world. Wen Shu felt nothing but revulsion. Get away. Confronted by Jiang Xunzhou, he donned a different facade. "My lady, he has sullied his hands upon me. Would you be so kind as to rid me of him?" Jiang Xunzhou remained icy due to the matter of the Fengdu seal. "Oh?" Wen Shu, with a hint of obsequiousness, replied, "With the Fengdu seal upon you, you possess the authority to punish malevolent spirits without tarnishing your karmic fate." Jiang Xunzhou casually discarded his sword, which found its mark, piercing Wen Mingyue's brow. Wen Mingyue had little combat prowess, relying solely on his beguiling skills to command these malevolent spirits. His untimely demise was indeed his own fault. Why had he not mentioned the Fengdu seal earlier? Jiang Xunzhou had a reasonable grasp of what the Fengdu seal entailed, merely the ghostly mark that appeared after the marital bond with Wen Shu, and beyond that, there was no further connection to Wen Shu. It was unnecessary. The city of Fengdu would still acknowledge me. Wen Shu grasped Jiang Xunzhou's hand and pressed it against his own face. "My lady, the Fengdu seal is but a trinket, not worth your concern." A trinket? Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Jiang Xunzhou pondered who the true plaything was. That entity seemed to possess an awareness of its own, always finding aspects of him that he found unacceptable. Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his hand, lightly patting the handsome face, and coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." His mood darkened further. The Mid-Autumn Festival had turned into a disappointment, leading Jiang Xunzhou to storm off, opting to return to the inn for some rest. Meanwhile, when Shu summoned his old subordinates hidden within the city to manage the aftermath, the ghost city of Fengdu had finally awaited the return of its master. Just as Jiang Xunzhou lay down on the bed, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. When Shu's career value, 2. Ding. Male lead's career value, 100. Congratulations to the host, Jiang Xunzhou, for completing the Dragon AO Tian Plan's villain department task. Do you wish to exit this world? The dust had settled. Jiang Xunzhou disregarded the system panel before him and turned his gaze toward the window. Fengdu City remained unchanged. Through the window, the view outside was still shrouded in mist. Unaffected by the recent commotion, for it would not disperse its gloom because of anyone's departure or arrival. Had when Shu truly compromised with him? 070 remarked. He loves you so much, he would never act against you. Everyone taking a step back would lead to harmony. Jiang Xunzhou could peacefully accompany him through this lifetime, and afterward, he would obediently leave with Jiang Xunzhou, resulting in mutual satisfaction. This world of spirits and divine powers was indeed troublesome, with no limits to lifespan, and even leaving became a challenge. If the male lead inadvertently tipped into darkness, he would meet his end. He was out of options. Jiang Xunzhou caressed the soft fur of 070, his voice barely above a whisper. How could such a troublesome spirit be so easily appeased? Possessive, coercive, domineering. These were the most genuine thoughts lurking deep within when Shu's heart. He had not relented, and their disagreement had only deepened. Just as Jiang Xunzhou would not promise him eternity, neither would when Shu promise him freedom. The wooden door creaked open, and 070 silently vanished from Jiang Xunzhou's lap as when Shu entered, carrying a package of pastries, which he placed on the bedside table. It is settled, when Shu declared. We can return to the Lord's manor now. Jiang Xunzhou nodded indifferently. The atmosphere felt distinctly off, and when Shu, unbeknownst to him, seemed to recall something that rendered his smile rigid, he swiftly shifted the conversation, attributing Jiang Xunzhou's fatigue to a lack of rest, suggesting he should indulge in another slumber. They would both rest again. The lights dimmed. Chapter 54. The Mad Ghost King's Male Bride, 31. And upon awakening once more, Jiang Xunzhou found himself transported to the city lord's mansion. The furnishings and architecture within were of a modern design. He glanced at his phone, discovering that when Shu had kindly connected him to the internet, were it not for the view from the window, he might have believed he had returned to the mortal realm. Having slept too long, he felt a slight dizziness. Propping himself up, he rubbed his forehead with his palm, the buttons of his shirt undone, causing it to slide down to his elbows. His chest, devoid of any blemish, bore several faintly bruised bite marks. Jiang Xunzhou looked down to find that he wore nothing but the shirt. His jade ring was nowhere to be found, and a silver shackle, 3 fingers wide, gripped his wrist, its other end attached to the headboard. The interior of the shackle was lined with cotton to prevent discomfort. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xunzhou sensed that his spiritual power had once again been sealed. No wonder when Shu had been so anxious. He had evidently been waiting for him here, to stave off his boredom. When Shu had even procured a variety of books for him to peruse, and the connected phone allowed for communication with the mortal realm. However, no living soul dared descend into the underworld, and learning of Jiang Xunzhou's entrapment would be of no avail. When Shu was overly confident, severing both his avenues for seeking help and his means of self-rescue. Even if Jiang Xunzhou were to self-harm, his spirit would remain trapped in this limbo. 070 wore a look of profound weariness, as if he were on the verge of lighting a cigarette. I knew it would come to this. Jiang Xunzhou, aside from his furrowed brow, displayed no other emotion. 070 assumed he had grown indifferent to the confines of the dark room. After all, it began with a full blackening of values, he consoled. Facing difficulties is quite normal. This situation had become familiar territory for him. Jiang Xunzhou raked his fingers through his hair, causing the chains to jingle, striking the bed with a crisp sound. Do not be angry. When Shu had appeared at the doorway, impeccably dressed in his familiar black shirt and trousers, his tone tender, my lady. A term suddenly surfaced in Jiang Xunzhou's mind. a beast in human guise. Upon reflection, the distinction seemed negligible. When Shu endeavored to maintain his composure, I mentioned before that we would be together in this world. His tone grew more assertive, shattering the veil of pretense. Curious as to how I know? He leaned in closer, bringing himself within Jiang Xunzhou's line of sight. Their proximity, such that a mere tilt of the head would bridge the gap for a kiss. Jiang Xunzhou gazed intently at him, defying conventional reactions, not curious. Knowing too much often bore little benefit. He had an inkling that the answer would not be to his liking. Regrettably, when Shu chose to selectively ignore the word not, only hearing what he wished to. In the 600th year after my death, I encountered a person who claimed to be a tasker. As Jiang Xunzhou's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding deepened within him. He claimed to have sensed the presence of taskers in this world, and thus, we struck a bargain. He bestowed upon me several items. Madam, this room has been prepared for you at the Lord's mansion for many years. When Shu had known for quite some time that Jiang Xunzhou was one of those so-called taskers, and his deranged obsession had led him to scheme for years, solely to confine Jiang here. 070 was engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion, completely oblivious to the existence of taskers in this world. The relentless onslaught of failures weighed heavily upon it. Despite its host's formidable strength, it felt perpetually hindered, the root of which lay in its inadequate level. 070 thought, if it could somehow escape this world alive, it would invest all its savings to upgrade its system. When Shu, your actions only serve to make me despise you, Jiang Xunzhou remarked. When Shu, unfazed, replied, at least this ensures you remain genuinely by my side, which is sufficient, is it not? Given a little time, all these issues will be smoothed over by the passage of years. What we lack most at this moment is time. You appear quite pitiful. Jiang Xunzhou gently caressed his cheek, though his words contradicted the tenderness of his touch. When Shu, you're no different from a dog begging for affection. Is this not what you abhor? When Shu rubbed against his palm and retorted, Madam seems to have forgotten, I am the one in control, while you, Jiang Xunzhou, are the one in chains. In this game, when Shu failed to recognize the reality, despite not lowering his stance, he was not the dominant one. Beneath his exterior lay a sense of humiliation and even jealousy that threatened to drive him mad. The mere thought of Jiang Xunzhou venturing into other worlds, treating others with the same kindness he bestowed upon himself, tenderly caressing their faces, kissing them, and engaging in even more intimate acts sent when Shu spiraling into despair. He could not bear to contemplate it further. This awareness alone was maddening, and how could he possibly allow Jiang Xunzhou to leave? Are you afraid I will fall for another? Jiang Xunzhou pierced through his thoughts, when Shu's eyelashes fluttered, casting a shadow of malice over his gaze. I will not allow you to love someone else. Jiang Xunzhou found it somewhat amusing. He had thought his own nature was twisted enough, only to discover that when Shu surpassed him, possessing an even greater stubbornness. In every world, I journey for you, he conveyed in a veiled manner. When Shu vehemently denied, you lie to me. He had already lost Jiang Xunzhou once. When Shu was unwilling to gamble, the price of failure was too steep, and he did not wish to bear unnecessary risks. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Xunzhou countered. Do you believe I am the sort to easily fall for someone else? Fickle and untrustworthy? No. When Shu silently answered within. Contrary to Jiang Xunzhou's assertion, he was exceedingly difficult to approach. Those he held dear were few and far between. Many times, when Shu had felt that Jiang Xunzhou was a cold, unyielding stone, his heart too hard and too distant. When Shu remained silent for an extended period, long enough that Jiang Xunzhou nearly surrendered, his gaze lingered on Jiang Xunzhou's face, filled with intense and complex emotions, as if he longed to merge his very essence with the person before him, to be together for eternity. At last, when Shu spoke, I can trust you. He embraced Jiang Xunzhou's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice barely above a whisper as he earnestly inquired, Jiang Xunzhou, do you love me? If every world were to exist with you, which version of me would you cherish the most? To be candid, Jiang Xunzhou was uncertain of what love truly entailed. If he were to consider what when Shu had done to others, he mused, he would instinctively pull everything into ruin before when Shu even laid a hand on it. Is having selfish desires not a form of love? Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze, responding softly, love. No matter the world, it is always you. There could be no comparison. In the end, love amounts to compromise. When Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief, though this led him to become even more clingy. The darkness within him continued to wane, yet it stubbornly resisted complete eradication. However, this bore little impact, and Jiang Xunzhou chose to disregard it. Decades swiftly passed, and Jiang Xunzhou found himself in the twilight of his years, while Wen Shu remained perpetually youthful. Lying in Wen Shu's embrace, Jiang Xunzhou's trembling hand gently lifted, intertwining firmly with his. He left behind his final words in this world. Wen Shu, I love you. So please, accompany me home. Male leads darkness level 1. Chapter 55. The position of the main wife and the subordinate's temperament of the charming merman. 1. In the year 7624 of the interstellar era, the Federation and the Empire signed a peace treaty. General Qi Yubai represented the Empire at the signing, which took place aboard the Imperial Royal ship, the Krami. Simultaneously, the Federation presented a unique gift to the Empire, a merman, a creature that existed solely in legend. Chief Special Envoy Alan William, adorned with a calculating smile, stood beneath the emblem of the Federation's triangular knot, his voice resonating clearly through a miniature amplifier amidst the deliberately soothing background music. General Qi, to commemorate this historic moment and to express the Federation's utmost sincerity towards this hard-won peace, Alan elegantly gestured, his arm tracing an arc towards the intentionally cleared space in the hall. We present this unparalleled gift. May it serve as a bridge connecting our two great civilizations, symbolizing eternal tranquility. The moment his words concluded, the chandelier above dimmed, leaving only a few circular lights casting a faint glow. The hall's paneling opened, revealing a massive aquarium rising from below, approximately 20 meters in length and width. A confident and proud smile illuminated Alan Williams' face, clearly pleased with the gift. He deliberately teased, General Qi, I need not elaborate on the mystery and rarity of the merman. I must ask that unrelated personnel withdraw. Qi Yubai slowly raised his head. This was the Empire's cruise ship, and it was astonishing that Alan William, as a representative of the Federation, could manage to bring such a large aquarium aboard without his knowledge. His handsome visage bore little expression, with indifference and fatigue seemingly his eternal demeanor, as it was on the battlefield and now in this moment. Only the pale hue of his eyes silently coalesced with murderous intent, allowing those familiar with him to discern his emotions. It was as it should be. Qi Yubai's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, yet laced with an undeniable authority, commanded, Adjutant Qin, clear the area. The crowd swiftly and orderly dispersed, leaving even the soldiers stationed in the hall behind, until only the two signatories of the treaty remained. Qi Yubai tugged at his lips, a slight smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, as he swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, pressing it directly against Alan Williams' vital point. His tone was dispassionate, akin to casually deciding what to eat. Well then, Mr. Allen, you may proceed to die. Undeniably, the merman was a remarkable gift, showcasing the Federation's genuine intention and substantial investment. However, Allen's transgression lay in provoking the Empire's dignity. His own arrogance had revealed the existence of spies embedded aboard the cruise ship. Alan Williams' eyes widened in fury. The ancient saying on Gulen Star goes, when two nations are at war, do not slay the envoy. Are you not afraid that the Federation will reignite the war by killing me? Qi Yubai chuckled as if he had heard a joke. Mr. Allen, you truly hold yourself in high regard. Do you believe the Federation would oppose me for your sake and turn against the Empire? Bang! Without granting Allen a moment to react, the bullet pierced through his skull, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Qi Yubai crouched down, retrieving a miniature recording device from Allen's pocket, and then smashed it violently against the ground, shattering it into fragments. His leather boots crunched over the debris as he yanked aside the black cloth draped over the aquarium, scrutinizing the legendary merman within. The black hair unfurled in the water like ink disturbed, and his skin, having long been deprived of sunlight in the deep sea, appeared even paler than that of an ordinary person, bearing a sickly hue. Dim light filtered through the water's surface, casting an ethereal glow upon him, while his black fish-tail undulated gracefully and his gilded eyes fixated intently on Bai. Entranced, Bai took 2 steps forward. Their hands, separated by a layer of glass, pressed against each other tightly. The sound of his heartbeat elongated and amplified, and suddenly, Bai jolted back, realizing what he was doing. His hand instinctively clutching his chest. He pulled out his holographic communicator and dialed his aide. I seem to be experiencing some issues with my body. Schedule a full cardiac examination for me tomorrow. Inside the aquarium, the black-tailed merman tilted his head, releasing a circle of bubbles as he opened his mouth. Bai closed his eyes momentarily, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Legend spoke of merfolk enchanting hearts with their songs. Now, it seemed that even a mere glance could wield such profound influence. No wonder the Federation would present such a rare species as a gift to the Empire. They must have reached some undisclosed agreement with this merman, specifically to enchant the Empire. Regaining his composure, Bai reopened his eyes, returning to his original detached demeanor, and spoke in a businesslike manner. "What is your name?" The merman released another series of bubbles. "What is the purpose of your dispatch by the Federation?" The merman pressed against the transparent barrier, obstructing him. Bai frowned. "You cannot speak our language?" The merman swam back slightly. Bai esse patien swing. Alan had acted too hastily. After all, the mermen and humans were from different species, and there would inevitably be linguistic barriers, especially since this was the Empire's first merman. Communication was fundamentally impossible. As he was still grappling with a headache, the robust black fishtail had already gathered momentum, striking the glass with force. In an instant, the polycarbonate bulletproof glass shattered into countless pieces, unleashing a torrent of seawater mingled with shards of glass. The merman lunged directly at him from midair. Bai instinctively halted his retreat, extending his hand to catch the merman. At last, the merman, in a tone reminiscent of charity, uttered 3 words: Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou. His name. The black fishtail vanished in a shimmer, replaced by a pair of fair, long legs, the calf muscles well-defined. Bai glanced at the shattered aquarium, then at these legs, contemplating their potential lethality. "You can speak." Bai lowered his gaze, this angle allowing him a better appraisal of the merman's face. Jiang Xunzhou averted his noble head, offering a candid assessment. "You are too fierce. I do not wish to converse with you." The commotion from the destroyed aquarium was so profound that Vice Officer Qin almost immediately led a small squad inside, only to find not the anticipated scene of conflict, but rather their general cradling a completely naked individual. Vice Officer Qin promptly covered his eyes and turned away. "I apologize. General, I thought you were in trouble." It was only then that Bai belatedly realized that a merman, by nature, had no need for clothing in the water. While this was not inherently problematic, the transformation of the fishtail into legs rendered the situation somewhat inappropriate. In essence, he bore no difference from an ordinary human. Yet ordinary humans were bound by social decorum and propriety. He removed his outer coat and wrapped it around Jiang Xunzhou, his demeanor devoid of any embarrassment, proclaiming loudly, "Federal Envoy Alan William has unfortunately perished after being attacked by a merman and has fallen into the sea. The merman is fleeing with the envoy's body." With this statement, he dismissed the Federation, even concealing the merman in his own quarters. Here stands Bai, the master of deceit. Chapter 56. The position of the main palace, the jealousy of the general and the fishing merman, too, though emerging from the water. Jiang Xunzhou was not a single drop wet, his hair dry and cascading along Bai's arm like silk, causing a delightful tickle with each step. It felt as though his heart had been tugged by something unseen. Bai led Jiang Xunzhou back to his room, attempting to communicate with him throughout the process, yet receiving no response. Surprisingly, he exhibited an unusual patience, even fearing that Jiang Xunzhou might feel uncomfortable, placing him in the bathtub to soak in familiar waters. The cruise ship Cromie remained anchored in international waters, with one more night before returning to the Empire. During this time, Bai departed due to Alan's death, leaving Jiang Xunzhou alone in the room. "Host, you smell delightful." 070 licked its lips like dried fish. Jiang Xunzhou patted its dog-like head. "You're not a cat." This jest was merely playful. Jiang Xunzhou was enveloped in a faint scent of fur, reminiscent of Qiyu Bai's fragrant aroma, without a hint of brine. "All right then." 070 pouted, adopting a serious tone. The male protagonist of this world possesses a high career value, yet has emotional barriers. What Jiang Xunzhou needed to do was to guide Qiyu Bai towards experiencing normal human emotions, teaching him the essence of love. Jiang Xunzhou found it amusing. The antagonist department seeks to redeem the protagonist through love? My friend, is this still the Chinese language? 070 felt indifferent. Just like in the first world, love first and then kick them aside. Jiang Xunzhou cast a glance at it. Then the corruption value will be at its peak? Oh, there seems to be no other option. 070 briefly explained to Jiang Xunzhou that the Empire had maintained an upper hand in its struggle against the Federation due to the presence of the formidable warlord, Qiyu Bai. However, the nobility and royalty within the Empire were in power, and political corruption thrived. They were wary of Qiyu Bai's military might and would eventually seek to undermine him. The current peculiar stalemate was primarily because Qiyu Bai suffered from emotional disorders, exhibiting an indifferent attitude towards everything, rendering him to the royal family as nothing more than a killing machine. Despite its glamorous facade, the empire was fundamentally corrupt. The world needed change, and Qiyu Bai was the ideal candidate. He could not be allowed to remain merely a weapon for others. 070 drooped its ears and murmured, "Host, it's up to you. I trust you." It sighed deeply. "I must upgrade myself again. This time it may take a bit longer. You must be cautious in this world and refrain from revealing your identity." 070 could hardly bear to envision Jiang Xunzhou being treated as a specimen for research. Given the male lead's significant character flaws, it genuinely feared that he might betray the host if displeased. Jiang Xunzhou gently ruffled its head. "All right, I will." As the words fell, 070's round eyes brimmed with concern and reluctance before vanishing in the white light transmitted by the system, leaving a few stray hairs on the ground, which Jiang Xunzhou briefly observed before averting his gaze. He had slept in a bathtub until Qiyu Bai returned. This matter seemed somewhat tricky. Peering through the window, he noticed the dawn breaking outside, realizing he had slept until 5 in the morning the next day. Upon awakening, he found himself cradled in a soft, large bed, with Qiyu Bai impeccably dressed in military attire, his cold, handsome face devoid of any expression, save for a hint of weariness discernible in his brow. Just in time, having stayed up all night, Qiyu Bai spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "We've arrived. I brought you an outfit that fits your physique. Try it on." It fit perfectly. Jiang Xunzhou assessed his own reflection in the mirror, dressed in military garb. A glint of mockery flickering in his eyes, his long black hair tied back with a white ribbon. Had the general secretly measured my dimensions? The voice of the merman was soft, with a slight rise at the end of his words, and Qiyu Bai oddly detected a hint of affection, instinctively denying it, attributing it to the beguiling nature of the merman. Qiyu Bai turned away, his demeanor stern. 3 minutes to freshen up? I'll wait outside." Before Jiang Xunzhou could inquire about the consequences of exceeding the time limit, Qiyu Bai preemptively stated, "Unless you wish to run naked outside." Quite a tough nut to crack. This one. Jiang Xunzhou turned on the tap, quickly splashed his face, but finding no disposable toothbrush, he deemed it unrealistic to ask Qiyu Bai to fetch one, thus stepping out with a sullen expression. Qiyu Bai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Jiang Xunzhou's sulkiness. 3 minutes was ample time. He often considered a minute excessive when dealing with his soldiers. Similarly, he completely disregarded whether this merman from the depths of the ocean could wield the tools of human society. His aide, Qin Jiyuan, had been waiting at the dock for quite some time. "General, His Majesty summons you to the palace." On the chilly winter morning by the dock, the briny sea breeze wrapped around the cold air, stinging the face. Qiyu Bai removed his outer coat and tossed it to the merman. "Return to the villa." He turned back to the merman and added, "Put it on. There are no veterinarians for mermen if you catch a cold." The other soldiers hesitated, muttering, "General, if His Majesty learns of this, other nobles might squeeze you out." Qi Yubai scolded, "Nobles? They lack the qualifications." Qi Yubai's villa was situated in the city, equipped with 2 swimming pools, covering a considerable area, leaving ample space for Jiang Xunzhou to move about. The only drawback was that the water inside was fresh. Since mermen lived in the sea, it was unlikely they would appreciate it. Thus, he ordered the outdoor pool to be filled with seawater. He instructed his ever-present aide, "Make haste," and also, he pointed at Jiang Xunzhou, "create a plausible identity for him to be by my side, handle it discreetly, and ensure the royal family remains unaware." Qi Yubai's existence undoubtedly attracted attention within the empire, with many keenly observing his every move. The sudden appearance of an additional person would surely draw external scrutiny, potentially inviting trouble. Aide Qin lowered his head, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Xunzhou. Understood. Such an extraordinary appearance, coupled with yesterday's scene, made it difficult not to speculate about Jiang Xunzhou's identity. After Qin left, Jiang Xunzhou suddenly leaped into the pool. Qi Yubai then noticed that the black fishtail shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, and he unconsciously moved closer, only to be drenched by the splashes created by the merman. The wet clothes clung to him, outlining his physique, the defined abdominal muscles becoming apparent against the thin fabric. Before he could react, the black tail swiftly wrapped around him, tightening its grip while drawing him closer to Jiang Xunzhou. Qi Yubai placed a hand on the fishtail, his gaze sharp. "What do you intend to do?" "What can I do?" Jiang Xunzhou replied with a playful smile. "General, you are quite fierce. No fish would fancy such a demeanor." Qi Yubai lowered his gaze at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you experienced?" "Well," Jiang Xunzhou feigned contemplation, "perhaps. It seems I have caught quite a popular fish." Chapter 57. The position of the main palace, the third-party S ambition, the General S fishing merman. 3. With lips glistening like water, he lightly bit his lower lip. And for a fleeting moment, Qi Yubai felt as if this merman was enticing him. He quickly shook his head in denial. They were both males, and this merman was so proud. How could he possibly be seducing him? Surely, he had been burning the midnight oil too long, leading to hallucinations, Qi Yubai thought. "I am quite busy." He patted the fishtail, signaling for it to release him. "I have no time for games." Qi Yubai still needed to enter the palace to meet His Majesty, and after this commotion with Jiang Xunzhou, he would have to change his attire first. "General." Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the pool's edge, speaking languidly. "We have plenty of time ahead of us." Qi Yubai paused momentarily. Droplets of water cascading from his attire formed a small puddle upon the ground. Eventually, he did not look back and departed with determined strides. The enchanting allure of the merman was exceedingly potent. Qi Yubai quietly noted in his mental ledger to exercise greater caution during his interactions with Jiang Xunzhou. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared in unforeseen circumstances. After Qi Yubai left, Jiang Xunzhou found himself somewhat bored in the villa. Previously, he had 070 to engage in conversation, sharing idle gossip about the heavens, but now, with the absence of that voice in his mind, he felt an unexpected sense of solitude. It was perplexing, for he had been accustomed to such silence before, yet now it felt strangely disconcerting. Swimming a lap in the water, the chilling embrace of the liquid invigorated his senses, and he emerged, shaking his hair as he made his way to the shore. Qi Yubai had thoughtfully left behind a set of pajamas, albeit a tad oversized, likely due to the rush of not procuring a new set. In turn, he borrowed his own pajamas for Jiang Xunzhou to wear. While they hung loosely on his frame, tightening the belt allowed for a somewhat acceptable fit. The hair tie he typically used was nowhere to be found, and since he would not be drenched after coming ashore, he deemed it unnecessary to search further. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, Jiang Xunzhou's gaze immediately fell upon a figure seated elegantly upon the sofa. The individual donned a qipao reminiscent of the ancient Blue Star era, their hair meticulously styled into a low bun adorned with a simple hairpin. Silver strands framed their temples, and they gently sipped tea, exuding an air of sophistication and nobility. With the rapid advancement of technology in the interstellar age, The quality of life for humanity had seen a steady improvement, resulting in an average lifespan extending beyond 300 years. The noblewoman, with her streaks of white hair, likely boasted an age of over 2 centuries. "You are the benefactor who saved my son," she remarked, her eyes briefly meeting Jiang Xunzhou's. The words she had intended to speak were swallowed back, and she reconsidered her phrasing. Benefactor? It seemed Vice Officer Qin's efficiency was indeed commendable. As within just over an hour, he had meticulously arranged Jiang Xunzhou's identity and background, even relaying this information to Qi Yubai's mother. She had traveled from the old residence specifically to discern the nature of the individual who had managed to remain by her son's side. Had she known that saving Qi Yubai would merely result in a commendation and a promotion to officer, with subsequent fortunes left to personal fate, she would have questioned the rationale behind accompanying a superior home. Now, upon beholding Jiang Xunzhou, she felt an inkling of understanding. "Dear girl, come sit here," she beckoned, patting the space beside her on the sofa with one hand while gesturing for Jiang Xunzhou with the other. What a beautiful misunderstanding this was. With his long hair cascading down and features that blurred the lines of gender, the noblewoman instinctively perceived him as a maiden, silently pondering her son's apparent heterosexuality. For years, speculation had circulated within the military regarding Qi Yubai's exceptional youth, remarkable achievements, and striking handsomeness, all while never being seen in the company of a woman. Save for Vice Officer Qin, many had surmised that Qi Yubai's inclinations might lean towards men. His mother had introduced him to numerous daughters of noble families. Yet, without exception, he had declined each proposal. As Jiang Xunzhou now appeared, she speculated that Qi Yubai was likely worried about being targeted by certain young noble women seeking revenge. After all, she had never encountered such a figure before. He likely lacked any significant background, and if he fell into the hands of the aristocracy, he would undoubtedly face considerable trials. She had indeed never seen a girl of such stature. Fortunately, her son was even taller. "Madam," Jiang Xunzhou corrected from the small sofa beside her, "I am a man." "A man? That's splendid," she exclaimed, only to belatedly realize the implication. Springing to her feet in shock. "A man? Oh no, my son is truly gay." The noblewoman stumbled, her hand pressed to her forehead, and was steadied by a nearby servant to prevent a fall. Her voice aged by decades, she murmured, a man is better." Slowly, she was helped back in her seat. It is far preferable to ending one's days in solitude. Her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Xunzhou, as if attempting to see into his very soul. Qi Yubai exhibited significant emotional deficiencies, a fact she had discerned long ago. Growing up in an environment devoid of affection, his parents were indifferent, and their conversations were often laced with harsh reproaches. They believed that strict discipline was the key to raising a successful child. It was indeed better than allowing Qi Yubai to develop into one of those aimless young scions. Their approach proved effective. Yet by the time they recognized something was amiss with Qi Yubai, it was far too late. Years had passed, and she had attempted various means to atone. But it was all in vain. Now, upon seeing Jiang Xunzhou, it felt as though she had clutched a lifeline. Gripping the sleeve of Jiang Xunzhou's garment, her voice trembled slightly. "Our little Qi is different with you. If possible, I hope you can assist him. I can fulfill any request you have." The noblewoman, realizing her display was somewhat unbecoming, regained her composure and stated, "Money, power, whatever you desire, I can provide. But I implore you to treat him sincerely." Denial was not an option. If she hesitated, Qi Yubai would likely eliminate any perceived threat first. A playful smile danced across Jiang Xunzhou's face. Before leaving, he had done some research on this Lady Qi, and upon discovering Qi Yubai's peculiarities, her immediate reaction had been to create a new identity. After all, in the interstellar age, with such extended lifespans, if one son were to falter, she could always bear another. Regrettably, before she could do so, the elder Qi passed away, leaving Qi Yubai as her only support. It was only at this juncture that she remembered her desire to make amends. This was not a realization of her errors, but rather a manifestation of fear that Qi Yubai would become cold and unrecognizing of her as his mother. Fear that the wealth and splendor she currently enjoyed would evaporate, and a deeper fear of losing her standing within the aristocracy. "Mother!" Qi Yubai leaned against the door, his expression one of profound indifference, invoking an involuntary sense of dread. "What are you doing? Are you attempting to buy me?" Chapter 58. The main wife exposition. The third party's ambitions and the fiery temperament of the siren. The noblewoman clearly had not anticipated Qi Yubai's swift return. A fissure appeared in her insincere smile, quickly masked by a facade of understanding as she inquired, "Little Qi, are you back? Are you tired? I asked Aunt Lu to prepare a bowl of seafood noodles for you. By the way, she just now remembered to inquire about Jiang Xunzhou. You, our guest, must not have eaten either, right? Do you have any dietary restrictions? I will have Aunt Lu prepare accordingly." Jiang Xunzhou nodded, just like General Qi. Qi Yubai plopped down beside Jiang Xunzhou, making the already cramped single sofa, meant for one, feel even tighter. He nearly encroached upon Jiang Xunzhou's leg. "You're sitting on my clothes." The black sleepwear that Jiang Xunzhou wore was tugged down significantly by Qi Yubai's movement, exposing his rounded shoulder. It was then that he noticed a small red mole by this person's collarbone. Even that little round shoulder radiated a hint of blush, making him appear quite charming. Qi Yubai swallowed hard and shifted to the other side of the sofa, nervously pouring himself a glass of water, his movements slightly flustered as he awkwardly crossed his legs. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, dismissing another probing gaze, and adjusted his clothing. As a merman hailing from the deep sea, it was natural for him to have a fondness for seafood. Aunt Lu's culinary skills were undeniably superb, and he consumed every last drop of the soup. Goodness, it had been far too long since he had tasted cooked food. He could hardly endure the days spent in the sea. Qi Yubai, somewhat taken aback, altered his phrasing due to his mother's presence. "Does your family treat you poorly?" The information on merfolk was scarce, and Qi Yubai was uncertain if they belonged to a ruthless hierarchy. Judging by Jiang Xunzhou's reaction, he presumed he had not had a proper meal in a while. "Shall I get you another bowl?" Jiang Xunzhou raised his hand to signal 5. Qi Yubai's eyes widened. "5 bowls?" Jiang Xunzhou looked at him as though he were foolish. That means stop. Wasn't he so gluttonous as to reach that extent? "Oh." Qi Yubai signaled the servant to clear the dishes and turned to his mother, coldly stating, "I recall Mother promising me that she would not set foot in my villa without invitation. Today, under the guise of caring for Qi Yubai, she had come to pry into Jiang Xunzhou's circumstances, clearly violating that promise." Madame Qi averted her gaze, ultimately resorting to, "I am your mother. It is only natural for me to come and see you." She could not finish her sentence before being interrupted by Qi Yubai. "Mother?" The Qi family had risen from a once declining aristocracy to their current splendor, and she, as a mother, along with old Qi, had never contributed a single effort, not even uttering a word of concern. If not for his own diligence, he would have long been crushed under the oppressive educational methods of the Qi family. Now, she suddenly acted as a caring mother? Wasn't he that laughable? Qi Yubai scoffed. "If you wish to continue being my mother, you should refrain from acting in my name behind my back. And lastly, stop causing me trouble." He was too weary to discuss the mischief she concocted with those socialites. But that did not mean he was oblivious. Qi Yubai initially intended to turn a blind eye, but now he was genuinely irritated. "Do not test my limits. Take your people and leave." He called out respectfully, "Mother dear," yet his tone betrayed no trace of respect, only a palpable impatience to expel her, as if anyone daring to defy him would find themselves facing dire consequences in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, she departed with the servants she had brought, and Deputy Qin astutely dismissed the remaining guests, leaving only Jiang Xunzhou and him in the vast living room. Jiang Xunzhou leisurely wiped his mouth, then took a fresh napkin to dab at the corner of Qi Yubai's lips, slowly speaking. "General Qi, do you humans truly regard familial bonds with such indifference?" Qi Yubai seized Jiang Xunzhou's wrist with fervor. He had thought he had long since grown apathetic toward such matters, even regarding the recent expulsion of his mother with extreme detachment. Yet, as Jiang Xunzhou broached the subject once more, an inexplicable emotion surged within him, which he attributed solely to the anger of Jiang Xunzhou rubbing salt into his wounds. The grip on Jiang Xunzhou's wrist tightened, leaving several vivid red imprints, though its owner remained entirely oblivious to the change. Jiang Xunzhou, I have confined you here for a reason. It stemmed from the mysterious and perilous legends surrounding the merfolk, a concern that he might jeopardize the empire and the royal family. Rooted in the unknown abilities and destructiveness that he possessed, there were no other intentions. Qi Yubai averted his gaze, lifting Jiang Xunzhou's chin, and coldly threatened, "Speak less of inappropriate matters, or I shall send you to a frigid laboratory." He entertained thoughts of deliberately intimidating Jiang Xunzhou. At that point, he would be destined to dwell within a vessel devoid of light, subjected daily to the chilling scrutiny of various instruments. Perhaps even Qi Yubai's hand would glide down Jiang Xunzhou's delicate skin, possibly leading to dissection, in order to study the differences between him and humanity. Jiang Xunzhou appeared genuinely frightened, his beautiful peach blossom eyes seeming to veil in mist, no longer exuding their usual arrogance, but instead gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "General Qi, will you send me away?" Qi Yubai gaze faltered, and after clearing his throat, he replied, "If you are obedient." A knock resounded. Qi Yubai, as if granted a reprieve, declared loudly, "Enter." Deputy Qin ushered in a doctor. "General, you scheduled a physical examination yesterday." Qi Yubai nodded and led the doctor upstairs. As he turned, Jiang Xunzhou's expression fell apart in an instant, colder than when he had first returned. Regrettably, Qi Yubai could not perceive this change, nor the cunning glimmer in Jiang Xunzhou's eyes. He could only pose inquiries to the doctor after the examination concluded, confirming that his health was satisfactory. "How can this be normal? My heart rate has been noticeably irregular these past 2 days." The doctor hesitated, pausing as he removed the stethoscope, then replaced it, placing the other end against Qi Yubai's chest. "General, there appears to be no issue. Could it be a mere illusion?" Qi Yubai furrowed his brow, agitation surfacing. "I never claimed it was wrong at present." The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow. "Then what is it?" Qi Yubai took a moment to reflect, seemingly connecting the irregularities to his interactions with Jiang Xunzhou. Could it be that this merfolk did not merely beguile the heart, but rather influenced its rhythm? Such a foolish notion. Qi Yubai shook his head, dismissing the absurd hypothesis from his mind. The doctor tentatively ventured, "I surmise that your heart rate fluctuated only while in contact with another person?" This statement bore no flaw, and Qi Yubai nodded slowly. "Do you also feel that your heartbeat is louder than usual?" Qi Yubai continued to nod. "And has your body temperature risen?" Qi Yubai nodded once more. The doctor exchanged glances with Deputy Qin, both exhaling in relief and managing to smile. "It's perfectly normal, General," Qi Yubai retorted, "but I have never experienced such a thing before." The doctor chuckled softly. Perhaps the general is in greater need of a psychologist. This general, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, was utterly oblivious to the flutter of emotions. One could only wonder who the unfortunate soul was that had caught his eye. In Chapter 59, the position of the main consort and the third party's generosity, Qi Yubai ultimately did not seek the counsel of a psychologist. It was not that he believed himself to be free of ailments. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. His current way of life seemed adequate, requiring no alteration. At least, this was the sentiment he held at that moment. As the aide-de-camp, Qin, bid farewell to the doctor, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Xunzhou, his expression laden with intrigue. To his surprise, Jiang Xunzhou discerned the meaning behind his gaze. "Brother, you are impressive," Jiang Xunzhou thought. A faint twitch at the corner of his mouth as he averted his eyes, unable to meet his gaze. He surmised the reason behind Qi Yubai's visit to the doctor. After Qin and the doctor had departed, Qi Yubai finally made his presence known. He leaned against the banister of the spiral staircase, silently observing the merman sprawled on the sofa. In contrast to him, Jiang Xunzhou appeared much more relaxed and at ease, as if he were in his own home, glancing around with curiosity rather than the anxiety of confinement. It was unclear whether he was truly unafraid or simply carefree. Having been ensnared at the center of power for too long, Qi Yubai had encountered a multitude of individuals steeped in the stench of money and authority. And it had been ages since he had encountered someone so innocent. Oh, but perhaps he could not truly be considered human, merely half of one. One could only wonder how long this naivety would endure and how long Jiang Xunzhou could maintain this facade. General Qi, Jiang Xunzhou called out, his tone lingering with an unusual softness, the inflection rising as if it were something more intimate. Qi Yubai's fingers curled slightly. He steadied himself before responding. What is it? You touched my tail, Jiang Xunzhou replied, turning to lie on the sofa, his gaze warm and affectionate, a hint of shyness in his voice. In our merman culture, it signifies courtship. General Qi, do you like me, or are you merely being mischievous? This statement was entirely fabricated by Jiang Xunzhou since arriving in this world. He had not encountered other mermen and was unaware that Qi Yubai could not possibly know such nuances. Qi Yubai's lips curled into a smile, yet his eyes betrayed an icy demeanor as he descended the staircase leisurely. If I were indeed being mischievous, what could you possibly do about it? As a captive, what would it matter if I touched you? Jiang Xunzhou lowered his head, muttering, then you must be quite wicked. His chin was grasped firmly, forcing him to look up, confusion evident in his golden-hued eyes. Strangely, Qi Yubai felt a pang of sympathy for him. Captured by humans and treated as a mere commodity, the only human he had encountered thus far was so cruel. He pondered how truly unjust such an experience must be. I imagine you will say that mermen only have one partner, Qi Yubai observed, fixing his gaze upon him with a smirk. Do you wish for me to take responsibility for you? The script had been unwittingly revealed, and Jiang Xunzhou tilted his head in thought, engaging in a mental whirlwind. He genuinely had no knowledge of such matters. Since arriving in this world, he and 070 had focused on studying Qi Yubai's environment and interpersonal relationships, as well as the affairs between the Empire and the Federation, with little time devoted to understanding the merman. Qi Yubai let out a soft sigh, circling around the sofa to stand before him, gripping Jiang Xunzhou's wrist and lifting it above his head, pinning him against the couch. What exactly is your intention? Qi Yubai's gaze was piercing, almost wishing to penetrate Jiang Xunzhou's very essence. Although Jiang had psychological issues, it did not imply a lack of intellect. Over the course of several millennia, the Federation had captured only 3 merfolk. One had successfully escaped, another was being studied in a Federation laboratory, and the third was Jiang Xunzhou. The decision to bring him here was evidently malevolent. Qi Yubai despised the uncertainty and the feeling of losing control over events. For a general, such feelings were exceedingly perilous. Jiang Xunzhou instinctively tilted his head back, inadvertently raising it higher, so that with a slight lean forward, Qi Yubai could easily claim those delicate lips with a kiss. His rosy lips parted slightly, revealing the hint of a small tongue within. Qi Yubai's throat tightened, an inexplicable thirst washing over him. Did I come here willingly? Commander, with your fierce demeanor, I can choose not to cooperate. Qi Yubai cradled Jiang Xunzhou's right cheek, scrutinizing him without reservation. Jiang tilted his head, gently biting Qi Yubai's thumb with his pearly teeth, the moisture from his mouth staining the glove with a deep hue. The knees of the merman pressed against his abdomen, bare feet resting on his thigh, the belt around his waist, already loosely fastened, now threatened to come undone with the series of movements. Qi Yubai's fingertip rested against Jiang Xunzhou's sharp canines, an inexplicable urge to delve into that mouth stirring within him, his throat feeling parched and breathing becoming laborious. Huh! Qi Yubai released his grip and stepped back, gulping down a large glass of water. If I discover any ill intentions towards the Empire on your part, I will turn you into mermaid jerky. This posed a significant dilemma, as his mission was precisely to dismantle this wretched empire. Qi Yubai's loyalty to the empire surpassed his own expectations, and the allure of seduction seemed ineffective, with Jiang Xunzhou viewing him as a mere block of wood. Jiang Xunzhou replied, "Oh, you better possess the capability to turn me into mermaid jerky." He refrained from uttering this last statement, as he still needed to maintain the facade of a harmless, pitiable little fish. Qi Yubai paused in his motion of placing the cup down. What are you staring at? Jiang Xunzhou spread his hands. Of course, it's because General Qi is good-looking. He rose and began to walk toward the stairs, then halted as if recalling something. General Qi Yubai did not respond. Jiang called again, Commander Qi? Chi Yubai feigned interest by unfolding a newspaper. Jiang Xunzhou couldn't help but laugh. Chi Yubai kept his head down. Jiang Xunzhou, unable to maintain his composure, laughed to the point where he could barely stand, leaning his weight against the railing. After a while, he finally calmed down, saying, "General Qi, your newspaper is upside down." Chi Yubai crumpled the newspaper in his hands and tossed it into the trash, coldly retorting, "You are mistaken." "Oh, very well." Jiang Xunzhou shrugged, choosing not to expose the lie. "General Qi, where will I be sleeping?" Chi Yubai fell into silence once more, his brows almost twisted into a knot. Don't mere folk sleep in water? Such a thought process was indeed peculiar. Jiang Xunzhou found himself at a loss for words, yet he was undeniably present. Chi Yubai, aware of this, touched his nose, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. He was accustomed to solitude, having grown used to his own company, and the villa lacked any spare guest rooms. As time passed, the servants had finished their shifts. The formidable General Qi, who was omnipotent in public, found himself flummoxed by the simple domestic task of making a bed. After several attempts to voice his thoughts, he seemed to summon a tremendous resolve, closed his eyes, and with difficulty uttered, "There are no extra beds. You will sleep with me." Jiang Xunzhou, who had initially prepared to send him to the sofa, was taken aback. Chi Yubai, who generally shunned social interaction and guarded his personal space with the vigilance of a lion protecting its territory, unexpectedly extended an invitation to share a bed. Jiang Xunzhou was at a loss for words. One moment he was filled with suspicion, and the next he was being invited to share a pillow. He often felt the urge to pry open Chi Yubai's mind to discover the enigma within. This man was exceedingly capricious. Unbeknownst to Chi Yubai, he reveled in the cleverness of keeping the mermaid under his watchful eye, pondering if Jiang Xunzhou posed any threat to the empire. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Chi Yubai maliciously speculated, convinced that Jiang Xunzhou's reluctance to share a bed stemmed from some ulterior motive. "No, Jiang Xunzhou believe." Chi Yubai withdrew his gaze. "Oh, then let us sleep." He had endured a sleepless night and returned to confront distressing matters, leaving him utterly exhausted. After bathing, Chi Yubai lay in bed, already prepared for slumber when the mermaid finally arrived, lifting the corner of the covers to slip in. The faint scent of fur wafted through the air, drawing Chi Yubai closer to its source when he heard Jiang Xunzhou gasp. "Ow! Chi Yubai, you're on my hair!" Jiang Xunzhou lamented. Chi Yubai abruptly opened his eyes and withdrew his arm. He had been about to voice his thoughts, but swallowed them instead. Never mind. The mermaid simply lacks an understanding of human social boundaries. My apologies. I will be more mindful next time. Next time? Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, his emotions inscrutable. It was then that Chi Yubai recalled what he had intended to say. "Did you spill my essential oil?" Jiang Xunzhou raised his hand to sniff himself, puzzled. "No. Do smell?" Chi Yubai shook his head, a wave of fatigue washing over him, with a familiarity born of repetition. He rested his hand on Jiang Xunzhou's waist and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. Jiang Xunzhou's body was perpetually cooler than most, while Chi Yubai radiated warmth like a furnace. The heat from Chi Yubai's hand enveloped him, nearly overwhelming him. He frowned slightly, restlessly shifting within Chi Yubai's embrace. "Stay still," Chi Yubai murmured, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "Be good, Zhou." Jiang Xunzhou's hand tightly clenched the fabric of Chi Yubai's shirt, his face tinged with a faint crimson hue, a mix of shyness and indignation. How dare Chi Yubai strike him? In that very spot, Jiang Xunzhou bit his lip, his fervent hand seemingly pleased with the sensation, squeezing a couple more times. Anger surged within him, wishing he could dismantle Chi Yubai piece by piece. Yet, recalling the subconscious title Chi Yubai had uttered, he silently deflated. After all, he was aware of Chi Yubai's lack of intellect. There's no need to hold a grudge against a fool, Jiang Xunzhou mused, and with that thought, he found himself dozing off in the familiar embrace. When he awoke once more, Chi Yubai had vanished, leaving no trace. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Xunzhou reached out to the cold space beside him. Chi Yubai must have departed long ago. The image of Chi Yubai, waking to find himself wrapped around someone and then hastily fleeing, made Jiang Xunzhou chuckle softly. It seemed that, despite his clumsiness, there was a certain innocence about him. This realization struck Jiang Xunzhou as rather novel. Neatly folded beside the bed were several garments, a white shirt, a pair of jeans, and an undergarment. It truly was a labor of love for Qiyu Bai. After dressing, Jiang Xunzhou made his way to the living room. Following the signing of a peace treaty between the Federation and the Empire, General Qi was finally able to take a respite from warfare, seated on the sofa perusing the newspaper. This time, he had the paper facing the right way. Despite the advancements of the interstellar age, many customs of ancient Blue Star remained, such as the use of physical books and newspapers. Though typically only the nobility could afford them, while commoners relied on holographic devices for news. Without a hair tie, Jiang Xunzhou's hair cascaded down his back, and the villa was sufficiently heated, not cold, but rather a touch warm. He had concluded that merfolk were not averse to the cold, but were sensitive to heat. Qiyu Bai, do you have a hair tie? Jiang Xunzhou fanned himself with his hand, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, exhaling warm air through slightly parted lips. Qiyu Bai's hand delved into his pocket, gently caressing a segment of hair tie, his gaze betraying a hint of awkwardness. Yes. Upon speaking, he realized how hoarse his voice had become. Did you not sleep well? Jiang Xunzhou approached, the back of his cool hand resting on Qiyu Bai's forehead. You seem a bit warm. Silently, he thought, humans are truly delicate. Qiyu Bai turned his head away, flustered as he handed the hair tie to Jiang Xunzhou, discreetly closing his legs, subtly shifting to the side. He was not feverish at all. General Qi, you have quite the unique taste, Jiang Xunzhou remarked, the white lace-edged hair tied dangling from his fingers. Qiyu Bai dared not look closely, but his mind wandered, recalling that the owner of the hand was likely even fairer than the hair tie itself. Clearing his throat, he finally spoke. Vice Officer Qin bought it. I didn't examine it closely. If you don't like it, feel free to discard it. Oh, Jiang Xunzhou had assumed Qiyu Bai was just a bit reserved, but it was manageable enough. After all, who would casually stare at someone else's hair tie? Qiyu Bai's voice carried a certain heaviness that rendered listeners entranced. The temperature of the heating can be adjusted via the smart console, he remarked. After a brief pause, he realized that Jiang Xunzhou might be unfamiliar with the concept of a smart console, so he revised his statement. The villa is equipped with a smart butler. You can simply instruct it to adjust the temperature, and it will comply. Rising from his seat, he placed the newspaper across his lap, adding, You need not wait for me this evening. The villa's security measures are quite robust, so do not entertain thoughts of escape. Jiang Xunzhou, engrossed in his bread, barely glanced up, muttering an indifferent "oh." Qiyu Bai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. What madness was this? Why was he extending such kindness to a captive? Purchasing clothes and food, one might mistakenly assume he was indulging a wife. Driving along, Qiyu Bai deliberately refrained from turning on the car's heating. The windows were rolled down, and the biting cold wind rushed in, soothing the rising heat within him. He rested his head against the steering wheel, filled with frustration. What was he doing? Ah, our illustrious General Qi is venting his frustrations by the roadside. A familiar voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see his friend, Gu Qingyun, standing outside. A few years prior, Gu had been a formidable rival at the military academy, but had abandoned his aspirations due to a woman, ultimately dropping out to traverse the stars with his girlfriend. What is this? Is our General Qi troubled by matters of the heart? Gu Qingyun had not anticipated that his jest would prove prophetic. Qiyu Bai unlocked the car for him, and they drove into a desolate area on the outskirts, where Qi finally halted. Gu Qingyun half wondered if they had come to dispose a body given the seclusion of their location. Yet, upon stopping, Qiyu Bai did not exit the vehicle. Instead, he raised the window shields, isolating them completely from the outside world. Gu Qingyun's lips twitched. Do you harbor such animosity towards me? After all, while I may have forsaken my dreams, my sins hardly warrant death. Not at all, Qiyu Bai replied, his expression grave and cautious. Gu Qingyun braced himself for a revelation of treasonous proportions, but instead, Qi hesitated, a faint blush creeping upon his ears. I seem to be experiencing complications. With great difficulty, Qiyu Bai confessed, adopting a demeanor as if prepared for martyrdom. I have developed feelings for a man. Gu Qingyan nearly choked on his own spit. Once he recovered, he could not contain his laughter, collapsing against the front of the car in a fit of mirth. Not you, bro. Ha ha. Eagerly, Gu Qingyan pulled out his smart console to type. The wager results can wait 10 years. I have triumphed. Ha ha. Chi Yubai furrowed his brow in confusion. Wager? Gu Qingyan's fingers danced over the console. Back in school, everyone speculated about your preferences, whether you favored men or women. I thought you might end up alone forever. But who would have guessed? At that moment, Chi Yubai was less concerned with wagers and more eager to glean insights regarding his predicament. Gu Qingyan, tucking away his console, smirked. You're 27. You must have experienced more than just hand-holding, right? Chi Yubai's frown deepened further. From what I have had the time, at the age of 18, I entered the military academy, and upon graduating at 22, the Federation and the Empire commenced their war, which persisted until this year, burdened with the weight of military affairs. I scarcely had time to contemplate anything else. Indeed, Gu Qingyan rubbed his stiffened smile, expressing a curiosity about who might be so unfortunate. Unfortunate? Chi Yubai vehemently rejected this notion, noting that the average age of a general in the Empire is 75, while he himself is merely 27, making him the youngest general in history. How could he possibly be associated with misfortune? With a dismissive snort, he retorted, enough of this nonsense. Ah, very well. Gu Qingyan replied, throwing up his hands in exasperation, his tone becoming exaggerated. Our young and accomplished general, have you ever considered that you might be developing feelings for him? Chi Yubai refuted the idea without a moment's thought. Impossible. Gu Qingyan wore a knowing expression and pressed on. When you react to someone else, what else could it be if not affection? A mere fling? A bit of mischief? We have only known each other for 2 days. Chi Yubai continued to argue. 2 days is enough for one to feel a spark. Gu Qingyan mused inwardly, contemplating how Chi Yubai, seemingly unyielding, was unable to suppress his emotions. His smile never faltered as he asked, have you ever heard of term? Chi Yubai inquired, what term? Love at first sight. When you are around him, does your heart race? Does he have a way of drawing you in, constantly challenging your boundaries? Gu Qingyan's words hung in the air like an incantation. Despite the conversation reaching such a pivotal point, Chi Yubai still found it difficult to accept the truth that he might have feelings for Jiang Xunzhou. In the past, he had scoffed at the notion of love at first sight, dismissing it as a mere excuse for lust. Little did he expect that one day he would find himself entangled in such a concept, perhaps genuinely recalling the moment he first encountered Jiang Xunzhou, realizing that he may indeed have been drawn to him. Yet, his situation was distinct. Gu Qingyan understood. Do you believe he is deliberately trying to seduce you? Does he have ulterior motives? Given Chi Yubai's sensitive position, he was no stranger to such individuals, which made him hesitant to trust those who approached him. His good friend patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, time will reveal the truth. However, before then, you might consider spending more time with him. Gu Qingyan, fearing Chi Yubai would miss an opportunity, cautioned, don't let him slip away only to regret it later. At that moment, Chi Yubai felt confident. I never engage in actions that I might regret. Well, suit yourself, Gu Qingyan replied, halting there but then teasing. When will you introduce him to us, so we can see what kind of celestial being has caused our esteemed iron tree to blossom? Chi Yubai lowered the brim of his cap and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Due to inertia, Gu Qingyan was suddenly thrust forward, his face colliding intimately with the front of the vehicle, resulting in a painful impact. Grimacing and rubbing his cheek, he complained, only I can tolerate your foul temper. If you end up scaring him away, don't come begging me to help you win him back. Pursue him? There are plenty of admirers for Chi Yubai in the Empire. Does he really need to chase anyone? He dismissed the notion with a cold laugh, finding it utterly unamusing. Chi Yubai wore a sullen expression, his mind preoccupied with Gu Qingyan's words, to the extent that he almost became distracted enough to rely on the assisted driving feature. Had he not feared further mockery from Gu Qingyan, he would likely have relinquished control entirely, allowing Gu Qingyan to take the wheel. The hovering vehicle came to a steady stop in the basement of the Qi family villa, while Gu Qingyan diligently minimized his presence, accompanying Chi Yubai as they ascended in the elevator. What are you doing following me? Chi Yubai halted at the entrance of the living room. Don't you have your own home to return to? Gu Chengyun chuckled unabashedly. Hey, I just want to see what kind of person has captivated General Qi to such an extent. Qi Yubai pressed his lips into a straight line. The thought of someone like Jiang Xunzhou being viewed by anyone other than himself ignited a sudden surge of anger within him. No, that cannot be allowed. Gu Qingyin continued, attempting to placate him. Don't be so petty. You just claim to dislike him, yet you hide him like a precious treasure. Men, after all, are often contradictory in their affections. Gu Qingyun inwardly clicked his tongue. If it were already like this now, what would happen once their relationship was firmly established? His heart ached for the unfortunate soul that had caught Qi Yubai's eye. What are you two doing at the doorway? Jiang Xunzhou, now clad in sleepwear, likely having just emerged from sojourn at the pool, inquired. Does General Qi still enjoy playing the gatekeeper? His black hair dripped with water, and standing close, Qi Yubai could see droplets cascading onto his collarbone, only to be absorbed by the fabric. The fresh scent of his body wash replaced the crisp aroma of the cedar. Qi Yubai had forgotten that Jiang Xunzhou, having transformed from a merman to a human, would not retain moisture. Why haven't you dried your hair? He asked, his tone laced with concern. It's cold. Not drying it can lead to headaches. It was winter, and with Jiang Xunzhou's long hair, he was particularly susceptible to catching a cold. Gu Qingyun keenly observed Qi Yubai's gaze, which seemed to convey a message that read, I can't be bothered to argue. Where was his attention directed? He claimed not to be fond of Jiang Xunzhou, yet his eyes seemed glued to him. Chapter 62. The position of the main consort and the temperament of the third party. The enigmatic merman, one cannot deny that the individual capable of making Qi Yubai, a man of stoic demeanor, blossom is truly remarkable, precisely resembling the celestial being he had envisioned. He had never encountered such a figure among the nobility. If of humble origins, he could surmise what Qi Yubai was apprehensive about. A person's aura is cultivated by their environment, and Jiang Xunzhou possessed an inexplicable charisma that compelled submission, as if he were destined to be revered by all. Such a person would undoubtedly become the center of attention among the aristocracy. However, in the realm of common folk, he could pose a danger. No one could predict whom this wild rose's thorns might wound. Alas, his poor brother, at the age of 27, was just awakening to the complexities of love, only to encounter such a beautiful yet perilous man. Qi Yubai instinctively reached for a towel, standing behind Jiang Xunzhou to dry his hair. The room was unheated, colder than the underground garage by several degrees. Hello, I am Gu Qingyun. He introduced himself, extending his right hand. A friend of General Qi. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze, his eyes lingering on the offered hand. Noticing the individual behind him had ceased his actions, the corners of his lips lifted slightly. He accepted the handshake, introducing himself. Jiang Xunzhou. Qi Yubai. Stop. Surely Jiang Xunzhou must be mistaken? Their first encounter was nothing like this. Jiang Xunzhou had even been too indifferent to acknowledge him. Why then, upon reaching Gu Qingyun, does he engage in conversation and extend a handshake? What gives him the right? Qi Yubai felt a sense of injustice. Gu Qingyun, feeling as if under scrutiny, trembled slightly and swiftly withdrew his hand. By instinct, he glanced at Qi Yubai, inadvertently meeting those fiery eyes that seemed to pierce through him. An uncharacteristic sense of guilt washed over him, prompting him to touch his nose. Gu Qingyun chuckled awkwardly and patted Qi Yubai on the shoulder, saying, "Oh, Bai, do reflect on what I just said. My wife is waiting for me at home, so I shall take my leave." He deliberately emphasized the word wife, hoping to remind Qi Yubai of his affections, which were entirely mismatched with Jiang Xunzhou, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts. Qi Yubai's face darkened like a charred pot, yet his hands meticulously continued to dry Jiang Xunzhou's hair. Without lifting his gaze, he coldly replied, "Truly." It was a case of forgetting friends in the presence of beauty. As Gu Qingyun walked away, he shook his head, pondering the fate of the renowned General Qi. General Qi. Jiang Xunzhou turned, interrupting Qi Yubai's actions. "Are you angry?" He seemed perplexed. "But it was you who left me at home, forbidding me to go out, while you frolicked outside. Why am I not angry? Yet you wear a scowl. Was this fair?" Qi Yubai, belatedly realizing his own actions, contemplated discarding the towel in his hand, but deemed it too deliberate, leaving his hand suspended in indecision. Ultimately, it was Jiang Xunzhou who took the item from him, prompting him to move toward the stairs as if a switch had been flipped. Jiang Xunzhou, come here. This was the first time he called Jiang Xunzhou by name, devoid of any emotional undertones. Jiang Xunzhou's hand, clutching the towel, curled slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. He suppressed the emotions brewing within and followed Qi Yubai upstairs. The heating in the bedroom had not been turned off. The temperature was set slightly lower than when he had left, maintaining a level that would not chill him, though it remained uncertain whether it would be too warm for Jiang Xunzhou. After some contemplation, he ultimately powered down the heating via his light brain. There was no hairdryer in the living room, so Qi Yubai retrieved a new one from the bedside drawer, plugged it in, and gestured for Jiang Xunzhou to sit on the bed, preparing to dry his hair. Indeed, it was an oddity for General Qi to lower himself to the role of a captive hairdresser, yet he appeared quite natural in doing so, as if he had performed this act countless times before despite never having done so. Qi Yubai instinctively adjusted the dryer to a pleasant temperature for Jiang Xunzhou, a voice in his mind reminding him that Jiang Xunzhou disliked the deafening roar of hairdryers, which prompted him to silently switch to the mute mode. In this age of interstellar technology, hairdryers could now operate in complete silence, barely producing a whisper of wind. His fingers glided through the soft strands of hair, and Qi Yubai held his breath, inexplicably tense. This behavior was decidedly peculiar for him. In decades past, he had never experienced such unease. The last time he felt this anxious seemed to be during childhood, while awaiting the results of a major examination. He had achieved the top score, returning home with his report card filled with joy, yet he still could not elicit a smile from his parents. Later, Qi Yubai upheld the Qi family, no longer harboring any expectations. Jiang Xunzhou paused the wind and reiterated a question he had asked countless times. What is your true intention? Jiang Xunzhou looked up at him and replied, Would you believe me if I told you? Qi Yubai gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear and nodded. As long as you provide me with an answer, I will believe you. I have no interest in the conflicts among your kind. Jiang Xunzhou averted his gaze, evading Qi Yubai's penetrating stare. His raven-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and he bit his lower lip in a moment of embarrassment, confessing, This year, the elders of my clan have been urging me to find a mate. I didn't want to, so I ran away to the sea. In the end, I was captured by a group of despicable humans. He spoke with sincerity, and his expression bore no signs of deceit. Qi Yubai considered that if it were an act, he would accept it. He believed about 70% of what Jiang Xunzhou said, though his demeanor remained inscrutable as he pressed further. Is it customary for your kind to seek a mate upon reaching adulthood? The lifespan of merfolk differs from that of humans. While 300 years is the limit for humans, for merfolk, it merely approaches the threshold of adulthood, which is 500 years. Male merfolk experience a mating season each month after reaching maturity, leading most to seek companions during their first year of adulthood. 070 had once mentioned that he held a certain status among the merfolk in this world, and the reason for his departure aligned with what he had just stated. More details about his identity could only be revealed upon the system's return. Otherwise, life would be quite arduous for us male merfolk, Jiang Xunzhou's words, though not false, successfully misled Qi Yubai's understanding. Ancient Blue Star had once experienced a matriarchal society where males held little status, with women revered. The living habits of merfolk remained a mystery to the empire. It seemed they adhered to similar customs. Thus, it was natural for mature male merfolk to seek female partners for protection. Qi Yubai contemplated this, tenderly cradling Jiang Xunzhou's cheek with one hand, lost in the depths of his golden eyes. After some time, he finally spoke slowly, as long as you do not engage in actions that threaten the empire, you may remain here. By some strange twist of fate, Qi Yubai lowered his head slightly. The notion of love at first sight churned in his mind, and he found himself despising his own thoughts. His beliefs had always been sound. Love at first sight was merely a euphemism for lust. Chapter 63. The Position of the Main Wife. The Capricious Male Merfolk of the General. 9. Qi Yubai's restraint was painfully obvious, prompting Jiang Xunzhou to smirk. He reached up to draw Qi Yubai's neck down, their warm lips finally meeting in a long-anticipated kiss. Qiyu Bai's mind went blank for a moment, instinctively deepening the connection as he entered Jiang Xunzhou's mouth. The intimate sounds echoed in the otherwise silent room, the atmosphere thickening with heat, as Jiang Xunzhou's entire being flushed a delicate shade of red, akin to a perfectly cooked shrimp. When they parted, a shimmering silver thread connected them. Jiang Xunzhou softened, leaning against Qiyu Bai, the warmth of his breath cascading over the firm muscles of Qiyu Bai's abdomen, his body temperature rising even further. General Qi, Jiang Xunzhou's breath was uneven, his lips glistening with moisture, more alluring than ever. Are you being a rogue, or do you truly like me? Qiyu Bai remained silent, his dark eyes deep and filled with an almost overflowing desire. He closed his eyes, suppressing the yearning, and with great difficulty he managed to utter, "I will not fall in love with you. I cannot fall in love with you." This statement seemed directed at Jiang Xunzhou, yet felt more like a warning to himself. As a general of the empire, he vowed to dedicate his life to the nation, refusing to indulge in romantic entanglements, especially given Jiang Xunzhou's ties to the Federation. Seated in a position of authority, Qiyu Bai ensured he left no incriminating evidence. He murmured softly to himself, "It must be Gu Qingyun who has misunderstood. He surely intends to see me humiliated by saying such things." The concepts of affection and love were foreign to him, and the failures of his parents' relationship instilled in him a resistance to such emotions. In a flurry of anxiety, Qiyu Bai rose abruptly and fled the room. Last night, he had shared a bed with Jiang Xunzhou without a care. Yet tonight he found himself awkwardly sleeping on the couch, too hesitant to retrieve a blanket. In the following days, Jiang Xunzhou did not encounter him again. Jiang Xunzhou, however, was unperturbed, finding Qiyu Bai's personality refreshingly novel and welcoming of their meetings. Since that fateful day, Qiyu Bai no longer restricted Jiang Xunzhou's freedom, allowing him to come and go as he pleased and even providing him with a supplementary card for purchases. Despite having spent several days here, Jiang Xunzhou had yet to procure a decent wardrobe, relying entirely on Qiyu Bai for clothing, albeit with questionable taste. Like Qiyu Bai, his choices were limited to shades of black, white, and gray. Each time he gazed into the wardrobe, he felt as though he were on the verge of colorblindness. He had a spare set of car keys in the underground garage, and with the advent of automatic driving technology, he could operate the hover car even without a license. However, the moment he departed, the villa's intelligent assistant promptly relayed the surveillance footage to its owner. By tracking the hovercar's location, Qiyu Bai discovered that Jiang Xunzhou had gone to the mall. Considering Jiang Xunzhou's striking appearance, he snapped his pen in two, ink spilling over his hand. The ink on his skin paled in comparison to the pallor of his expression. Qiyu Bai hastily washed his hands and drove towards the mall where Jiang Xunzhou was. He pondered the exquisite yet innocent nature of the merman, convincing himself that his concern was solely for Jiang Xunzhou's safety, devoid of ulterior motives. Yes, that was it. I remember you. Jiang Xunzhou, with his hair unbound, let his long black locks cascade over his chest. You are Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun was accompanied by his girlfriend and her younger sister, who had just entered university and had also enrolled in a military academy, bursting with youthful vitality. "Hello, handsome. I am Yinglu." Yinglu's radiant smile caused Jiang Xunzhou to briefly lose his composure, reminiscent of Yu Yuan. Such a bright personality was captivating wherever it appeared. Jiang Xunzhou maintained a neutral expression, nodding slightly. "Hello." Gu Qingyun, eager to indulge in gossip, leaned closer and whispered, "Xunzhou, how is your relationship with our old Bai progressing?" His curiosity about Qiyu Bai's romantic entanglements was palpable. Despite his daily demeanor that exudes an air of aloofness, he is, in fact, the second individual in their dormitory poised to emerge from the realm of singledom. This revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout their school. Jiang Xunzhou regarded him with a look of skepticism, pondering aloud, what can we possibly have? At best, it could be described as a platonic camaraderie. He paused momentarily, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. After all, we are both men. What else could there be? Gu Qingyun, however, failed to catch the nuance. He felt a pang of frustration akin to the sentiment of iron not transforming into steel. Instinctively, he placed a hand on Jiang Xunzhou's shoulder, treating him as a dear brother, and exhaled a long sigh towards the heavens. Thus, upon their arrival at the mall, Qi Yubai observed several men and women casting glances in Jiang Xunzhou's direction, with Gu Qingyun almost adhering to his side. Gu Qingyun. Qi Yubai nearly gritted his teeth in exasperation. What are you doing? Gu Qingyun stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance had it not been for his girlfriend's timely intervention. The sharpness of Qi Yubai's voice jolted Gu Qingyun awake, causing him to spring away from Jiang Xunzhou as if he had encountered something searing. Desperately wishing to shake off the contact, Ying Lu teased, "Brother-in-law, did you not claim you and Qi General were inseparable companions growing up? Why then do you appear so fearful of him?" Gu Qingyun scoffed in retort. "You are now but a subordinate under his command. Are you not afraid when he admonishes you?" Ying Lu reflected on the scene and shivered at the thought. "Afraid? I haven't done anything," Gu Qingyun stammered. "It just so happens we crossed paths, and I thought it better to explore together than alone." Qi Yubai positioned himself protectively behind Jiang Xunzhou, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "You need not concern yourself. Come with me." He seized Jiang Xunzhou's wrist, leading him into the mall's restroom. This establishment, a hallmark of opulence in the imperial capital, was under royal patronage, frequented solely by the elite, and its lavish decor reflected such status. There was not a hint of unpleasant odor. The fragrances wafting through the air were sourced from a prominent brand featured within the mall, and the potted plants flanking the wash basins were genuine blooms. Qi Yubai forcefully pushed Jiang Xunzhou into a stall, following suit and locking the door behind him. The remnants of his anger lingered on his countenance, and as he recalled the multitude of eyes that had coveted the merman before him, his fury intensified. "Did he touch you?" The inquiry was directed at Gu Qingyun, but Jiang Xunzhou blinked in surprise and responded, "No, he initiated the contact himself." Gu Qingyun, typically brimming with bravado, seemed to forget how tense his brother was regarding this matter. Qi Yubai, however, remained unconvinced, affirming with certainty, "He touched you." His grip on Jiang Xunzhou's shoulder tightened. The pressure so fierce it felt as though it might shatter bone, as if Jiang Xunzhou could vanish at any moment. His reddened eyes bore into Jiang Xunzhou with unwavering intensity. "Jiang Xunzhou, who could possibly like you?" His frustration rendered him almost incoherent. Jiang Xunzhou comprehended the implication, yet his hand, raised in protest, was seized before it could connect with Qi Yubai's face. A knee struck his abdomen, causing Qi Yubai to emit a muffled groan. Yet he refused to relinquish his hold. His words, tinged with a hint of grievance, emerged. "Aren't team mermen supposed to have only one partner?" Chapter 64. The status of the main palace and the scheming siren General Qi. "It appears you are not my partner, but rather a rogue taking advantage of the situation," Jiang Xunzhou remarked, tugging at Qi Yu's white hair, creating a safe distance before continuing. "Pardon my candor. Qi Yu, what give you the right to question me?" Qi Yu fell silent, struggling to regain his composure. After a moment, he finally found his voice. "No, you're my prize. I have a right to inquire." Jiang Xunzhou broke free from Qi Yu's grasp and replied coldly, "Unfortunately, I am a conscious entity." He kicked towards Qi Yu, causing his back to collide with the door, producing a thunderous sound. Qi Yu winced in pain and released his grip. The force of the kick made him realize the terrifying strength of the siren he had underestimated. Cold sweat dripping from him as he coughed up blood. Jiang Xunzhou lightly patted his cheek, his expression colder than Qi Yu's. "Qi Yu, who do you think you are to presume you can control me? Such power would not be so easily captured by the Federation." Qi Yu steadied himself against the door, coughing a couple of times before asking, "Are you leaving?" The Federation had studied sirens for years and must have developed tools to counter them, but the Empire had not, leaving Qi Yu utterly defenseless. No, he closed his eyes. He still had a means to fight back. As a general of the Empire, he possessed the right to bear arms, and the photon gun he carried was readily accessible. No matter how formidable Jiang Xunzhou might be, he could not withstand the force of a gunshot. Jiang Xunzhou smirked This is not General Qi's concern. Qi Yu's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as he gingerly moved his pained body, allowing Jiang Xunzhou to pass. Be careful on your way. Do not let the Federation capture you again, for they would indeed send you to a laboratory. Jiang Xunzhou paused his steps, but did not look back as he left. He did not retrieve his vehicle from the underground garage. Instead, he exited the building and hailed a self-driving taxi, which was no different from his arrival. He pressed the window button and noticed the snow beginning to fall from the sky, icy crystals landing on the glass before quickly melting into droplets. Jiang Xunzhou did not go far, merely returning to the villa ahead of time. He found himself missing 070. Without that incessant chatter, he felt oddly unaccustomed. The villa's security system recognized his iris, allowing him seamless access to the backyard, where the pool had been refilled with seawater transported from the ocean. He unbuttoned his shirt and slipped into the water. From the moment he entered the villa, every action of Jiang Xunzhou was relayed to Qi Yu's light brain. Meanwhile, someone in a bustling marketplace breathed a sigh of relief, indulging in a shopping spree to showcase his wealth. He eventually found himself captivated by a brilliant red gemstone. He recalled legends of sirens being fond of such shiny objects. Jiang Xunzhou would surely appreciate it. Thus, he purchased it and glanced at his light brain again. At some point, Jiang Xunzhou had dozed off by the poolside. Qi Yu's heart stirred as he brushed his cheek against the screen, instinctively retracting his hand as if shocked. He did not leave. He returned to their home. Qi Yu Bai had a clear realization of this, and even his footsteps became noticeably lighter. On his way, he encountered Gu Qingyun, who wore a bewildered expression as Qi hummed a tune and disregarded him. He could hardly contain his eagerness to present the precious gemstone he had just acquired to Jiang Xunzhou, even resorting to using his personal authority to clear a path. All for the sake of an early meeting. Carrying the gift box, he dismissed the servants along the way and headed straight for the swimming pool. Jiang Xunzhou lay with his eyes closed, his eyelids tinged with a rosy hue, and his finely arched brows were tightly knit together. Qi Yubai's heart tightened as his hand grazed the water surface, and he realized its icy chill. He swiftly lifted Jiang Xunzhou from the pool. The merman's expression softened in slumber, devoid of any trace of aggression. Qi Yubai checked the temperature of Jiang Xunzhou's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. Without hesitation, he cradled the merman in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. The searing breath of Jiang Xunzhou brushed against Qi Yubai's neck, eliciting a tingling sensation that made him acutely aware of the rising temperature they shared. Qi Yubai had never anticipated that the merman would fall ill from Jiang Xunzhou's reactions. It seemed he preferred cooler temperatures, yet he had overlooked how his transformation into human form had weakened his body. Propped against the soft bed, Jiang Xunzhou slowly opened his eyes, and the handsome face that filled his vision captivated him. He stared at those lips for a long moment before finally extending his tongue to taste them. It was akin to savoring jelly. After a lick, he gently nibbled and sucked. Qi Yubai stood frozen, unsure whether to rise or lean down. Qi Yubai, Jiang Xunzhou murmured, his hands entwined around Qi's neck. I feel so hot. His melodious voice, tinged with desire, dropped to a husky whisper as he added, Please help me. It was as if a heavy blow had struck Qi Yubai, severing the thread of reason in his mind. He cast aside all thoughts and deepened the fervent kiss, pressing Jiang Xunzhou's head closer. Moments later, as his reason began to resurface, he traced the swollen lips he had kissed and solemnly stated, You are ill. I shall summon a doctor. No, Jiang Xunzhou buried himself in Qi Yubai's embrace, recklessly toying with his hands. It's not an illness. It's the mating season. To put it more delicately, it was the time of courtship. To be blunt, it was the season of heat. 5 centuries of pent-up desires culminated in this year, erupting with fervor as the mating season surged forth, consuming Jiang Xunzhou's reason like a raging fire. Qi Yubai's understanding of mermen was profoundly transformed, and any lingering reservations dissipated, leaving him grasping Jiang Xunzhou as if he were a long-awaited blessing. The situation grew increasingly unrestrained. Jiang Xunzhou's beautiful eyes brimmed with moisture, a single tear cascading down to become a radiant pearl upon the sheets. Overwhelmed, he could no longer endure it. Already tormented by the mating season, Qi Yubai's actions were utterly excessive. Jiang Xunzhou could not help but claw at the sheets, attempting to inch away, only to be pulled back by the mischievous general's grip at his waist. Rough fingertips brushed away the unshed tears at the corner of his eyes. His voice thick with desire. "Why are you crying? Is this not what you wanted?" This was too much, Jiang Xunzhou thought. Qi Yubai was nothing short of a rogue. Countless pearls rolled off the bed, clattering against the floor as they fell, a symphony that persisted throughout the night. The fervor of the first courtship after reaching adulthood was overwhelming. The originally brief span of 3 days was inexorably extended to 5. The vicinity of the bed was strewn with pearls, a veritable minefield that one could easily stumble upon. Jiang Xunzhou found himself utterly drained, lacking even the strength to berate Qi Yubai, and thus he cocooned himself beneath the covers, choosing to avoid the sight of his vexations. In stark contrast, Qi Yubai appeared invigorated, diligently collecting the pearls scattered on the floor since dawn, carefully depositing them into a transparent glass jar that he placed at the head of the bed. Jiang Xunzhou could no longer contain his irritation and snapped, "Take your broken jar and leave." Chapter 65. The position of the main consort and the petty temperament of the third party. The enigmatic merman Qi Yubai seemed transformed. Though Jiang Xunzhou struggled to articulate the change, he still exhibited an emotional reticence, shuffling about like a silent specter, yet his demeanor had markedly softened. If one were to speculate, it might be that he had succumbed to self-doubt. He would gaze at Jiang Xunzhou for prolonged periods, only to dart away like a startled creature when caught, subsequently retreating to the study to surreptitiously observe him through the surveillance cameras, seemingly insatiable in his curiosity. This was profoundly unjust. He could watch at will while Jiang Xunzhou was left in a passive state of anticipation. Thus, the merman conceived a clever plan and stealthily exited the villa. Jiang Xunzhou adeptly evaded the watchful eyes of the cameras, taking a circuitous route before scaling the wall. Fortunately, the strength of the merman race was formidable, and he felt no fatigue during his escape. Having previously withdrawn some cash using Qi Yubai's secondary card, he had sufficient funds for the time being. If necessary, he could sell some pearls for a decent price. However, the villa district was predominantly inhabited by the elite, rendering taxis unnecessary for travel. After waiting for an eternity outside, the ride-hailing app yielded no responses, let alone a traditional taxi. Frustrated, Jiang Xunzhou turned off his phone, and as he lifted his gaze, a stretched interstellar Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him, exuding an air of understated luxury. Although the vehicle was entirely black, its distinctive emblem was impossible to overlook, adorned with diamonds that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. It was astonishing that this brand remained resilient in the interstellar age. If the driver was not Qi Yubai, Jiang Xunzhou would count himself fortunate. He took a few steps back as the window rolled down slowly. It was not Qi Yubai, but rather a middle-aged gentleman. "Your Highness, please enter the vehicle." Jiang Xunzhou was astute enough to realize that the driver was not addressing anyone else. Within a radius of several miles, he was the sole occupant of the area. The driver, confident in Jiang Xunzhou's compliance, unlocked the car doors with a click, prompting him to open the back door, his mind swiftly processing the relevant information. Firstly, this individual was acquainted with his identity, perhaps having meticulously planned to intercept him during his solitary venture. Secondly, given that the title of Your Highness had yet to be reclaimed, his available system functions were limited. He could only access Qi Yubai's career value and corruption level, lacking insight into his own identity within this world. According to the narrative convention that the antagonist and protagonist are inherently adversarial, an absurd thought crossed Jiang Xunzhou's mind. Could he possibly be a prince lost to the empire? The federal system did not recognize titles such as Your Highness. This is utterly absurd, Jiang Xunzhou thought to himself, shaking his head discreetly. Although 070 had temporarily departed, its peculiar thought process seemed to have infected him. Your Highness? The man speaking before him, who appeared to be of similar age, was the master of the driver. With silver hair and blue eyes that sparkled like stars, he was impossible to ignore. Are you listening? Jiang Xunzhou pressed his temples, his voice weary. I apologize, but I do not know you. The man, frowning slightly, saw the light in his eyes dim as he hesitated before finally introducing himself. I am Yin Qi. For some reason, Jiang Xunzhou felt that Yin Qi's expression was one of a jilted lover. However, he truly had no acquaintance with anyone named Yin Qi or Jin Qi. 070 had never mentioned that this person was connected to him. Yin Qi lowered his gaze, his silver lashes casting shadows over his eyes, which betrayed a hint of disappointment. His voice was soft. Is your highness upset that I have only just arrived? I apologize. I could not confuse the gaze of Qi Yubai, which is why I delayed in coming to you. Noticing Jiang Xunzhou's silence and unchanged expression, he shifted the topic. The sea doctor mentioned that your highness's mating season is approaching. If you do not mind, I could assist you. The driver in the front seat, keenly observant, dared not continue listening and quietly raised the partition, separating the two areas of the car. Jiang Xunzhou now understood that Yin Qi was sent by the merfolk. It seemed he had been lurking in the human world for quite some time, already ingrained in the upper echelons of imperial nobility. Anyone capable of procuring such a vehicle was not to be underestimated. He found him somewhat familiar, as if he had seen something similar in Qi Yubai's garage. Jiang Xunzhou decided to feign ignorance. Me? Your Highness? Yin Qi's brow furrowed even deeper. Do you not remember? Anger tinted his face with a faint flush, his chest heaving with emotion as he clenched his fists and pounded them on the seat. That despicable Qi Yubai. Yin Qi gritted his teeth. What has he done to you? Jiang Xunzhou hesitated for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Help me through my mating season? What? In a fit of rage, Yin Qi sprang up, only to forget he was in a car, colliding his head with the roof. The pain jolted him back to reality, and he rubbed his head, silently calming his emotions. Those detestable humans, taking advantage of our Highness's predicament. Yin Qi felt increasingly aggrieved, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Your Highness, the king clearly promised me that I would be your rightful consort. Jiang Xunzhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there were entanglements of the heart involved. Nevertheless, he gleaned the desired information from Yin Qi's words and arrived at the correct conclusion. The operational structure of the merfolk appeared to be similar to that of the empire, led by royalty, with kings holding supremacy. He, presumably, was a member of the royal family of the merfolk. Yin Qi was not lying. Indeed, there was such a matter, which explained why the merfolk allowed their highness to venture into the human world. The intention had been to foster affection, yet through a twist of fate, Qi Yubai had intercepted that opportunity. Yin Qi possessed a strikingly ethereal visage, yet his words were bold and candid. With slightly reddened eyes, he appeared on the verge of tears, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Before Jiang Xunzhou could devise a response, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Fortunately, his stable chassis merely swayed slightly. However, Yin Qi was less composed. Whether by accident or design, he tumbled into Jiang Xunzhou's embrace, colliding with his firm chest muscles, which was somewhat painful. Cuddled in Jiang Xunzhou's arms, he did not immediately rise, but instead raised a barrier of concern. What is happening? What if His Highness is injured? The driver wiped his brow, confessing, yes, it was General Qi Shang who forced us to stop. Ahead, another identical vehicle had halted, its doors and hood adorned with diamonds, the proximity of the two vehicles almost causing them to touch, the dazzling brilliance of the jewels particularly blinding. It was evident that this car was meant for display, yet surprisingly, Qi Yubai had chosen to drive it. He had exchanged his usual military attire for a simple shirt and trousers, stepping out to approach them and open the door. Ah, a beauty in my arms. Although Qi Yubai wore a smile, it was undeniably unsettling. Zhou, do you think he could deceive you with this shabby vehicle? This scene had the air of being caught in an illicit affair, although if one were to insist, it was Qi Yubai who resembled the interloper. According to Yin Qi, he had been designated to be the future princess for many years, only to have his path to royalty obstructed by the sudden emergence of Qi Han-san. Jiang Xunzhou felt reassured, devoid of any guilt from being caught, and slowly pushed Yin Qi from his embrace, adjusting his attire. Come out. Qi Yubai's expression was dark enough to draw ink. Do not make me repeat myself. Yin Qi scoffed. You think you have the right to speak to him like that? Chi Bai tilted his head back, as if amused. You don't even possess the qualifications to converse with me. In the Empire, Chi Bai's status was second only to the royal family. While Yin Shi had gained his title of Marquis solely through wealth, lacking any military merit, thus indeed lacking the standing to engage directly with Chi Bai. Chi Bai leaned closer, casting a shadow over the car door, sneering with derision. What are you? Enough. Jiang Xunzhou interrupted their verbal sparring, glancing at the current predicament with a hint of exasperation. Let us return together. There was no escape now. Jiang Xunzhou could not fathom how Chi Bai had tracked him down, as he had been exceedingly cautious. Chi Bai's expression darkened further. Get in my car. Jiang Xunzhou, feeling resigned, nodded. As he exited, the blinding brilliance of Chi Bai's vehicle struck him, prompting him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Chi Bai, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, flared up. Isn't this car ostentatious? Indeed, it was dazzling. Jiang Xunzhou conceded with a nod. With a haughty tilt of his head, Chi Bai extended the keys. Consider a gift. Do not let yourself be deceived by a lesser version like Yin Shi, lest others think I mistreat you. He blatantly overlooked that Jiang Xunzhou had intentionally evaded his gaze, attributing the source of Jiang Xunzhou's departure solely to Yin Shi. The Qi family was not lacking in wealth. If I discover you running off with some rogue again. Jiang Xunzhou settled into the passenger seat, lazily lifting his eyelids to regard him. And then what? Chi Bai swallowed hard, averting his gaze, and retorted with menace. I'll break your legs. I believe General Qi has misunderstood, Jiang Xunzhou remarked enigmatically with a smile, choosing to close his eyes and rest. They have not established a relationship at all. And Chi Bai steadfastly refuses to acknowledge his affections for Jiang Xunzhou. He possesses no formal standing to dictate whom Jiang Xunzhou associates with. Instead, he resorts to invoking terms such as general and federation, attributing everything to a guise of oversight. Due to Jiang Xunzhou's presence, Yin Shi accompanied them back to the Qi family's villa and was ushered into Chi Bai's study. Seated at the head of the table, Chi Bai exhibited not a trace of the decorum expected of a host. He poured tea solely for himself and Jiang Xunzhou, neglecting Yin Shi entirely. However, Yin Shi was unfazed by his demeanor and seized the opportunity to address Jiang Xunzhou, stating, Mr. Jiang, a man so lacking in manners is unworthy of your trust. He could not reveal his connection to Jiang Xunzhou in Chi Bai's presence, nor dare to utter his name directly, so he opted for an alternative form of address. There is a saying among the people, one should love a person who is inherently good, rather than someone who treats them well. Yin Shi did not shy away from speaking ill in front of Chi Bai, maliciously speculating, who knows if he would treat you like this after he has you? Or perhaps even worse. Chi Bai's hand tightened slightly beneath the table, tapping in an irregular rhythm on his thigh, his expression calm and composed. As though Yin Shi's words were not directed at him. The more indifferent he appeared, the more Yin Shi seemed like an unreasonable madman. Chi Bai even took a sip of his tea with serene composure. Yin Shi, momentarily silenced, rolled his eyes discreetly and muttered, such a deadpan face is utterly tedious. Mr. Jiang, Yin Shi's call was exceedingly gentle, sending shivers down Jiang Xunzhou's spine, causing him to spill some brown tea as his hand trembled. What is it that you see in him? Yin Shi continued to assert. I am far more vivacious and understand your preferences better. I am truly the one suited for you. Suddenly, a ceramic teacup crashed down heavily, producing a sharp sound as it met the table. The murderous intent in Chi Bai's dark eyes was palpable, as if he wished to rend this incessant chatterer to pieces. Unfazed, Yin Shi grew bolder. What are you glaring at? My eyes are even larger than yours. As he spoke, he became increasingly animated. If we're to be honest, you are merely a male mistress. Do you realize that? Who is a mistress? Chi Bai, incensed, had never been so insulted. Yin Shi, do you wish to die? Merely a marquis, one whose title was purchased. Chi Bai caressed the gun at his waist. Even if he were to kill Yin Shi, no one would dare to speak out. But now was not the time. Jiang Xunzhou was still present. He could not act directly. Although he held little regard in Jiang Xunzhou's eyes, he could not remain in such a dismal state forever. Quickly regaining his composure, Qi Yubai retorted, "What gives you the right to call me a mistress? Does Jiang Xunzhou have feelings for you? Not at all. Have you and Jiang Xunzhou established a relationship? Perhaps. Perhaps 40% confirmed, but In Chi could not divulge that. Mr. Jiang." In Chi looked at him with pitiful eyes. "Tell me, does he count as a mistress?" Jiang Xunzhou wanted to laugh, but stifled it. He did not affirm In Chi's words, but also refrained from uttering anything favorable, stating, "I have no connection with him." In Chi's voice suddenly rose. "Then how could you have gone through the courtship period with Qi Yubai?" He halted abruptly, narrowly avoiding disclosing too much. Given the circumstances, it seems that Qi Yubai's assistance to Jiang Xunzhou during his courtship period was perhaps driven by necessity, or perhaps merely an opportunistic endeavor on Qi Yubai's part. In Chi felt a sense of relief, yet Qi Yubai was clearly distressed. Unable to contain his frustration, Qi Yubai pounded the table and exclaimed, "In Chi," to which In Chi retorted loudly, "Qi Yubai?" Qi Yubai, his hand trembling in fury as he pointed towards the door, commanded, "Get out." In Chi did not budge. Instead, he turned to gauge Jiang Xunzhou's reaction. Ultimately, with the latter's affirmative gaze, he tossed his hands in defiance and left. "If I must go, then so be it. His Highness must have his reasons." In Chi exited the villa without obstruction, almost as if being propelled by the intelligent steward. "Jiang Xunzhou." Qi Yubai gritted his teeth and remarked, "Your ability to attract attention is rather remarkable." Jiang Xunzhou responded with a faint smile. "The number of flowers I attract and the grass I entice seem to have little bearing on you. Qi Yubai, how can it not be relevant?" Qi Yubai furrowed his brow. "We have crossed lines that should not have been crossed, and I intend to be responsible for you." Jiang Xunzhou dismissed the notion. "In urgent matters, one must act according to the situation. We are both adults, and I do not require your accountability." Qi Yubai straddled Jiang Xunzhou et set up, one hand gripping the back of his head and the other gently kneading his neck. A hint of pride laced Qi Yubai's voice as he asserted, "I require you to take responsibility. You cannot just claim a good man without offering me an explanation." He enunciated slowly, mimicking In Chi's address, "Mr. Jiang, I possess wealth, power, and am more handsome than In Chi." Qi Yubai continued. Jiang Xunzhou remained silent, merely observing him, his fingers lifting Qi Yubai's chin. Qi Yubai complied, tilting his head back, his eyes shimmering with allure. Qi Yubai, growing more emboldened, pressed on, "Mr. Jiang, who is the third party here?" Jiang Xunzhou smirked playfully. "Isn't General Qi fond of playing the rogue? Why must the one being bullied take responsibility? Hadn't Qi Yubai once carried himself with unyielding arrogance? Yet now, he was adopting the role of a hapless general. What a ridiculous jest. Moreover, the true victim during this courtship period should have been Jiang Xunzhou himself." Qi Yubai leaned down, capturing the pronounced Adam's apple on Jiang Xunzhou's neck between his lips, leaving a conspicuous mark. Before Jiang Xunzhou could react, Qi Yubai descended upon him with a kiss, laden with punitive intent, devoid of tenderness, biting at his lips and prying open his mouth as if to conquer a city. Jiang Xunzhou let out a muffled groan, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to be held fast by Qi Yubai's grip on the back of his head, compelling him to endure the suffocating kiss that left his lips tingling. The lack of oxygen clouded his mind, amplifying the sensations coursing through his body. Jiang Xunzhou distinctly felt Qi Yubai's hand slip beneath his shirt, tightly encircling his waist as if wishing to meld their very beings. After what felt like an eternity, Qi Yubai reluctantly withdrew, their foreheads resting against one another, breaths mingling in the air. "Jiang Xunzhou." Qi Yubai's voice was husky, a tempest of dark tides swirling in his eyes. "My patience is limited." Jiang Xunzhou gasped for air, the corners of his eyes tinted with a rosy hue. Yet he chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against Qi Yubai's chest, gently patting his cheek. An undeniable sensation drew his attention. Jiang Xunzhou nestled within Qi Yubai's embrace, his shoulders quivering with laughter, as if he had stumbled upon something delightfully amusing. So it turns out that General Qi enjoys being treated in such a manner? Despite a kiss that brimmed with fervor and passion failing to stir him, A mere gentle pat to his cheek transformed him into a picture of vitality, reminiscent of a playful puppy. Qi Yubai raised a finger to his lips and turned his head aside, asserting, "I do not. Today marks the birthday of the second prince, and the royal family will host a banquet this evening." Without room for refusal, Qi Yubai declared, "You shall accompany me as my partner to this event." This was, in effect, a desire to make their relationship public, ensuring that everyone was aware that Jiang Xunzhou belonged to Qi Yubai, especially since he had never brought anyone along to previous gatherings of any scale. Qi Yubai traced the length of Jiang Xunzhou's slender neck with his tongue, the alabaster skin blooming with delicate crimson spots that no high-neck attire could conceal. Jiang Xunzhou tilted his head back, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Aren't we supposed to attend a banquet?" Qi Yubai's breath grew heavy as he reverently cradled Jiang Xunzhou's face, murmuring, "There is still time." An indescribable emotion spread through his heart, both sweet and bittersweet. Qi Yubai was terrified of losing him to others and detested the insidious gazes of those who would covet him. Like a fierce dragon guarding its treasured jewel, Qi Yubai wished to hide him away in his cave, shutting out all prying eyes filled with ill intent. His feelings of obsession and possessiveness took root within him, quickly filling his heart to the brim. He was driven by a frenzy, more intense and excessive than during the mating season. Heedless of whether the evening's banquet could conceal their intimate marks, demanding again and again. A stark contrast to the cold-faced general who once resolutely denied his love for Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou weakly retorted, "Qi Yubai, you are oppressing the common people." Qi Yubai wore a satisfied expression. "Isn't Mr. Jiang pleased with my performance?" Giggling, he added, "You've dropped a few pearls." Jiang Xunzhou scooped up a handful of pearls and hurled them at him. "Scoundrel!" Qi Yubai's laughter grew even more infectious. Aware that he had overstepped, yet refraining from further teasing the pitiful little merman, allowing him to dutifully tidy the room and prepare for the banquet. The thought of Jiang Xunzhou's reaction soothed Qi Yubai's emotions considerably, even bringing him greater joy as he hummed a little tune. Lieutenant Qin, observant and perceptive, presented a tray containing the tailored outfit for Jiang Xunzhou. "General, this is the attire you had previously commissioned from Mr. Jiang." Qi Yubai bowed, his previously sunny demeanor suddenly darkening. "Do not refer to him as such." That title evoked memories of a certain presumptuous pest. Lieutenant Qin opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, sensing that the general seemed somewhat bewitched. What else could he call him, if not Mr. Jiang? Calling him by his full name would only exacerbate the situation, Lieutenant Qin silently lamented, yet maintained an official smile that left no room for criticism. He replied softly, "Understood." As Qi Yubai picked up his clothes and was about to ascend the stairs, he suddenly halted, recalling something. He turned around and commanded, "Station a team outside the palace to keep a close watch on Qi before the banquet concludes." After a moment of contemplation, he amended his order. "No, capture him upon sight before the banquet begins. Do not allow him to obstruct my view any longer. I shall deal with him after the dinner." The deputy officer Qin, without a hint of skepticism, silently marked Qi's name in his mind. In the hands of the so-called cold-faced Yama, General Qi, even survival would come at cost. One could only wonder if Qi's constitution could withstand it. Deputy Officer Qin retreated first, intending to review the case files and prepare the charges against Qi before the banquet, so he could justifiably apprehend him. As Qi Yubai ascended with his attire, Jiang Xunzhou had already completed his grooming and was seated on the bedside, drying his hair. A few droplets of water clung to his collarbones, and his skin glowed with a rosy hue from the steam. Qi Yubai felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose, and blood trickled from his nostrils to his lips. He hastily set down the clothes in his hands, clasped his nose with one hand, and reached for a tissue from the bedside table with the other. He offered a feeble explanation. "The weather is too dry, causing a nosebleed." After a brief silence, Jiang Xunzhou, uncertain of what to believe, simply replied, "Oh." It was a moment of profound embarrassment for Qi Yubai. Upon entering the restroom, the bleeding had ceased. He carelessly wiped away the residual blood and cleaned his hands. Jiang Xunzhou's white suit would be difficult to clean if stained. When he emerged, Jiang Xunzhou had already dried his hair. Qi Yubai felt a twinge of regret, his gaze lighting up as it fell upon the clothes. With ease, he tugged at Jiang Xunzhou's waist belt, causing the nightgown to slip down, revealing more of his alluring form. In a daze, Qi Yubai felt warmth return to his nose, but, upon rubbing it, found no blood. He chastised himself internally, recalling the need to focus on important matters, and reached for the white suit. Qi Yubai had personally selected the attire and dressed the individual before him, seeking a small reward in return. Yet, it seemed that only he bore the discomfort of the encounter. Once Jiang Xunzhou finished, he abandoned Qi Yubai and left. Feeling agurieved, Qi Yubai pouted, burying his head in the discarded nightgown, inhaling deeply, his hands busily moving. It was not until just before departure that he finally made his way downstairs. Chapter 68. The status of the main palace and the temperament of the general. The angler, the siren, the banquet hall was a cacophony of chatter, the warm light amplifying the hall's opulence, while the air thickened with the mingled scents of expensive wine and sweet perfume. The crowd was boisterous, an undercurrent of power subtly emanating, nearly stifling. Qi Yubai navigated through this extravagant realm, the metals on his shoulder reflecting a cold light under the crystal chandeliers. He walked with steady strides, the sound of his military boots on the red carpet swallowed by the surrounding conversations. As he passed, the lively exchanges dimmed slightly, all eyes instinctively gravitating toward the youngest general in the history of the empire. Jiang Xunzhou walked at Qi Yubai's side, reluctantly linking his arm with him. In a place unseen by others, the general tightly clasped the hand of the person beside him. The white suit worn by Jiang Xunzhou does not conform to the current fashionable styles of the empire. It is neither ostentatious nor particularly refined. It resembles a creation woven from moonlight, its pristine nature standing in stark contrast to the opulent hall, and its aura is as distant as the people surrounding him, reminiscent of a snow lotus perched atop the snow-capped peaks in the legends of Jiangxing. The collar around his neck fails to completely conceal some ambiguous marks, the half-hidden traces only serving to intensify intrigue and speculation. General Qi Shang stands elevated, effortlessly spotting Qi Yubai amidst the crowd. Is this your new acquaintance? I have never heard you mention him before. Qi Yubai nods in acknowledgement. Happy birthday, Your Highness the Second Prince. He refrains from elaborating further, as it is unnecessary. Those with intent have already thoroughly investigated Jiang Xunzhou prior to the banquet. However, what Qi Yubai remains unaware of is that Jiang Xunzhou's identity has been subtly altered by someone. When Yin Qi emerges from behind the second prince, Qi Yubai is slightly taken aback. His aide is typically meticulous, rarely making mistakes. Unless Yin Qi has been concealing his true self, it seems improbable that Vice Minister Qin would have let him slip away. I am not privy to that, Qi Yubai implies. It seems the Yin family has allied themselves with the second prince. The second prince smiles faintly. I have known Yin Qi for quite some time. It is merely you, General Qi, who is unaware. Oh, it is no wonder Yin Qi dares to act so brazenly before him. The second prince continues. A gentleman does not usurp another's beloved, especially when Yin Qi is already betrothed to someone beside you. There is an old saying in Jiangxing. The commands of parents and the words of matchmakers are paramount. By monopolizing another's fiancé, you have invited considerable criticism from others, which places your father in a difficult position. Logically, the second prince should not speak to Qi Yubai in such a manner. Qi Yubai holds significant prestige within the military and does not belong to the faction of any prince or princess, making it unnecessary for him to antagonize Qi Yubai over Yin Qi. Or perhaps Yin Qi possesses a hidden card that remains unknown to them all, prompting the second prince to jeopardize their apparent harmony for the sake of that card. Qi Yubai has conducted investigations into the backgrounds of the rising nobility, including the Yin family, which appears no different from other newly emerged aristocrats. Years ago, the Yin family was a prominent merchant family in the port city. As their business flourished, they established themselves in the capital, annually paying tribute to the royal family and exceptionally acquiring a title of marquis. Yin Qi and Jiang Xunzhou are acquainted. Qi Yubai squints, sensing he has stumbled upon something intriguing. The coastal port city is close to the Federation, and he has known Jiang Xunzhou for some time. Either Yin Shi is a spy planted within the empire, or Yin Shi is also a merfolk. Qi Yubai leans towards the latter, recalling Jiang Xunzhou's earlier mention of his family arranging a match for him. At this realization, his expression grows notably colder. It is no wonder Yin Shi had the audacity to declare him a third party. This revelation explains everything. Your Highness, Qi Yubai retorts with a hint of mockery. What if I were to seek a marriage decree from the emperor? Such a decree would certainly supersede the commands of parents. Moreover, Jiang Xunzhou's parents would never intervene. Merely relying on Yin Shi's words would yield little effect. The second prince chuckled, his meaning enigmatic. Good fortune is near for General Qi. Father's decree of marriage will arrive shortly. I hope you can smile until the end. Before Qi Yubai could respond, the second prince seized a small megaphone, his magnetic voice resonating throughout the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet is about to commence. Besides the birthday celebrations, I have another joyful announcement to make. The second prince's words were laced with mirth, capturing the attention of many who leaned in to hear what he would say next. My sister, the fifth princess of the empire, has reached a marriageable age. His gaze shifted, and the spotlight seemed to intuitively illuminate Qi Yubai. Father admires General Qi and has specially arranged this marriage. Shall we extend our blessings to the newlyweds? No sooner had he finished speaking than the lights in the banquet hall dimmed dramatically, leaving only one spotlight illuminating Qi Yubai, while another gradually shone upon the grand entrance on the second floor. The doors were pushed open from within, revealing the fifth princess in a delicate lavender gown, adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights. A sweet smile graced her youthful face, but she froze upon realizing the scene in the banquet hall. Hesitantly, she spoke. Has there been a power outage? This is the royal family. How could there be a blackout? No one dared to mock the young princess's naivety. The consequences were all too predictable. Jiang Xunzhou swiftly drew the general into the shadows beneath the spotlight, the enveloping darkness obscuring Qi Yubai's expression. His voice bore no discernible emotion. General Qi, it seems this young princess is still unaware of your impending marriage. Steadying himself, Qi Yubai spoke with a tone of reassurance. My marriage is beyond my parents' control, let alone the royal family's. Jiang Xunzhou's throat emitted a light chuckle, clearly dismissing the gravity of the statement. In the narrative, this general's loyalty to the empire was nearly unshakable. More so, given his psychological struggles, had he not encountered Jiang Xunzhou, he might indeed have acquiesced. Perhaps not. Calming his emotions, Jiang Xunzhou retracted his earlier assertion. Qi Yubai was unlikely to develop feelings for anyone, nor would he settle for mere companionship. Qi Yubai seemed to detect a hint of bitterness, his earlier vexation dissipating considerably. Leaning closer, he whispered into Jiang Xunzhou's ear. What is your relationship with that Yin Shi? Fearing that Jiang Xunzhou might not speak the truth, he added, I know he is also a merman. This inquiry struck a blind spot in Jiang Xunzhou's knowledge. His current understanding was not vastly different from Qi Yubai's. When it came to the finer details, he found himself at a loss. Jiang Xunzhou's words were abruptly interrupted as the lights in the banquet hall flickered back to life, the blinding brightness cutting through his speech. He instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes, but Qi Yubai was quicker, stepping protectively in front of him. An irksome voice broke the moment. General Qi, your fiancé is still here. I ascent it inappropriate to be so affectionate with others. Chapter 69. The royal position of the main wife and the jealousy of the general's merman. 15. The second prince's reasoning was simple. The fifth princess was his full-blooded sister, and if Qi Yubai married her, he would naturally become a member of his faction. However, he overlooked one crucial matter. Qi Yubai would not be compelled to do anything he did not wish to, not even in the presence of the emperor. Especially now that he had Jiang Xunzhou by his side. The second prince's actions undeniably crossed a line. The fifth princess, still oblivious to the arranged marriage, looked bewildered and asked, Brother, what are you talking about? Since when does General Qi have a fiancé? The second prince sighed in exasperation, murmuring under his breath, My naive little sister, How could you forget this? Qi Yubai positioned Jiang Xunzhou protectively behind him, his voice chillingly firm. Your Highness the Second Prince, today is your birthday, and I am honoring the Emperor. It would be wise to refrain from making such jesting remarks. Matters of this nature, which neither of them were aware of, should not be brought before the Emperor, who would likely not acknowledge them. The Second Prince seemed intent on preemptively asserting his authority, confident that Qi Yubai would not publicly dispute the royal family's dignity before such a gathering of nobility. Yet he was caught off guard when both Qi Yubai and the fifth princess denied it. I say, second brother, the first prince, wheeled in by attendants, appeared pallid and frail, his lips unnaturally white. After a couple of light coughs, he continued, I understand your concerns for our sister's marriage. However, those unaware might assume you are using this matter as leverage to coerce General Qi into compliance. The second prince, his scheming laid bare, scoffed coldly, unable to maintain his facade of feigned politeness. The assembled guests, astute as they were, sensed the rising tension and discreetly lowered their heads, pretending not to hear the unfolding exchange. Qi stepped in to defuse the situation, deftly redirecting the blame onto the first prince. Naturally, His Highness the Second Prince is concerned about the princess's marriage. It is surprising that even General Qi had not foreseen this last layer of complexity. Yet the first prince did. His words subtly criticized the first prince for meddling while simultaneously casting aspersions on his narrow-mindedness. The first prince narrowed his eyes. The Yin family has indeed produced a sharp-tongued heir. Qi offered a cold smile in response. You flatter me. Jiang Xunzhou's gaze wandered among the guests, indifferent to the intrigues of the first and second princes. He harbored an unshakable intuition that many merfolk lurked within the empire. With the Federation having developed weapons against the merfolk, residing in the empire would undoubtedly be a comparatively safe choice. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to discern who among them were his kin. Perhaps Qi knew, but his identity was already compromised. Qi Yubai would not turn against him. Yet he could not guarantee that he would not target Qi. Jiang Xunzhou raised his eyes and softly said, It feels stifling in here. I need to step outside for some fresh air. Qi Yubai, momentarily stirred, was about to suggest accompanying him, but was halted by the first prince. Reluctantly, he nodded. Do not wander too far. You might lose your way. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled. I'm not directionally challenged. Shortly after Jiang Xunzhou left, Qi silently vanished from the second prince's side and followed him out of the banquet hall. Your Highness, Qi spoke respectfully. Bowing his head, you called for me? A sharp slap resonated in the air. Who gave you the audacity to act on your own accord? Fortunately, the gathering was close by, and aside from the two of them, the rear garden was devoid of any other visitors. Qi blinked slowly, his head still tilted from the force of the slap. After a moment's pause, he grasped Jiang Xunzhou's other hand and raised it high, delivering another heavy blow to the other side of his face. The impact was even more forceful than the previous one, splitting his lip and causing a few drops of crimson blood to spill forth, leaving 5 glaring fingerprints on his face. Jiang Xunzhou's palm tingled with numbness, a dull ache setting in, and his palm reddened from the exertion. Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile playing on his lips. Your Highness, do you need to strike me a few more times to vent your anger? Jiang Xunzhou shook his hand. No need. If this continues, I fear it would only please you. Is that so? A flicker of disappointment crossed Qi's eyes. Your Highness hasn't hit me in quite some time. I must admit, I miss it a little. Before entering the small world, the main system had instructed Jiang Xunzhou to distribute a few strands of his consciousness throughout the realm. Hence, the behavior and awareness of the physical form closely mirrored Jiang Xunzhou's own. There was no possibility of him occupying another's body. However, he had not anticipated that Qi would enjoy such an interaction. Given his former disposition, encountering someone who relished in tormenting themselves would have led to a much harsher response. Contemplating this, Jiang Xunzhou felt a surge of admiration. Surviving such treatment surely indicated exceptional qualities. Clearing his throat to shift the topic, he asked, How many of our people are in the empire? Qi found this peculiar and recalled that he had nearly forgotten himself, clearly indicating a breach of memory. He replied honestly, "Half of them, all arranged by your highness." The body possessing consciousness could faintly sense the thoughts of its true self, suggesting that preparations had been made in anticipation of his arrival, facilitating subsequent actions. However, Jiang Xunzhou was certain that the matter concerning the second prince was entirely Yin Shi's own initiative. Yin Shi exhibited no signs of guilt at being exposed. Donning a look of satisfaction, "Your Highness, even in amnesia, you remain remarkably astute. Truly, you are drawing me further into your depths." Yin Shi justified his actions. "If your Highness wishes to overthrow the empire, it is inevitable to target the royal family. The second prince, with his hypocritical arrogance, is a most suitable point of entry." Seated by the pavilion, Jiang Xunzhou crossed his arms and stated coolly, "Tonight's actions were as thoughtless as his. Qi Yubai has already discerned your true identity." Yin Shi dismissed this with indifference. "And so what? All of it is merely Qi Yubai's conjecture. He possesses no concrete evidence to prove I am a merman. Moreover, I have consumed the medicine developed by the merman physician, and I will not revert to my original form upon contact with water." He placed the second prince's aide in plain sight, with countless eyes watching their every move. If Qi Yubai dare to act against him, it will be tantamount to trampling the royal family's dignity into the dirt. I would rather he knew. Only then can he recognize his own identity. Yin Shi's chest heaved violently, his voice a pitiful whisper. "Your Highness, you are my future partner, yet you continually shield a mere human. Your Highness, my heart aches." Yin Shi yearned to proclaim to the world that he and Jiang Xunzhou were truly bound by a marriage contract. His gaze fell upon Jiang Xunzhou's neck. Struggling to suppress the impulse to reach out, his ice-blue eyes glimmering with unshed tears and a profound sense of grievance. Yin Shi knelt before Jiang Xunzhou, earnestly clasping the hand beside him, raising it above his head as he gazed upwards. "Your Highness, I beseech your mercy." In Chapter 70, the status of the main palace, the third party with the general's magnanimity, Yin Shi's soft strands of hair brushed against Jiang Xunzhou's palm, creating a slight tickle. Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his hand with an air of unyielding resolve, his tone firm. "Yin Shi, I believe I have made no promises to you." He was acutely aware of his own sentiments. Unless the storyline necessitated it, he would never be entangled in romantic debts. "Your Highness," Yin Shi said with a bittersweet smile, "you have indeed matured significantly." His demeanor was far more resolute than before. After all, ordinary humans could only live for a little over 300 years, while they had not met for nearly 4 centuries. Jiang Xunzhou had long since grown amidst the fleeting passage of time, no longer requiring vague affections nor the need for marital alliances like those of human royalty. It was merely a matter of his desires. Yin Shi maintained his upward gaze, his neck beginning to ache, yet he wished to behold Jiang Xunzhou for just a moment longer. What about a proposal? The moonlight scattered patches of silver on the ground. As Qi Yubai stood against the light, the pale luminescence casting a silvery sheen around him, accentuating his chiseled features. Accustomed to being unchallenged, Qi Yubai kicked the bothersome presence away, not even granting Yin Shi a second glance. "Qi Yubai," Jiang Xunzhou's voice unexpectedly bore a hint of insecurity. "When did you arrive?" He was enveloped in Qi Yubai's shadow, subtly distancing himself from Yin Shi's gaze. "I came to take you home." Only then did Qi Yubai deign to glance at Yin Shi on the ground, a smirk lingering on his lips, yet his eyes glinted with an icy chill. "It seems my timing was rather inopportune." Yin Shi's expression shifted as he rose, brushing off the dust. "General Qi, you remain as arrogant as ever. No wonder you are not well liked." The cold photon gun was aimed at Yin Shi's forehead, the crimson laser stark against the night. Qi Yubai casually caressed the gun's handle, exuding an aura of palpable chill. "Do not move," he warned, the implication clear. In this dry weather, if the gun were to discharge accidentally, it would be Marquis Yin who suffers. He smiled widely, yet it was tinged with menace. "By the way, I have tolerated you for quite some time." With a soft sigh, Qi Yubai feigned sympathy for Yin Shi, addressing him by his title. "My Lord Marquis, had you complied with my comrades, this evening would not have unfolded so chaotically." my gun would not have been at risk of misfire. In Chi toyed with a signaling flare in his pocket. Lost in thought, the palace was swarming with their people. With a mere command, he could gather them, and were Chi Yubai down through sheer attrition. The crux of the matter lay with their illustrious and formidable prince. In Chi closed his eyes, as if awaiting the arrival of death. Yet only he understood he was truly awaiting Jiang Xunzhou to rescue him from peril. As fate would have it, In Chi's gamble proved correct. Enough, Jiang Xunzhou rose, commanding. Cease this at once. Chi Yubai, seething with rage, turned to glare at him. Jiang Xunzhou's lips quivered, yet Chi Yubai could not discern his words. A buzzing filled his mind, and his free hand instinctively pressed against his ear. A gentle force pried his fingers apart, and his photon gun, which had accompanied him through countless battles, was effortlessly seized by another. Chi Yubai's gaze dimmed, resembling a marionette at the mercy of its puppeteer. Jiang Xunzhou secured the weapon without returning it to its rightful owner, instead pocketing it for himself. He turned, admonishing, "Do not provoke him again. There is no basis for comparison between you two." Jiang Xunzhou reiterated, "In Chi, I have never made you any promises. However, my bond with Chi Yubai is genuine." In Chi sought to protest further, but he clearly took advantage of the situation. Your courtship was merely a necessity. Jiang Xunzhou's resolve was unwavering as he stated a simple truth. What I do not wish to do, no one can compel me to. In Chi, deeply disheartened, swayed precariously, nearly losing his balance, ultimately leaning against the pavilion for support. Indeed, Jiang Xunzhou was correct. The siren's song could enchant the heart, and even Chi Yubai could withstand its allure for only a fleeting 3 seconds. How could he possibly be ensnared by such a fragile human? It was all merely a matter of willingness. Thus he indulged Chi Yubai in their charade. "Your Highness," In Chi opened his mouth, having rehearsed countless drafts in his mind. Yet when the words finally reached his lips, he could only utter, "Take care." If this was Jiang Xunzhou's choice, he would choose to honor it. After all, a human's lifespan barely spans 300 years, a mere blink of an eye for a siren. After 3 centuries, when Chi Yubai had perished, it would still be he who stood beside Jiang Xunzhou. Having waited 400 years, In Chi mused, the remaining 300 years are insignificant. He was willing to guard Jiang Xunzhou and to be a weapon in His Highness's hand. Recalling Chi Yubai's words, Jiang Xunzhou advised, "Be cautious on your way back. Chi Yubai has likely stationed someone at the entrance to watch for you." In Chi nodded, indicating his understanding. He gazed at Jiang Xunzhou's departing silhouette, his arms slightly raised before silently falling back down, a bittersweet smile finally gracing his face. His Highness, forever so stubborn yet soft-hearted. Jiang Xunzhou cradled Chi Yubai and departed, encountering no one along the way. Otherwise, their renowned General Chi would have suffered great embarrassment. Chi Yubai nestled in his embrace, eyes fixed on him, expression vacant, like a lifeless puppet awaiting its master's next command. All emotions faded, even the feelings in his eyes dulled. This Chi Yubai had completely lost his usual aggression, behaving far too submissively. Jiang Xunzhou's lips curled into a smile. "I believe I understand why you cherish the small dark room." The sensation of having complete control was intoxicating. Every action, every smile could be molded to his desire, while Chi Yubai's consciousness remained locked within this body, unable to act without Jiang Xunzhou's command. Alas, it lacked vivacity. Jiang Xunzhou candidly remarked, "I still prefer the other version of you." As he spoke, he shook his head and found a secluded corner to set Chi Yubai down, breaking the enchantment that bound him. Yet, Chi Yubai remained unchanged, frozen in place, devoid of any movement. The standoff lingered for an eternity, long enough for Jiang Xunzhou to almost believe he had faltered. Just as he contemplated stepping forward to assess the situation, Chi Yubai suddenly stirred. "Jiang Xunzhou, what exactly is your intention?" Chi Yubai's consciousness remained alert, yet his actions were beyond his control. He could neither speak nor move. Forced to watch helplessly as Jiang Xunzhou released that insufferable individual. He had deceived Jiang Xunzhou, having overheard every word exchanged between In Chi and him. Jiang Xunzhou did not respond. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Chi Yubai, Perhaps you ought to consult a psychologist. Qi Yubai mulled over this phrase in his mind, a term that had not been uttered in his presence for many years, and one he believed he had no need for. He gazed down at Jiang Xunzhou for a prolonged moment, the moonlight cascading over Jiang Xunzhou's nose, forming delicate silver frost upon his curled lashes that trembled lightly with each breath. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped Qi Yubai's heart, and in that instant, he sensed that even his heartbeat was being commandeered, no longer adhering to its natural rhythm. Clearing his throat, Qi Yubai suppressed the inexplicable emotions swelling within him and uttered softly, "All right." The sound was so faint that a passing breeze could easily disperse it. Jiang Xunzhou did not catch the words, but by reading his lips, he surmised that Qi Yubai had acquiesced. A torrent of fervent emotions took root within Qi Yubai's heart, filling it to the brim, almost coloring his very breath with Jiang Xunzhou's essence. He was unaware of the nature of this emotion. Qi Yubai fixed his gaze intently on the person before him, realizing that all he desired was to remain with Jiang Xunzhou for eternity. Everything else faded into insignificance. If his former existence had been driven by a sense of duty to the empire, now his sole motivation for living was Jiang Xunzhou. He was no longer numb, no longer existing like a marionette. Once he had striven to uphold the Qi family, then to safeguard the empire, but now he could finally live for himself. Qi Yubai hesitated, then redirected his words. "Let's return home." Jiang Xunzhou felt a lingering sense that this was not what Qi Yubai had intended to say. His slender, elongated eyes brimmed with affection, nearly overflowing. Yet, it was evidently not the time to press Qi Yubai further. He shrugged and naturally took his hand. "Yes, home. To our home." On the journey back, Qi Yubai utilized the auto-drive feature, seating himself beside Jiang Xunzhou in the back. His hand seemed affixed with superglue. Several times Jiang Xunzhou attempted to withdraw it, only to fail. Jiang Xunzhou felt scorched by Qi Yubai's fervent gaze and raised his hand to shield Qi Yubai's eyes. "What are you staring at? How long until we exit the vehicle?" The long, dark lashes brushed against his palm, provoking a ticklish sensation. Qi Yubai's voice was low and contemplative, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as if recalling something. "Let us discuss it upstairs." Transformed from his previous demeanor, Qi Yubai hastily ascended the stairs, as though pursued by wolves and tigers, bursting into the room with fervor. The sound of the door latch was unnaturally clear, and only after a moment did Jiang Xunzhou realize the lurking threat behind him, predators in the form of wolves and leopards. The true wolf was right before him. Lustful wolf. Qi Yubai bit his lip in desperation, raising his hands above his head, his voice thick with desire. "You let him touch you, and that displeases me." Jiang Xunzhou seized the opportunity, yanking Qi Yubai's hair back, the pain causing a brief pause in his movements, allowing Jiang to pin him onto the bed. Breathing heavily, his breaths erratic, he remarked, "It seems that General Qi enjoys pushing boundaries." Moments ago, Qi Yubai had heard everything, including the denial of the engagement and the acknowledgement of his rightful place as the primary consort. They were both astute individuals. There was no need for elaborate explanations. Just a single statement sufficed to grant Qi Yubai his title. If one were to analyze the situation, it was Jiang Xunzhou who bore the heavier burden, merely existing as a savior by Qi Yubai's side, all under false pretenses. He had yet to hear a single declaration of affection. Jiang Xunzhou withdrew a photon gun concealed at his waist, having learned how to chamber it after observing Qi Yubai a few times. The cold barrel pressed against Qi Yubai's temple. A smirk graced Jiang's lips as he bit down on the glove he was wearing, playfully tapping Qi Yubai's face with it, his tone dripping with disdain. "The Imperial General is nothing more than this." With a mere flick of his finger, Qi Yubai could vanish from this world. Qi Yubai's pupils quivered, not out of fear, but rather exhilaration. It had been years since he felt so close to death. Deep down, he marveled, "Look, my Xunzhou can trap him without any special skills. Even without instruction, he could effortlessly master human inventions." "Yes," Qi Yubai grasped Jiang's waist, showing no sign of coercion. "Do as you please, Your Highness." He deliberately emphasized the term Your Highness, his tone suggestive, akin to flirtation. The gun's barrel slid down the contours of Qiyu Bai's face, grazing his Adam's apple. But finding it unentertaining, Jiang Xunzhou disassembled the firearm, carelessly tossing it aside. I have no interest in your life. Just as Qiyu Bai had done, Jiang Xunzhou pinned his hand above his head. I desire this empire, General Qi. Will you remain loyal to them, or will you become my dog? Qiyu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, subtly slipping his fingers between Jiang's, relishing the sensation of their intertwined hands. Have you finally revealed your intentions? Jiang Xunzhou grasped his chin, mumbling ambiguously, yes and no. They both understood the state of affairs within the empire. The nobility reigned supreme, while the common folk had no chance to rise, oppressed by the aristocrats. Their laments echoing for years. Qiyu Bai had initially believed the circumstances were due to the ongoing war, but after a month of observation, he realized how wrong he had been. In times of chaos, a hero was indeed needed to alter the course of events. Frankly, he did not wish to be that hero. However, if it was Jiang Xunzhou's desire, Qiyu Bai's gaze turned resolute, smiling as he said, if it is what you seek, I can offer you everything I possess. If the emperor is inept, he should abdicate in favor of the capable. Your Highness. Qiyu Bai tilted his head and gently kissed Jiang Xunzhou's arm, declaring, I shall support your ascension to kingship. Jiang Xunzhou was taken aback by how effortlessly he had persuaded Qiyu Bai to switch allegiances. He had anticipated a considerable struggle and was even prepared for Qiyu Bai to turn against him. He had underestimated the depth of Qiyu Bai's feelings. Internally tumultuous, Jiang Xunzhou maintained an impassive facade, lifting Qiyu Bai's chin to bestow a fleeting kiss, a small reward in advance. Regardless of whether the emperor would grant a marriage, Qiyu Bai's actions had undeniably insulted the royal family, and the second prince's narrow-mindedness would likely lead to challenging days ahead. Jiang Xunzhou realized he need not exert much effort to exacerbate the conflict between Qiyu Bai and the royal family. It seemed prudent to temporarily set aside matters arranged for Yin Qi. Oblivious to Jiang Xunzhou's subtle machinations and unsatisfied with mere trifles, Qiyu Bai deepened his tone, saying, Your Highness, it is not enough. The way he addressed him had become an addictive compulsion, persistently whispering into Jiang Xunzhou's ear. Jiang Xunzhou's indulgence ignited Qiyu Bai's fervor, driving him to greater excesses. A sleepless night ensued. Chapter 72. The position of the main consort, the temperament of a minor third, and the enigmatic merman Qiyu Bai, true to his word, after reaping the rewards, hastened to secretly gather military forces in anticipation of Jiang Xunzhou's next strategic move. Among the nobility, the mermen wielding real power comprised the majority, rendering this palace coup rather predictable. However, prior to that, Jiang Xunzhou needed to deal with an irritating nuisance. The second prince, narrow-minded as he was, could not be considered magnanimous either. Having publicly humiliated Qiyu Bai at his birthday banquet, Jiang Xunzhou knew he must settle that score. He infiltrated the palace, but did not find the person he sought. Instead, he encountered the eldest prince. Clad in black, Jiang Xunzhou perched on a wall, his long ebony hair tied high in a ponytail, swaying in the breeze. His leg dangled nonchalantly, and the sunlight bathed him in a celestial glow, akin to a sacred angel. The eldest prince's lips curled into a slight smile, though he felt the term did not quite suit him. Dangerous, alluring, yet not entirely divine. More akin to a rose adorned with thorns. It is you, the eldest prince concluded, surveying the scene. Are you sneaking out behind General Qi's back? Jiang Xunzhou's attire and his illicit entry into the palace inevitably linked him to Qiyu Bai, which could compromise the general's discretion. Accompanied by only a wheelchair attendant, it would be exceedingly simple for the eldest prince to silence him. Noticing Jiang Xunzhou's disregard for him and his persistent gaze at the person behind him, the eldest prince remained unperturbed, instead enthusiastically introducing the individual. Morson Campbell, commander of the Federation. Perhaps you've seen him on television. Finally, Jiang Xunzhou deigned to cast him a glance. I do not watch television. There are no televisions in the water. It must be said, those who could associate with the eldest prince often shared a certain affinity, and upon merely glimpsing Morson, Jiang Xunzhou discerned the hypocrisy that cloaked him. His golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with chains. Calculating glints flickered in his azure eyes, concealed behind the frames. Mosin Campbell smiled, a long-awaited reunion. T03, the designation of Jiang Xunzhou in the Federation. Mosin was indeed being deliberate, upon witnessing the astonished expression of the Crown Prince. He feigned surprise. "Your Highness, you weren't aware? T03 is a gift from the Federation to the Empire." The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to that merman? Hasn't he escaped?" Mosin covered his lips, pretending to be apologetic. "I sincerely apologize, T03. It seems they were unaware of your true identity." As the highest commander of the Federation, Mosin could not possibly be ignorant of the false information disseminated by Qi Yubai. Yet he was still somewhat taken aback to see Jiang Xunzhou. Mosin surmised that Qi Yubai had a hand in this. Such a beautiful merman. He had initially assumed that, given Qi Yubai's temperament, he would confine Jiang Xunzhou within his villa, far from the light of day. Yet he had not expected that he would even fall out with the imperial family over this merman. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze towards him, realizing why he seemed familiar. They had indeed crossed paths before. He tugged at his lips and remarked, "The highest commander of the Federation has graced the imperial court. I wonder if that fact is known back home?" Although both parties had signed a peace treaty, individuals of Mosin's stature would never venture into the Empire unaccompanied, especially without any prior notice. This could only imply that he had come in secrecy. "You are quite astute," Mosin replied, showing no sign of fluster at being exposed. "But what does it matter? I am human." Mosin had already crafted a narrative. He could easily claim that he had tracked the fugitive merman's whereabouts, thus discreetly arriving in the Empire to avoid alerting any potential threats. Jiang Xunzhou understood the underlying meaning of his words, caressing the gun at his waist, his thin lips parting slightly. "Indeed, Commander, you are undoubtedly clever, but what gives you the confidence that you can escape from my grasp?" Mosin, ever the shrewd individual, countered, "You deliberately allowed yourself to be captured by the Federation. As for your purpose, it likely has something to do with Qi Yubai." The question of Jiang Xunzhou's intentions piqued Mosin's considerable interest. "You are overly confident," Mosin said. "The Federation has possessed methods to deal with mermen for many years." He was unafraid of the merman's abilities and was certain that Jiang Xunzhou would not dare to fire a weapon here. This was the Imperial Court, where he could evade patrols, but the sound of gunfire would inevitably attract attention. The Crown Prince, no longer merely a backdrop, demonstrated his understanding and stepped forward to mediate. "Since we are all involved in clandestine affairs, why not sit down and have a proper discussion? I would be willing to provide a venue for your conversation." Until a new heir was selected, all princes and princesses would reside within the palace, each possessing their own distinct quarters. Jiang Xunzhou did not believe that the Crown Prince was acting out of goodwill. He and Mosin were allies, and venturing into his territory could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Crown Prince," Jiang Xunzhou repeated softly, suddenly laughing, "meeting secretly with a foreign military leader. Wouldn't that be considered treason?" The Crown Prince's smile faltered momentarily, yet he managed to maintain a calm demeanor. "One should be cautious with words. Your statements outside could implicate General Qi, to be frank." Jiang Xunzhou wielded more real power within the Empire than the Crown Prince did, and even if it did involve Qi Yubai, it would be to his advantage. After all, he originally intended to incite discord between Qi Yubai and the Empire. Jiang Xunzhou's eyes glinted with intelligence. He was not foolish enough to reveal his cards. Allowing his gaze to flit among them before finally resting on Mo Senator, a smile graced his face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Over the years, including himself, the Federation had captured a total of 3 merfolk. Mo Sen's expression stiffened. "You'd better think carefully before you speak. Look at that." He had discovered something exceedingly intriguing. Before venturing to the Empire, Mo-san had never anticipated encountering T03 within the court, nor had he concealed any traces of himself. With the top 3 buttons of his shirt left unfastened, creating an unintentional deep V shape, near the left side close to his heart, a design resembling rippling water was partially concealed, accompanied by delicate, scale-like details. Mo-san Campbell claimed this was a tattoo of his own design, and few would dare to question it. Of course, Jiang Xunzhou was well aware. It was a mark that had naturally emerged after being with the merfolk. Qi Yubai bore a similar mark, like a label stamped by the merfolk, proclaiming to all that this human was now their possession. Like Qi Yubai, Emo-san had fallen in love with a merfolk. The color of the golden tail scales could indicate the hue of the merfolk that had imprinted them. Jiang Xunzhou's gaze swept over Emo-san's hair. It suited the commander quite well. Yet, it was also rather pitiful to be loved by such a human. Chapter 73. The status of the main palace, the third party, and the temperament of the general's fishing merfolk. 19. Jiang Xunzhou could almost foresee the dismal fate awaiting this merfolk. He leapt down from the palace wall, landing steadily on the ground, pausing before Emo-senator through the leather gloves. Jiang Xunzhou's fingers gently grazed the scales on Emo-sen's chest. Unlike Qi Yubai's, the golden scales appeared dull, and even the mark had faded significantly. Of the three merfolk captured by the Federation, one was in the Empire, one in a laboratory, and the one beside Emo-san was likely the first merfolk whom everyone spoke of as having successfully escaped. In the end, the escape had become a lie. Eternally trapped by Emo-sen's side, he was nearing death. Jiang Xunzhou's words struck Emo-sen's mind like a heavy hammer, impacting the string named reason. The commander's composed facade was finally ripped away, his expression momentarily twisted in a grimace before swiftly returning to its usual inscrutable demeanor. Emo-sen's azure eyes were like ink, shrouded in darkness, concealing countless chills. What do you mean? Literally, is it not? Jiang Xunzhou retracted, his tone indifferent. You should be more aware than I am about the condition of the merfolk you have hidden away, right? Indeed, T-01's condition had been deteriorating recently. Emo-san had initially thought he was merely sulking, never expecting to hear such words from Jiang Xunzhou. Emo-sen liebsteichten it, forming a straight line. Do you have a solution? Jiang Xunzhou, engrossed in examining a map, recalibrated his route to confront the second prince, then waved his hand dismissively without turning back. He left behind one final remark. The sea is his true home. Once the matter with the second prince was resolved, he could rest assured at home, waiting for Emo-san to come to him. The highest commander of the Federation, though perilous, could be wielded effectively as a sharp weapon against the Empire. Jiang Xunzhou once again toyed with a prominent figure, deceiving Emo-san, who lacked the propensity for gambling. The luster of the scales merely reflects the depth of the owner's affection for the individual. Perhaps the hidden merman had become utterly disillusioned, resulting in the fading of the mark. Most merfolk yearn for freedom, having been birthed in the vast ocean. How could they possibly resign themselves to confinement within such a limited realm? Emo-san, unwilling to relinquish his grip, would never gamble, especially not with the lives of the merfolk. He would undoubtedly seek out Jiang Xunzhou again. Gaining entry to the second prince's palace was hardly a challenge. Jiang Xunzhou possessed an excellent sense of direction, and the guards were decidedly foolish, allowing him to slip in with ease. The second prince was still reprimanding the young princess over the banquet, the girl's tender visage marred by tears, her shoulders shaking from her sobs, while the instigator of this turmoil continued his incessant tirade. It was amusing to Jiang Xunzhou that a man's incompetence could be pinned on a little girl. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gesturing vaguely towards the individuals over there. The moment his voice faltered, the world seemed to pause, even the chirping of crickets halting, while the second prince remained frozen in his stance, his expression contorted in anger. Jiang Xunzhou's gaze turned icy as he instantaneously materialized between the two. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted the young princess's hand high, illustrating the perfect angle to strike the second prince. He stepped back from between them and snapped his fingers with a gentle flick. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the air. The second prince, furious, exclaimed, "You dare strike me?" The young princess, momentarily dazed, shook her head vigorously. No, it wasn't me. She stared incredulously at her own hand, bewildered by the occurrence. Just as the second prince was about to unleash his wrath, a soft chuckle reached his ears. Turning to see Jiang Xunzhou, he realized it could only be him. He was not foolish enough to believe his usually timid sister would dare to rebel. It had to be Jiang Xunzhou, employing some unknown means. Jiang Xunzhou, The second prince gritted his teeth, aware that no one else was present, thus feeling no need to maintain a facade. Do not think that with Qi Yubai as your backing, you can act with impunity. Trespassing in the palace is a capital offense. The second prince pondered who would meet their demise first. Jiang Xunzhou, leisurely toying with his firearm, aimed it mockingly at the second prince, mimicking the gesture of firing. Bang! He chuckled softly, and the second prince perceived him as a devil. The second prince's voice trembled slightly, yet he feigned composure. Do you think you alone possess a gun? He moved as if to retrieve his own weapon. But Jiang Xunzhou was quicker, chambering around before him. Do you believe my speed in firing is swifter than your speed to draw? Jiang Xunzhou paused, and the conclusion to that question was indisputable. With merely a flick of his finger, the second prince would find his life extinguished here. The first shot struck the second prince's hand, his attempt to grasp the gun thwarted by the photon gun's searing blast, leaving his flesh charred and mangled, a faint scent of burnt meat lingering in the air. Now, he dared not move, fearing that Jiang Xunzhou's next shot might claim his life. The sound of the gunshot would merely be interpreted by the guards as the second prince practicing, drawing no attention whatsoever. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Xunzhou stepped behind the young princess, methodically prying her fingers apart to place the gun into her hands. Your fate is now in your hands, he assured her. I shall refrain from action today. Should you choose to spare him, I will return tomorrow to seek my revenge. As he drew closer, Jiang Xunzhou could sense the subtle tremors of fear radiating from the young princess. The second prince was her biological brother, sharing the same parents. She remained motionless. Jiang Xunzhou smirked and continued, I will ensure everything is handled discreetly. No one will ever suspect your involvement. The temptation was indeed formidable. Gradually regaining her composure, the princess took a deep breath and, under the pleading gaze of her brother, pulled the trigger. Brother, she seemed to sigh, may your journey be smooth. One shot, then another. First, the limbs as the laser slowly seared the second prince's body, the scent of flesh intensifying in the air. The entity 070, having just returned to Jiang Xunzhou's consciousness space, was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding scene, overwhelmed by the aroma. Host, are you barbecuing? It inquired. Jiang Xunzhou replied. If you wish to partake, I shan't stop you. This would conveniently aid him in disposing of the body. Upon realizing the situation, 070 felt a wave of nausea and fell silent. Rather than being shot, the second prince was more accurately described as having succumbed to his own agony. Thank you. The princess exhaled with relief. I will assist you. Taking the gun back from her, Jiang Xunzhou wiped it clean and remarked candidly, you played your part exceedingly well. In the era of starry realms, both princesses and princes held equal claims to succession. Your ambition is vast. We shall forever remain adversaries. Their shared objective was the empire. Chapter 74. The position of the empress, the jealousy of the third party, the temperament of the general, and the enigmatic merfolk. Having dealt with the second prince, Jiang Xunzhou's spirits were markedly elevated as he hummed a cheerful tune on his way to the Qi residence. He had instructed the princess on her testimony, advising her to claim that they had encountered an assassin and that the second prince had been tragically slain while trying to protect her. Given the second prince's penchant for feigning virtue, no one would question this narrative, except perhaps the first prince, who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Xunzhou. However, he was not a cause for concern, as he too had been caught meeting clandestinely with the empire's generals, which served as leverage against him. Upon returning to the villa, Qi Yubai sat expressionless on the sofa, his demeanor notably grim, clearly having awaited Jiang Xunzhou's arrival for some time. He sipped from the coffee before him, the table also bearing 2 bowls of seafood porridge and steamed dumplings, now cold and long past their prime. Where have you been? Qi Yubai's tone revealed no discernible emotion. Yet, Jiang Xunzhou sensed an undercurrent of anger. He settled into the seat opposite Qi Yubai, his own cup of warm milk suggesting it had only recently been heated. You already know, he stated, not as a question, but as a certainty. I am quite aware of my boundaries. Such a significant event has occurred within the court, and it is only natural that Qi Yubai would receive news of it promptly. However, Jiang Xunzhou, believing himself to be sufficiently swift, was still taken aback by the delay in information. Have you considered what would happen if you were to be captured? What if they uncover your true identity? Do you realize that Morrison Campbell is present within the palace? Chi Yu-bai exclaimed, forcefully placing his coffee cup down, causing the scalding liquid to spill slightly and scald his hand, turning the skin a vivid red in moments. He continued, if he discovers that you are thriving within the empire, what will your circumstances be then? Chi Yu-bai's influence in the empire was far greater than Jiang Xunzhou had anticipated. He was even capable of tracing Morrison's whereabouts. One must understand the meticulous nature of the crown prince. Moreover, Chi Yu-bai's expression darkened further as he added, how could you possibly touch that woman? Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow, deliberately misinterpreting his words. So, are you implying that General Qi is upset with me for having touched your fiancée? Chi Yu-bai retorted, you know full well that this is not my intention. Jiang Xunzhou continued to prod, then what do you mean? Do you believe I am causing you trouble and jeopardizing your career? Of course not. Chi Yu-bai immediately countered in his mind. He had already consented to collaborate with Jiang Xunzhou in their pursuit of power. How could he still be concerned about his career? Pressing his lips together, as if having made a monumental decision, he finally spoke. I'm worried about you. For reasons unknown. Chi Yu-bai always found it challenging to articulate these feelings of concern and affection. He preferred to express his sentiments through actions rather than mere words. I would rather offer something tangible than merely speak. Do you believe I need your concern? In truth, he did not. Chi Yu-bai was acutely aware of Jiang Xunzhou's strength and had experienced his unique capabilities firsthand. Honestly, he should be more concerned about his own potential troubles. With Morrison in the empire, Chi Yu-bai lowered his gaze, allowing himself to avoid Jiang Xunzhou's penetrating stare. As he spoke almost to himself, the Federation possesses means to deal with the merfolk. Morrison has seen you, and your identity being exposed could easily make you a target. I fear for your safety. As though summoned by his very thoughts, the intelligent assistant arrived at the door with news of Morrison's presence. What was he doing here? Chi Yu-bai's emotions swiftly returned to a more composed state. Jiang Xunzhou took a sip of milk, leaving a ring of white residue around his mouth. We have met. He seeks me for a matter. Chi Yu-bai's expression darkened like a stormy sky. You are courting danger. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled. How much better off can General Qi be? In a certain sense, we are quite similar. Chi Yu-bai's lips moved silently, yet no words escaped. Indeed, his reputation outside was scarcely more admirable than Morrison's. When it came to sincerity, he seemed unable to present much of value. Upon reflection, aside from financial support, he realized he had offered Jiang Xunzhou little else, and their relationship lacked even a proper confession. Chi Yu-bai turned to the intelligent assistant and commanded, tell him to leave. He is not welcome in the empire. Jiang Xunzhou's smile froze. What do you mean? Chi Yu-bai, without any hesitation, enveloped Jiang Xunzhou in his embrace, as if fearing that he might vanish at any moment. He fervently wished to remain with Jiang Xunzhou forever. I do not harbor any affection for him. He murmured softly, Xunzhou, please do not meet him, all right? First it was Yin Shi, and now it is Mo Senator. His beloved Xunzhou was simply too charming. Chi Yu-bai's negative emotions swelled within him, and he longed to confine Jiang Xunzhou within the villa, where he alone could behold him, and only he could be seen. Yes, indeed. A flicker of resolve ignited in Chi Yu-bai's eyes as he suddenly acquiesced. I will first meet him and then decide whether to bring him here. Before Jiang Xunzhou could comprehend this abrupt change in Chi Yu-bai's demeanor, he had swiftly vanished from sight. The grand door closed tightly, the light above blinking red, before eventually falling silent. Chi Yu-bai's concern was palpable, even prompting the villa's security measures to activate. Host, upon the 070 update, additional functionalities emerged, reminding him, now only Chi Yu-bai can freely enter and exit this villa. Don't you think this resembles the prelude to a certain type of dwelling? Jiang Xunzhou averted his gaze and replied coolly, I am aware. When he first arrived in the empire, he had witnessed Chi Yu-bai employing this device, even installing a tracking system within his light brain. Indeed, 070 pondered, believing that the host must have been mentally prepared long ago. Individuals like him, with psychological issues, tend to be either extreme or indifferent. Jiang Xunzhou chuckled lightly. You might as well say that he behaves this way in every world. Although personalities do exhibit variations across different realms, these deviations merely amplify a specific emotional aspect rooted in their original nature. Essentially, they remain unchanged, fundamentally similar, a dormant madman. As Jiang Xunzhou candidly assessed, the sudden decision to confront Emo-san was likely not born of goodwill. Jiang Xunzhou narrowed his eyes, contemplating the underlying motives behind Qiyu Bai's uncharacteristic behavior. Surely, he harbored some ill intent. Oh right, 070 presented data for his review. I find it rather peculiar that his darkening value is quite high. 070 considered him one of the more indifferent protagonists it had encountered. Unconcerned about a troubled family, indifferent to career pursuits, and possessing low expectations, save for Jiang Xunzhou. It seemed the host had not engaged in any wrongdoing. So how had his darkening value risen to 89? This world's male lead was exceedingly difficult to manage. In previous worlds, the darkening value had surged only after the host had severed ties. Yet in this world, the host was being mistreated and the value still climbed. 070 scoffed loudly. What a wicked man. Chapter 75 Additional Update. The primary consort, the third party, and the temperamental general of the anglerfish merman. 21. Regarding Qiyu Bai's sudden change of heart to seek out Emo-san, Jiang Xunzhou had begun to form a vague understanding. In truth, compared to the Crown Prince, Qiyu Bai bore a closer resemblance to Emo-san Campbell, similar backgrounds, comparable achievements, and equally obsessive temperaments. However, the merman that Emo-san had imprisoned was far easier to control than Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou empathized, contemplating that if Qiyu Bai possessed a means to deal with the merman, he too would lack the ability to protect himself. He mused that Qiyu Bai would almost undoubtedly opt for a suite in the little black room, offering a comprehensive service of enforced affection. Although signs of change had begun to emerge, Qiyu Bai ultimately returned with Emo-san Campbell, the two having reached an unexpected accord, walking side by side in an unanticipated harmony. Had Qiyu Bai not discreetly nudged Emo-san, their camaraderie might have appeared even more seamless. Emo-san Campbell stood slightly shorter than Qiyu Bai, and it was unclear if Qiyu Bai was aware of this, as he maintained a proud posture, showcasing his remarkable height. Intentionally creating a commotion, Qiyu Bai coughed and pretended to dust off non-existent particles from his head. 070 was taken aback. Is this arrogant man truly so conceited? Having not witnessed Qiyu Bai's diamond-studded car previously, 070 would have likely referred to him not as a bad man, but rather as a flamboyant peacock, given his ostentatious demeanor. The thought of such a scene made Jiang Xunzhou chuckle. Emo-san cast him a disdainful glance, scoffing, T03. Before Emo-san could elaborate, Qiyu Bai interrupted him. 01115. Has no one taught you the importance of civility? Qiyu Bai's gaze was profound. He was not T03. Jiang Xunzhou possessed his own name, not merely a series of digits. 01115 was Emo-san's designation within the imperial military, a detail Qiyu Bai, as a longtime rival, was well aware of. I have no idea what he is called. Montaxen remarked nonchalantly. Qiyu Bai's disposition suggested he would never voluntarily disclose such information. Very well, 01115. Jiang Xunzhou replied with a twinkle in his eye. What do you seek from me? Emo-san sighed. You truly enjoy playing the fool, don't you? Fully aware you would return, yet feigning ignorance of the reason. All right. Jiang Xunzhou shrugged, getting straight to the point. Let's make a fair trade. He briefly laid out his terms. The Empire needed a transfusion of new blood. Oh, T03 was bolder than he had anticipated. Qiyu Bai's reputation in the Federation was rather mediocre. Whenever mentioned, he was invariably labeled as a good dog of the Empire. Yet now, this dog dared to aspire to become the master. How amusing. Emo-san laughed, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing spectacle. Very well, I agree. He was eager to witness how they would orchestrate this performance. The internal strife within the Empire could yield more benefits than drawbacks for the Federation, couldn't it? Let them together muddle the already murky waters. In exchange, I can assist in healing your little merman. Mo-san remained silent, feigning contemplation. I seem to be at a disadvantage, don't I? The empire is a grand prize, and once secured, Mo-san would gain little else. Considering such actions could be labeled as treason. Should the Federation become aware, he too would face condemnation. The merman's lifespan is extensive, robust, and seldom falls ill. Jiang Xunzhou's words were merely one-sided and unverifiable. Mo-san could not afford to put himself at a disadvantage. What makes you think I would care for his well-being? Jiang Xunzhou remarked softly, "Your presence here is the most eloquent response, is it not?" He had miscalculated. His instinctual decision had inadvertently revealed his vulnerabilities. Mo-san sighed once more. "You are truly astute, entirely unlike the others." Chi Yubai interjected, stepping between them to obstruct Mo-san's admiring gaze. "No need for your commentary. Look how easily their General Qi exposed his Achilles heel to a temporary ally who is ostensibly an adversary." Oh, Mo-san mused. How foolish he was. Any perceptive individual could discern his weakness, such as Jiang Xunzhou. The next time I visit the Empire, I shall bring him along. Initially, Mo-san intended to add Jiang Xunzhou as a friend, but it was predictable that Chi Yubai would vehemently oppose this. Ultimately, Mo-san had no choice but to befriend his sworn nemesis. Chi Yubai's career value, 10, current career value, 80. Chi Yubai's corruption value, 1, current corruption value, 90. Host, please take measures to reduce it promptly. Chi Yubai's corruption value was rising alarmingly. Jiang Xunzhou could not help but rub his forehead, reflecting on how petty this general's temperament seemed. After discussing serious matters, Jiang Xunzhou found himself unable to interject a single word to Mo-san, as Chi Yubai relentlessly dismantled his points, which only served to displease him further. A lack of understanding, yet he maintained respect. After bidding farewell to Mo-san, Chi Yubai's taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat, as he placed his hands on either side of Jiang Xunzhou's shoulders, a posture that enveloped Jiang Xunzhou entirely. "He is intrigued by you," Chi Yubai reiterated. "A cold-hearted individual like Mo-san has taken an interest in you." It is worth noting that the merman designated as T-02 had also attempted to escape. Mo-san personally led the operation, interrupting the merman's tailbone and severing its fin, capturing it for the laboratory. Without its fin, the fish could not survive in water, nor could the merman. Mo-san's actions unequivocally severed that merman's chance of returning to the sea. Jiang Xunzhou was taken aback to learn of such a past, pondering whether the merman kept in Mo-san's household had endured similar treatment. If so, it could spell trouble. "Host, the merman residing in Mo-san's home indeed has a connection to you," Jiang Xunzhou replied, somewhat astonished. "Elucidate." 070, having observed the trajectory of this world, explained, "That merman, like you, is of royal blood within the merman clan. Moreover, he is your uncle. The one who should have inherited the merman throne was he. Yet for reasons unknown, he had rejected the previous merman king and departed the ocean alone. No one knew his whereabouts, nor would anyone have imagined that this prince, poised to lead the mermen, would find himself imprisoned in the human realm, even becoming a forbidden treasure of humanity. What a tragic fate. You seem lost in thought." The pain emanating from his jaw snapped Jiang Xunzhou back to reality. Chi Yubai's beautiful eyes had lost their usual luster, now marred by bloodshot veins. As he drew closer, Jiang Xunzhou noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes. It was rare for him to reflect on whether he had been overly neglectful of Chi Yubai. Contemplating his previous attitudes in other worlds and considering how this world treated Chi Yubai, Jiang Xunzhou ultimately concluded he had shown too much leniency. Chapter 76. The Status of the Empress and the Generous Temperament of the Third Party. 22. Chi Yubai had not yet been kissed, and the 5 vivid red fingerprints on his face only served to amplify his sense of grievance. He instinctively clung to Jiang Xunzhou, seeking comfort, only to be gently pushed away by Jiang, who remarked, "Why do you behave like a little dog?" As he nuzzled persistently, his tousled black hair brushed against Jiang's skin, eliciting a ticklish sensation akin to the playful wagging of a tail. Chi Yubai grasped Jiang Xunzhou's wrist, guiding it downward until it lingered near his lips. His fingertips grazed the soft petals of Jiang's mouth before they were drawn into the warmth of his moist cavity. Woof! Qiubai lifted his gaze to meet Jiang's. As if to say, "Master, kiss me." He playfully nibbled on Jiang's index finger, tenderly grinding the flesh without causing pain, instead igniting an indescribable emotion. A delightful, tingling sensation reminiscent of an electric shock. Jiang Xunzhou averted his gaze, denying Qiubai any opportunity to escape. Qi held Jiang's wrist firmly, exerting just enough pressure to prevent him from fleeing, embodying a resolute determination that suggested he would not relent easily. He was unaware of where Qiubai had acquired such tenacity, nor did he care to inquire. Meanwhile, 070, having indulged in the richness of their affection, remarked, "Well, as long as he is willing to invest effort in his host, that is sufficient." Jiang Xunzhou could only chuckle at this. As the saying goes, one must offer a sweet date after delivering a slap. He had given the slap, and indeed, a sweet date was warranted. Thus, Jiang Xunzhou leaned down, bestowing a kiss upon Qiubai's brow, treating him much like one would a large dog, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "All right, now you can let go," Jiang joked, adding, "If you break the skin, I'll have to get a rabies shot." As he spoke, he examined Qiubai's teeth, discovering that one of his canines was rather sharp, resembling a small tiger's tooth, nearly imperceptible upon closer examination. Jiang's fingertip pressed against the pointed tooth, causing a slight sting. "Should I get you a bite guard?" That would certainly be quite alluring. Qiubai knelt before Jiang, and upon hearing this, did not release his grip. Instead, he teasingly licked Jiang's finger, justifying it as disinfecting. Quite the master of excuses. Jiang patted his head, firmly prying open his mouth to withdraw his finger, wiping the glistening saliva on the collar of Qiubai's shirt. "Now let's discuss serious matters." The red-soled shoes rested on the shoulder of the esteemed general as Jiang Xunzhou reclined lazily against the back of the sofa. The emperor is 283 years old this year, and his health has long since deteriorated. At this moment, all that was missing was a cigarette or fine liquor, and Jiang's demeanor would mirror that of the flamboyant young scions who flaunted their privilege. Indeed, it would be more fitting to describe it as stepping on the high and holding down the low. After all, no one in the entire empire dared to treat Qiubai in such a manner. Rather than feeling discomfort, Qiubai experienced a secret thrill. It seemed that the more Jiang Xunzhou adopted this lofty demeanor, the more he yearned to shatter that facade, to witness the fragments of his expression, to see the sharpness in his eyes lose focus, and to hear his fragmented words echo with the essence of himself. Qiubai lowered his gaze, his thick lashes casting shadows over the dark emotions that lurked beneath. He raised his chin, resting it upon Jiang Xunzhou's other leg. "Are you contemplating an attack?" Jiang Xunzhou refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. "Do you understand why the Federation would send merfolk to the Empire's gifts?" It was evident that he was not genuinely inquiring. Qiubai followed suit, responding, "Why? It is said that the blood of merfolk can grant immortality." Jiang Xunzhou paused momentarily before continuing. "There are also less credible legends suggesting that merfolk blood can extend one's life and preserve youth. Unfortunately, such claims remain unverified. The Federation's laboratories once conducted experiments on white mice, yet they continued to age normally and ultimately perished 2 years later. Fearing adverse reactions to the serum, the laboratory refrained from testing on humans, leaving the matter unresolved. The reason for sending merfolk to the Empire is quite straightforward. The Emperor does not wish to die, just yet, and would be more anxious than they are, willing to experiment on his own subjects. In time, they could reap the benefits. The merfolk are robust, drawing a little blood wouldn't kill them, and they could sell it at a premium to wealthy patrons across the stars, with the only cost being the preservation of the merfolk's life. Should they die, it would matter little, for they could always capture more. As Qiubai ascended to the position of general of the Empire, he easily grasped the convoluted intricacies involved. His previously buoyant thoughts ceased to dance, and the look of pity that had adorned his face vanished, replaced instead by a fierce resolve. Jiang Xunzhou continued, "The Crown Prince has already discovered my identity. Do you think he will come after me?" "Yes," Qiubai replied, the answer almost self-evident. The myriad legends surrounding merfolk blood are overwhelmingly beneficial, with no discernible harm. The emperor's heirs are few. There are only 2 princes, while the remaining 3 princesses lack substantial supporters and pose little threat. The greatest rival, the second prince, has already fallen to gunfire. With merfolk blood, the crown prince could leverage Jiang Xunzhou to secure the position of heir, perhaps even restoring his own mobility. The sole drawback would be offending Qiyu Bai. Yet, no matter the circumstances, Qiyu Bai remains immortal, bound to the frailties of flesh. As long as he is vulnerable to death, he must possess weaknesses. The benefits clearly outweigh the risks. Is it Mo's hen? Over the years, their clandestine exchanges have occurred under Qiyu Bai's watchful eye. Yet, as long as the empire remained unharmed, he turned a blind eye. Mo's hen had visited the palace moments before Jiang Xunzhou's identity was unveiled, making it impossible to suspect anyone else. Jiang Xunzhou sought to caution, "He is still our ally. We must not act impulsively." His return ship has likely not ventured far. Given Qiyu Bai's temperament, it would be typical for him to pursue Mo's hen and engage in a confrontation. Currently, Mo's hen remains our ally. There is no need to create discord. Once this matter concludes, even if Qiyu Bai were to chase him to the Federation and take his life, I would not protest. Qiyu Bai, suppressing his breath, returned to his thoughts, muttering, "Am I truly perceived by you as someone incapable of discerning right from wrong?" Jiang Xunzhou regarded him quietly, his gaze seemingly inscribed with the words, "Are you not?" "Very well," Qiyu Bai conceded, lowering his head. Indeed he was. Jiang Xunzhou lowered his head, oblivious to whom he was messaging on the light brain, his fingers deftly composing a message. Seizing the moment, Qiyu Bai quietly opened his own light brain, locating the dialogue box with Gu Qinyun, succinctly articulating his request. "Few hidden. Any tricks to teach all at once. Urgently needed. Reply swiftly. Transfer. 999999. Gu Qinyun received the payment instantaneously. The light brain vibrated incessantly, notifying its owner of new messages awaiting attention. Poor Qiyu Bai had no opportunity to check, as he had just completed the transfer when he glanced up to find Jiang Xunzhou standing behind him, both of them fixated on the screen. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xunzhou finally broke the ice. "Are you quite idle?" This was rather unfortunate. In a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, Jiang Xunzhou did not take any drastic action against him, merely transferring an equal sum back to himself from Qiyu Bai's account. Qiyu Bai arbord no grievance. Instead, producing all his bank cards, offering to surrender them, entrusting Jiang Xunzhou with the management of their finances. Jiang Xunzhou declined, dousing his enthusiasm. "It's inappropriate to let a friend manage your money." A friend? What friend indeed? After kissing countless times and rolling in bed innumerable times, it turned out they were merely friends. What a friend! Qiyu Bai was nearly driven to laughter by his vexation. Yet, regardless of his anger or grievance, he had to suppress it. After all, he had not confessed his feelings, leaving Jiang Xunzhou solely focused on his career, with no concern for him. Qiyu Bai stifled his frustration through breakfast, attacking the steamed dumplings with a vengeance, stuffing his cheeks until they were bulging. After the meal, he finally had the opportunity to peruse Gu Qinyun's dating manual on his light brain, only to be interrupted by an uninvited guest. The villa's intelligent steward activated a level 1 security protocol, and the sensors in the hall flashed incessantly with red lights. Qiyu Bai's eyes darkened with malice as he rose to approach the central control. On the surveillance screen, a battalion surrounded the villa, their insignia unmistakably that of the Royal Guard. This unit was equipped with the Empire's most advanced weaponry and composed of elite members from various military factions. The Crown Prince. Qiyu Bai's gaze fixed on the visage on the screen. If emotions could penetrate the screen and inflict harm, the Crown Prince would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground grew nearer, prompting Qiyu Bai to adjust his facial expression, attempting to appear less menacing as he turned to seek Jiang Xunzhou as presence. Jiang Xunzhou, however, did not regard him, instead focusing on the individual on the screen quicker than I anticipated. This only deepened Qiyu Bai's frustration. Jiang Xunzhou had not spared him a single glance since entering. Was his appearance truly less striking? Bai thought incredulously. At last, Jiang Xunzhou cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Royal genes are incomparable. A cricket. Jiang Xunzhou continued to scrutinize the surveillance. At a time like this, you still ponder such trivial matters. Bai fell silent, quietly operating the console to assemble his own forces. To be candid, within the Imperial military headquarters, scarcely anyone would dare to oppose this legendary general, Bai, who has become an idol to the majority of soldiers. The Imperial Guard comprises individuals promoted annually from various military ranks, many of whom have served under Bai, and now they find themselves on opposing sides. It is unlikely that anyone anticipated a day when they would raise their weapons against a commander they deeply revered. They are compelled to obey orders, even without the right to know the truth. General Qiyu, the voice of the Crown Prince, resonated through the transmitter. I have always held you in high regard, and the royal family has never treated you poorly. He adopted a posture of assured victory. If you surrender, Jiang Xunzhou, I assure you, the royal family will hold no grudges. You shall remain the illustrious General Qiyu, a loathsome pest, reduced to mere bluster, lacking real ability, yet exuding arrogance. Riding on the coattails of his fortunate birth, he has contributed nothing of substance to the empire. When Bai first set foot on the battlefield, this pampered crown prince broke his leg at the racetrack. Although the medical technology of the interstellar era is remarkably advanced, capable of restoring him to normalcy, the crown prince, whether out of a desire to bide his time or sheer arrogance, stubbornly refused to accept a mechanical leg. Negotiate with me? Bai aimed his device at the transmitter. You are not worthy. His confidence stemmed from military merit and authority. His only superior was the emperor, while the crown prince was not even the heir apparent. The crown prince's smile froze, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Bai has colluded with federal spies, committing treason. Break down the door. After a moment's pause, he added, spare a life for interrogation. Bai let out a cold laugh, a grandiose pretense. The security measures of the villa were formidable, and the crown prince's men could not breach them immediately. However, with their advanced equipment, it was merely a matter of time. Jiang Xunzhou glanced at his watch, estimating that it would be sufficient to hold out until Bai's reinforcements arrived. Patience might be a prudent choice, but it was not the only one. Bai possessed the proper permits for firearm possession. Earlier, Jiang Xunzhou had scouted the villa, discovering an arsenal hidden underground and a secret passage leading outside, prepared for emergencies. What do you intend to do? After spending some time together, Bai had learned to discern Jiang Xunzhou's thoughts from subtle expressions. I will accompany you. Jiang Xunzhou licked his lips, his tone laced with excitement. Do they not enjoy hunting a trap? Let them see who the real prey is. Exiting through the tunnel would allow them to rendezvous with a small contingent of Bai's private troops, composed entirely of elite members. Jiang Xunzhou bit the cap of a marker, propping himself on a paper map, continuously circling and marking points. With something in his mouth, his words became slightly muffled. We will exit from this position, then return via this route, perfectly encircling them. The crown prince had even concocted the charge of treason for them. However, the traitor and conspirator is none other than his eldest prince, rather than Bai. He possesses evidence, for Bai has planted a listening device in his neural interface, the recordings of which will remain for at least 7 days before being automatically deleted. The encounter between Jiang Xunzhou, the eldest prince, and M.O. Sun Campbell can serve as substantial evidence. Jiang Xunzhou, with a cap on his pen, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Do you have confidence? Jiang Xunzhou is a vibrant individual. Bai found himself unable to tear his gaze away from him. Those sparkling eyes seemed filled with starlight, so bright they could burn. Even in the dim control room, he radiated an aura, effortlessly becoming the center of attention. Jiang Xunzhou appeared to always know his purpose. That nearly arrogant confidence did not stem from status or power, but from a profound conviction deep within his soul. He yearned to kiss the person before him, to possess every facet of him, his brightness, his fury, his melancholy. All of it belonged solely to him. Bai's breath caught, urging himself to remain calm, for this was not the time for such thoughts. They still needed to confront a formidable adversary together. I will follow your highness to the death. Chapter 78. A third party in the main palace's position. The ambitious general of the Siren, 24, Jiang Xunzhou, and Qi Yubai swiftly exited through a secret passage, leading a group with unstoppable momentum, soon returning to the fray. The once confident eldest prince became flustered, though he quickly regained his composure and donned a fitting smile. General Qi, are you not only conspiring against the state, but also plotting harm against the royal family? A cold glint flashed in Qi Yubai's eyes. He had no intention of wasting words. Villains often perish due to excessive chatter, particularly in such perilous circumstances. Excellent, the eldest prince said nonchalantly, tapping the armrest of his wheelchair as he maneuvered it towards the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Yubai's face. His tone was casual. Did you think I hadn't prepared backup? He raised the remote control high, eager to divulge its functions in exhaustive detail. The explosives he had buried near Qi Yubai's villa were sufficient to raise the place to the ground, and the remote served as the means to that end. The security systems within the villa could withstand explosions, but what of the exterior? The eldest prince doubted Qi Yubai would be meticulous to such an extent. He had never underestimated Qi Yubai. This young general had his own methods to escape with his beloved, and he, too, should be adequately prepared. With the initiative regained firmly in his grasp, he lightly rubbed the red button on the remote, grinning wickedly. It only takes a second for me to detonate this place. Which do you think will reach first, your bullet or mine? Qi Yubai, it's worth having you, this useless pawn. Take the fall. Sinister. Qi Yubai tightened his lips, his hand gripping the gun, veins bulging, yet he remained unmoved, steadfastly aiming the weapon at the eldest prince. He could disregard his own life, but Jiang Xunzhou could not. Such a worthless existence was not worth his sacrifice, and he did not wish for Jiang Xunzhou to be tied to this fool until the very end. Qi Yubai stated, on what basis should I trust you? What grounds do we have to believe that there exists sufficient explosive material to bring about destruction here? Everything is merely the Grand Prince's word, devoid of tangible evidence. The Grand Prince, unfazed, remarked, you may take a gamble. Regardless of the outcome, the probability stands at 50%. If fortunate, one survives. If not, they perish together. A gentle pat on the shoulder, akin to a touch upon the taut nerves of Qi Yubai, drew his sharp gaze. Upon turning, he discovered it was Jiang Xunzhou, and in that fleeting moment, his demeanor softened. There is no need for such complexity, Jiang Xunzhou stated with an unruffled calmness. Step back, allow me. Qi Yubai opened his mouth, intending to voice further thoughts, but met Jiang Xunzhou's calm eyes, signaling him to remain composed. He ceased his movements, lowering his arms that had grown weary from maintaining a single position. His expression remained stoic as he rubbed his aching limbs, gazing at Jiang Xunzhou's retreating figure, his eyes deepening with contemplation. He was no ordinary human and could exert the same control over the Grand Prince that had once been used to master himself. There was no need for a gamble, nor any semblance of danger. Yet, Qi Yubai felt no elation from his survival. Instead, he felt increasingly inept. In this moment of crisis, he could do nothing but cower behind Jiang Xunzhou, embodying cowardice. His resentment brewed. Why was he merely a mortal being? He did not wish to stand in the shadows of Jiang Xunzhou, watching from afar. He longed for the strength to protect him. Qi Yubai's corruption value, 5. Current corruption value, 95. Host is urged to reduce it promptly. Jiang Xunzhou paused momentarily, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Qi Yubai, his attractive brows knitting slightly. 070 interjected. What is wrong with this male protagonist? Jiang Xunzhou withdrew his gaze, shrugging to indicate his own uncertainty. He could not afford to be distracted by other matters. The pressing concern remained unresolved. Jiang Xunzhou raised his hand, gesturing in an indistinct manner, leaving those present in confusion. Only the Grand Prince, one of the few who knew Jiang Xunzhou's true identity, understood his intentions, deducing that this enigmatic figure was employing his unique abilities as a merman. How could this be? Emo-san had informed him that the simplest method to counter a merman was to isolate them from sound, as long as one could not hear a merman's voice. They could not be beguiled. Yet the earplugs he had just donned were utterly ineffective. Jiang Xunzhou did not even move his lips. The Grand Prince felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from this inexperienced merman, reminiscent of the aura he had only encountered in the young emperor during his youth. This individual must not be allowed to remain. The Grand Prince's hand trembled slightly, nearly losing his grip on the detonator, as his other hand instinctively sought the firearm at his waist. However, before he could draw it, he found himself immobilized in place. His entire being felt as though encased in ice, unable to move, with only his eyes darting about, scanning his surroundings. His esteemed royal guards stood like statues, seemingly oblivious to his plight. The Grand Prince could not discern whether he had been deceived by Mo's son or if Jiang Xunzhou was simply too extraordinary. The calculating glimmer in his eyes was replaced by a plea as he struggled to move his lips to speak. Noticing this, Jiang Xunzhou raised a finger, signaling that he was permitted to speak. The Grand Prince took a deep breath and hurriedly exclaimed, "There is absolutely no dynamite here. I do not genuinely wish to harm you. Therefore, I beseech you, show mercy and spare me." The Grand Prince faltered, unable to utter the latter part of his plea due to the weight of years of dignity that prevented him from lowering himself. It felt like a thorn lodged in his throat. He yearned to survive, yet was reluctant to debase himself by begging, still trapped in the role of a mere plaything. A merman. Why could he not simply be a delightful instrument for their amusement? Why must he seek to stand out? Why must he oppose him? In terms of status and identity, was he not on par with Qiyu Bai? Stubborn and resolute, Jiang Xunzhou smirked. However, you may still prove somewhat useful. The Grand Prince believed he had found a glimmer of hope for survival, only to find himself reduced to a puppet devoid of consciousness, manipulated by Jiang Xunzhou. Everyone present, except for Qiyu Bai, had their memories altered by Jiang Xunzhou. They would only perceive that an attack had occurred on the general's family, believing the Grand Prince had come to their aid. As for the logic of it all, let this foolish group grapple with their own confusion. With the Grand Prince as an unwitting pawn, Jiang Xunzhou's subsequent actions would be considerably simplified. He lifted the restrictions on the Grand Prince, allowing him and his entourage to depart. After a morning of chaos, the Grand Prince had caused no tangible harm, yet he had thoroughly disgusted them, as if even the air he breathed was tainted. Once he had dealt with those present, Jiang Xunzhou suddenly remembered Qiyu Bai, whom he had neglected. Turning around, he met the unwavering gaze that had never faltered, and a single thought echoed in his mind. It was all over. Chapter 79. The position of the main palace, the third party's resentment, and the general's merman Qiyu Bai's lips curled into a smile, maintaining a facade of composure. Yet his eyes were icy, even possessing an eerie emptiness, as if he were the one being controlled by Jiang Xunzhou. He fixed his penetrating gaze on Jiang Xunzhou, his cold stare clinging to him like a venomous serpent, ready to strike at any moment. Indeed, the next instant, he heard the familiar electronic voice. "Alert! Alert! Qiyu Bai's corruption level has increased by 5. Current corruption level, 100. Please, host, lower it as soon as possible." Jiang Xunzhou's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he exhaled. "Your smile is rather unappealing," he remarked. Qiyu Bai's lips curled downwards, his face enveloped in a shadowy gloom, and the oppressive aura surrounding him felt tangible, suffocating those nearby. His hands trembled slightly from restraint, and his already bloodshot eyes appeared even redder, glimmering with unshed tears, as if weeping blood. Taking a deep breath, Qiyu Bai struggled to swallow, remaining silent as he brushed past Jiang Xunzhou. "Host, 070 lamented. I feel as though Qiyu Bai might faint from anger." Jiang Xunzhou patted the spot where he had been bumped. "I am aware." 070, seeing him unmoved, was eager to gesture suggestively. But alas, Jiang Xunzhou was oblivious. "Perhaps you should go and comfort him?" Jiang Xunzhou lowered his gaze, silently observing the cold entrance of the villa. The iron gate, adorned with an unexpected twist of roses, exuded a whimsical fairy tale charm. Fortunately, the gate was automatic, sparing him from the prick of thorns. When disregarding the fact that it was merely a door entangled with flowers, it bore an unsettling resemblance to a prison window. He smirked slightly asking, "Do you think I can emerge once I step inside?" 07E contemplated seriously, given the current darkness of his intentions and the protagonist's state. It seems unlikely. Perhaps Jiang Xunzhou truly would find himself singing a lament behind bars, amused by his own musings. He shook his head and stepped willingly into this impending prison that awaited to engulf him. Qi Yubai sat regally upon the sofa. A collection of spirits sprawled across the table, undoubtedly of high proof. A faint flush tinged his handsome visage. The amber liquid was consumed as if it were mere water. Glass after glass. Beside him stood the villa's intelligent robotic butler, its blue, translucent screen illuminated, densely populated with Qi Yubai's vitals. As it scanned the data, its cold, mechanical voice urged Qi Yubai to cease this self-destructive indulgence, warning that his alcohol intake had exceeded his body's limits. Irritated by the incessant reminders, Qi Yubai lazily lifted his eyelids and silenced the robotic caretaker with a swift command. What is he up to now? 070 pondered, struggling to comprehend Qi Yubai's behavior. He had anticipated a descent into darkness and forced affection, given his penchant for manipulation. Is he drowning his sorrows in drink? Jiang Xunzhou mused, perhaps so. The notion of drunken confessions seemed more fitting, as Qi Yubai was notoriously reticent in sober moments, his words often elusive. As Qi Yubai truly intoxicated himself, his gait became unsteady, swaying perilously. Just as Jiang Xunzhou anticipated a fall, Qi Yubai stumbled and fell directly into his embrace. The villa was stocked with fine wines, and although the scent of alcohol clung heavily to Qi Yubai, it was not unpleasant, nonetheless. Jiang Xunzhou couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain for his drunken state. Qi Yubai leaned heavily against Jiang Xunzhou, who demonstrated remarkable strength, remaining steady and supporting the inebriated figure effortlessly. Qi Yubai gazed up at him, his obsidian eyes clouded, shrouded in a misty haze. His expression softened and pitiable due to the effects of the alcohol, resembling a large, forlorn dog. With a slight curve of his lips, he continued, "Is it to draw closer to me? To exploit me?" His muddled thoughts prevented him from delving deeper into his reasoning, momentarily forgetting his subsequent words as he fixated on Jiang Xunzhou with his glistening eyes. "For what purpose?" Qi Yubai murmured. "To upend an empire? What is your rationale behind this? If one were to speak of vengeance, should it not begin with a strike against the shoulder?" Qi Yubai steadied himself, no longer needing to tilt his head upwards to gaze at him. He encircled Jiang Xunzhou's waist with both arms, resting his chin upon his shoulder, obscuring his facial expressions from view. "Jiang Xunzhou, you harbor many secrets." Qi Yubai lowered his head, burying himself in the crook of Jiang Xunzhou's neck. His warm breath cascading over the skin, causing Jiang Xunzhou to uncomfortably tilt his head, only to be embraced tighter. "Does toying with my emotions bring you pleasure?" Jiang Xunzhou offered no reply, merely stating, "You are intoxicated." Ignoring him, Qi Yubai persisted, "Is that so?" "Indeed it is." It transformed him from a mere stepping stone in the protagonist's journey to a pivotal figure, witnessing the once exalted individual now groveling at his feet, pitifully seeking a mere glance of compassion. This sensation of subverting predetermined destinies and manipulating the favored child of fate at will was exhilarating. Jiang Xunzhou had no intention of adhering to the cruel script imposed upon him. Why should he follow someone else's directives? He had endured enough of being led around by the nose. He resolved to oscillate between kindness and cruelty. As he contemplated this, he realized that by begrudgingly offering the male lead a semblance of tenderness, that individual would be ensnared in a tumult of anguish and conflict, hating him yet unable to resist loving him, with every emotional upheaval serving to revolve around him. The humid breaths at his neck quickened. He gently raised a hand to caress the soft strands of hair, a gesture that felt both comforting and torturous in that moment. "To toy with your emotions?" Jiang Xunzhou finally spoke, his chest vibrating with the effort. Qi Yubai, pressed closely against him, distinctly sensed this shift. "Qi General, were you not the one who disparaged the notion of affection?" The hand at his waist stiffened momentarily, then embraced him even more tightly. Akin to a drowning man clinging to a lifeline, refusing to let go. Jiang Xunzhou grasped the nape of his neck, creating a slight distance between them. The confusion in his eyes had transformed into clarity, his cheeks still flushed, hardly resembling a drunken state. They were positioned exceedingly close. Qiyubai akin to an unyielding adhesive, pulling away only to reattach, their noses brushing against each other's heated skin, prompting a slight smile from Jiang Xunzhou. Is it truly that significant? He mused softly, his breath brushing against Qiyubai's lips. Qiyubai, you are fully aware of everything. And yet you still step forward, one hesitant foot after another. Every aspect of this was willingly embraced by Qiyubai. Chapter 80. The Position of the Main Wife. The Jealousy of the General, the Enigmatic Merman. 26. Qiyubai was cognizant of everything. He understood his own strong intentions, recognized that he was merely utilizing Jiang Xunzhou, and was even aware of his malicious thoughts towards him. Nevertheless, he obediently walked into this trap known as tenderness, finding a strange delight in it. Jiang Xunzhou's words were soft, almost a sigh. All this effort just to convey that? Of course not. Qiyubai released his hold, turned, and collapsed onto the sofa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a lowered head. Oh, not at all. His abrupt change in demeanor was starkly contrasted with the aggrieved Qiyubai from moments ago, as if he had learned the art of rapid transformation. More swiftly than turning the pages of a book, Qiyubai exhaled a smoke ring and, with a deliberate gesture, dispelled it. Over the years, his burdens had lessened significantly. He considered himself to have successfully quit smoking, only to find himself faltering once more. He closed his eyes, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. His throat parched. Have you ever contemplated what would happen if the explosives were real and the Crown Prince reacted to detonate the bomb? Qiyubai suppressed his voice. You would perish. Must you always stand in front of him? Must you allow him to protect that individual? Must you let him remain helpless? A mere spectator? Do we not agree to resolve this together? Jiang Xunzhou certainly possessed confidence and assurance, yet Qiyubai did not share that sentiment. He was acutely aware that no matter how formidable Jiang Xunzhou was, he remained a mortal, susceptible to bleeding and death. What you wish to accomplish, I shall assist you in fulfilling, Qiyubai stated with a cold, unyielding demeanor, leaving no room for refusal. Just wait and watch. Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. Do you intend to confine me? The treatment befitting a prisoner of war, Qiyubai replied with a faint smile. There are far worse fates. Would you like to know? I would rather not. It surely bodes ill. Perhaps Jiang Xunzhou's expression was too overt. For Qiyubai instantly grasped his implication. There was no choice for a captive. Consider a reward for me, he said. I shall seek you out after I have concluded my affairs. In that fleeting moment, as Qiyubai turned away, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. He extinguished the barely smoked cigarette and retrieved a sobering pill from his pocket to consume. Once during a winter long past, Qiyubai and a contingent of soldiers found themselves stranded in the snow-covered mountains, where provisions were scarce, and they resorted to purchasing cheap liquor to stave off the cold and hunger. It was there that he honed his tolerance for alcohol. The sobering pill felt somewhat superfluous, yet considering his impending tasks, he deemed it prudent to achieve a clearer state of mind. Qiyubai's methods were swift and decisive. No sooner had the Crown Prince returned to the palace than he stealthily led a contingent into the court. Human lifespan had vastly extended compared to the ancient Blue Star, yet human greed remained insatiable. The emperor, in his quest for immortality, was daily consumed by the so-called elixirs of life, now resembling a marionette with frayed strings. Jiang Xunzhou, remaining at home, could better leverage the Crown Prince as a puppet. He had already penned the script. The Crown Prince usurps the throne, and General Qiyubai gallantly defends the realm. Regrettably, the aging emperor still perished, and in the ensuing struggle, the Crown Prince also met his demise. It required further contemplation. Outright seizing power, such an act might tarnish Qiyubai's reputation, lacking in perfection. Oh, indeed, the script must be revised. The Crown Prince cannot die. He must inherit the throne, and a new system must be established. Let the blame fall upon that little princess. Others lacking power posed no threat. Yet the little princess had been quite active lately, with the former second prince's faction rallying behind her. Ambitious, possessing real power, and even entangled with Qiyu Bai, her survival from the previous second prince's demise had already demonstrated her ruthless nature. Jiang Xunzhou had granted her a reprieve once, which was tantamount to nurturing a tiger. This time, he would not leave himself vulnerable to future peril. Jiang Xunzhou sent a message to Yinshi through a neural terminal, instructing him to take action alongside the political faction embedded with the second prince. He then reclined on the sofa, utilizing the first prince as his eyes to maneuver within the palace. Outside the emperor's chamber, 3 groups of people had gathered. One group led by Qiyu Bai, another manipulated by Jiang Xunzhou's first prince, and the last comprised of remnants loyal to the second prince. The groups exchanged glances, hesitant to act without orders from their superiors. Eventually, they received instructions and were astonished to realize they were all on the same side. Did it truly require such a multitude to deal with the frail and ailing emperor? Moreover, there was scarcely any danger involved. Some among them had even penned their last wills prior to the operation. Ultimately, those wills proved unnecessary, as their superior commanded them to fire a few random shots, merely to simulate a fierce battle. The young princess was under the control of Jiang Xunzhou's people, currently being watched over by Yinshi, while he himself manipulated the first prince to meet Qiyu Bai. With the dark muzzle of a gun aimed directly at him, the first prince raised his hands, unperturbed, and even managed to smile. Qiyu Bai shot him a cold glance before abruptly lowering his weapon, deeming the encounter rather dull. "You know it's me," he stated. Jiang Xunzhou's tone was exceedingly certain. "How did you figure it out?" He revealed that he had altered the memories of these individuals, but withheld the fact that he had employed special means to control the first prince, turning him into a puppet. Strangely, Qiyu Bai was not at all surprised and recognized him at first glance, leaving Jiang Xunzhou in awe. Qiyu Bai diverted his gaze from the first prince's face, aware that the consciousness within belonged to Jiang Xunzhou. Yet, seeing that visage and hearing such intonations made it hard to restrain himself from striking out. "Because it's you, I can recognize you," he remarked. Though the statement was vague, it was easily comprehensible. Jiang Xunzhou shrugged, opting not to delve deeper into the matter. The palace floor was splattered with several basins of blood, creating the illusion of a scene post-corpse removal. Qiyu Bai lowered his gaze, cleaning the gun in his hand, lost in thought. Jiang Xunzhou seemed to share the sentiment that the situation was growing tedious. The once bright eyes of the first prince dimmed, reverting to emptiness. Qiyu Bai noticed this shift as well, his expression falling once more as he scanned the first princess form. As he departed, he kicked over the first prince's wheelchair, sending the man crashing to the ground, unmoving, leaving a bewildered group of soldiers to clear the scene. Soon after, news reports emerged detailing an attack on the palace, the demise of the emperor, and the capture of the fifth princess, deemed the mastermind behind the chaos. While the remaining 2 princesses were en route back. In the capital, nearly all individuals of nobility were convened to discuss the selection of the next emperor. Meanwhile, the common populace voiced their grievances, rallying together, believing this presented a favorable opportunity to escape their current plight. Thus, the empire descended into civil war. Chapter 81. The position of the main palace and the ambitious general of the Siren clan. 27. The civil war within the empire lasted merely a year, during which Qiyu Bai spearheaded the rebellion, leading to the capital's swift fall before other regions. Traditional officials were purged, hastening their conquest of this territory. In any era, the welfare of the populace surpasses all else. This empire, founded during the interstellar age, was astonishingly dismantled with such ease. The common people seized control, the royal family vanished, and the notion of nobility dissipated, ushering in a republican system. Due to the existence of a peace treaty, the Federation merely muddied the waters of the empire, and with M.O. Senckenberg's clandestine maneuvers, the scales of victory had long tipped. Recently, Qiyu Bai busied himself with subsequent affairs, transforming the former palace into a central office, where he found himself overwhelmed. Conversely, Jiang Xunzhou took on the role of a carefree overseer, relishing his newfound freedom. Logically, Many advocated for Qi Yubai to assume the presidency. However, for reasons unknown, this founding hero declined, ultimately leaving the position to Yin Qi. Jiang Xunzhou's appointed candidates naturally garnered the support of the majority. Consequently, the burden of responsibility shifted from Qi Yubai to Yin Qi. Qi Yubai mirrored Jiang Xunzhou's actions, adopting a hands-off approach, casting aside mountains of paperwork upon his rival, while he himself remained closely attached to Jiang Xunzhou. I am perplexed. Qi Yubai initially believed that Jiang Xunzhou sought the empire for himself. Why then endorse a system that seems detrimental to him? The governance within the Siren clan bears similarities to that of the empire. Jiang Xunzhou could have leveraged the civil war to effect a change in leadership, as the empire itself had once emerged. The republican system, in his case, brings more disadvantages than advantages, especially considering the considerable effort expended. Does it truly matter to me whether this is advantageous or not? Not at all. Regardless of the system in place, it merely influences human society. Jiang Xunzhou, being a siren, need not be concerned. Do you not despise the royal family and nobility? Jiang Xunzhou replied nonchalantly, with both the royal family and nobility entirely eradicated from this world. Are you not pleased? On the surface, it appeared that everything was indeed for Qi Yubai's benefit. However, as class distinctions faded, Qi Yubai's noble status would also cease to exist. The royal family would no longer regard him with trepidation, and he too would be significantly weakened in military authority. Once a dominant force, he would no longer have unilateral control. Qi Yubai, however, remained unfazed by these changes. Regardless, he retained his esteemed status as General Qi, revered by many. He found himself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Xunzhou. Could this prince of the Siren clan truly be so benevolent as to orchestrate his delivery to the empire and subsequently aid this human nation in its growth? Qi Yubai refrained from answering whether he was happy, instead turning the question back. Once this matter is settled, will you return to the ocean? Qi Yubai. Jiang Xunzhou twirled the ends of his hair with his fingers, his gaze fixed intently upon him, tilting his head and asking, "Do you not wish for me to leave?" Qi Yubai approached him solemnly, grasping his hand and caressing his warm face. "Wherever you go, take me with you." Jiang Xunzhou was his most trusted confidant and therapist. If Jiang Xunzhou were to reject him, Qi Yubai mused, he would surely lose his mind. Jiang Xunzhou let out a chuckle, feigning distress as he remarked, "If I take you back with me, you might perish. Humans are unable to breathe and move freely in the sea, even with tools." Qi Yubai could not linger at the ocean's depths, let alone share a life together. With that realization, Qi Yubai ceased his pretense. "Then I shall remain here." He swept Jiang Xunzhou into his arms, but instead of heading to the bedroom, he made his way to the indoor pool. Gently, he placed Jiang Xunzhou into the water, revealing the elegant, long fishtail. Without a second thought, Qi Yubai tore off his clothes and dove in after him. Qi Yubai was tall, and the pool had been constructed deeper than usual. As he opened his eyes, the salty seawater surged into his gaze, causing such pain that he could barely keep them open. His ears and nose were enveloped by the water, the oxygen in his lungs gradually depleting, leading to a slight sensation of suffocation. Yet Jiang Xunzhou remained unaffected, as if he had just entered the water. This was a challenge Qi Yubai could never overcome. With a resigned expression, Jiang Xunzhou flicked his tail, wrapping his long, thick appendage around Qi Yubai's waist, pulling him closer and kissing those lips that had turned cold from lack of oxygen. Like a fish on the brink of death, finally encountering water, Qi Yubai clung to Jiang Xunzhou, almost greedily drawing from him. Not a kiss, but a silent release of pent-up emotion. Qi Yubai's tongue forcefully pried open Jiang Xunzhou's lips, plunging deep within, claiming every inch of air and sweetness in his mouth with an insatiable fervor. Their breaths intertwined, every subtle whimper and gasp consumed by him. His mind blanked, overwhelmed only by Qi Yubai's fierce suckling and biting. A tingling pain coursing through his lips that mingled with an overwhelming, spine-tingling pleasure. Unconsciously, Jiang Xunzhou tightened his grip on Chiyubai's hair, undeterred, synchronizing with his movements. They wrestled and entwined, devouring one another like two beasts caught in a storm, both tearing and clinging to each other. The world spun around them, leaving only their frantic heartbeats and heavy breaths. Their reason burned away, leaving only the primal, instinctual desire that propelled them to affirm each other's existence in this fervent manner. Jiang Xunzhou's tail flicked, propelling Chiyubai above the surface. With waterlogged hair clinging to his forehead, droplets cascading down, Chiyubai gasped for air, a rare moment of disarray for him. "We have yet to experience your merfolk form," he said, brushing back the damp strand from Jiang Xunzhou's temples and tucking them gently behind his ear. "Shall we give it a try?" Jiang Xunzhou licked his lips, lifting a hand to grasp Chiyubai's chin, questioning what. "Do you truly consider me a plaything, a gilded canary? How could he dare?" Jiang Xunzhou knew well that this was merely banter. If Chiyubai were to acquiesce, his fishtail would swiftly constrict him. "Zhou." His eyes scanned the water, revealing a frighteningly red hue around his orbs, and with a pitiful gaze, he implored Jiang Xunzhou, "The lifespan of a human is fleeting for a merman. Will you keep me company?" In truth, it was only Chiyubai who found himself truly ensnared. He had long regarded Jiang Xunzhou as the most precious treasure in his life. Through soft persuasion and earnest entreaties, he would even grovel if it meant keeping Jiang Xunzhou by his side. If that measure of so-called dignity could secure Jiang Xunzhou's presence, he would willingly sacrifice everything. Even Chiyubai found himself astonished that he could stoop to such depths. This feeling was reminiscent of a fervent longing, akin to something he once possessed and subsequently lost. He was unwilling to let go. He refused to lose. They were destined to be entwined through countless lifetimes. Chiyubai's career value is 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Chapter 82. The position of the main consort, the third party, and the magnanimous general's fish-like merman, 28. With a career value of 100, the task was accomplished. Yet the system did not provide them with the option to escape this world. The system hinted at the existence of high-risk events in this realm, preventing the tasker from departing at this moment. It was needless to say that Jiang Xunzhou understood the implication. Chiyubai's corruption value was excessively high, posing a threat to the world. Every mention of this corruption value made him want to laugh. After all, he was assigned a villainous system that still concerned itself with the protagonist and the world's well-being. It was a marvel that it did not simply lead to destruction. This was a perplexing dichotomy. Let it be. Jiang Xunzhou had no intention of leaving the world just yet, as he still had unresolved matters. Once he addressed those, he would then deal with Chiyubai's corruption value. In his current state, Chiyubai misinterpreted Jiang Xunzhou's silence as deep contemplation. Chiyubai continued to tempt him. "You would feel more comfortable in your true form, Zhou. Why not give it a try? You might enjoy it." As Chiyubai gently caressed the tail entwined around his waist, the cold scales warmed beneath his palm. Jiang Xunzhou shivered involuntarily at the unexpected sensation. He turned his head and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense." The objective was achieved, and he had discovered the sensitive spot on the fishtail. Yet that was not enough. Chiyubai smirked and feigned innocence. "Zhou, teach me." As a mere human, he was utterly ignorant of the merman's anatomy. The black fishtail swayed rhythmically at the water surface, splashing water all around, while a robotic vacuum tirelessly cleaned up the mess time and again. It was all a facade. Chiyubai was well aware of everything. He had already studied under Senator. It was hard to fathom that these two former adversaries, who had always been locked in a fierce rivalry, could now calmly explore a topic together. Despite the ridicule he faced, Chiyubai gleaned far more valuable knowledge than any of Gu Qingyun's nonsensical dating manuals, and Mo-san charged not a single penny. Jiang Xunzhou moved his fingers, feeling as though every bone in his body had turned to jelly, rendering him utterly powerless. The self-repair capability of a merman was superior, yet he found himself outmatched by Chiyubai. Just as he contemplated kicking the person beside him out of bed, Chiyubai, as if sensing something, abruptly opened his eyes and instinctively recoiled. 070 chuckled in the consciousness space. The protagonist has now been kicked into muscle memory, etched into the soul. They would be forever remembered. Is this a particularly glorious matter? Jiang Xunzhou frowned and addressed Qi Yubai. Do you dare to hide again? Chubai felt an overwhelming sense of despair, perplexed by his own instinctive reactions. He attributed them to a habit of vigilance he had cultivated over time. However, Jiang Xunzhou was uninterested in his musings, forcibly subjecting him to a prolonged ordeal. With 10 glaring fingerprints emblazoned upon his face, Chubai rubbed his sore cheeks and sighed deeply at the heavens. How could such a situation provoke a response? Shaking his head, he resolved to address the matter himself in the bathroom. Upon emerging, he found Jiang Xunzhou had already packed his belongings. Initially, Chubai presumed he was about to depart, but then reconsidered. As a merman, Jiang Xunzhou had no need for clothing underwater. What, then, was the purpose of his luggage? Jiang Xunzhou offered no time for contemplation, pushing the suitcase toward him and raising his chin assertively, declaring, "We are headed to the Federation." Chubai immediately grew vigilant. What business do we have in the Federation? The situation had only just stabilized, and countless eyes were fixated upon them. Traveling to the Federation at this juncture would undoubtedly make them targets. Yet, Chubai's elevated position left him with little choice. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, Jiang Xunzhou suddenly recalled something. Turning toward the bedside table to retrieve Chubai's holographic device, handing it to him. Check the news. Chubai obediently complied, and before him appeared a document emblazoned with a bold header. Notice regarding strengthening the protection of key marine species and strictly cracking down on illegal fishing and other destructive activities. It was a joint initiative by the Federation and the new nation. Chubai softly read aloud from the document. The treaty will be signed on January 1st, 7626 of the interstellar calendar. Realization dawned upon him. Tomorrow was indeed January 1st, 7626. Now, Chubai grasped Jiang Xunzhou's intentions. The lofty aristocracy and royalty, filled with a sense of superiority, disregarded even the plight of their own citizens, let alone the fate of marine life. Should the Empire officially acknowledge the existence of the merman, it would herald a grand hunting game, with the mermen treated as mere prey, ruthlessly captured. Perhaps the only way to save both species and safeguard the oceans was to overthrow the Empire and establish a new order. He closed the document, noting the remaining message from In Shi, informing him of his role as the new nation's representative to the Federation for the signing of the Marine Ecological Protection Treaty. Armed with this justification, Chubai could confidently proceed to the Federation. The new nation's proposal was entirely reasonable, especially considering that a significant portion of the officials were Jiang Xunzhou's allies. Their agreement was hardly surprising. How did you convince the Federation to agree? The Federation had been the first and had the most encounters with the mermen, understanding their intrinsic value. Even with Morson's influence, it seemed improbable that they would acquiesce so readily to this undertaking. The solitary merman in the laboratory was far from sufficient for the Federation's research, and the new nation had only recently been established, still lacking the foothold to extend its reach into the Federation's waters for the capture of mermen. It was truly unfathomable. The Federation had suffered through 3 years of widespread drought. Jiang Xunzhou had not finished his thought. The prolonged aridity had severely diminished agricultural output, contributing to the Federation's earlier defeat. Chubai, misinterpreting the situation, initially believed the merman was to blame. Were the mermen truly that formidable? This thought lingered in his mind, prompting him to voice his inquiry. Jiang Xunzhou lightly tapped his forehead and shook his head, saying, "No, but this is unnatural. The climate and water resources of the Federation had not been considered scarce before. After several years of sudden drought, who could endure it? I merely deceived Mosin, claiming it to be the curse of the merfolk. Whether Mosin truly believed it is uncertain, yet he certainly has his own motives." Under Jiang Xunzhou's coercion and enticement, he began to involve himself in this matter. I told them that once the treaty is established, the Federation will experience a bountiful rain after a prolonged drought. Qi Yubai pondered the long-term implications. What if the Federation discovers that you have deceived them? Jiang Xunzhou was exceedingly confident. They will not discover it. In fact, they will come to believe even more firmly that this is indeed the curse of the merfolk, fostering a sense of reverence for this mysterious race. While Jiang Xunzhou could not make the curse a reality, he was a man of his word. If he stated that the Federation would experience a bountiful rain, then it would surely be so, stemming from his unshakable confidence in his own abilities. To summon the winds and rain was as effortless for him as breathing. He Yubai, unaware of all this, could only attribute it to the unique bloodline of the merfolk royalty. Having witnessed Jiang Xunzhou's prowess, he was reluctant to delve deeper, knowing that the answers would not align with his desires. Chapter 83. The status of the main palace, the third party, and the magnanimous general of the fishing merfolk, 29, Qi Yubai and Jiang Xunzhou boarded a private aircraft bound for the Federation. Uncertain whether it was by design or happenstance that the person assigned to liaise with him was Mosin Campbell. These two, outwardly sworn enemies, managed to maintain an amicable demeanor during the signing process, exchanging cordial smiles as they shook hands and signed, concluding the meeting seamlessly. After the crowd dispersed, this general from the new nation, Qi Yubai, along with his partner Jiang Xunzhou, secretly entered the vehicle of the Federation commander, returning to Mosin's residence. "Wait here," Mosin Campbell commanded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Let him go in alone with me." Qi Yubai protested. "On what grounds?" Mosin Campbell let out a cold laugh. "Because my wife is inside." Well, it was an irrefutable rationale. Yielding to Jiang Xunzhou's subtle gaze, Qi Yubai begrudgingly retreated to the sofa, seething with resentment as he waited. Jiang Xunzhou paused at the door, hand resting on the doorknob, and turned to Mosin, stating, "You're not allowed to enter either." Mosin objected. "Why not?" "She's my wife." Jiang Xunzhou's response was a chilling laugh. "Well, she's also my beloved uncle." The golden-haired man was taken aback, a flicker of shock passing through his emerald eyes. As if he had not heard correctly, he cupped his ear and asked again, "What did you say?" Jiang Xunzhou ignored him, swiftly shutting and locking the door, leaving Mosin staring blankly at the door. It was indeed unexpected that T03 and T01 were related, and he had just delivered the latter. It was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After all, before Jiang Xunzhou's arrival, Yuche had been alone. Despite his deep-seated self-loathing, in this desolate human world, he had no choice but to rely on him. Yet now, Jiang Xunzhou's emergence shattered all of that. This uncontrollable turn of events made him restless. Mosin lowered his head, assembling and disassembling his firearm repeatedly, as if this ritual could alleviate his anxiety during the tense waiting. Qi Yubai, unwilling to concede, transformed their originally leisurely activity into a competition of speed, vying for superiority in every endeavor. Meanwhile, Jiang Xunzhou remained blissfully unaware of such rivalry. It must be noted that Mosin Campbell indeed treated Yuche with great care. The room had been transformed into a veritable aquatic paradise, with only a small portion suitable for human habitation. However, it was also possible that Mosin resided in a different chamber, separate from his uncle. The once glimmering golden scales of Yuche now lacked luster, as he languidly reclined in the water, his elongated tail stirring the depths and creating gentle ripples. Upon hearing a noise at the door, he did not even lift his head, idly toying with his hair, twisting it into spirals. Only when Jiang Xunzhou approached did Yuche lazily raise his eyelids, surprised to find that the visitor was not Mosin Campbell. A flicker of astonishment crossed his golden eyes. It was unexpected that Mosin would allow an outsider entry. After some contemplation, Yuche found this plausible. Recalling how Mosin had been seeking renowned physicians for over a year, ostensibly to attend to his health, yet continuously replacing them with new faces. Mosin had concealed his intentions so well that Yuche remained unaware whether this relative was merely spinning tales to Mosin, claiming that Yuche was gravely ill, thus inducing a sense of urgency in him. Jiang Xunzhou settled into a rocking chair by the pool and straightforwardly greeted, "Uncle, it has been a long time." Among the merfolk, surnames were of little significance. They used whatever names they fancied, which explained why Yuche and Jiang Xunzhou were cousins despite their differing surnames. Gradually, Yuche's thoughts coalesced, and he scrutinized Jiang Xunzhou's visage, though his position only permitted a view of half of his cousin's profile. He did not entirely trust him. He had witnessed Mo Sin's ruthlessness firsthand, and the fact that Jiang Xunzhou appeared here unharmed suggested two possibilities. First, Jiang Xunzhou might be human, a fact that Mo's son was unaware of, perhaps learned from the merfolk in the laboratory, using this identity to gain his trust with unknown intentions. Second, Jiang Xunzhou was indeed his little nephew, though it remained unclear what methods Mo's son had employed upon him. Regardless of the scenario, Yu Che remained cautious and probed. Xiaozu? What brings you to the human realm? I was captured by the Federation. Jiang Xunzhou replied truthfully, as he had indeed entered the human domain through that very channel, later fortuitously encountering Mo, senator aware of Yu Che's skepticism. Jiang Xunzhou rose from the chair and approached the pool's edge, his legs transforming into a dark tail beneath the water. Fortunately, the pool was spacious enough to accommodate 2 adult merfolk. Witnessing this transformation eased some of Yu Che's wariness, and a rare, gentle hue graced his face. It is indeed Xiaozhou. I chose your name, he reminisced. Years ago, Jiang Xunzhou had been but a tiny being no larger than half of Yu Che's forearm, cradled in his embrace, silent and untroubled. Alas, 500 years had passed since their last parting. Yu Che found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. After being confined by Mo's son for so long, the first person he encountered from the outside world was his own kin. To claim one is not filled with joy would be disingenuous. What predominates instead is a sense of trepidation. The condition of the merman in the laboratory is known to Yu Che, and if Jiang Xunzhou were to ponder further, he would find it unbearable. Yu Che, stifling a sob, felt his eyes instantly redden. What brings you here? He continued, and what you mentioned about being captured by the Federation. Jiang Xunzhou nodded, recounting the myriad events that had transpired in the human world over the past few years, including how he had deceived Mo Sr. Understanding dawned upon Yu Che. So that is the case. No wonder he has been so anxious. Indeed, he cares deeply for you, Jiang Xunzhou remarked casually. Do you still harbor feelings for him, or do you wish to leave? Suddenly, Yu Che laughed. Do these two sentiments conflict? Should his affection condemn him to remain confined within this minuscule realm for decades, perhaps centuries? He belongs to the ocean, to a far grander expanse. And not to Mo Senator, I must depart, Yu Che asserted. But before I do, there must be a price to pay. He mused that he must have lost his senses to have willingly stayed by Mo Sen's side for so long. The mere fact that Jiang Xunzhou could pose such a question indicated he possessed a solution, especially now that he wielded influence over the new state. Backed by a formidable nation, Jiang Xunzhou narrowed his eyes. What do you intend to do? Yu Che rubbed his temples, momentarily at a loss. Do you have any suggestions? He was acutely aware of his own gentle disposition, which had deterred him from assuming the throne of the Merman clan. It was rather ironic, after years of house arrest. He didn't even know how to exact revenge. When the topic of retribution arose, Jiang Xunzhou was instantly intrigued. Wasn't he fond of playing in the dark? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. Why not employ a similar tactic and confine him as well? Jiang Xunzhou could already envision the furious expression on Mo Sen's face and added, Then I will take you on a tour of the new state. Once you feel satisfied, we can contemplate releasing him. After all, with an intelligent caretaker, he won't starve. The proposal was indeed enticing, and Yu Che's eyes sparkled with interest as he nodded vigorously. However, they both needed to temper their emotions for the time being. Jiang Xunzhou composed his expression, rubbed his cheek, and stepped outside, while Yu Che remained in the room. Until Mo's son made a clear statement, Jiang Xunzhou could not take Yu Che away. Mo's son had been waiting outside for quite some time, subtly blocking the door's crack to shield from prying eyes. Observing Jiang Xunzhou's grave demeanor, he was gripped by an ominous premonition. What has happened to him? Not good, Jiang Xunzhou replied, shaking his head as he secured the door and walked away. Speaking as he went, it has dragged on too long. It's become rather complicated. Mo's son understood the underlying implication. There remained hope. The situation was challenging, but not insurmountable. Jiang Xunzhou took a seat on the sofa, and Shi Yu dutifully presented him with a cup of tea, casually nudging Mo Sen's position aside. After conversing for quite some time, Jiang Xunzhou indeed felt parched. Lowering his head, he sipped some water before speaking. "Commander, perhaps you should learn the true meaning of equality." Mo Sen furrowed his brows, his countenance turning cold. "What do you intend to imply?" Jiang Xunzhou curled his lips slightly. "You shall inevitably pay the price for this, shall you not? The affliction of the heart is difficult to cure." He glanced at the tightly shut door, hinting, "Oh, I almost forgot. Commander, your retribution has already arrived." This statement was deliberately vague. Those unaware of the context might assume he was alluding to Yu Che's imminent demise as Mo Sen's punishment, which was precisely how the other two individuals in the room interpreted it. Montaxin, as hostility surfaced in an instant, his nails digging deeply into his flesh as he struggled to maintain his composure. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Enough of this nonsense. I only desire for him to live." Jiang Xunzhou inquired. "Any conditions will suffice? As long as he can survive?" Mo Sen affirmed emphatically. "Any conditions will suffice. As long as he lives. Then that simplifies matters." Jiang Xunzhou fabricated a non-existent medical device, claiming it was exclusive to the new nation. Although Qi Yu Bai was utterly perplexed, he was not foolish enough to confront Jiang Xunzhou directly. The two engaged in a seamless act, using this as leverage. Jiang Xunzhou demanded that Yu Che be brought back to the new nation. Mo Sen did not immediately acquiesce. He pondered for an entire day before finally relenting and allowing them to depart. Initially, Mo Sen merely took a step back, insisting that he must accompany them throughout the process. However, as fate would have it, just as he stepped out, the federal government approached him. Mo Sen could not afford to be unclear about matters concerning the Federation and ultimately compromised, permitting Jiang Xunzhou and the others to take Yu Che away. The remaining affairs became considerably easier to manage. "Little boat." Yu Che hesitated before speaking. "Perhaps we should just let it go." He cautiously observed Jiang Xunzhou's expression. As he did with Mo, Senator Yu Che was acutely aware of his own tendencies to be soft-hearted, failing to achieve what he deemed his revenge. He even felt that his departure would serve as the greatest form of retribution against Mo Senator, as you wish. Jiang Xunzhou was rather indifferent, unconcerned with the actions of this convenient uncle. He harbored no feelings of disappointment, only respect for the destinies of others. The relationship between Mo Sen and him was one of mutual exploitation, since the principal had declared there would be no vengeance. He saw no reason to complicate matters for himself. In the end, Yu Che returned to the sea alone. He realized how absurd he had been and warned Jiang Xunzhou before leaving. "Do not be soft-hearted. Do not fall in love with humanity." Shortly after Yu Che's departure, the Federation abruptly announced, "T-02 has escaped the laboratory." The authorship of this incident was all too evident, yet the poor merman remained unable to return to the sea, forced to continue living in the human world. This seemed to torment him further. He loathed everything about this place, but found himself compelled to exist here. Thus, Jiang Xunzhou sought out his kin. While the mermen possessed formidable self-healing abilities, they could not regenerate like a lizard losing its tail. Logically, the mermen sent into the laboratory should have had no chance of returning to the sea. However, the powers residing within Jiang Xunzhou were inherently unreasonable. An unexpected event can give rise to even more unforeseen circumstances, and Jiang Xunzhou's public statement is that it is a blessing from the sea god. However, the merman knows full well that if such a deity truly existed, he would not have languished in the laboratory for so many years. The true blessing comes from their little prince. He seems to envision a prosperous future for the merman race. Standing at the edge of the dock, Jiang Xunzhou feels the sea breeze caress his face, tousling his hair and causing the loose fabric of his garments to dance gently in the wind. Qi Yu Bai stands beside him, shielding him from the brunt of the cold gusts, as they together watch the merman depart. Eventually, Qi Yu Bai can no longer contain his loneliness and turns to him, asking, "Why do you not leave? Do you wish for me to go?" "Certainly not." Qi Yu Bai presses his lips together. Ever since he brought Yu Che back to the new kingdom, an unsettling feeling has lingered within him, as if Jiang Xunzhou might become the next Yu Che. He is reluctant to seek revenge but can resolutely depart. No, the notion of reluctance does not exist in Jiang Xunzhou's lexicon. Yet perhaps it is for the best, as revenge requires time, and they still have ample opportunity for entanglement. Each day, the sight of Jiang Xunzhou plunges him into an endless anxiety, fearing that he might vanish before his very eyes, and that absence breeds even greater unrest. Only the sound of the listening device implanted in Jiang Xunzhou's neural interface can provide him with a semblance of calm. Qi Yubai lowers his gaze, casting a shadow over his eyelids, and softly murmurs, "I do not wish for that." He would go mad, disregarding all obstacles, even violating the recently signed Marine Biological Protection Treaty. He cannot bring himself to relinquish Jiang Xunzhou. Jiang Xunzhou curves his lips into a smile. "Then I shall not leave." Qi Yubai is momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting his hearing. The darkness within him remains unchanged. Jiang Xunzhou subtly diverts his gaze, the arc of his smile diminishing slightly, as he realizes that Qi Yubai has not believed a single word he has uttered. Indeed, he is quite a formidable challenge. Qi Yubai seems to sense this subtle shift and grows anxious once more. When his palm brushes against Jiang Xunzhou's hand, he discovers that the latter is alarmingly cold. "Let's return home." Jiang Xunzhou repeats, "Home." On their way back, each harbors their own thoughts. Jiang Xunzhou ponders the matter of resolving his darkening state. Yet he cannot devise a viable solution. Qi Yubai, meanwhile, worries that one day Jiang Xunzhou will abandon him to return to the ocean, just as Yu Che and the merman in the laboratory did. Neither finds resolution to their concerns, and this prolonged, silent mental storm ceases as they arrive at the villa, where they encounter a figure that is not entirely unexpected. Montauk Zen Campbell. The cigarette in his mouth has burned down considerably, the ethereal smoke obscuring much of his face, leaving only the vivid red ember visible. Scattered at his feet are cigarette butts and ash. The son has lost the air of refinement he once possessed, his hair grown longer and unkempt due to neglect. Tidro Mo's hen, having indulged in excessive smoking, now possesses a voice that has grown notably deeper. He unexpectedly alters his tone, formally uttering the name of Jiang Xunzhou for the first time. "Jiang Xunzhou, you have finally returned." It is evident that Ma Shen's expression reveals a sense of romantic disappointment, yet whether there lies any malice within remains uncertain. Qi Yubai steps forward to shield Jiang Xunzhou, questioning, "What are you here for?" "What am I here for?" Mo's hen murmurs, repeating the question before bursting into laughter. Holding his head, "Everything I meticulously orchestrated over the years has been shattered by you. Tell me, what do you think I am here for?" He reignites a cigarette, his agitated emotions settling somewhat as he continues. The lifespan of humans is tragically brief compared to that of the merfolk. Exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze falls upon Qi Yubai, who, for some inexplicable reason, perceives a hint of pity within Ma Shen's eyes. Indeed, the human lifespan is but a fleeting moment for the merfolk. To live for 300 years is merely insufficient for them to reach maturity. This implies that, on some future day, Qi Yubai will no longer possess the ability to keep Jiang Xunzhou by his side. He will perish, while Jiang Xunzhou will continue to live, ultimately forgetting him in the vast expanse of time. What is even more disheartening is the possibility that, after his demise, Jiang Xunzhou may find love anew. Countless individuals covet Jiang Xunzhou, and the mere thought ignites a fire of jealousy within Qi Yubai, who longs to obliterate those rivals. Mo's hen slowly raises his hand, pointing at Qi Yubai as he continues, "You and he have together released our hope." Qi Yubai furrows his brow. "What do you mean?" Mo's hen digs at his ear, a derisive expression crossing his face. "It seems Jiang Xunzhou hasn't informed you that every merfolk possesses something immensely precious within them, the mermaid pearl, which, when consumed by a human, allows for transformation into a merfolk, akin to the initial embrace of a vampire. In any case, the merfolk do not perish without their pearl. They merely experience a period of weakness. Jiang Xunzhou has not shared this with you, which suggests that your bond is not as profound as you believe." Jiang Xunzhou, still smiling, yet devoid of any mirth in his eyes, retorts, "Commander Mo's hen, Did you come all the way from the Federation merely to sow discord between us? Mosen extinguishes the spark, letting out a chuckle. Does your fragile relationship even require my meddling? I am akin to Chi Yu Bai. He will inevitably become a second me. Leaning against the doorway, he appears to ponder seriously, yet ultimately fails to grasp the essence, directly posing the question to the principal. Will you become a second Yu Che? Clearly not. Upon realizing this, Ma Shen's gaze towards Chi Yu Bai grows even more sympathetic. You will not. You are too strong-willed to be obedient like him. Jiang Xunzhou's eyes sharpen. We have no time for trivial banter. What do you truly intend to do? Oh, Mosen tosses his hair back, revealing a smooth forehead. The somberness on his face dissipating somewhat as he draws a gun from his coat. I am here to kill you, of course. Shaking his head, as if in resignation. He adds, did I not mention this earlier? Acquire the mermaid pearl, and one can transform into a merfolk. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Once I eliminate you, I will obtain the pearl, and thus I can freely traverse the depths of the sea and retrieve the disobedient Yu Che, regardless of where he flees. I shall not let him escape. Chi Yu Bai squinted, loading his gun in one smooth motion. You are merely dreaming. In truth, Mo-san had no genuine intent to resort to violence. His knowledge of the mermaid's pearl stemmed from the merman housed within the laboratory. Rumors circulated that he had severed the merman's fin and fractured its tailbone, which purportedly led to its capture. This tale was a blend of truth and fabrication. The tailbone incident was indeed of his own doing. As for the fin, an experimental drug had been injected into it without prior testing on lab mice, resulting in a frenzy that enabled its escape. The once exquisite, translucent fin began to rot from the base. At that time, Mo-san was already entwined with Yu Che, and he showed mercy when confronted with Yu Che's kin. To ensure the merman's safety, he was compelled to take drastic measures, amputating its fin to prevent the virulent decay from spreading throughout its body. The internal circumstances of the Federation were no better than those of the former empire. In the Federation's laboratories, mermen were considerably safer than outside. Mo-san had already demonstrated sufficient compassion by saving her. He was under no obligation to extricate her from the laboratory. On the day Yu Che was returned to the sea, Mo-san anticipated that Jiang Xunzhou would inevitably turn back to rescue the merman from the laboratory, and he approached Mo-san first. From a merman, he learned this secret and acquired the precious pearl. Today, Mo-san merely wished to ascertain whether Chi Yu Bai had gained any advantage in this emotional contest. It appeared that he was the victor. At least Yu Che genuinely loved him, albeit unable to accept the manner of his affection. In contrast, Jiang Xunzhou, Mo-san was all too familiar with the aura surrounding him, was driven by an insatiable desire for control, standing atop the pinnacle of power, ungoverned by anyone. He would never develop feelings for Chi Yu Bai. Having unraveled the entire situation, Mo-san cast aside his gun before Chi Yu Bai, his words laced with biting irony. Poor General Chi, may you carry your gun into the next life. He had already resigned from his position as commander. He had devoted too much of his early life to work, and now he wished to spend his remaining time joyfully with Yu Che, the unfortunate creature without a pearl. Mo-san scoffed. After all these years of acquaintance, I shall first behold the vastness of the sea for you, and, oh, the place where they grew up. Chi Yu Bai was instantly provoked. Montaxen. He had refrained from mentioning who had bestowed the pearl upon him, and those unaware of the circumstances, combined with Yu Che's demeanor, naturally linked him to it. Indeed, this was the case, and Chi Yu Bai had been successfully misled. Consequently, his anger intensified. Chapter 86. The position of the main consort. The jealousy of the general and the merman of the fishing line. 32. And what further incensed Chi Yu Bai was Jiang Xunzhou's prohibition against him laying a hand on Mo Sr. Chi Yu Bai clenched the gun with such force that his bones creaked, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Ultimately, he turned away to process his tumultuous emotions before facing Jiang Xunzhou again. Jiang Xunzhou, meeting those glistening eyes, inexplicably felt that Chi Yu Bai was aggrieved. Do not overthink it, Jiang Xunzhou said with resignation. I have only just learned of this matter myself. With a heavy heart, Jiang Xunzhou realized that 070 had never mentioned this matter to him. His time spent in the merman clan was indeed shorter than that in the human world, and he was genuinely unaware. Contemplating this, Jiang Xunzhou felt a sense of helplessness and inquired of 070, "Will I be able to inherit the memories of my own consciousness in the subsequent worlds?" In a place unseen by Jiang Xunzhou, 070 nodded vigorously. "Of course. I only just discovered this bug in my latest update. In theory, you should have inherited your memories from the previous worlds. I am uncertain about the cause of this bug, but it has now been rectified. Starting from the next world, you will be able to inherit your memories." Jiang Xunzhou raised an eyebrow. "Zhou? Oh no." It seemed he had unconsciously adopted the habit of referring to the male lead affectionately. "Well," 070 coughed awkwardly a couple of times. "It appears I've caught the male lead's influence." Jiang Xunzhou chuckled softly. "I see you are becoming increasingly unruly." Qi Yubai silently observed him, remaining quiet for a prolonged moment. His golden-hued eyes contained a myriad of emotions, unwavering as they met Jiang Xunzhou's gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Qi Yubai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, perhaps lending credence to his thoughts. Considering the information recently divulged by Mosin, Qi Yubai felt a stir of emotion. Yet his pride and dignity restrained him from voicing his desires. He was afraid. Afraid that Jiang Xunzhou would perceive him as cheap. Afraid that Jiang Xunzhou might abandon him all the more easily. This sensation was perplexing. Qi Yubai mused, how could someone so proud be rendered so timid by love? So concerned about this and that? In the past, he had acted without regard for the consequences. Qi Yubai raised a hand to cover his face, his contorted expression concealed by his palm, only a few tremulous sounds escaping his lips. Jiang Xunzhou's icy hand grasped Qi Yubai's wrist gently, drawing his hand down. "I have told you, as long as you do not wish for me to leave, I will not depart." It was then that Jiang Xunzhou noticed Qi Yubai's face was streaming with tears, yet he was reluctant for the person before him to notice. As soon as his hand was released, he turned his head away, biting his lip tightly to stifle any sounds of sorrow. Jiang Xunzhou gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Qi Yubai's eyes, letting out a low sigh. "What must I do for you to believe?" Qi Yubai halted his tears, resolutely stating, "I want your merman pearl." 070 immediately shrieked, "Ah, let him go." Just as Mosin had mentioned, the merman pearl could indeed transform a person into a merman, and mermen were immortal. However, they were unaware that the merman pearl could control the life and death of mermen. For humans, possessing a merman pearl was merely akin to wielding an auxiliary tool. It could not merge with them as it did with mermen, and in human hands, it could be stripped away and seized. If anyone were to discover the true nature and ownership of the merman pearl, Qi Yubai would undoubtedly become a target. In a worse scenario, if the merman pearl were damaged, it could jeopardize Jiang Xunzhou's life. Logically, in contemporary human society, few could pose a threat to Qi Yubai, yet 070 was unwilling to take that gamble. But did it desire to see its host take such risks? It swiftly conveyed the pros and cons of the situation to Jiang Xunzhou, hoping he could think calmly before deciding whether to acquiesce to the male lead's request. However, 070 was met with the most unwelcome response he could imagine. Even his own host sought him out for guidance. In a fit of impotent rage, 070 replaced the title of the nefarious Qi Yubai with the grandiose label of a calamity-bringing demoness, spitting at him from afar. Jiang Xunzhou curved his lips, drawing Qi Yubai's neck down, his soft lips brushing against the other's tender petals, parting ever so slightly. Golden pearls of essence flowed from his dantian, radiating a brilliant glow as they streamed into Qi Yubai's body. Though they resembled a small sun in hue, they brought with them an unexpected chill, freezing his limbs and meridians, leaving Qi Yubai stunned and motionless. Jiang Xunzhou recalled the tutorial he had just watched, astonished that Qi Yubai, a favored child of destiny, would exhibit a rejection reaction to such a treasure, momentarily at a loss for words. He gently traced Qi Yubai's lips with his small tongue, his warmth contrasting sharply with the other's coldness. Qi Yubai tightly embraced Jiang Xunzhou's waist, raising a hand to cover his beloved's eyes. his voice dripping with affection. I love you very deeply. Qiyu Bai's darkening value has reached 10. Current value is 90. Please, host, take measures to reduce it promptly. The fluttering of long eyelashes brushed against Jiang Xunzhou's palm, igniting a yearning within Qiyu Bai. Any trace of grievance vanished from his face, replaced by a smile that betrayed his satisfaction at his plans taking shape. You see, Emo-san had overlooked the most crucial detail. His Jinju was also a tender-hearted soul. At least when it came to him, Qiyu Bai. As long as Jinju felt compassion for him, he was willing to relinquish any semblance of pride, allowing himself to appear as humble as necessary to elicit Jiang Xunzhou's pity. Qiyu Bai cared not for the authenticity of emotions. As long as Jiang Xunzhou remained by his side, he could continue to play the role, indulging in their shared experiences. Xunzhou, Qiyu Bai murmured, his voice thick with emotion. My legs feel a bit itchy. Jiang Xunzhou suspected it might be related to the transformation into a fishtail and led Qiyu Bai to the indoor pool, encouraging him to enter the water. As anticipated, the moment Qiyu Bai's legs touched the surface, they morphed into a tail, and he immersed himself in the water. Unlike the last time when he had struggled to breathe, Qiyu Bai joyfully embraced his fishtail, the cool scales glimmering under the lights. It's wonderful, just like the color of Jinju. He mimicked Jiang Xunzhou's previous movements, flicking his tail to encircle Jiang Xunzhou's waist, drawing him closer. Their kiss deepened. For the first time, Qiyu Bai's voice quivered slightly. Only he knew it was due to his overwhelming excitement to experience life as a merfolk. Merfolk possess distinct physiological traits compared to humans, particularly regarding certain endowments. Qiyu Bai was eager to explore these new facets. The atmosphere was charged with intimacy. As for the darkening value, it sufficed to remain below 50% to meet the criteria for liberation from this world. Qiyu Bai's sense of security required time to cultivate, and thus, Jiang Xunzhou pondered that throughout this long life in their world, he could patiently accompany him through the passage of time. In the new nation, Qiyu Bai held a grand wedding, which Emo-san attended, albeit merely casting a distant glance before disappearing into the crowd. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xunzhou returned him to the sea, orchestrating another ceremony to announce to his kin that he had a human companion, Qiyu Bai. In a neglected corner, In Shi observed Qiyu Bai's tail beneath him, silently weeping until he fainted upon a coral stone. Chapter 87. The Heartless Beauty of the Tyrant Emperor. 1. In the first year of Zhao Ning, winter arrived, ushering in the ascension of the new emperor. Snowflakes danced from the heavens, blanketing the world in a sea of white. The once vermilion palace walls, towering structures, and gardens appeared shrouded under an invisible hand's thick white fleece, obscuring their original hues. The entire realm fell into silence, save for the sound of snow cascading and the chilling wind howling. In the nearby courtyard, several red plums bloomed splendidly, their crimson petals dusted with snow, creating a striking contrast like drops of vermilion on pristine white rice paper. Suddenly, a soft sound punctuated the stillness. A branch, burdened by the weight of accumulated snow, sprang up, scattering a flurry of snowflakes like shards of jade. Cough, cough, cough. A gust of wind swept by, carrying a cold dampness against his face. Jiang Xunzhou furrowed his brow lightly, as an uncontrollable itch surged in his throat, causing him to turn and cough. After years of enduring, he initially suppressed his cough, but soon it erupted, violently shaking his frail shoulders as if they might crumble at any moment. He pressed a hand against his lips. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and crimson droplets trickled through his fingers, leaving traces on his pale blue attire. "Oh, my lord!" exclaimed a eunuch, hastily approaching upon hearing the commotion. Noticing the wide-open window, he hesitated, then rushed to close it before continuing, "Your Majesty, why must you torment yourself so?" Jiang Xunzhou brushed his thumb across his lips, the bloodstains blooming like rouge, adding a hint of color to his pallid face. A resounding chime shattered the gentle snowfall, emanating from the clock tower, echoing for a while before coming to a halt. Jiang Xunzhou paid it no mind, distancing himself from the unfolding scene. He accepted the handkerchief offered by the eunuch, methodically wiping away the blood he had coughed up. Wang Ningyuan, speak cautiously. Wang Ningyuan was the name of Jiang Xunzhou's personal eunuch. He raised his hand to discard the bloodied cloth and remarked lightly, "The current emperor has another." Wang Ningyuan pressed his lips together, bowing as he said, "It was my indiscretion." He could only sigh inwardly, reflecting on the once glorious figure before him, now reluctantly thrust into the role of a retired emperor, lamenting how things had changed, with even those he despised now standing above him. This incarnation of Jiang Xunzhou had arrived in this world since his infancy. His mother was the daughter of a first-rank minister and the former empress, cherished by his adoptive father. Thus, from birth, Jiang Xunzhou was bestowed the title of Crown Prince of Jinghua, with his maternal lineage rooted in ministerial nobility and his mentor being the current national general, garnering adoration from countless admirers from a young age. Regrettably, the elderly emperor has succumbed to confusion in his twilight years, allowing eunuchs to seize power, resulting in a profoundly corrupt state of governance. The emperor, oblivious and disinterested in affairs of state, has allowed the rot to permeate from within. Each passing day, the old emperor is rendered more powerless, while those venerable figures, led by Jiang Xunzhou's maternal grandfather, have seamlessly elevated Jiang Xunzhou to the throne as a mere puppet emperor. As for the great general of the realm, stationed at the borders, his influence does not extend to the imperial city. Jiang Xunzhou's afflictions have been present since birth, and as he matures, his frailty only intensifies, rendering him an optimal choice for a puppet ruler. The emperor's arrival was heralded by a sharp, quacking voice that interrupted Wang Ningyuan's reverie. His expression shifted through various shades of concern, ultimately leading him to consult Jiang Xunzhou. "Your Majesty is unwell today. Should I inform the emperor?" "No need," Jiang Xunzhou interjected. "Let him enter. We must not provoke him." Wang Ningyuan's eyes darted briefly before he acquiesced. Understood. This new emperor, the protagonist of this world, evoked a wry smile from Jiang Xunzhou, who found it amusing that a figure devoid of real power could somehow accrue 20 points of merit. The imperial throne appears to hold significant value. The late emperor's lineage has dwindled, possibly as divine retribution for his ineptitude. Once blessed with over a dozen sons, he now mourns the loss of all but two, and although his favored son remains alive, he is plagued by illness. Notably, these two sons do not include Jiang Xunzhou, who, in the elder emperor's eyes, represents a walking emblem of disgrace. Sipping his warm tea, Jiang Xunzhou felt a slight increase in warmth. Yet his words remained icy, a mere facade. Both Jiang Xunzhou and Jiang Xunzhou are emperors stripped of power. Even in retirement, Jiang Xunzhou retains the upper hand. "Brother." Jiang Xunzhou's expression flickered before he regained his composure, responding, "Your tongue remains as piercing as ever." Jiang Xunzhou cast a disdainful glance, retorting, "A dog is still a dog. Do not presume that donning fine attire transformed your nature." "Jiang Xunzhou." Jiang Xunzhou leaped to his feet, gripping Jiang Xunzhou's chin with such force that it nearly crushed his bones. "Just wait. I will dismantle your arrogance piece by piece, and you will witness your own downfall." "Jiang Shun, do you know why our father named you thus?" Jiang Xunzhou boldly inquired, aware of his physical inferiority to Jiang Xunzhou. He seized a handful of Jiang Xunzhou's hair, forcefully tugging. Cautious and prudent, he taunted, "You, the offspring of a harlot, are destined to live a life of caution, subject to my whims. If it were not for me, you would have perished long ago." Jiang Xunzhou loathed any mention of his past. His free hand instinctively tightened around Jiang Xunzhou's throat, his crimson eyes blazing as he growled, "Silence." Jiang Xunzhou felt no sense of subjugation. Instead, he chuckled softly. "Jiang Xunzhou, stop deceiving yourself. Do you truly think the name Xunzhou is commendable?" Jiang Shun styled Xunzhou. This is the name given to him by his mother. Over the years, he has never wished to mention it, treating his given name as a cherished treasure, and it is only Jiang Xunzhou who dares to provoke his hidden vulnerabilities. "Silence! Silence!" Jiang Chengxue grasped Jiang Xunzhou's delicate neck with both hands, tightening his grip. "Jiang Xunzhou, I command you to be silent." The sensation of suffocation enveloped him entirely. His once pale face flushed with a lack of oxygen, and the sharpness in his eyes dulled, misted over, appearing much softer than usual. As their gazes locked, rationality returned to Jiang Xunzhou, and he released his hold. He despised this nearly mad version of himself, as it easily brought to mind that deranged woman abandoned by the old emperor. Gaining the ability to breathe again, Jiang Xunzhou gasped for air, coughing more violently than before, as if he might expel his very lungs, sputtering blood and tears, the corners of his eyes turning crimson. Jiang Xunzhou loathed madness, yet Jiang Xunzhou deliberately provoked him, incessantly reminding him of the past he detested. He was not the emperor's son after all. In this world, only Jiang Xunzhou knew the truth. Only the dead can keep secrets. If he were to kill Jiang Xunzhou, no one would ever discover it. Chapter 88. The malicious emperor's bewitching beauty. 2. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xunzhou ultimately refrained from harming Jiang Xunzhou. On the vulnerable neck of that person, due to his own actions, a distinct circle of red marks emerged, and coupled with Jiang Xunzhou's pitiful visage, a tumultuous feeling surged within Jiang Xunzhou. He swallowed hard, noticing the blood-stained handkerchief on the floor, feeling no thrill of vengeance, unable to articulate the sensation. If Jiang Xunzhou were to perish, he would truly be alone in this world. All those who loved him, despised him, and whom he loathed and loved would vanish from existence. No one would truly remember him. Jiang Xunzhou silently reassured himself, granting Jiang Xunzhou a reprieve. Dear brother, take care of yourself. I still need you to witness how I will crush those treacherous officials and ascend to the pinnacle of power you so desire. Jiang Xunzhou leaned against the edge of the table, looking up at him with his light-colored eyes, which seemed poisoned, rendering him speechless. Jiang Xunzhou flicked his sleeves and paused at the doorway. Summoned the imperial physician to examine him. He must not die on this auspicious day of my ascension. The eunuch beside Jiang Xunzhou bowed his head. Yes, your majesty. Inside the room, Wang Mingyuan looked on with a heart full of concern, cautiously helping Jiang Xunzhou, as one would handle a fragile porcelain piece, afraid to exert too much force. I am fine, Jiang Xunzhou said, sipping tea that had grown tepid due to the cold. He placed the cup back on the table. Bring me a fresh pot of tea. Wang Mingyuan hesitated several times before finally voicing, why must you subject yourself to this? Such words overstepped the bounds, for no matter the circumstances, Jiang Xunzhou was still a member of the royal family.